Chapter 1. Congratulations on your arrival in the realm of divine creation. It is imperative that you remember every word I utter, for it pertains to your very survival. First, this is indeed the realm of divine creation, where only the strong can endure. Periodically, the weak will be eliminated. Second, the place you inhabit is known as Cloud Island, with an initial area of 4 square units for each individual. At its center lies the heart of the clouds, which grants you the ability to manipulate the island, including its expansion. Third, each day, 3 to 5 treasure chests will randomly appear near your Cloud Island. They may be close or far away, containing the resources upon which your survival depends. Fourth, the area beyond your island is perilous, known as the Abyssal Sea, filled with countless ferocious abyssal beasts. Given your current strength, encountering one would undoubtedly lead to your demise, so it is crucial that you grow stronger swiftly. Fifth, after this announcement concludes, each person may approach the heart of the clouds to randomly draw 3 talents. Powerful talents will facilitate your navigation through the challenges ahead. Sixth, do not assume that possessing resources means you may rest easy. Every 10 days, the waters of the Abyssal Sea will erode a segment of your cloud. Stone 1 segment is equivalent to 1 square unit. The consequences of losing a segment to the Abyssal Sea are too grave to elaborate. Seventh, make full use of the heart of the clouds to expedite your growth in strength. However, be wary. Rapid expansion may incur unforeseen risks, and carelessness could lead to your untimely demise. Eighth, I wish you an enjoyable game, and may you not perish in the elimination wars. Lastly, remember this: the realm of divine creation is vast, and many beings have descended into this world. Then, the voice fell silent. On a 2x2 Cloud Island, Qin Shan stared blankly at his surroundings, terror evident in his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had been a blissful little gamer, immersed in his world, yet now he found himself in this bizarre place, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The heart of the clouds. Realizing his situation, he hurried to the heart of the clouds. Although he was uncertain about what had transpired to bring him to the realm of divine creation, his primary focus was survival. Everything else paled in comparison. The heart of the clouds was the sole object upon the island, resting on a flat surface, resembling a fluffy cloud. As Qin Shan approached, he noticed a flat area atop the heart of the clouds, though its purpose remained unclear. Activate the heart of the clouds. As if sensing Qin Shan's proximity, the previously dark surface of the heart of the clouds illuminated, revealing a panel akin to those in his previous world. There were only a few buttons displayed: character, construction, chat channel, trading hall, and friends. With only these 5 options available, he opened the chat channel. What is this place? I want to go home. Didn't that person say? This is the realm of divine creation. I'm so scared. Are we going to die? Someone help me. Most individuals express their fear of the impending horrors they were to face. Why would they leave their previous world for this? After observing for a moment, Qin Shan noticed a figure in the upper right corner displaying 1 million. Does this mean there are 1 million people in this channel? Qin Shan pondered, but no one was available to provide an answer. He then turned his gaze to the other buttons. Character, which naturally displayed his basic information, revealing only his name and talents, with a note indicating talents yet to be drawn. Construction contained a plethora of buildings, including weapons, houses, and fields, but all were blacked out, as he currently possessed nothing to construct. The trading hall was eerily quiet. It did not allow for conversation, but permitted users to list unwanted items at self-determined prices. Operating on a barter system, though, it seemed of little utility. Given that everyone started with the same area, it was unlikely many would engage in conversation here when treasure chests awaited. Speaking of treasure chests, Qin Shan glanced outside, where the Abyssal Sea loomed darkly, devoid of visible chests. Draw talents. Qin Shan immediately initiated an action at the heart of the clouds. His life depended on this. He needed to approach it with caution, hoping for talents that would prove beneficial. Talent drawn. Target Qin Shan. Acquired talents. All things have spirits, lucky hands, and unmatched. He then watched as 3 beams of light merged into his being. Looking back at the heart of the clouds, 3 talents now appeared alongside detailed descriptions. All things have spirits. Enables seamless communication with any race or living being. This talent seems somewhat useless to me, Qin Shan remarked, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It appeared ineffective given that he possessed nothing beyond these 4 square units. Lucky hands. Touching any object may alter it, potentially doubling its properties or transforming it into a higher quality item. The specific changes must be discovered through exploration, usable once per day. This is undeniably a divine skill, Qin Shan exclaimed in astonishment, envisioning transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Altering item attributes this could provide him a significant edge over others, especially after the first piece of advice from earlier, survival of the fittest, where the weak would be eliminated, instilled fear in him. What did they intend to accomplish? He was uncertain, but failure to improve could lead to his death. Unmatched, a unique talent endowed with formidable abilities. In combat, one's strength is unparalleled in harvesting. One's fortune is unmatched during disasters. Fortune favors the bold, averting calamity. Wow, this is incredible. Though he had yet to experience it, merely reading the description ignited a fervor within him. The uniqueness of this talent indicated that only he possessed it. I should see what talents others have drawn, Qin Shan mused. He quickly dived back into the chat channel, which had become increasingly lively. Have you drawn your talents? I did mine were utterly worthless. What a waste of talent. Yours isn't so bad. I drew a misfortune talent that makes me lose a treasure chest every day. Oh my. By the way, did you see any treasure chests? I saw them. After I drew my talents, they appeared not far away, but I'm too scared to approach. Why? There are unknown creatures near the chests, likely the abyssal beasts that were mentioned. I'm quite lucky I drew a unique talent for double counterattack. Such talents exist. Why is mine so mediocre? A mere 1% agricultural boost. Not necessarily as long as it's a talent. It shouldn't be mediocre. Who knows? I'm just envious. At least unique talents shouldn't be too shabby. Observing the discussions unfolding in the chat channel, Qin Shan felt a weight of concern settle in. It appeared that others had not drawn poorly, as their chosen talents would allow them to survive. It was merely a matter of strength. I should head for the treasure chests, Qin Shan whispered to himself. Lingering here was a waste of time. Some treasure chests had appeared on the surface of the abyssal sea, though they were somewhat distant. Swimming was the only viable option. As he reached the edge of the cloud island, he gazed at the 5 treasure chests, his expression filled with trepidation. Ordinary treasure chest may yield common resources and has a chance of revealing high-quality treasures. Electric ray no level. A clumsy fish with minimal aggression, but when startled, it can emit electricity reaching up to 380 volts. Next to each chest was an electric ray. The prospect of being electrocuted was daunting. In his previous world, such a creature posed no threat. But here, with a voltage of 380 volts, it could easily scorch him. This was what made Qin Shan apprehensive. Each chest was guarded by an electric ray, making the task exceedingly difficult. He wondered if others faced the same predicament. Brothers, what is this thing? It looks fun. I woke up to find this, but I have no idea what it's for. Electrocute it. That doesn't work. When I try to electrocute it, it just retaliates. The electric rays conversed, oblivious to Qin Shan's astonishment as he stared at them. How is this possible? How can I understand their speech? Moments ago, it was the rays that communicated. Merely glancing over, a symphony of sounds resonated within his mind. Could it be that my gift grants me the ability to commune with all living things? Qin Shan suddenly pondered, recalling that among his 3 innate talents was indeed the affinity for all beings. What was described above was the ability to engage in unimpeded dialogue with any form of life. What manner of creature is that on the island over there? It has been observing us intently. Indeed, it possesses such an unusual appearance, unlike ours. Could it be another species of fish? Certainly, it is exceedingly peculiar. While Qin Shan was lost in thought, the rays had also taken notice of him and were chattering amongst themselves. Perhaps I could enlist their help to retrieve the treasure chest, Qin Shan mused, recognizing that with such a gift, it would be a waste not to utilize it. He approached the shoreline and addressed the rays. Could you assist me in bringing the treasure chest here? Ah, he can actually communicate with us. The treasure chest? Is that the strange object over there? Should we go over? Shall we not take a look? These rays, like curious children, gazed at Qin Shan with intrigue. We'll go take a closer look. Then, the ray nearest to Qin Shan nudged the treasure chest toward him. This filled Qin Shan with joy. It seemed that the difficulty in obtaining the treasure chest was not insurmountable. With his gift of communion, others likely possessed corresponding abilities to retrieve the chest, ensuring that one wouldn't arrive here merely to meet their demise. Do you desire this? The ray inched closer, surfacing to reveal its small eyes, scrutinizing this unfamiliar being before it. Yes, Qin Shan replied. Very well, then take it. It is merely a curious object of no real utility. Your island is quite remarkable. May I ascend to it? The ray inquired. Come aboard, Qin Shan welcomed, appreciating the ability to converse. At least he need not worry about being electrocuted. The ray clambered onto the shore as Qin Shan retrieved the treasure chest. He did not open it immediately, but turned his attention to the other rays nearby. Oh, how delightful! May my friends join me? The ray said, stretching luxuriously, its expression somewhat odd. Of course, you're most welcome, Qin Shan replied with a gentle smile. If he could persuade them to remain and assist in salvaging the treasure chest, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. The peril of entering the water himself was exceedingly high. Currently, only these 5 rays were visible, but the circumstances elsewhere remained a mystery. Brothers, come quickly. This place is quite comfortable. Bring that strange treasure chest as well. It seems he requires it. All right, we are on our way. Without needing further encouragement, for rays flapped their fins and hurriedly dragged the treasure chest over. They all clambered ashore. Please, amuse yourselves here while I examine the treasure chest, Qin Shan instructed. Understood. Qin Shan approached one of the treasure chests. Fortune's favor. He placed his hand upon the chest, and to his astonishment, the once wooden chest transformed into a vibrant, multicolored treasure chest. Lucky treasure chest. High probability of acquiring valuable items. Indeed, it proves useful. Qin Shan licked his lips, beaming with joy. This Fortune's favor was nothing short of miraculous, instantly causing the chest to undergo a remarkable transformation. Open them all. Opening ordinary treasure chest, received. Cloudstone 1, Spirit Wood 1, Spirit Soil 1, Abyssal Fish 1 5 pound, Pure Water 500 grams 5, Bread 500 grams 3. Opening ordinary treasure chest, received. Opening lucky treasure chest, received. Body refinement technique, Energy Stones 3, Cloud Stones 5, Pet Cultivation Pills 5, Abyssal Fish 1, 3 pound, Tent Manufacturing Blueprint 1. Cloud Stone, an essential item for the expansion of Cloud Island. Proceed with caution, as enlarging the island may lead to unforeseen events. Spirit Wood, Spirit Soil, and other foundational resources are required for the construction of any building. Body Refinement Technique. After cultivation, it enhances the body, granting greater combat prowess. Energy Stones. Useful for cultivation and serve various functions. Other applications await the player's discovery. Pet Cultivation Pills. Adequately elevate the power of pets. Tent Manufacturing Blueprint. With this, you can craft a tent, eliminating the need to spend nights outdoors. From the 5 treasure chests, he procured a substantial amount of resources, particularly the Cloud Stones, which held immense potential for expanding Cloud Island's area, each piece representing a square meter, undeniably a potent asset. Moreover, this Cloud Island could also be fragmented. Body refinement technique. Could this world truly allow one to attain immortality? Qin Shan wondered aloud. Yet upon reflection, it seemed not entirely implausible if they could arrive in this bizarre place overnight. Then achieving immortality might not be beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, he had acquired the body refinement technique. Whether it was true or not would soon be revealed through practice, wouldn't it? He bestowed upon them a remarkable item. Qin Shan approached several stingrays, producing a pet cultivation elixir. This particular item, while currently of little use to him, was fortuitously beneficial for these little creatures. Otherwise, had they remained stationed there, obtaining the treasure chest would have proven exceedingly challenging, and he might have even faced hunger today. What is this? It smells delightful. Hurry and give it to me. The first stingray that surfaced bounced eagerly. Snatching the pet cultivation elixir from Qin Shan's grasp. There are only 5. Do not consume them all, Qin Shan urged hastily. The stingray, poised to devour the elixir, hesitated at his words. Only 5? Indeed, just 5. The very ones that emerged from the treasure chest you brought earlier. Reluctantly, it divided the elixir among its companions. This tastes exquisite. Will you provide us with such delicacies every day? After finishing, they gazed at Qin Shan with hopeful eyes. In Qin Shan's perspective, these stingrays had undergone a subtle transformation. Their strength had indeed increased, albeit not significantly. Considering the meager quantity of the elixir, I fear that is not feasible. I lack sufficient quantities, and the treasures yield random items, Qin Shan replied, shaking his head. He certainly wished he could persuade these stingrays to remain and assist him, as it would greatly ease his endeavors. Is it that same type of treasure chest? Yes. Then we shall assist you in gathering them. If such splendid items are available, you must share them with us. Of course, Qin Shan nodded eagerly, relieved that they had offered their assistance without him needing to ask. By the way, I also have these abyssal fish to give you. I have no use for them at the moment. He recalled that he possessed raw abyssal fish, which he could not consume due to the lack of fire, though he had amassed a fair amount of basic resources. He regrettably had not uncovered the means to build a campfire. They eagerly devoured the fish without hesitation. Wait here. We shall go find treasure chests for you. With that, the stingrays leaped into the water, leaving Qin Shan with little time to respond. But there are only 5 treasure chests available each day. Where could you possibly find more at this hour? Qin Shan lamented, realizing these little creatures were too hasty. However, recalling their descriptions, he felt reassured. They were rather simple-minded, easily swayed by food. Approaching the heart of the cloud, he chose to construct and expand the cloud island. After issuing the command to enlarge the island, he observed the rapid depletion of cloudstone from his resources, and the total area of construction had reached 14 square meters. Surveying his surroundings, he confirmed that the island had indeed expanded significantly. Now, he need not worry about falling into the water while sleeping. That he proceeded to craft a tent, investing his resources. Fortunately, the supplies previously provided were ample for this undertaking. In an instant, the tent manifested, occupying 2 square meters, just enough for him to reside within. I suppose I can consider myself part of the housing community now, Qin Shan remarked contentedly. He was oblivious to the progress of others, focusing solely on his own situation, which was already quite satisfactory. He had no time to concern himself with others. Furthermore, he barely knew anyone among the multitude of 1 million individuals in the chat channel, where countless messages seeking companionship swiftly drowned in a sea of noise, proving rather futile. With time to spare, he deemed it more prudent to engage in meaningful pursuits rather than dwell on trivial matters. Thanks to the assistance of the stingrays, he had successfully completed his tasks for the day. This is exceedingly difficult. There are fish in the water that can emit electric shocks. How is that possible? I only have a turtle here, and it's quite easy. Wow, you are incredibly fortunate. I still haven't managed to retrieve a treasure chest. Have you gone into the water? No, then what are you even doing? Hee, luck is on my side. The wind blew a treasure chest right next to my cloud island. Enough talk. You need to find a way to retrieve that treasure chest. I do not wish to go hungry tonight. Observing these trivial exchanges, a sense of gravity washed over Qin Shan's expression. This place was too peculiar, relying entirely on luck. He possessed the ability to communicate with the myriad of beings around him, which had certainly alleviated many burdens. But what of the others? They likely still languished in dire straits. This suggested that their world was fraught with peril. Entering the water could lead to death. Or one might simply await their fate on the cloud island. I consider myself fortunate, yet I must seek ways to enhance my own capabilities, Qin Shan mused, recalling the energy stones he had acquired. He believed they could aid in bolstering his strength. Thus, he diverted his focus away from the present circumstances, opting instead to develop himself quietly. That if possible, he also hoped to eventually bring his family to his island. Upon opening the treasure chest, he discovered additional functionalities available to his character, including a storage facility. After cultivating his physique, he also unlocked new realms, indicating that his previous limitations were due to unmet conditions. However, the storage space was limited to 10 items, although similar items could stack. Otherwise, he would find himself without a place to store the items he had obtained. He consumed an energy stone, feeling a surge of immense energy radiate throughout his being. its warmth enveloping him as he followed the heart of the cloud's guidance to cultivate. It was not until evening that Qin Shan awakened. Is this what it means to be at the first stage of body cultivation? He pondered, somewhat perplexed, as he noted a significant increase in his strength. All the energy stones had been expended, and he had yet to discover alternative cultivation methods. He could only anticipate tomorrow's treasure chest, with no point of reference and only the information provided by the heart of the cloud. He remained uncertain of his exact transformation as darkness enveloped the sky. He found himself drawn to the heart of the cloud, observing the ongoing conversations in the chat, his expression taking on a peculiar demeanor. This is terrifying. Do you all know? Just now, a few stingrays came to my location, chased away the local sea fish, and dragged my treasure chest away. No way, such bizarre occurrences. It's true. I was robbed here too. I thought I was the only one. This is utterly insane. How many did you lose? Just one. It seems they cannot take too many. I believe they intended to carry them all away. Phew. It appears we must hasten to retrieve our treasure chests. Otherwise, they may be snatched by other sea fish. Could someone lend me some bread? I would trade it for cloudstone. Oh, you have no food? Alas, my luck has turned sour. My talent has been triggered. May I inquire what your talent is? Starvation stone. Could it be that they can venture to other people's cloud islands to steal treasure chests? Qin Shan mused thoughtfully by the heart of the cloud, pondering the implications of what others had said. However, what others faced was of little concern to him. In this divine creation, his primary objective was to ensure his own survival. He would know the truth upon their return. Lying within his tent, he felt remarkably at ease. At present, aside from opening treasure chests, there was little else he could do. The cloud island was quite minuscule, and he would have to wait until he could unlock more treasure chests to expand its area and gradually grow stronger. The chat channel had become the sole means of communication for everyone at this stage, and as night fell, he reflected on the day's events. Night has fallen. We were unable to retrieve all the treasure chests today. Such a pity. How infuriating. I could have collected 4, but those stingrays stole 1 from me. It's so unfair. How many treasure chests did everyone manage to obtain? I only got 3, and 1 was stolen. Truly unfortunate. I opened 4 and only received a single piece of cloudstone. This item is quite elusive. Has anyone expanded their island? There should be some. Wasn't there someone who acquired a substantial amount of cloudstone earlier? Did you manage to trade for food? Fish bubble? I did. I end this vast chat channel. Thousands of messages refresh incessantly. A moment's inattention could lead to being swept away. What lies beyond their immediate surroundings is a mystery to them. Yet within this very chat channel, there are millions of participants. Suddenly, a splash of water jolted Qin Shan awake. Upon stepping outside, he beheld the silhouettes of rays in the sea. It was they who had stirred up such a commotion that roused him. What has happened to this cloud island? Is it still the same isle as before? Could it be that we have taken a wrong turn? I distinctly remember this being the place. Where's that person? Have we truly gone astray? Observing the transformed island, doubts began to creep into their minds. You haven't taken the wrong path, my friends. Welcome back. Qin Shan reassured them, but as he approached the shore, he noticed numerous treasure chests bobbing on the water's surface. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 13. Where did you acquire these? Qin Shan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the treasure they mentioned earlier had indeed been pilfered by these few? Indeed, we traveled very far to find them. Aren't they impressive? I wish to eat those round things we had today. Aren't we excited? You truly are remarkable. Help me bring the chests ashore, and I shall open them. Qin Shan declared, his face aglow with joy. It was indeed their handiwork, and he could only commend them for their splendid efforts. With more resources, he could swiftly expand the island, though he wondered what transformations might ensue. The cloud island still felt rather small. Here they come, one ray announced, as it kicked a treasure chest into the air. It seemed that the pet cultivation elixir had significantly enhanced its strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so eager to venture out at night to assist Qin Shan in retrieving the chests. The chest soared towards him. Qin Shan smiled slightly, effortlessly catching it, now that he had undergone a breakthrough. His strength was formidable. In no time, 13 treasure chests adorned the cloud island, all of the ordinary variety. Naturally, at this stage, what exceptional items could one expect? With so many, there must be something good, right? Hurry and open them. I can hardly wait. I want to open one too. They gazed at the chests with eager anticipation, occasionally urging Qin Shan to hasten. Of course, Qin Shan would not dampen their spirits. The prospect of aiding them in obtaining more resources filled him with delight, even though he was uncertain how far they had traveled. Opening an ordinary chest yields Cloudstone 2, bread 2 to minutes passed, and soon the chests had vanished, their contents claimed by Qin Shan. He had amassed 16 cloudstones, various amounts of spirit wood and spirit soil, 5 energy stones, and even obtained a supreme contract card and an upgrade card, along with a martial arts electric release. Such treasures left Qin Shan momentarily astounded. The supreme contract card allowed him to covenant with any life form, binding them to the Cloud Island in eternal loyalty. The upgrade card could elevate any life form, excluding the island master, by 1 level. He was cautioned to use it sparingly, for greater strength could attract greater calamities. The electric release empowered him to unleash a 3-meter arc of electricity to strike foes. How formidable! This Cloud Island grows ever more intriguing, Qin Shan mused, an eager glint in his eyes. The only life forms he could perceive, apart from himself, were these little creatures. He immediately learned the electric release, thus branding himself as a practitioner of martial arts. Is that previous item still around? What has become of it? The rays, brimming with anticipation, gazed at Qin Shan, hoping for something remarkable in pet cultivation elixir. But I do possess a contract card and an upgrade card. What are those? They looked at Qin Shan, bewildered. They are items that will allow you to remain on the Cloud Island forever and grant you greater power. However, I have only procured one. Is that so? I wish to stay here. There are delicious treats. So do I, but there's only one. What shall we do? Do not fret, as long as there are enough treasure chests. You all can stay. Is this truly the case? Of course, I have never deceived you. Very well, I shall go first. All right, next is my turn. Why am I last? You are the youngest, though. Are you certain you wish to use the contract card with me? Qin Shan inquired. These rays were indeed rather naive, easily winning their trust with a mere comment. He had no intention of deceiving them. Yes, I wish to stay and accompany you. Very well. He employed the contract card and the upgrade card on the chosen ray, which transformed into a first-stage ray of body refinement. A new page appeared in the Cloud Heart's record, detailing this very ray. My strength has truly increased. Wow, I want to become like that too. Next is my turn. The other rays gazed enviously at the now larger ray. Allow me to give you names, Qin Shan proposed. Sure, Master. Why do you call me Master? I do not know, from now on. You may call me Boss. Okay. Following the earlier order, they were named Big Ray, Second Ray, and Fifth Ray. We have names now. Thank you, Boss. It is quite late. You should return to rest. Tomorrow, help me retrieve more treasure chests. We shall strive to enhance your strength, Qin Shan instructed. With their addition, his Cloud Island would be considerably safer. Although no immediate danger was apparent, who could predict what might transpire in the future? Only by strengthening his own power could he hope to thrive. Goodbye, Boss. With 5 splashes, they returned to the sea. Whether they would sleep was known only to them. After all, what if they ventured onto someone else's territory? Who could say? Name: Big Ray. Talent: electricity. Realm: first stage body refinement. Skills: electric release, multiple electric energy, cross-border leap, treasure seizing expert. This was the new companion on the island, possessing considerable strength that would aid Qin Shan greatly. Among their skills, cross-border leap and treasure seizing expert were likely pivotal for their pillaging of others' treasure chests, now merely materialized. Their potential appeared promising. However, Qin Shan wondered if he could secure all of them by tomorrow. Such probabilistic matters were indeed difficult to gauge. Regardless, they remained nearby in the abyssal sea, where they would not stray far, and he refrained from eliminating them. The thought of their formidable capabilities made him chuckle in his dreams. With the assistance of Big Ray and the others, he could expedite his progress. He continued to expand, and as 16 cloudstones vanished, the area of the Cloud Island grew to 30 square meters, perhaps the largest among all survivors. Of course, this did not discount the possibility of others possessing terrifying talents, such as that of the Starved Stone, which yielded no food yet granted a high probability of acquiring cloud stones. Before retiring for the night, Qin Shan utilized the energy stones, maximizing their potential. Anything was better than nothing. A night passed without incident. By midday, he awoke, having absorbed the energy stones rather late the previous night. The first order of business was to check the chat channel for any updates. Brothers, let me share what I found today. A small wooden boat. 1. Small wooden boat, capable of sailing on the sea. Requires 100 spirit wood and 10 spirit gold to construct. Your luck is astonishing. The opportunity to venture out to sea has finally arrived. However, do you possess the resources necessary for construction? If you have nothing worthwhile to say, it would be better to remain silent. Your envy is palpable. Currently, I do not have the means, but surely in a few days, I shall. That I long for a small wooden vessel as well. The cloud stone has been traded for provisions. Ah, fish bubble, it's you again. Indeed, I find myself at a loss. This talent of mine is becoming quite burdensome. Esteemed individuals, I have gone an entire day without sustenance. Could you spare me a morsel? That infernal abyssal fish has returned once more. That I must share some unfortunate news. Several abyssal fish have exhibited peculiar behavior. In the dead of night, my cloud heart alerted me that a treasure had been pilfered. The darkness was so profound that I dared not investigate. It seems they are undeterred by nightfall. Does that not place us in a perilous position? While the danger is not extreme, should they succeed in stealing from us, the acquisition of resources would become significantly more challenging. As Qin Shan observed the messages within the chat channel, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Their diligence is commendable, even at such a late hour. Intent on unsettling others that he chose not to comment, for the adage holds true. Better the death of a fellow traveler than the demise of a hermit. He then paddled towards the trading hall, where numerous individuals were already engaged in barter. Fish bubble, 1 piece of cloud stone for 1 piece of bread. The purveyor of counterfeit medicine. I have 6 flavors of Dihuang pills for sale. Interested parties may message me privately. Outlaws, seeking to acquire spirit wood. Serious inquiries only. That a plethora of eccentric trades unfolded before him. Qin Shan contacted Fish Bubble. Qin Shan, would you exchange 2 pieces of cloud stone for 1 piece of bread? Fish Bubble, esteemed one, that is rather excessive. Cloud stone is not easily procured, for it is a valuable resource for the expansion of Cloud Island. Certainly worth more than mere bread. Qin Shan, very well. I do not possess much food. I shall keep it for myself. Fish Bubble, oh, do not be so hasty. I shall adjust my offer. After trading 4 pieces of cloud stone, Qin Shan was surprised that the other party had agreed. Yet considering their talent, it was understandable. With each chest they opened, they undoubtedly acquired more than just 1 piece of cloud stone. Alas, he could not elevate his body refinement to the second stage. Qin Shan sighed in exasperation. Despite utilizing 5 spirit stones, he had failed to advance his standing. Recalling that a breakthrough to the first stage required only 3, he decided to check if they had returned. Stretching lazily, he exited the tent. To his astonishment, he beheld that Cloud Island was now overflowing with treasure chests, and a multitude of chests floated upon the surrounding waters. A rough estimate suggested there were no fewer than 30 treasure chests. Approaching them, he noticed that the large rays lay atop Cloud Island. Panting heavily, lost in slumber, it appeared that their nighttime exertions had drained them significantly. Just as he contemplated lifting a large ray back to the tent, it suddenly opened its eyes wide. Boss, you're awake. Yes, you all should return to the tent to rest. It will allow for swift recovery of your strength. Understood. After placing them inside the tent, Qin Shan turned his attention to the treasure chests. Preparing to open them all, Lucky Hand. Without hesitation, he activated his lucky hand on the chest closest to him. As expected, mere moments later, it transformed into a lucky chest, with a higher probability of yielding valuable items than an ordinary chest. He did not rush to open it, but instead gathered all the treasure chests together. 37 chests. They had truly outdone themselves, Qin Shan mused. The sheer number of treasure chests far exceeded that of other survivors, who could only dream of such bounty. He could only lament the misfortune of those they had plundered. It was unthinkable to disclose this matter to anyone. Let us open them all. What followed was a veritable feast of rewards. Starting with the ordinary chests, aside from some basic resources, the 36 chests also provided him with 10 pet training pills. He wondered if this quantity would suffice for a breakthrough to the first stage of body refinement. 2 contract cards were among the rewards, yet no upgrade cards appeared. Such items, which could facilitate direct upgrades, were undoubtedly rare and precious at this stage. The drop rate was exceedingly poor. Qin Shan shook his head, lamenting his luck. Most of what he had obtained were merely basic resources, lacking blueprints, which he could only store for future use. Finally, he turned his gaze to the lucky chest, curious about what fortune it would bestow upon him today. Upon opening it, he received 30 pieces of cloud stone, 1 blueprint for a pet enclosure, 1 blueprint for a wooden house, 2 supreme contract cards, a special item, a coffin, and a passive skill, technological hand, along with 20 pet training pills. What are these items? A coffin? No less. Qin Shan felt bewildered. The items he had acquired today were rather peculiar. Pet enclosure blueprint. A first-stage item, capable of housing 5 pets. Pets placed within can rapidly recover stamina. The higher the grade, the stronger the recovery. Construction requires 50 spirit wood, 20 spirit earth, and 10 spirit gold, occupying an area of 2x4. Wooden house blueprint. A first-stage item, intended for the habitation of island residents. It can significantly restore fatigue and has a moderate effect of accelerating the refinement of energy stones. Construction requires 100 spirit wood, 50 spirit earth, 30 spirit gold, 10 spirit fire, and 10 spirit water. Occupying an area of 5x5. Coffin. A special item with an unknown purpose, can only be stored in the Cloud Heart warehouse and can stack indefinitely. Technological hand. A passive skill that triggers unexpected changes upon contact with objects. Effective only for martial arts, techniques, and constructed items. It can be triggered once daily and yields unforeseen effects when used in conjunction with Lucky Hand. While the items had grades, he pondered the purpose of technological hand. And what of this coffin? Is it intended for my own burial? Qin Shan mused. Both the pet enclosure and wooden house were graded items, and constructing them would require far more resources than a mere tent. With his current resources, he could not possibly construct both buildings. The coffin, however, left him at a loss. Its purpose remained shrouded in mystery, and for now, it would languish in the Cloud Heart warehouse gathering dust. The remaining items were quite promising. He could contract the other rays to assist him in expanding the island. Yet, as the island grew, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were watching him. An unsettling feeling he despised. After learning the technological hand skill, a new passive skill appeared in his character menu, randomly triggered, and currently, the only triggers available were electric release, body refinement technique, and the tent. First, he would expand Cloud Island, then head to the trading hall to gather resources, enabling him to construct both the wooden house and the pet enclosure. At that point, he could contract the second ray and utilize the pet training pills to enhance their strength. Qin Shan contemplated. He directly commanded the Cloud Heart to expend all the Cloudstone for expansion. Dozens of pieces of Cloudstone were utilized. He watched as Cloud Island gradually expanded. A sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Perhaps he alone possessed such formidable expansion capabilities. For others at this stage, merely acquiring a treasure chest was a considerable achievement. Yet he, without lifting a finger, could obtain such riches, with 5 little companions aiding him in plundering the chests of others, ensuring his developmental pace far surpassed that of his peers. 100 square meters. Congratulations on being the first to achieve 100 square meter Cloud Island. You have earned the Pioneer Medal. Such a delightful surprise. It appears I must hasten my advancement, Qin Shan remarked. With a wave of his hand, an ancient medal materialized, revealing its attributes. Pioneer Medal. Unique grade. First stage description. Granted to the first survivor to expand their Cloud Island to 100 square meters. Effect. Increases daily treasure chest acquisition limit to 8 and grants a chance to encounter Azure with treasure chests. Wearing it activates the effect. Upgrade. 1,000 square meters. Note. The medal can be worn without limitation. What a powerful insignia. Qin Shan was utterly amazed. This particular item was sufficient to place him leagues ahead of other players, as he had become the very first survivor to achieve 100 square meters. It also enlightened him to the fact that the quantity of treasure chests could indeed be augmented, and that there existed even more advanced chests. The mere effect of this revelation was enough to incite envy. Moreover, this item could elevate its rank, and as the Cloud Island expanded, its efficacy would only grow stronger, thereby providing him with even greater assistance. In addition to these advantages, the medals could be worn without limitation. As long as one possessed them, they could be adorned. He casually pinned one to his left chest, and the medal activated immediately. Alas, the treasure chests for today had all been claimed, and he would have to wait until tomorrow. He offered the abyssal fish for trade in the marketplace, along with other items he found superfluous, for he was in dire need of fundamental resources to construct a pet enclosure and a wooden house. Brother, did you go fishing in the sea? This item has a remarkably high energy level. One single fish could last a day, couldn't it? Barely having listed it, a flurry of astonished comments erupted in the chat below. At this stage, none dared to plunge into the ocean to battle the abyssal fish. While the abyssal fish posed little threat, other species were considerably more aggressive. Venturing into the depths might mean never returning. Fish bubble. I will trade you one abyssal fish for 5 cloud stones. How does that sound? Surprised by the private message that popped up, Qin Shan acknowledged the absurdity of such a talent. Cloud stones were plentiful. Qin Shan. Do you have any other resources, such as spirit wood or spirit soil? His cloud island had already reached 100 square meters, yet apart from a solitary tent. It remained barren and in need of additional resources for embellishment. Fish bubble. Yes, how much do you desire? Qin Shan. 5 types of basic resources plus 2 portions in exchange for 1 abyssal fish. How does that strike you? Fish bubble. Agreed. Qin Shan. Good, but let me caution you. If you lack a campfire, you will have to consume the abyssal fish raw. Fish bubble. Thank you for the warning. I have a campfire. It must be noted that although Fish bubble faced some misfortune, being short on food was not an issue, as they possessed ample other supplies. Had they not traded food? The earlier pioneer medal would have had no connection to Qin Shan whatsoever, upon glancing at the warehouse of Cloudheart, which brimmed with resources numbering in the hundreds. Qin Shan exhaled in relief. It was finally sufficient. As for his food, apart from a small stockpile, it had all been traded. With the exception of a coffin that occupied a designated space, the warehouse was nearly full, making the construction of a new storage facility imperative. As he could not indefinitely store items within Cloudheart, he proceeded to construct the wooden house and pet enclosure. The resources were consumed at an astonishing rate, and in the blink of an eye. The wooden house was completed. Wooden house constructed. Please select a placement location. Pet enclosure constructed. Please select a placement location. Let us place it right here in Cloudheart, Qin Shan declared. Immediately, a wooden house enveloped Qin Shan. A decision made after careful consideration, as it would facilitate his monitoring of Cloudheart. The tent was subsequently displaced to the side. Boss, our home has transformed again. What a beautiful house. Is this little nest made for us by the boss? I absolutely adore it. In the corner of the wooden house was a pet enclosure, which adapted its effects based on the pets it contained, as aquatic beings. The enclosure morphed into a half-water tank, with the other half resembling sandy terrain, allowing them to come ashore. How do you like it? Qin Shan inquired. I love it. With this, we need not venture into the water anymore. The water is no fun at all. There are great white sharks and massive whales, especially the latter is utterly detestable. After feasting, it even struck me with its tail. Boss, you have no idea how vile that whale is. It loves to toy with us, batting us out of the water. But now I fear it no longer. When it approaches, I'll zap it. Qin Shan had successfully contracted all of them, allowing them entry into the pet enclosure, which conferred certain enhancements to the pets. Ensuring their comfort, the wooden house, despite being called such, was fully equipped with everything necessary for living. No additional items were required. However, to enjoy a more refined lifestyle, other replacements would be necessary. For instance, the water supply utilized abyssal water, which was far too salty to drink. Inside the room was a stove, crafted from spirit fire, which required periodic feeding of spirit wood. Otherwise, it would extinguish. Currently, he only used it for cooking food, unwilling to waste spirit wood. The structure merely provided a basic framework, and a high-quality existence was still a distant goal. Furthermore, fresh water was a scarce resource on the island, and he had not procured much of it. Let us set that aside for now. I have something great for you all, Qin Shan announced, producing 30 pet cultivation pills he had acquired. Wow, is that the delicious item? Boss, please give it to me. Consuming it enhances strength. Upon seeing the item in Qin Shan's hand, they erupted in excitement, yearning for this treasure. This was precisely intended for them. Each pet received 6 pills, and the rays eagerly devoured them. I'm so full that my stomach feels like it's going to burst. I need to rest for a moment. After consuming so many, apart from the manta ray, each returned to the water, though the pet enclosure appeared modest. It held immense capacity. It could accommodate precisely as many pets as it claimed without feeling cramped. Boss, what is wrong with them? The manta ray asked, puzzled. They likely wish to break through just like you. Qin Shan responded. With such an abundance of pet cultivation pills, which contained vast energy, their breakthroughs were hardly surprising. However, the specific amount needed for each remained unclear. Why didn't I break through? I ate the same amount. The manta ray protested. You are already at the first tier. A small number of pet cultivation pills lack the energy required for your breakthrough. Now, don't be disheartened. There will be more in the future. Qin Shan reassured. All right. Minutes later, the manta rays joyfully broke through, leaping from the water in exuberance. Boss, we have become powerful too. Just like the manta ray. Let us zap each other, one of the rays exclaimed as it zapped the nearby ray. Then dashed away. You dare shock me? Come back here. Caught off guard, the zapped ray, now paralyzed, frantically chased the other in a wild frenzy. Well done, everyone. You've all successfully broken through, Qin Shan said with satisfaction. Their sizes had slightly increased. Now measuring nearly half a meter in length, if they continued to evolve, they might transform into fearsome beasts. Their attributes mirrored those of the manta ray, showing little significant change. So, we can run really fast now. That's fantastic. I want to go beat up that whale. I believe its name is Abu. Now is the time for revenge. Clearly, despite their seemingly dazed expressions, they bore grudges, having been struck by the whale. They couldn't easily forget. By the way, let me advise you all, refrain from attempting to steal treasure chests tonight. Let's wait until the day, Qin Shan suggested after some thought. This morning, upon seeing the manta rays, he had noticed their exhaustion. Regardless of the skill, it was a significant drain on them. But boss, without treasure chests, the island won't grow. One protested. Those people during the day are quite fierce, don't worry. Our island has leveled up now that we're not short on resources. Whatever we can obtain is a bonus. Your daily treasure hunting time cannot exceed 4 hours, Qin Shan stipulated. Why is that? It's too dangerous. Boss, have you forgotten we possess cross-border leap? We need not fear. Not fearing 1,000 dangers is one thing. However, I have a bad premonition that trouble may be looming, Qin Shan remarked. When the area of Cloud Island expanded to 100 square meters, he sensed an unsettling feeling of being watched, likely orchestrated by the enigmatic figure who had drawn them here. Particularly in the group chat, he noticed that when discussing the size of Cloud Island, apart from that one individual with the username Fishbubble, none of the others possessed an area exceeding 10 square meters. His own 100 square meter island was decidedly beyond the norm, potentially attracting formidable entities. Well then, let us venture out and return shortly, he suggested. Agreed. The earlier we leave, the sooner we shall return. Once they departed, Qin Shan found himself at leisure again, redirecting his attention to the chat channel. This served as a crucial source of intelligence, providing insights and the possibility of stumbling upon valuable information. Brothers, help. I've encountered different sea fish outside my island, and they seem even more formidable than before. Really? Haven't we always dealt with the same batch of sea fish? Not at all. I just killed a few sea fish, and before long, larger ones appeared. Had I known, I wouldn't have eliminated them. Good luck with that. By the way, what kind of fish were you dealing with before, and what are they now? I had a few small black fish, only palm-sized, which sufficed for a few days. However, now a few devil rays have arrived, and they appear rather challenging to manage. Devil rays? What are you afraid of? It seems you're just showing off. Hey there, do you sell your black fish? I don't sell my black fish, Qin Shan, however, began to ponder. It was unexpected that new sea fish would appear after he removed the guardian fish. He then sent a message in the chat. Devil rays can emit electric shocks, so be cautious. This was merely a warning, hoping to ensure that the other party did not meet a swift demise. Whoa, big shot. Do you also have devil rays? They can emit electricity? Share some tips. Upon learning that devil rays could discharge electricity, the individual became agitated. Qin Shan refrained from responding. Simply informing them that the rays could emit electricity was already quite generous. Besides, he was uncertain how to deal with them, as it was a natural talent, not something one could easily learn. The individual attempted to reach out several more times, but soon discovered that apart from trading options, Qin Shan had disabled all other permissions, while the person recognized that the rays could emit electricity. They were at a loss regarding how to obtain a treasure chest from them. Unable to contact Qin Shan, they resigned themselves to their fate, muttering a curse before departing in frustration. Qin Shan promptly made his way to the coastline. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, now that he had collected all the devil rays, it meant that the treasure chests were devoid of guardians, and he might soon be confronted by a terrifying adversary. He was unaware of other situations, but his treasure chest limit had reached 8, with the possibility of encountering a greenwood treasure chest. Just based on these factors, it was conceivable that powerful sea fish would be drawn to his resources. Gazing at the desolate sea, Qin Shan felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness nothing has appeared, he murmured. Suddenly, he squinted in disbelief. In the distance, several shapes resembling fish fins were rapidly approaching. As they drew nearer, He discerned their true nature. White sharks. This was a predicament. Qin Shan's expression fell. He had unwittingly received such a significant gift. There were a total of 8 white sharks, each over a meter long. All possessing the strength of the first stage of body refinement. In the water, they held an even greater advantage. Engaging them in combat would be tantamount to courting death. Furious white shark. First stage of body refinement. Inherently violent. Goes into a frenzy upon sensing blood, exhibiting extreme aggression. Any creature within a 10-meter radius will become a target for their attacks. Once enraged, their intelligence drastically declines, leading to indiscriminate attacks, with combat power increasing by over 30%. Each white shark shared the same attributes, making communication with them exceedingly difficult. Any provocation would prompt them to attack ferociously. The prospect of their heightened aggression posed a significant challenge for Qin Shan. Reflecting on how others were only now encountering devil rays, he felt a pang of injustice. Everyone started on equal footing. Why did they face black fish while he encountered devil rays and, subsequently, more formidable white sharks? With the presence of their violent attribute, Qin Shan dismissed any notion of attempting to communicate with them, fearing that it would only incite their aggression should they decide to assault his island. It would spell trouble. Presently, he had no effective means to deal with the white sharks and instead began practicing his electric discharge technique in a nearby open area. This was his first martial skill, one he had yet to utilize and was uncertain of its potency. Electric discharge. Qin Shan extended his hand towards the distance and released a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crash, the spot where the lightning struck was engulfed in black smoke. However, with his current strength, he could not hope to damage the cloud island constructed from cloud stone. Moments later, the area returned to its original state. Decent power, but my accuracy leaves much to be desired. Qin Shan mused. He aimed for an empty patch of land nearby. Yet his strike veered significantly off course. In the heat of battle, misfiring a martial skill could prove fatal. This cannot continue. I need not worry about the treasure chests for now. It is the perfect opportunity to hone my electric discharge technique. Perhaps this skill will aid me in seizing the treasure chests from the white sharks tomorrow. Their strength was not lacking. 6 of them were at the first stage. Just 2 fewer than the sharks. And crucially, the white sharks possessed no special abilities aside from their aggression. Let us not forget, water conducts electricity, which was an advantage for Qin Shan and his companions. With a plan in mind, he relentlessly practiced his martial skill, aiming to improve his precision. After an hour, he had achieved accuracy in 3 out of 10 attempts, yet he was utterly exhausted. The toll of practicing martial arts on his stamina was immense. And without a robust physique, he could not sustain the effort. After merely resting for a few minutes, he rose again to continue his practice. Several hours later, his mastery of electric discharge had reached a commendable level, allowing him to nearly hit his intended targets consistently. Electric discharge, maximum range. Qin Shan summoned all his strength and unleashed a formidable bolt of lightning. This time, the scorched area was larger than before, demonstrating an increase in power. Satisfied, Qin Shan nodded. He had exerted himself considerably in perfecting this skill. Technological hand triggered, electric discharge enhanced. Electric discharge actually improved. Qin Shan was taken aback. He had trained for an entire afternoon to trigger the technological hand, indicating that the probability of activation was quite low, unlike the lucky hand, which could be wielded at will. In fact, it seemed that the technological hand did not guarantee daily activation. It depended entirely on probability, with each instance being identical. He headed directly to the vicinity of Cloud Heart, opening his character interface to examine electric discharge. The recent notification had appeared in his mind, a unique prompt from the technological hand. Thunder God's Roar unleashes 3 bolts of extreme lightning, each 20 meters long, with a 1 chance of instant death and a 10 chance of paralysis, burning the target for 10 seconds upon impact, consuming a substantial amount of stamina. As it transformed into Thunder God's Roar, this power is astonishing. Qin Shan stared in shock at his new martial skill. This time, the technological hand had truly exceeded expectations. Directly upgrading electric discharge, the attributes of Thunder God's Roar left Qin Shan in awe. If he could master it, taking on 8 white sharks would be no issue, even if another 10 were to appear. With an entire day ahead of him, he had ample opportunity to unleash Thunder God's Roar multiple times. The distance between him and the white sharks was only about 15 meters. If they did not flee, they would be sitting ducks. Armed with a powerful martial skill, Qin Shan felt a surge of elation, yet he remained vigilant. electric discharge was merely a single bolt of lightning, which had taken him half a day to master. Thunder Goddess Roar would undoubtedly be more challenging to execute. He wondered when the large rays would return. Well, let us give it a try. Suddenly, atop the cloud island, a series of crackling sounds erupted once more. One could only wonder what sins this land had endured, as it seemed perpetually struck by lightning. That it was not until dusk that Qin Shan finally spotted the silhouettes of the large rays emerging in the distant ocean. "Boss, we're back," they called out, and we gathered a few treasure chests. Before they could approach, the jubilant voices of the rays reached them, indicating that their expedition had indeed been fruitful. As Qin Shan observed. Trailing behind them was a modest collection of treasure chests, merely a dozen or so. Given the time, it was reasonable. If those individuals had learned to harness their innate talents, they would not have failed to procure treasure. A single day was ample time for most to haul every chest ashore. Not everyone was as fortunate as him, who had encountered the rays from the very start. For others, it was merely the common black fish that posed a challenge. Easily subdued with a bit of effort, as the rays drew closer, the idle white sharks stirred. They swiftly approached the rays. How could there be white sharks here? Electrocuted, released the electricity, upon noticing the aggressive white sharks closing in. The large rays initially panicked, but soon regained their composure, valiantly striving to fend off the sharks. "You've drawn the white sharks over. I can only strike from 20 meters, Qin Shan exclaimed hastily. The distance was too great for him to attack, a staggering 50 meters away. "But boss, what about the treasure chests?" The large rays replied anxiously. They had ventured far to retrieve them, and were reluctant to let the sharks plunder their hard-earned spoils. "Forget the treasure for now. Just lure the white sharks closer. I have a way to deal with them," Qin Shan reassured. He too yearned to teach those ruffians a lesson. As for killing them, that was not his immediate intention. Slaying them would only invite more terrifying sea creatures. If second-tier beasts appeared, no one would dare to enter the water. With proper management, resources would flow abundantly. Let's hurry. Forget the treasure. Let the boss handle them. How dare they steal our chests? It's infuriating. Unburdened by the treasure, their speed doubled as they swam swiftly around Cloud Island. The white sharks, however, were determined to pursue the rays. Unwilling to let them escape as fellow guardians of the sea, they could not coexist in the same territory. Thus, the only option left was to eliminate the other party. No one would escape unscathed. The faster the rays fled, the fiercer the sharks pursued, exhibiting a relentless determination to kill. 40 meters, 35 meters. The distance to Cloud Island diminished, and Qin Shan felt a surge of anxiety for the rays. The furious white sharks were relentless, disregarding the treasure in their pursuit. 20 meters. Move aside. Thunder Goddess Roar. Qin Shan commanded. A fierce and tumultuous force erupted from his hands, releasing 3 bolts of lightning, each spanning 20 meters. Zzz. The overwhelming electric energy struck 3 white sharks, one surfacing belly up, convulsing as it appeared paralyzed, while the other 2 flailed vigorously, emitting the scent of charred flesh. "Wow. The boss's electricity is incredible. It's nothing like ours, truly deserving of the title," the rays exclaimed in awe. "Boss, zap it. It smells so good." Witnessing the effectiveness of Qin Shan's attack invigorated the rays. Fortunately, they possessed electrical abilities themselves. Otherwise, his previous electrical discharges would have left them quite uncomfortable. Thunder Goddess Roar. Qin Shan unleashed again. After 2 consecutive roars, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, nearly stumbling to the ground. The strain of the Thunder Goddess Roar was still too great on his body. Quickly, attack the remaining sharks. Don't kill them, stun them, and immediately bring the treasure ashore. After speaking, Qin Shan collapsed, exhausted and unable to move. I'll fry you." Seeing their leader incapacitated, the rays retaliated with fury. After 2 strikes, 6 white sharks fell into an abnormal state, while the rest stood no chance against them. In the water, electric currents flickered, accompanied by the faint aroma of scorched flesh. One could not deny the resilience of these aggressive white sharks. Even after such a severe blow, they clung to life, possessing far more advantages than mere survivors in this world. Minutes later, the rays successfully brought all the treasure chests ashore, leaving behind a group of white sharks, belly up and gasping for breath. Awaiting the end of their stunned state before reviving. On the shore, they could not ascend and were left to swim near the island. At this point, Qin Shan had regained some strength and was able to stand. "Boss, what's up with those white sharks?" the rays inquired, their eyes wide with concern. They had only been gone for a few hours, yet returned to find such formidable foes. Once you become the island's contracted beasts, new guardians will spawn in the water to replace your positions as long as we do not kill them. More horrifying sea beasts will not come our way. Qin Shan explained. I see. Then I must stun them every day. Humph, how dare they come to our doorstep? They must be dealt with. By the way, boss, what was that ability you used earlier? Those 3 bolts of electricity were impressive. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the sharks flipping over. Teach us, please. I want to learn so I can stun them and easily haul our treasure. What I used is called Thunder Goddess Roar, that I'll teach you tomorrow. It's too late now. Qin Shan replied. Gazing at the 13 treasure chests, he refrained from opening them immediately. With only a few hours until the 24-hour mark, all items would refresh, and they could be opened at once. They would not vanish if left undisturbed. Moreover, he was quite fatigued. The Thunder Goddess Roar was genuinely taxing, and without a robust physique, one could hardly withstand it. He was already close to reaching the 2nd tier of body refinement and could only unleash it twice. Yay, I'll go zap them every day. It's utterly infuriating. I'll make them flip over constantly. That's a splendid idea. All right, let us head inside and rest to recover our strength, Qin Shan suggested. Still feeling a bit weak, that sensation of exhaustion was truly unpleasant. The night passed quietly until the dawn broke. Early in the morning, Qin Shan and the others emerged, spurred by the potential appearance of the Aoki treasure chests due to their pioneer metals. Just by the name, they sounded superior to ordinary treasure chests, though he was uncertain about the contents. With a touch of luck, they should acquire a substantial haul. Boss, Aoki treasure chests. The 5 rays chirped excitedly. 8 treasure chests had emerged on the sea, each brimming with riches, and among them, 3 glimmered with distinct hues. Fantastic. Today is going to be prosperous, Qin Shan laughed, with 8 new chests alongside the 13 from the previous night. They had amassed a wealth of resources sufficient for significant advancement. Those white sharks are still around. Let us go stun them. Charge. With splashes, they all leaped into the water, while Qin Shan swiftly positioned himself at the water's edge, ready to lend support. The appearance of the Aoki treasure chests meant they could not afford to let the white sharks escape. As the large rays approached, the white sharks hastily swam towards them, their eyes gleaming with malice, showing no recollection of the previous night's lesson, having suffered such a dire fate, yet still daring to charge recklessly. This is akin to delivering oneself to death. Release the electricity, multi-layered electric discharge. In an instant, the water shimmered with electric brilliance, yet these white sharks seemed to endure longer than before. They did not immediately flip over as before. Instead, they swiftly closed the distance to the rays. Boss, help! As the ferocious white sharks approached, the tender hearts of the young ones felt a surge of fear. Despite their fierce demeanor, they instantly cowered in the presence of the even more formidable white sharks. Thunder God roars. Observing the advancing sharks, Qin Shan struck mercilessly. What a remarkable creature, he murmured to himself, eye in his eyes. The attributes of the white sharks had undergone some transformations. Their strength had increased, and they had gained a modicum of resistance to lightning. Such aquatic beings, acquiring resistance to lightning so swiftly. If this continued for a few more days, the white sharks might very well ascend to become 2nd-tier sea beasts at that point. Their threat to Qin Shan would escalate significantly. At this moment, he was full of vitality and energy. After unleashing Thunder God roars twice in succession, he found himself only slightly fatigued rather than utterly drained. Fortune smiled upon him, as 3 white sharks were rendered paralyzed, while 3 others suffered from burns, their breaths becoming feeble. Perhaps in a direct confrontation, the rays would not stand a chance against the white sharks, but when it came to striking from the shadows, they excelled. Seeing a white shark belly up, they unleashed a jolt of electricity upon it. There was no need to kill. Stunning them would suffice, leaving 4 and 5 rays to keep watch and monitor any signs of revival. Should any of the sharks show signs of awakening, they would launch a direct assault, while the others swiftly dragged the treasure chest ashore. In mere minutes, the sea was left utterly devoid of life. Come on up, let's open the treasure chest, Qin Shan declared. Once the unstunned white sharks regained consciousness, they resumed their leisurely swimming, seemingly hesitant to approach the island, as if in fear of something. Boss, hurry up and open it. I can smell the pet cultivation pills, exclaimed one. Patience, fortune at hand, Qin Shan replied, applying his lucky hand to one of the greenwood treasure chests, instantly causing it to transform. Lucky Greenwood Treasure Chest. There is a chance to reveal second-tier items. Pets, mounts, etc. The description was brief but undeniably powerful, for the other Greenwood chests merely offered first-tier items. Yet with the enhancement of the Lucky Hand, even second-tier items could be unveiled, truly astonishing. This single treasure chest could significantly bolster his strength. Oh, the treasure chest has changed. It must contain even better items. Open them all, Qin Shan urged. Upon opening the Lucky Greenwood treasure chest, he obtained a first-tier spiritual spring blueprint, the passive skill decapitation, the martial arts skill soul harvest, 20 energy stones, 25 pet cultivation pills, and 2 contract cards. From the Greenwood chest, he received a first-tier warehouse blueprint, 1 spiritual field, 10 spiritual plant seeds, 10 spiritual trees, and 2 spiritual ducks from another Greenwood chest. He acquired life skills, spiritual planting, cultivation, and gathering. Finally, from the ordinary chest, he obtained 5 panels for sea fish, 5 cloudstones, and 4 spiritual gold cultivation pills. Boss, give them to me. The process of opening the chest was swift, and everything fell to the ground. Qin Shan made no move to collect them, as no one could. Without further thought, he tossed them to the rays, as he had no use for them. It was better to enhance their strength. Speaking of which, the rays had consumed quite a bit already. Perhaps 5 more pills would enable an upgrade, he wasn't entirely certain. But any upgrade was a positive development, ensuring greater safety for Cloud Island. Moreover, a wealth of valuable items had fallen, sufficient to elevate his own power. Among the spoils were 20 energy stones, and he could feel himself reaching the pinnacle of first-tier strength, with a breakthrough no longer far-fetched. Thanks to the ample assistance from the energy stones, this haul included a significant amount of food and basic resources, with elemental resources, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, mostly exceeding 40, particularly spiritual wood, which numbered in the hundreds. This was one of the resources he utilized most frequently. Notably, he had also obtained 2 blueprints. First-tier warehouse blueprint, a first-tier item with 100 cubic meters of space, measuring 5 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 5 meters in height, requiring 100 spiritual wood for construction, occupying a space of 4 by 5. First-tier spiritual spring blueprint, a first-tier item for constructing a spiritual spring, serving as the water source for a cloud island, capable of nourishing the land. When rivers emerge, they will provide fresh water for direct consumption, covering an area of 10,000 square meters, requiring 10 energy stones, 100 spiritual water, 50 spiritual gold, 50 spiritual earth, and 80 spiritual wood for construction, occupying a space of 10 by 10. These items were indeed impressive, but they were resource-intensive, particularly the spiritual spring, which required such a vast area that his current small island could not accommodate. He would have to wait until the island could be expanded. The warehouse was also a pressing need. His possessions had exceeded 10 types, and it was impractical to keep them all in the cloud heart, where a coffin was also stored and could not be accessed or utilized. Spiritual field, a first-tier item that can consume resources for upgrades. Construction does not consume resources, and it allows for the planting of spiritual plants. However, to plant spiritual plants, a spiritual spring must be present. Otherwise, the quality degrades to ordinary, occupying a space of 5 by 5. Spiritual tree, a first-tier tree that can be freely planted on the island and, with careful cultivation, may yield unexpected results, initially occupying a space of 1 by 1. Spiritual duck, a first-tier carnivorous animal that, with attentive cultivation, will produce a substantial amount of food and has a strong reproductive capacity, requiring food for feeding. Spiritual planting can be used for planting spiritual plants, increasing yield. Cultivation can be used for nurturing spiritual plants and trees, increasing growth speed. Gathering can be used to decompose and gather spiritual plants, trees, minerals, etc., yielding corresponding items. Soon, I will be self-sufficient, Qin Shan thought, a smile gracing his lips. These items appeared in a complete set. With further expansion of Cloud Island, he would be able to realize their potential. Decapitation, a passive skill that has a certain chance to directly slay an enemy during combat, ignoring defenses and tiers, but can be countered by special powers. The higher the opponent's strength, the lower the triggering chance. At the same level, the highest chance is 1 in TEN.IT can be triggered once every 10 minutes. Soul Harvest, an extraordinary martial art. After using Soul Harvest, the attack speed doubles for the next 10 minutes. And a 10-meter domain is created around oneself, applying a 15 debuff to enemies within the domain. Each attack on the same target applies a layer of soul sorrow, with each layer reducing attack by 0.5. Once filled to 100 layers, it detonates the soul sorrow, triggering an instant death effect, countered by purification abilities to Is this even real? Qin Shan marveled at the two skill books in his hands. To speak of decapitation, it outright ignores defenses and tears. No matter the enemy's nature, it may trigger. Such a skill is truly terrifying. Moreover, since it is passive, it requires no action on his part. What if, by sheer luck, he were to slay a super-strong adversary? The cooldown time is negligible. If it could trigger limitlessly, that would be the most terrifying prospect. No matter how many foes approached, he would fear none. Surely, such a terrifying power could not exist in this world. Additionally, Soul Harvest is an immensely powerful martial art. It not only diminishes others' attacks, but also enhances his own speed in a one-on-one scenario. Striking a single person 100 times in 10 minutes is quite feasible. After 100 strikes, triggering the instant death effect is immensely formidable. While decapitation relies on chance, Soul Harvest guarantees a trigger, both resulting in instant death, though it is evidently countered by certain abilities. The Golden Body can break decapitation, but who would suspect that he possesses such a passive? These two skill books alone significantly elevated his strength, raising it by at least 3 tiers compared to before. Boss, we're heading out now. We'll return in the afternoon to learn the Thunder God roar from you. 3 Rays announced. All right, the earlier you go, the earlier you return, Qin Shan replied. Seizing the opportunity while the treasure chest had yet to be fully salvaged, he aimed to collect even more. Once they departed, Qin Shan waded into the water. With his current strength at the first level of body refinement, he retained formidable combat prowess even submerged. This rascal dares to come down and confront him. I shall treat him like a ball for daring to electrocute me. Upon witnessing Qin Shan plunge into the water, 8 irate white sharks erupted into a frenzy, heedless of all else as they surged forward, intent on making their displeasure known to Qin Shan. Over the course of yesterday and today, they had been stunned by electric shocks for at least an hour. The sensation of paralysis was truly unbearable. The crux of the matter was that even though Qin Shan and his companions were incapacitating them, the sharks took turns attacking, leaving no opportunity for recovery. It was likely that among the multitude of irritable white sharks in this world, these few were the most unfortunate. Naturally, upon seeing Qin Shan enter the water, they showed no restraint. In an instant, Qin Shan beheld the 8 sharks, their heads adorned with the word fury, charging towards him. What a show of respect! Qin Shan exclaimed, and without hesitation, he sprang into action. With a crackling sound, he swiftly struck 3 of the white sharks. Let them perish. Soul Harvest. Qin Shan activated his Soul Harvest ability and propelled himself into the fray, enveloping them within his domain to diminish their strength. As long as he ensured that he did not inflict 100 layers of soul sorrow upon them, it would suffice. Furthermore, soul sorrow also weakened their attacks, and when combined with his domain, it was nothing short of exhilarating. Theoretically, as long as his physical form remained sufficiently robust and his stamina abundant, he could unleash Soul Harvest indefinitely. He's actually coming towards us. Excellent. Within mere seconds, the two sides collided. Qin Shan swung his fist with remarkable speed, targeting the nearby sharks. Although his attack velocity was somewhat reduced underwater, the enhancement provided by Soul Harvest was ample. In just a few minutes, he had reduced the sharks to a cacophony of cries. My strength has waned considerably. Why do I feel as though my body has been hollowed out? How can he possess such formidable power? In desperation, one shark thought to flee, and a surreal scene unfolded, a lone figure chasing after several white sharks in the water. Noticing the layers of soul sorrow stacked upon the sharks' heads, Qin Shan grasped the situation. After pursuing them for a short distance, he ceased his chase and returned to the island. The physical toll of battling in the water was immense. Yet he had not emerged empty-handed. This experience had truly refined his skills. Indeed, it is through combat that one can swiftly enhance one's prowess. Qin Shan mused. His control over his abilities had improved significantly. Fortunately, the decapitation effect did not trigger, or else he might have inadvertently slain a shark. It is time to expand my island. Upon reaching the heart of clouds, he selected the construction option. With the expenditure of 150 cloudstones, the cloud island expanded to an area of 250 square units. What an ominous number, he thought. Next, he needed to construct a warehouse and a spirit spring. Lacking resources, he resolved to trade. He must procure what was necessary. Subsequently, Qin Shan transitioned to the trading hall and listed the resources he wished to exchange, welcoming any willing participants. If someone was disinterested, it mattered little. He would await the return of the large rays in the afternoon, who would bring back considerable spoils. He then shifted his focus to the chat channel, curious about the fortunes of others that day. Upon entering, he was greeted by familiar complaints. Several individuals lamented the reappearance of rays in their maritime territories, which incensed them greatly. After all, each ray's emergence signified the potential loss of a treasure chest. For those with only 3 to begin with, losing even one was a tragedy beyond measure. Has anyone encountered this thing? Body refinement technique 1.my heavens. What is this? Are we to cultivate to become immortals? Brother, sell it to me. Whatever you desire, I will trade for it. I believe I have also obtained body refinement technique 1. What is going on? How did everyone acquire such treasures? The sudden appearance of body refinement techniques ignited a fervor in the chat channel. They had initially thought this was merely an ordinary creative world, but the emergence of such techniques altered their perceptions. If cultivation were indeed possible, could they not aspire to immortality? Qin Shan, standing before the heart of clouds, wore a grave expression. Has it come so swiftly? It appears I must hasten my own advancement. He murmured that in this world, he was not the sole fortunate individual. Others possessed formidable talents as well. Especially those blessed with the hand of luck were not unique. Others could attain it too. Perhaps this area lacked such fortunes, but what of the realms beyond? This realization weighed heavily upon him. Should he encounter those powerful beings in the future, what would he do? Upon learning that others had also acquired body refinement techniques, Qin Shan felt a surge of urgency. He was not the only one growing stronger. Others were also discovering their fortunes. They might progress more slowly, but they would undoubtedly catch up. Today, they had unearthed body refinement techniques. Tomorrow, they could discover energy stones to aid their cultivation, rapidly enhancing their strength. While he had secured a cultivation method on the first day, he remained at the first tier of body refinement by the 3rd day. Without energy stones, the body refinement technique would remain merely theoretical. He could not yet harness the natural energies of heaven and earth. Aside from energy stones, he had no viable alternatives. Even the large rays, having consumed numerous pet cultivation pills, had failed to break through to the 2nd tier, underscoring the immense challenge of progression. A vast quantity of resources and the passage of time were essential for breaking through to the next tier. Glancing at the bustling trading hall, where many were either selling or seeking resources, he realized that trades would not transpire swiftly. He would have to return later, after regaining some stamina. He re-entered the water to continue his battles with the irate white sharks. Each encounter left him utterly fatigued, and he was unaware of the minor wounds appearing upon his body, inflicted by the sweeping tails of the sharks. His combat experience was rapidly ascending. Gradually, he could hold his own against the sharks even without activating his martial arts. This was a monumental advancement. Had he not feared inadvertently slaying them, he would have relished a more exhilarating clash. Time flew, and soon it was afternoon. The returning rays brought back a plethora of treasure chests. Regrettably, none contained the coveted greenwood chest. It was to be expected. He had obtained the pioneer medal, granting him early access to the greenwood chests. Others could not hope to match his speed. Upon opening all the chests, he acquired only basic resources and food. The substantial resource yield enabled him to craft numerous items, and the Cloud Island expanded once more, reaching 330 square units in just one day. It had grown by over 200. Boss, quickly teach us Thunder Goddess Roar. Follow me. Qin Shan was not stingy. Their enhanced strength signified a corresponding boost to the island's power, which was undoubtedly a positive development. With 1 willing to teach and 5 eager to learn, after only a few sessions, they had already mastered the use of Thunder Goddess Roar. Truly, the indigenous sea beasts of this divine creation site learned at an astonishing pace. Thunder Goddess Roar. On the island, the sound of thunder echoed continuously as they reveled in their newfound power. However, it was not long before exhaustion set in. Thunder Goddess Roar was a 3rd-tier technique, consuming considerable stamina with each use. I'm so tired that I need to sleep. Dragging their weary bodies, they returned to the pet enclosure. Meanwhile, Qin Shan approached the heart of clouds to retrieve the successfully traded resources. He constructed the spirit spring and warehouse. Resources were rapidly depleting, and in the blink of an eye, both constructions had been completed. He placed them beside the wooden cabin. With such limited space, he pondered what further arrangements could be made. Plant the spirit field. Spirit planting technique. Upon releasing the spirit field, he promptly sowed the spirit plant seeds, occupying less than half of the available land. leaving ample space unutilized. A small channel was constructed to divert water from the adjacent spirit spring to irrigate the spirit field, thereby enhancing the growth conditions for the spirit plants. Subsequently, spirit trees and spirit ducts were also introduced. The spirit trees were positioned by the spirit spring, negating the need for Qin Shan to water them, as their roots could directly absorb the moisture from the spring. With the spirit spring's presence, Qin Shan no longer had to fret about water supply. The two little ducks waddled about the island. Regrettably, without a poultry greenhouse, they could only roam freely outside. Qin Shan found it sufficient to provide them with some bread. After all, their rank was inconsequential. Survival was the primary concern. Having accomplished these tasks, the island now bore semblance to a human habitation, resembling a private estate. In the previous world, possessing such an estate would have brought him immense joy. However, now their foremost challenge was merely survival. Cultivation technique. Triggering the technological hand. The growth rate of the spirit tree increased by 200, lasting for one day. Qin Shan, who was casting the cultivation technique directly on the spirit tree, felt somewhat exasperated. To think this could trigger the technological hand seemed an extravagant waste. He had experienced its formidable power firsthand, propelling his martial arts to several higher levels. Now, it had activated for the cultivation technique. Why hadn't it triggered before? He had engaged in numerous battles today. Whatever, he consoled himself. The accelerated growth of the spirit tree wasn't a bad thing after all. On a certain island, a scarred middle-aged man inquired, "Shall we transfer the Heart of Cloud?" He was accompanied by a small wooden boat, and upon its construction, he discovered that the Heart of Cloud possessed a transfer function. By relocating the Heart of Cloud to the small boat, he could develop at sea rather than remain stationed in one place. Moreover, each vessel could be expanded through manufacturing blueprints and specific resources, ensuring it wouldn't always remain in its initial state. Additionally, having acquired the body refinement technique and energy stones, he had directly stepped into the first tier of body refinement. His inner ambitions surged rapidly, as long as he found another small island. Losing his current one wouldn't be a significant loss. Then, he could enslave that individual, thereby gaining a subordinate. The more he pondered, the more elated he became. With formidable strength, his ambitions had reached an unprecedented height. If he could enslave enough individuals, might he not be able to establish a vast empire? In that case, having a harem of 3,000 beauties would no longer be a mere fantasy. Transfer successful. The Cloud Island will collapse in 5 minutes. Please evacuate promptly. Shall we deconstruct the Cloud Island into cloud stones? Deconstruct. After taking all the cloud stones, the man maneuvered the boat, departing for the depths of the ocean. As night fell, Qin Shan, exhausted from a day's labor, approached the Heart of Cloud, preparing to initiate a transaction to recover everything. Congratulations to Blue Star Huaxia District 34. 100 individuals have successfully broken through to the first tier of body refinement. The combat power leaderboard is now open. Suddenly, a message pinned above the Heart of Cloud captured everyone's attention. What? 1,000 people have reached the first tier of body refinement. Qin Shan's heart raced. The speed was astonishing. It appeared that others were also diligently striving for improvement. 100 individuals had become cultivators on the third day out of 1,000,000, a pace that was undeniably slow. Is it true that one can become an immortal? Let us check the combat power leaderboard. Why can I only see those ranked below me? I can't see those above. Me too. The chat channel was buzzing with excitement. After all, the emergence of cultivation techniques was a significant development, and no one could remain calm as they had in the beginning. This was a matter of their future destinies, if they didn't strengthen themselves quickly. Who could predict the potential calamities that lay ahead? Open the leaderboard, Qin Shan commanded. The Heart of Cloud displayed the leaderboard, revealing a stark combat power chart. From bottom to top, everyone had a uniform combat power of 5 points, while he stood at the pinnacle with a staggering 18 points. Next to the combat power leaderboard, a small note read, Combat Power Leaderboard. Calculation rule is Realm 5 Martial Arts Rank 1 Combat Power. Those on the list cannot view higher-ranked survivors, but may see all lower-ranked ones. Equal combat power is arranged in the order of breakthrough. Aside from him, everyone else had a combat power of 5 points. Thunder Goddess Roar was a third-tier martial art, while Soul Reaping was an extraordinary martial art. Calculated on a 10-tier scale, it totaled 13 points, plus the realm, culminating in exactly 18 points. This leaderboard does not fully account for the survivor's strength. Qin Shan mused. This was just one aspect. Passive skills and powerful talents were not considered. Yet, that was acceptable. Those were hidden strengths that could yield unexpected advantages during battles, judging by their combat power. It was evident they lacked martial arts knowledge. They had merely just broken through. This was advantageous for Qin Shan, as he remained firmly ahead of them. What's this? Suddenly, he noticed a countdown next to his name, accompanied by an icon resembling a treasure chest. Occupying the top position for 24 hours grants the Chosen One badge and a second-tier manufacturing blueprint, a random martial art, a random passive skill, and several other resources. Such a stroke of luck? Qin Shan rubbed his hands together. His fortune appeared to be quite favorable. The other rewards were secondary. The badge was of utmost importance. The last Pioneer badge had brought him numerous benefits. He wondered what capabilities this Chosen One would bestow to at present. It seemed nearly impossible for others to surpass him. With 18 points of combat power, he firmly held the top position. That it wouldn't be easy for anyone to acquire extraordinary martial arts. As for the suffixes of others, he hadn't noticed. Those who could obtain the badge had only a treasure chest, which offered significantly fewer rewards. Clearly, only one person could earn the badge in this district. Though it was not a unique item, it was reasonable to assume that this world was vast, and who knew how many others might attain the Chosen One title. It was not limited to District 34. There were other regions as well. That this Chosen One must be mine. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Qin Shan's eyes. To seize such a valuable opportunity, he would certainly hold on tightly. Every increment in his capabilities would greatly benefit him. I am the Great Wizard, ranked second. I broke through to the first tier of body refinement yesterday. Does anyone know who holds the top position? An individual with the ID Great Wizard remarked that in the chat channel. One could use their real name or a pseudonym. Evidently, this Great Wizard opted for the latter, concealing their true identity. Wow, is this the second-ranked powerhouse? They broke through the next day. Great Wizard, where did you acquire this resource? Great Wizard. The chat channel was inundated with praise for the Great Wizard. After all, being the first to break through a day earlier than others signified boundless advantages. Even hunting sea beasts would be significantly swifter than for others. This person doesn't seem too shabby after all. Qin Shan furrowed his brow slightly, initially believing that everyone would only acquire such items on the third day. However, it now appeared that was not the case. Someone had already made a breakthrough yesterday. This surprised him somewhat, yet he did not dwell on it too much. The fact that this individual had failed to obtain martial arts in a single day indicated that their luck was rather lacking. On a small island, the Grand Sorcerer frowned, perplexed by the lack of response to his inquiries. The adoration shown by others towards powerful figures was automatically filtered out of his mind. What he yearned to know most was the identity of the top-ranked individual. As the leader of a district, they must have garnered additional rewards. Truth be told, he wished to seize those rewards for himself. As the second-ranked player, he possessed a treasure chest, but aside from a second-tier martial art, it contained nothing else. The remaining top 10 competitors all had treasure chests, so the rewards for the top-ranked individual would undoubtedly surpass theirs. To secure his own rewards, he needed to maintain his ranking and ensure that he wasn't overtaken at the last moment. Who is the top-ranked player? Private message me. I can offer you many benefits in exchange for the martial arts, the Grand Sorcerer announced in the chat channel. His interest in the top-ranked player was palpable, as the difference between first and second place was merely a step away. Perhaps that individual had ascended to the top merely a few minutes before him. If he could view the rewards granted to the top-ranked player, he would likely be overwhelmed with excitement, a sight that would indeed provoke envy. Fool, Qin Shan remarked. What nonsense. Even if I were to hand over my martial arts to you, you would never surpass me. Besides, such a fortunate opportunity exists only for one individual in each district. Why would I trade it away? Furthermore, I'm not foolish. The strength leaderboard has been revealed, and the calculation of battle power is directly related to martial arts. Wouldn't it be more prudent to keep it for myself? If I were to obtain the body refining technique and then cultivate martial arts, I would undoubtedly ascend to the very top. With that, he diverted his gaze, indifferent to their antics. By 11 o'clock tomorrow night, that treasure chest would belong to him. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, for if others were exceptionally lucky and gained considerable benefits, or if the Grand Sorcerer managed to collect enough martial arts to surpass his ranking, such possibilities could not be dismissed. Therefore, until the rewards were secured, he could not underestimate the other competitors. Pal. Hey, do you still have any food? I can trade you this. Spirit Plant Seeds 3. Just as he was about to log off, a trade message popped up in his private chat. Qin Shan, how much food do you want? He quickly responded. After all, there was ample space in the spirit field, and he could plant these seeds to yield more. The spirit food harvested from the spirit plants contained a hint of energy, which, when consumed in excess, could accelerate cultivation speed and serve as a daily sustenance. The exact yield would depend on how well he tended to them and the type of water used for irrigation. He estimated that it would take several days before others might be able to cultivate spirit plants. But he had not anticipated that Yu Pao would possess such incredible luck. Aside from food, he could acquire nearly everything else. The saying, "one must lose something to gain something," aptly described his situation, though he suspected he had not obtained a spirit field or spirit spring. Keeping the spirit plants would be wasteful. It was better to trade them for food, as sustenance was of utmost importance in this world. Yu Pao, 10 loaves of bread, plus 3 abyssal sea fish. Qin Shan, that's acceptable. If you have anything else, feel free to reach out to me for trades, Qin Shan said as he sent the food over. He had traded with Yu Pao numerous times, and the asking price was within a reasonable range, so he saw no need to haggle. Yu Pao, I'm not sure if you've become a cultivator yet, but I have this, earthquake. To his surprise, it was a first-tier martial art. Qin Shan was astonished. Yu Pao was indeed a fortunate one to have obtained earthquake, yet he had not seen her name on the strength leaderboard. She likely had not yet broken through to the first level of body refinement. She must still be in the process of cultivating. The leaderboard could accommodate 1,000 names, yet it was currently incomplete. As soon as someone made a breakthrough, they would secure a spot. Qin Shan, not yet. It's too difficult to cultivate. He did not disclose the truth to Yu Pao. Some things were better kept to oneself. Revealing too much could be a form of protection. If too much information was exposed, it would only invite unnecessary trouble. Should someone become envious and trace the coordinates to this location, it might lead to danger. Hence, he had no intention of informing anyone. Yu Pao, I haven't tea either, but it's coming soon. I wish you a swift breakthrough. I'll take my leave now. Qin Shan chuckled, choosing not to continue the conversation. Across from Yun Zixin, Yu Pao waited for a while, noticing that Qin Shan had not messaged her. She felt a tinge of helplessness. Was the top-ranked player truly him? She mused to herself, having traded with Qin Shan so frequently. She increasingly sensed his formidable nature. No matter how much food she requested, he could always provide it. At the very least, she had given away around 70 or 80 pieces of cloudstone and other basic resources. Logically, Qin Shan's island should span over 100 square feet. He should not be struggling with cultivation. If it weren't for her need for food, she would have used all her resources to expand her island. Glancing at her own meager 10-square-foot island, she revealed a bitter expression, as she possessed ample resources yet could not develop them, feeling perpetually constrained. The emergence of the strength leaderboard had invigorated District 34. As everyone sought ways to obtain the body refining technique, the key item for entering the ranks of cultivators, some individuals indeed possessed martial arts, yet without breaking through to the first level of body refinement. They were unable to cultivate and merely held on to them. As for trading them away, that was out of the question unless one had lost their mind, as such items could secure a place on the leaderboard. The Grand Sorcerer had called out in the chat channel for a long time, yet no one approached him for trades. It seemed he could only rely on the treasure chest arriving tomorrow to ascend to the throne of the top rank. If he could acquire martial arts from it, his strength would surely increase. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Meanwhile, Qin Shan enjoyed a refreshing bath, using the spirit spring water directly from the pipes in his wooden house. As the spirit spring provided an endless supply, eliminating any concerns about waste. Afterwards, he utilized the remaining 10 energy stones for cultivation. The stingrays quietly rested in the pet compartment, having been quite fatigued from the day's activities, but satisfied with their bountiful gains. In the early morning, "Big Shark, come here," one of the stingrays taunted the white shark. "Heh, today you won't even need the boss to intervene. I can stun all of you myself." Gagaga. In the water, several stingrays frolicked around the white shark, seemingly relishing the moment. Previously, they had only been bullied by the white shark, never imagining they would have such an opportunity, having borrowed pressure from Qin Shan yesterday. They now had mastered the thunder goddess roar. One stingray was not intimidating, but 5 working together significantly increased their chances of stunning their opponent. "Roar, I'm going to eat you." 8 white sharks, furious, charged forward, unable to tolerate the provocation, especially when they were already being electrocuted. Before they could come close, the stingrays stunned most of them with their collective attack. After playing for a while, Qin Shan said, "All right, bring the treasure chest over, but don't kill them." At this point, his aura had deepened considerably. Having consumed so many energy stones, he had made a breakthrough in his sleep last night, thanks to the level-up wooden house. which had aided him in refining the energy stones. Breaking through to the second tier felt natural. His strength had significantly surpassed that of others, and his battle power had risen to 23 points. He found nothing strange about this. Having such strength was only to be expected. "All right, boss," he replied. Today, the white sharks seem even tougher than before. Within mere minutes, they managed to haul up 8 treasure chests, each day brimming with bounty. Naturally, Qin Shan felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. And that was not all. When the giant rays ventured into the sea, they would bring back an abundance of treasure chests, allowing him to recline in ease. Yet, the quality of today's treasures left much to be desired, featuring only a single azure chest, while the rest were merely of ordinary grade. Nevertheless, the one azure chest provided Qin Shan with a sense of consolation. With a stroke of luck, he could enhance the items within to a higher caliber. "Boss, we are setting sail. Otherwise, all the treasure chests will be claimed by others. Save some delicious treats for us," Qin Shan cautioned. Upon rising, he took a moment to glance at the leaderboard. Aside from his own prowess, there were no changes, indicating that no one had yet acquired martial arts. Thus, he felt little concern for any potential attacks from those lacking such skills. With only physical training at the first level, they posed minimal threat. "Rest assured, boss, we wield the might of the thunder god's roar," they exclaimed excitedly before departing, leaving behind 8 bewildered white sharks. Why did they leave after having bested us? Yet, with their simplistic minds, such thoughts eluded them. They needed only to remember their mission and purpose. For now, Qin Shan harbored no intentions of eliminating them. They could serve as excellent practice, and perhaps later, he could reap the rewards of a fine meal. Approaching the azure chest, Qin Shan generously applied his stroke of luck. Upon opening the fortunate azure chest, he discovered a pet Chinese rural dog, a blueprint for a poultry greenhouse, 20 pet training pills, 10 spirit plant seeds, 2 spirit chickens, 1 spirit tree, 40 cloud stones, and 20 spirit woods. After glimpsing the treasures within the fortunate chest, his interest in the ordinary chest waned. He would not allow disappointment to overshadow his fortune, for he had gained an impressive haul. Chinese rural dog, a purebred canine, adept at guarding the home. With a naive and endearing smile, when nurtured with care, it can become a formidable combat companion, loyal to its master for life. Poultry greenhouse blueprint, a first-tier item, capable of constructing a shelter for 500 poultry, enhancing reproduction, yield, and hatching rates. Construction requires 80 spirit woods, 50 spirit soils, 20 spirit waters, and 5 spirit golds, occupying a space of 10 by 15. That the spirit chickens were akin to spirit ducks, both ordinary poultry with delectable meat. Regrettably, today yielded no martial arts or energy stones, yet he felt satisfied. Now at the second tier of physical training, he stood ahead of the crowd. There was little room for discontent. The poultry greenhouse was a substantial addition. Given the current layout of the island, there was insufficient space to accommodate it. Fortunately, the acquisition of numerous cloud stones would allow for expansion. He released the Chinese rural dog, selecting a vacant plot before him. In a flash of white light, an adult Chinese rural dog appeared, wagging its tail eagerly. "Master," the dog panted, its tongue lolling, gazing at Qin Shan with longing. "Henceforth, your name shall be Wang Kai." Qin Shan declared. He reminisced about a similar dog from his past, long since departed. Yet here he was, blessed with the chance to care for this golden companion. Woof woof woof. Wang Kai yelped joyfully. Name: Wang Kai. Talent: Guardian Realm. None skills: Fearless Charge, leading the charge. Loyal Guardian traits: Lucky Boost. Oath of Loyalty. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Wang Kai, here are some pet training pills. Consume them to swiftly enhance your abilities, Qin Shan praised, already enamored by the dog's skills. Fearless Charge, in the face of a formidable enemy. It will charge forth without hesitation until the foe is vanquished. Leading the charge, should the master be insulted, it will not allow its protector to fall into despair. If a lethal threat arises, it shall place itself before its master. Loyal Guardian, when provoked, it awakens its wolf spirit and fights valiantly, remaining steadfastly by its master's side. Lucky Boost, the one under its protection shall always be favored by fortune. Oath of Loyalty, should its master perish, it shall follow into the afterlife, refusing to survive alone. No one could resist the charm of such a devoted companion, as everything about Wang Kai existed to safeguard its master. "Thank you, Master," Wang Kai expressed before devouring the training pills. Had there been any upgrade cards, Qin Shan would have unhesitatingly utilized them on Wang Kai, sparing it from the slow consumption of training pills. All 20 pills were consumed, elevating its realm to the first tier of physical training, a commendable feat, especially considering the island's lack of comparable first-tier creatures. He released the spirit chickens, which frolicked alongside the spirit ducks near the spirit fields. He planted all the spirit plant seeds, noting that those sown yesterday had already flourished significantly. Clearly, in this world, the growth rate of crops was astonishingly rapid. Next, he approached the spirit spring, intending to plant the newly acquired spirit tree. Qin Shan was taken aback by the sight before him. Beside the spirit tree he had planted the previous day, 3 saplings had sprouted. Could this be the unexpected outcome mentioned in the description? Qin Shan pondered in astonishment. It had only been a single night, yet 3 saplings had emerged. Upon inspecting the attributes, there was no doubt they were spirit trees. Once matured, they could be harvested for spirit wood. And if this continued, he could potentially cultivate an entire forest. Qin Shan marveled inwardly. Sensing that he had stumbled upon a mysterious realm, it seemed imperative to expand the island promptly. With so little space, cluttered by numerous buildings, creating new saplings would not be an easy endeavor. Upon witnessing the new saplings, he felt an innate joy, hastily planting the spirit tree while contemplating the island's layout. The area remained small, with everything tightly packed together. This was untenable. Careful planning was essential. Perhaps he could indeed create an entire world of his own. Having settled this matter, they returned to the wooden house to prepare for the expansion of Cloud Island. Do you wish to consume 100 cloud stones to expand the island? Expand. The hand of technology activated, triggering a 10-fold expansion. What? Qin Shan gasped in astonishment as the island's area rapidly increased, expanding by 1,000 square meters to reach 1,330 square meters. It was now a vast space, having more than tripled in size, with the island's area surpassing 1,000 square meters. The pioneer metal leveled up. The significant expansion of the island's area granted him one adjustment opportunity for the island's buildings. Would he like to utilize it? To think such a critical success was possible. Qin Shan stood in awe, witnessing the swift transformation that had bestowed upon him numerous advantages. That it was only the 4th day since the beginning, and even with the terrifying talent of Fish Bubble, it seemed improbable to amass 1,000 cloud stones in such a short span. That it appeared that no one would be able to catch up to Qin Shan. Such a staggering figure was enough to deter anyone. However, what delighted him most was the upgrade of the metal and the opportunity to adjust the island. Just as he was planning how to construct, the chance to adjust had arrived, eliminating the need for painstakingly moving each building individually. Operations could be conducted directly from the heart of clouds, which was both convenient and efficient. Today, as fortune had indeed favored him, placing him ahead of others in the realm of construction. Master, the outside has grown so vast, Wang Kai exclaimed. Indeed, it has expanded. I must first devise a plan, Qin Shan replied. Qin Shan remarked, it is time to utilize that adjustment frequency. Being so tightly packed together is not beneficial. First, he constructed the poultry greenhouse. Fortunately, resources were ample, allowing him to avoid the trading hall for exchanges. He could produce it directly, resulting in yet another massive structure. Presently, he possessed a 25-square-meter wooden house, a 20-square-meter warehouse, a 100-square-meter spiritual spring, a 25-square-meter spiritual field, and a 150-square-meter poultry greenhouse, totaling an impressive 320 square meters of construction area. The pet pen was conveniently situated within the wooden house, thus occupying no additional space. The animals roamed freely, specifically inhabiting the poultry greenhouse, spiritual field, spiritual trees, and spiritual spring, strategically placed further away, half forest and half buildings, a perfect balance that on the interface of the cloud heart. He delineated a boundary, segmenting it into northern and southern sections. At the center of the northern area lay the spiritual spring, surrounded by several paths. He had an inkling that this spiritual spring could evolve into something formidable, playing a crucial role in the island's development. Hence he allocated sufficient space for it. To the left of the spiritual spring, he relocated all the spiritual trees. Currently, only a few small trees dotted the area. But given their alarming growth rate, a vast forest would likely emerge soon. Subsequently, he positioned the spiritual field beneath the spiritual spring, closer to the construction zone for ease of access. The remaining areas were left vacant, awaiting new developments for planting or to be filled by spiritual trees. The entire northern section occupied over 800 square meters, leaving the rest for the construction zone. Naturally, the southern center revolved around the wooden house. Positioned centrally, destined to become his private domain. Adjacent to the left side of the wooden house was the warehouse, conveniently close for retrieving items. Many tasks required his personal involvement, and with the warehouse in place, he had scarcely utilized the Cloud Heart space, which now contained only essential supplies, rendering it largely empty. The poultry greenhouse was strategically located not far from the spiritual field, facilitating the free-range movement of the spiritual chickens and ducks. He adopted a free-range approach, allowing them to roam, as he lacked skills that could directly influence animals. This was merely the initial plan. However, it was certainly not the final layout. The island's development was bound to encompass far more than this. Although he had yet to acquire additional resources, this, then, was the current planning of the island. Gazing at his creation, Qin Shan felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not studied this field of knowledge, but he had done his utmost to devise a coherent plan. Once these tasks were completed, Qin Shan found time to check his mettle and its status after leveling up, bringing numerous benefits as long as it proved advantageous to him. Pioneer Medal, Unique Rank, Second Tier Description, awarded to the first survivor who expands Cloud Island to 100 square meters. Effect: daily chest acquisition limit increased to 15, 60 chance to refresh ordinary chests, 35 chance to refresh greenwood chests, 5 chance to refresh ochre-stone chests, forest evolution accelerated by 0.001, stream evolution accelerated by 0.001, mountain evolution accelerated by 0.001. Upgrade requirement: 50,000 square meters. Note: the medal can be worn indefinitely. Is it truly that formidable? Qin Shan gazed in astonishment at the medal's attributes. This enhancement was not merely marginal. It was a comprehensive elevation that if he continued to upgrade, could he genuinely reshape the world? He could hardly fathom what the fully upgraded Pioneer Medal would entail. Nevertheless, the attributes of the second tier had already astounded him, with the basic chest limit having multiplied several times compared to the initial stage. Furthermore, there was the potential for ochre-stone chests to appear, which undoubtedly surpassed greenwood chests in quality, yielding superior rewards. This world was perpetually full of surprises. Moreover, the potential for forests, streams, and mountains to evolve was intriguing. It increasingly resembled the embryonic form of a world. However, the acceleration was minuscule. Clearly, the limited size of the island posed a challenge for these elements to materialize, requiring vast expanses, at least 10,000 square meters, which amounted to merely 100 by 100, essentially a small hill. He had a long journey ahead, but today's treasure hunt had proven fruitful, bringing him many unexpected gains. The spiritual trees were branching out, the spiritual plants were sprouting new shoots, and the poultry were growing. De Huang, let's go intimidate the white sharks and simultaneously hone your combat skills, Qin Shan proposed. For now, he could only wait for the rays to return with treasure chests. On this small island, aside from bullying the white sharks, there seemed little else to occupy their time. White sharks? De Huang inquired, puzzled. Those creatures in the water, Qin Shan clarified. He explained the purpose and nature of the white sharks, which helped De Huang understand. I see. Then I must ensure I can defeat them to protect our home, De Huang declared. The protective instinct had activated, as the presence of these white sharks was evidently detrimental to the island's growth. No need to rush. Those white sharks were just electrocuted this morning, so they should be a bit irritable. I'll teach you some skills before we engage, Qin Shan reassured. De Huang was immensely strong, but his abilities leaned towards defense. He lacked offensive skills, and facing the ferocious white sharks in the water would undoubtedly pose significant risks. Additionally, his combat experience was exceedingly limited, leaving him with almost no chance against the vicious white sharks. Watch closely. Thunder God's Roar. Qin Shan demonstrated the skill before De Huang. Master, I cannot learn it. De Huang shook his head, bewildered. How could this be? What about this one? Soul Harvest. Qin Shan's confusion grew. After all, the rays had learned it without issue. Minutes passed. Master, still not working. Am I too foolish? De Huang voiced his disappointment. No, let me think. Cloud Heart. Qin Shan rushed to the Cloud Heart to investigate. The island's master could teach all island beings martial arts and directly acquire their skills. But if they lacked the talent for a specific skill or martial art, they would inevitably fail to learn it. So that's it, Qin Shan realized. Thunder God's Roar belonged to the lightning category, while Soul Harvest was in the soul category. De Huang possessed no aptitude for either, thus rendering him unable to learn them. But a look of understanding crossed Qin Shan's face. I thought it was something serious. It appears to be simply that it seems De Huang can only learn skills related to protection unless he can develop a second talent. Master, what is the outcome? De Huang asked anxiously to De Huang. Do not fret. These martial arts are unsuitable for you. Once we discover something more fitting, I will teach you, Qin Shan assured, gently patting his head as a form of comfort. Being unable to learn was not a significant issue. Corresponding skills would eventually emerge for him to utilize. He hoped that all the little companions around him would become stronger. Only with formidable strength could one establish a foothold in this world. Relying solely on himself was utterly impossible. Since he could not venture into the water, De Huang would have to spar with Qin Shan. Confronting the numerous white sharks alone would undoubtedly be a daunting task. Remarkably, De Huang proved to be quite astute. After just a few hours, he had already mastered the use of his skills, with his attack power rapidly increasing. Before he knew it, afternoon had arrived. The surface of the sea revealed the presence of the rays, who approached at remarkable speed. This time, the white sharks refrained from attacking them, perhaps having been incapacitated by the electric shock. Unable to strike back and finding them quite bothersome, they likely had no choice but to retreat. Hey, it seems the island has expanded significantly, one of the rays exclaimed. What is that peculiar thing beside the boss? Boss, we're back, they called out joyfully from several dozen meters away from the island. It appeared they had returned with substantial gains. With their enhanced strength, endurance, and mobility, coupled with an early start, each treasure chest symbolized a misfortune for some unlucky soul. Wong wong wong. Upon seeing the rushing rays, De Huang barked excitedly, mistakenly believing they were hostile sea beasts targeting the island. De Huang, they are our companions, Qin Shan spoke, halting it, and only then did De Huang come to a stop. A few minutes later, the treasure chest was brought ashore, an assortment of ordinary chests. This suggested that either others had yet to refresh their Qingmu-level treasures, or they had already been salvaged. However, the outcome was quite gratifying. With a total of 24 chests, even if they contained only basic resources, they would suffice for quite some time, especially the Yunshi stones, which were all the more welcome that he lacked for food, as he could directly consume from the spiritual spring for water. Thus, the basic resources were decidedly more useful, especially for crafting blueprints. Once settled, the rays turned their gaze upon De Huang, their eyes swirling with unspoken thoughts, while De Huang fixated intently on them. Stop staring. From now on, we shall all be guardians of the island, Qin Shan declared. Understood, boss, master, I am here. They finally relinquished their mutual gaze. Open them all. Upon opening the ordinary treasure chests, they obtained Yunshi stones 50, Lingjin 20, Lingmu 15, pet training pills 15, and contract cards 2. There were not many remarkable items, mostly basic resources. Naturally, the pet training pills were given to the rays, as the earlier batch had already been allocated to De Huang. Not disheartened by the lack of exceptional loot, Qin Shan recognized that his fortunes had been rather favorable today. Not only had he significantly expanded the island's area, but he had also made adjustments to its layout, upgraded his metals, and welcomed De Huang. The island's power had multiplied several times over. After utilizing numerous training pills, the rays underwent a transformation, their presence rapidly intensifying. Minutes later, one of them, having grown to a meter in length, shook its body, seemingly reveling in the experience. Boss, I have broken through to the second stage, the ray announced. Well done. Now there are 2 second-stage beings on our island. Today, I have a task for you. Train alongside De Huang and get to know him. Rest assured, boss, we will complete the task, they pledged. Over the next few hours, the island buzzed with activity, the sounds of electric strikes and De Huang's battle roars echoing through the air. Of course, the rays did not go all out. After all, Thunder God's roar had a lethal effect and could not be used against companions. Even if the probability was low, the risk remained. They relied on the skills they had previously mastered. De Huang's growth accelerated rapidly, transitioning from a passive recipient of blows to actively engaging with the rays. Meanwhile, within the wooden hut, Qin Shan was anonymously acquiring pet training pills in the trading hall. It was now the 4th day. Aside from a few exceptional individuals, he had managed to sustain himself adequately. Yet raising a pet remained a daunting challenge. Even those who possessed pet training pills found themselves unable to use them. Knowing their significant potential, they preferred to exchange them for other items rather than let them languish unused. This esteemed individual, have you already acquired a pet? One remarked, incredulous, I can barely feed myself, and you're already raising pets. It's quite unjust, Since Qin Shan traded anonymously, others could not see his information. They could only observe completed transactions, a method he employed to maintain his secrecy. He preferred to act discreetly, quietly growing stronger. Indifferent to others' speculations, he was not one to flaunt his abilities. He would rather dedicate his time to honing his martial arts on the open grounds outside. I believe this is a formidable figure. He must have chosen a powerful talent, someone speculated. That is indeed possible, but my primary concern remains the combat power leaderboard. Who is that first-place individual? They have yet to reveal themselves. Speaking of which, it seems there is a treasure chest on the leaderboard for the top 10. I heard from the Grand Sorcerer that once the time is right, one can claim a powerful martial art of the second tier. Surely the top spot would yield something even better. Don't get your hopes up. Even if it exists, it won't be yours. To be honest, I learned a first-tier martial art this morning, achieving a combat power of 6 points, propelling me to second place. Yet I still cannot see the information for the top rank. They must have learned a martial art as well. The speaker, whose name was accompanied by a combat power rank of 4th, appeared to have fallen from grace. The Grand Sorcerer's strength must be quite formidable by now. What is their combat power? Uft, that guy merely got lucky. He's just the second to break through, and his rank has already plummeted to 16th. Merely a weakling. Qin Shan paid no heed to their discussions at this juncture. Who among them could rival his terrifying prowess? He had unlocked an exceptional martial art, a feat that would require others to cultivate 10 first-tier martial arts. At this stage, martial arts were still exceedingly rare, and gathering them was no simple task. Casting a glance at the second-ranked individual, a person named Wan Jun with a combat power of 7 points, it was likely she had learned either 2 first-tier martial arts or 1 second-tier martial art. Regardless, a significant gap remained between them. In terms of raw combat power, he had already reached 23, an insurmountable peak for others. Beyond that, he possessed several powerful passive abilities. His forte was not single-target attacks, but rather overwhelming capabilities. Why would he treat De Huang and the Rays as mere decorations? With group combat capabilities, there was no need for one-on-one confrontations. Given his current level, he could easily secure the top spot. So he directed his focus elsewhere, taking De Huang and the others to train and refine their martial arts skills. In a certain expanse of ocean, a small wooden boat drifted aimlessly. I, too, am now a cultivator. I hope to quickly locate the islands of other survivors, so I can seize their territories, muttered a middle-aged man, his face marred with scars. His name was Hu Jun, a former mercenary. The notion of slowly gathering resources was intolerable to him. Engaging in combat was more his style. If he could not accomplish it alone, he would enslave others and turn them into his subordinates, thus relieving himself of labor. It was vital to recognize that this was no longer the world of yore. In this vast ocean, only the strong held sway. After acquiring the body refinement technique and breaking through to the first tier, his ambitions swelled. With countless survivors in this region, over 1 million strong, he was a notable practitioner. Those who dared not submit would meet their demise as long as he could survive. He cared not for the fate of others. With such thoughts, he swiftly paddled his boat toward the horizon. Lacking a nautical chart or clear direction, he could only rely on instinct, following a single path. Perhaps he would awaken one day, swayed by the sea breeze, only to find himself off course. Fortunately, he had no shortage of supplies each day, as they refreshed not far from his vessel. With his strength, acquiring them was effortless, alleviating his concerns about running out of food. Suddenly, the small boat, while sailing, seemed to collide with something. Hu Jun immediately stood, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. The tiny vessel was minuscule upon the vast sea, making it prone to capsizing. In such a place, that could prove fatal. Since arriving at sea, he had encountered numerous assaults from marine beasts, which would suddenly emerge and ram his wooden boat. If luck were not on his side, the vessel could easily overturn. It was no wonder he felt so tense. After all, this was his only refuge. If the boat capsized, he would not survive. Upon reaching the point of impact, a 3-meter-long electric eel startled Hu Jun. Fortunately, it was merely a first-tier creature. He exhaled in relief. The eel's power was not particularly high. Otherwise, given his strength, he would have had no means to contend with it in such conditions. The electric eel possessed a shock, so he dared not leave the boat hastily. Instead, he gripped a dagger tightly, hopeful that he had managed to acquire a blueprint that could be forged into something barely adequate for use. He kept his eyes fixed on the electric eel, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The large eel swam back and forth beside his boat, heightening Hu Jun's tension. "Curse it. On land, I could crush you as easily as squashing an ant," he muttered, growing increasingly frustrated. The eel's agility underwater rendered it difficult to predict when it would attack. After several tense minutes, the electric eel launched a sudden assault on the small boat. Just as I hoped, Hu Jun was quick-witted and agile, driving his dagger forcefully into the electric eel, pinning it to the boat. He then swiftly released the dagger, feeling a slight numbness in his hand. Had I not managed to break free, that electric shock could have easily killed me. Observing the struggling electric eel, a sense of dread welled up within him. The creatures of this world were indeed ferocious. In the mere instant his dagger pierced the eel, he felt a tingling sensation in his arm that if he hadn't let go in time, he feared his entire arm would have been rendered useless. The pinned electric eel thrashed about in vain. Once aboard the wooden vessel, its electric power proved futile. The more it struggled, the larger its wound became. It seemed that without Hu Jun's intervention, it would ultimately bring about its own demise. Amidst the eel's violent thrashing, Hu Jun dared not approach too closely. While wood does not conduct electricity, his body was still ill-equipped to withstand such a formidable voltage. He could only wonder to what extent these creatures had been enhanced in this world. After a brief period of struggling, the electric eel gradually quieted down, and only when it fell silent did Hu Jun dare to approach and withdraw his dagger. He stowed the eel's carcass in the cabin, contemplating whether to exchange it for resources with others or keep it for himself. Though, as a normal human, he preferred cooked food. Once he had dealt with the matter, he sat wearily at the stern of the boat, allowing it to drift aimlessly. Out on the vast sea, one was constantly faced with such threats. The electric eel was not the first he had encountered that day, nor would it be the last. If he failed to find land soon, he feared he might meet his end at the hands of these sea beasts. The relentless assaults, day and night, were truly the most terrifying aspect. Otherwise, dealing with a single electric eel would not have left him so drained. He even found himself regretting why he had left the island to sail into the sea. Ambition is commendable, but lacking a proper understanding of one's own abilities can lead to dire consequences. Perhaps he was not the only one navigating these waters. With so many vessels about, it was inevitable that others were also aware of how to steer their ships toward the heart of the clouds. After an undetermined duration of drifting, an island suddenly appeared on the horizon. Even if it were but a sliver, he was certain he had not misjudged. Land was indeed present in the distance. It was merely too small, and he could not discern who might reside there. If they were not practitioners, he would seize control immediately. Hu Jun mused that as he drifted at sea, his taut nerves were beginning to fray. Having finally encountered an island, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Although he had no precise measure of how many nautical miles he had sailed, it was certainly not a trivial distance. At the very least, he had covered several hundred miles. The ship itself boasted a speed of 50 knots, and coupled with the drifting during the night, he could only speculate on the total distance traveled. To stumble upon an island after such a long journey was a stroke of fortune. On the island, a woman clad in long sleeves furrowed her brow, her gaze sharpening. "A ship? Am I seeing things? Or have others arrived?" she murmured, hoping they would not be foolish enough to seek their demise. In a place like this, one could trust no one. Any visitor to the island could harbor a hidden devil within their heart. She watched the approaching vessel warily as Hu Jun maneuvered his ship closer to the shore, revealing the woman to him. What a beautiful maiden! Is she a gift from heaven? Upon laying eyes on her, Hu Jun was struck by her beauty, and a sense of ill intent stirred within him. In such a place, strength is the ultimate authority. "Miss, I am a sailor. May I rest here for a brief moment?" Hu Jun inquired. From a distance, he had not seen clearly, but upon nearing, he discovered that this cloud island spanned over 40 square kilometers, quite substantial indeed. Today marked the 4th day of his journey. With the island growing by 10 square kilometers each day, an astonishing phenomenon. "Absolutely not," the woman replied without hesitation. "What kind of joke is this? How could I allow anyone to simply land on my island? That would be inviting trouble." Her words. Hu Jun's expression instantly grew cold. "What if I were to force my way onto the island?" he retorted. Clink! The glinting dagger was already clutched in his hand, poised for an assault on the island. Engaging in conversation was merely a means to achieve his goal with greater ease. Otherwise, he would not waste words on her, despite sensing that the woman before him was not ordinary. He was a mercenary well versed in the dance of life and death. He held no fear, Even if she were a practitioner herself, the woman's expression darkened, indicating that this man was unwilling to retreat. In the realm of the sea, when a man encounters a woman, the weaker party must submit, for there are no other choices. You may certainly try, she replied, unperturbed by the weapon he brandished. Attack. Hu Jun leaped from his vessel, forcing his way onto the island, dagger in hand, engaging in combat with her. Although he lacked formidable martial arts skills, he was proficient in combat techniques. Even a mere skill could vanquish many foes. Against an opponent of equal strength, overcoming someone with combat skills posed a considerable challenge, unless there existed a vast disparity in capabilities. However, after the skirmish commenced, he quickly realized that she was far more formidable than he had anticipated. She effortlessly countered his every attack, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. After exchanging blows, both retreated momentarily. "Who on earth are you?" Hu Jun asked gravely. The strength of the woman before him was overwhelming. He sensed that she had not trained in combat techniques, yet her ability to learn was exceptional, constantly pushing her limits during their encounter. "Wan Jun, you should not have provoked me," she replied, a hint of disdain crossing her features. She had expected a formidable opponent, only to find herself facing a mere fortunate soul who had stumbled upon some opportunities and dared to approach her. "Humph, I have no idea who you are. Once I subdue you, this body will be mine," Hu Jun declared boldly. "You are doomed." "Ice palm," Wan Jun shouted in anger. "Martial arts." Hu Jun was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to defend himself. Anyone skilled in martial arts surely ranked above him. He could not recall any entry on the strength ranking that matched this woman. Not good. Block it. He attempted to use his dagger to fend off her attack, but before he could react, Wan Jun's ice palm struck him, engulfing him in a chilling grip that left his dagger encased in a thick layer of frost. Die. With another strike, Wan Jun sent Hu Jun crashing into the sea. The guardian beasts swimming nearby rushed toward him, and without needing Wan Jun to intervene, Hu Jun's frantic cries echoed beneath the waves, gradually fading into silence. So this is the power of second-tier martial arts? Truly formidable, surpassing even the martial arts of the Do family. I must grow stronger quickly to reunite with my father and brother, Do Wan Jun murmured softly. She had also made an attempt and was astonished to discover the formidable power of the cold ice palm. With a single strike, it had nearly brought Hu Jun to his demise. For those who harbored ill intentions toward her, she would eliminate one after another. As their deaths were hardly regrettable, Hu Jun was indeed unfortunate, encountering none other than the second-ranked Wan Jun. Presently, she stood as the sole survivor on the leaderboard with a combat power of 7, and notably, she was a female survivor. The disparity in combat power was merely 2 points. Yet it was sufficient to annihilate another individual. Such was the terrifying might of martial arts that it was not beyond the realm of possibility to slay foes of higher ranks if one possessed sufficiently potent skills. As for the vessels at sea, with Hu Jun's demise, they naturally became her possession, bringing her dozens of cloud stones, ample for the expansion of her island. As Hu Jun perished, the chat channel erupted. The figure of 1 million suddenly transformed into 999999, a digit having vanished. Perhaps no one would care about other matters, but this number was peculiarly significant, as it represented the count of living survivors within a certain area. When no one had died, it seemed inconsequential, yet the reality of death rendered the situation vastly different. Someone had perished. What on earth happened? Did a powerful sea beast land upon the island and slay him? I no longer wish to play. I want to return home. Damn it. This wretched place may very well claim our lives in an instant. The channel was in uproar, unable to accept such a horrifying truth. They were all products of 21st century education, and such occurrences were beyond imagination, yet now they were alarmingly close. Allow me to enlighten you as to why he died. Because he deserved it. This single statement silenced the chat channel. Oh, you know? Did you kill him? My goodness. Do you realize what you're doing? Murder. I shall report this. Someone is killing at will. I will expose her, ensuring she has no place in Zone 34. Brothers, do not act rashly. Observe her ID while she speaks. You might not even realize how you met your END.ID Wan Jun, second on the combat rankings. These words immediately caused some to withdraw, for compared to those on the leaderboard, they were akin to grasshoppers, incapable of leaping back. Though she was ranked second, that did not grant her the license to kill indiscriminately. What an idiot. How can such foolishness exist? This is not the world of old. Who do you think you are? By heaven, If I had such a fool for a teammate, I would be the first to eliminate him. That if one can be slain, one ought to consider why. Entering another's island, who but oneself would die? Let us take a wild guess. This second-ranked individual must be a woman, while the one slain is likely a man. Wanjun merely cast a glance and lost interest. She harbored no regrets for her actions. Were the situation to repeat, she would unhesitatingly strike down Hu Jun once more. If she had not slain him, her future would be a terrifying hell. An inescapable prison. The sky gradually darkened, and on Qin Shan's island, silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the lights were absent. Once night fell, he would invariably head to the heart of clouds to complete transactions, gathering information before logging off. Awaiting the following morning, his harvest today had been substantial. His island had expanded significantly, and the manta ray had also reached the second tier. If pets could ascend the rankings, he believed they would dominate the top 7. As no one else could contend. Both the manta ray and the great yellow possessed several skills, though not distinctly categorized. Their capabilities were presumably based on their inherent realm. The higher the realm, the greater the tier they could attain. Of course, the skills they possessed were innate. What Qin Shan taught determined their tier, and this was indisputable. That it was no wonder they had only a few skills. Being born with such abilities, to cultivate new techniques, one would need to encounter them. Plop, plop. Just as they prepared to return to the wooden cabin, a disturbance occurred on the distant sea. Boss, it seems they are about to evolve. The manta ray remarked. Woof, woof, woof. The great yellow barked frantically, sensing danger. Such occurrences at this late hour could surely herald no good tidings. Be quiet. Great yellow, Qin Shan commanded, casting a fierce gaze toward the direction of the white sharks. The pioneer had leveled up, refreshing 15 treasure chests. Following past conventions, there would surely be more than just these white sharks. Other sea beasts might be approaching as well. Moreover, as their strength increased, these guardian beasts would not remain so mediocre. Allowing themselves to be bullied, when the manta ray departed, the white sharks appeared without exception, all at the first tier. The strength of guardian beasts seemed contingent upon the inhabitants of the island. They waited in silence, and after approximately 3 minutes, the commotion in the distance subsided. Indeed, they have advanced, Qin Shan stated. They evolved during the night. No wonder I was unaware. They trained rather late today. Otherwise, I would have missed this spectacle. Boss, did they all level up? The manta ray inquired, somewhat anxious. After all, aside from itself, the other contracted beasts remained at the first tier, unable to contend with the white sharks, even if they possessed electrical abilities. Once the white sharks closed in, their fate would be all but sealed. The energy within them was not infinite, and once depleted, time was required to replenish it. They have all leveled up. It seems we will have a fight tomorrow. Qin Shan replied gravely. This was merely the evolution stage. By the following morning, when they arrived here, 7 guardian beasts would likely accompany them, and given the rank of the white sharks, those arriving should also be at the second tier. Surrounded by so many sea beasts, Qin Shan felt immense pressure, having thought he could gradually wear down the white sharks, but now it appeared otherwise. Regardless of whether they fought or refrained, the situation remained unchanged. Perhaps, adopting a different perspective, by slaying them, he could obtain their corpses, which could be consumed or traded for a substantial profit. The more he contemplated this, the more regret filled Qin Shan's heart. How many valuable opportunities had he let slip away? All right, let us return. I hope today's transactions yield satisfactory results. After a few more hours, my treasure chest from the combat rankings will arrive, and we can enhance our strength further, Qin Shan declared, with heavy hearts. They all returned to the wooden cabin. They did not retreat to the pet enclosure, but instead followed Qin Shan closely, for he had mentioned that there might still be pet cultivation pills available, which could enhance their strength. Without consuming them, restful sleep would be elusive. All the trades have concluded. It seems acquiring pets is not so easy, Qin Shan remarked. Observing the successful transaction notifications, he found himself momentarily speechless. Though it seemed somewhat acceptable, were it not for his own talent issues, he would not have been able to contract the manta ray, acquiring a total of 5 at once. Only today had he truly obtained his first pet in the full sense, the great yellow, acquired directly through a treasure chest without needing a contract card. Received 45 pet cultivation pills. Manta ray, you have already advanced. These cultivation pills shall be yours for now, Qin Shan said. Understood, boss, the manta ray replied. Although somewhat disappointed, The thought of possessing an additional upgrade card compared to others was somewhat comforting. Only when everyone's strength improved could they effectively deal with the threats lurking in the sea. All right, if there are good items tomorrow, you will certainly be the first to receive them, Qin Shan assured. I knew the boss would treat me the best, the manta ray joyfully exclaimed, bouncing into the pet enclosure. The remaining 4 manta rays and the Great Yellow each received 9 pet cultivation pills. The Great Yellow could no longer advance, but the manta ray still had potential. However, they would need time to digest such a quantity of pills. You all return to rest. I will wait a while. Qin Shan instructed. Good night, boss. Good night, master. Then, Qin Shan turned his gaze towards the chat channel. I still cannot accept that a person has simply died. It was his own doing. If it were someone else, just imagine the possibility of being enslaved by him. Whether you accept it or not is your concern, but do not come here to disgust others. In the event of a battle, the first to perish would undoubtedly be people like you. What on earth happened today? A sense of doubt arose within Qin Shan as he observed the remarks of these individuals, seemingly indicating that someone had indeed perished today. He glanced at the upper right corner. The number had indeed changed, 1 less than before. He continued to lurk. Watching the conversation without interjecting, he understood that as soon as he spoke, his name would be revealed to everyone. Private messages were fine as they did not expose this. But in the public area, it was impossible to conceal that he disliked being the focus of others' attention, even more so being a spectacle. After several minutes, he grasped the sequence of events. 1 June. Was it? Fortunately, I have been continuously enhancing my strength. Qin Shan remarked that in this world, indeed, certain events transpire. Upon arriving here, an individual's desires are bound to expand infinitely, especially after attaining the ability to cultivate. The strong will inevitably bully the weak in pursuit of greater power. He neither provoked others, nor would he allow anyone to infringe upon him. Subsequently, he awaited the arrival of 11 o'clock, with the final countdown underway. Congratulations, you have received the power ranking treasure chest, which has been sent to the Cloud Heart warehouse. It has arrived. He did not rush to open it, but chose to wait until tomorrow. It was impossible to apply the lucky hand to the power ranking treasure chest. This made Qin Shan somewhat awkward. He had specifically saved this treasure chest to open this morning, but it seemed that not all treasure chests were applicable. He decided to open it directly. Since he could not use the lucky hand, he could only open it directly, obtaining only the specific items within the chest. Upon opening the power ranking treasure chest, he acquired the Chosen One badge, a second-tier spirit spring construction blueprint, the martial art mighty force, and the passive skill peerless plunder, along with 100 cloud stones and spirit gold. Chosen One badge, rarity, none description, awarded to the top survivor on the power ranking of various battle zones effect. Increases treasure discovery chances by 50. Enhances personal cultivation effects by 50. Boosts the cultivation effects of all affiliated life forms within one's territory by 25, and increases spiritual energy cultivation speed by 200. Mighty Force, Superclass Martial Art. After use, it continuously consumes stamina, increasing attack power, defense, and attack speed by 10 per second, with a maximum duration of 100 seconds. After 100 seconds, each attack inflicts a severe injury effect. Peerless Plunder, Passive Skill. In the first phase, allows for physical training. For each enemy killed, 1 point of their strength is plundered, promoting physical evolution. Note: the level of the plundered target cannot be lower than the physical realm. Otherwise, acquisition is impossible. Second-tier Spirit Spring Construction Blueprint. Second-tier item. Constructs a spirit spring, which serves as the water source for a cloud island. It can nourish the land, and when rivers appear, they will produce fresh water. Suitable for direct consumption, with an effective range of 100,000 square units. Construction requires a first-tier spirit spring, 90 energy stones, 900 spirit water, for 50 spirit gold, for 50 spirit earth, and 720 spirit wood, occupying an area of 50 by 50. Incredible! The Chosen One badge, with such a substantial enhancement to cultivation effects, is equivalent to 1.5 times the original. If his martial arts cultivation effect is 10, then under the badge's influence, it can reach 15. This represents a significant increase, saving ample time, and additionally, all other life forms within his territory also benefit from half the enhancement as for the other 2 effects. He currently has no use for them. Presently, he only requires sufficient energy stones for physical training. He cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. regarding the probability of discovering treasures that is uncertain and must be left to fate. Then there are those two formidable skills. A superclass martial art. Mighty Force possesses terrifying power. If sustained to its limit in battle, it equates to tenfold attack power. Furthermore, it comes with a severe injury effect, which is exceedingly fearsome. However, the truly terrifying aspect lies in peerless plunder, which allows the acquisition of another's attributes. It's akin to a dream. The final second-tier Spirit Spring blueprint is relatively unimportant. It consumes too many resources and occupies a vast area, making it unnecessary to construct at this time. After this enhancement, Qin Shan's power has reached a terrifying level. Within the same realm, he has virtually no rivals. If he could fully stack his martial arts, he would be more than capable of overwhelming practitioners of the same level. Name: Qin Shan talent. Peerless, lucky hand. All things have spirit realm. Second tier physical training, physical body. 0th tier, 0-100, martial arts. Thunder Goddess roar. Soul attack, mighty force passive. Technological hand, decapitation, peerless plunder combat power. 33. These are his current attributes. The two superclass martial arts afford him immense potential in battle, alongside 3 increasingly powerful passives. Should he acquire a weapon, one can only imagine the heights his combat power could reach. Are you all ready? Qin Shan asked. Boss, rest assured, we are always prepared. Woof, woof, woof. Beside him were 5 second-tier stingrays and a first-tier great yellow. After a night of absorption, their strength had already surpassed expectations. Don't kill them. Let me handle all of them, Qin Shan instructed. With peerless plunder in effect, only by him slaying the enemies can the benefits be maximized. In the water, 15 second-tier ferocious white sharks had indeed respawned, more savage than yesterday. Let us set out. We will eliminate them first, and then retrieve the treasure chest, Qin Shan stated, filled with battle fervor. With formidable martial arts by his side, his confidence soared. Otherwise, he would never dare to engage with a dozen second-tier white sharks in the water. Upon reaching the second tier, the white sharks gained a bloodthirsty skill. And once they entered a frenzy, they became immune to dizziness. This meant that the Thunder Goddess roar, which the stingrays relied upon for survival, would be rendered almost ineffective. He jumped directly into the water, with the stingrays following closely, while the great yellow waited on the island. Thunder Goddess roar. The moment they entered the water, Qin Shan and his companions unleashed Thunder Goddess roar, drawing the white sharks towards them. Mighty force? Wow, the stamina consumption is quite terrifying. It seems we must resolve this quickly. The instant he activated Mighty Force, Qin Shan felt his stamina plummeting rapidly. He feared he wouldn't last long. Kill. Today, I demand your death. The bloodthirsty white sharks charged fiercely. The stingrays stood by, assisting in controlling the situation, leaving the triggering of effects to fate. Soul Harvest. Activating a weakening aura, Qin Shan charged forward, determined to slay his enemies. Not for any other reason but to elevate his physical realm. With the combined attack speed bonuses from Soul Harvest and Mighty Force, Qin Shan could unleash 5 to 6 strikes per second. Coupled with the intermittent Thunder Goddess roar, the soul burden on the white sharks escalated rapidly. He triggered decapitation, slaying a ferocious white shark and plundering a point of its strength. This was the first time he had triggered decapitation since acquiring it. The slain white shark was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend why it had met its demise. Around 18 seconds later, 7 or 8 white sharks near Qin Shan bore ominous red marks above their heads. The effects of soul burden had nearly halved their attack power. Just 2 seconds later, with the burden stacked to 100 layers, several more white sharks fell lifelessly. Thunder Goddess roar, ceasing Mighty Force. Qin Shan immediately halted the use of Mighty Force. He had barely lasted half a minute, and his stamina had already dwindled by half. This indicated that he could not sustain the full power of Mighty Force. Even without the enhancements of Mighty Force, he still had Soul Harvest, which could support him for 10 minutes, sufficient to deal with this group of white sharks. With the death of these white sharks, the water became stained with blood, further inciting the aggression of the remaining sharks. This truly the power of the boss. Impressive indeed. When I first laid eyes on our leader, he appeared so feeble. One might wonder how he could possibly assume such a position of authority. However, witnessing Qin Shan unleash his prowess, these young ones seemed to find some ease. The other white sharks, upon catching sight of the ferocious Qin Shan, were overtaken by trepidation, revealing their own volatility. Who, after all, is truly the more ruthless party? Yet, they found themselves unable to vacate this region, as if an invisible force held them firmly in place as the number of white sharks dwindled. The pressure on Qin Shan eased considerably. Seizing a solitary one allowed him to unleash a relentless assault, and although his efficiency had diminished, it sufficed to eliminate the remaining white sharks within mere minutes. The ocean was stained crimson, leaving only a single white shark trembling in the distance. Thunder God's roar. Qin Shan paid no heed to these matters, knowing that once he eradicated his foes, he would claim the ochre stone treasure chest, granting him the opportunity to invoke the Hand of Fortune. What treasures might await him? The activation of the technological hand led to an unforeseen alteration in Thunder God's roar. The island master should inspect it himself. Qin Shan, undistracted by such nuances, continued his onslaught on the white sharks. Crackle, crackle. All of his power converged upon a single white shark, which was on the brink of reaching the soul's lament threshold, only to explode instantaneously. The last remaining white shark met its demise as well in less than 10 minutes. Qin Shan had vanquished 15 white sharks, garnering 15 points of power, still insufficient for enhancing his physique, which was a gradual process that could not be rushed. Once the ordeal was concluded, Qin Shan swam back to the shore. Underwater, the exhaustion was overwhelming. Despite having attained the second stage of body refinement, he had expended at least 90% of his stamina in just a few minutes. The primary culprit was the skill force of 1,000 June, which had consumed over half of his stamina. Boss, you are simply too magnificent. It's a pity we cannot emulate you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to toil alone, one remarked. Enough with the banter. Hurry and retrieve the treasure chest, Qin Shan instructed. Let us depart. A new treasure chest has appeared today. Surely it will contain something valuable, they replied excitedly as they submerged. De Huang approached Qin Shan. Master, am I not of much use? De Huang lamented. The stingray could assist. Yet it merely watched from the sidelines, feeling disheartened by the disparity. How could you think that? Their battleground lies within the sea, while yours is on land. There is no basis for comparison. The foes we encounter will only grow stronger. Thus your role is undeniably significant. Qin Shan reassured. Is that so? Then I can rest easy, De Huang replied. All right, go lend a hand. Of course. After they busied themselves with hauling the treasure chest, Qin Shan examined his new martial art. To his astonishment, it was once again Thunder God's roar, now enhanced by the technological hand, something he had not anticipated. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Thunder God's roar had vanished, replaced by an extraordinary martial art known as Thunderous Might. Thunderous Might, an extraordinary martial art that manifests a lightning domain with a radius of 100 meters, extending up to 10,000 meters. The domain persists for 10 seconds, executing 10,000 indiscriminate attacks per second, each inflicting 0.1 of maximum health. That if struck 5 times within 1 second, it triggers a 10-second paralysis and can activate the soul's lament effect. Its power is amplified by the force of 1,000 June attribute. Usable once per day. Those with a physique below the 5th stage should refrain from casual use. Below the 5th stage, it consumes all stamina, significantly reducing its potency. Have I just upgraded to a forbidden spell? Qin Shan marveled at the attributes of Thunderous Might, which were undeniably formidable. This technique was akin to a forbidden spell, and only those who wielded it would comprehend its true might, particularly in large-scale battles. The devastation it could wreak was terrifying. A coverage of 31,400 square meters could annihilate tens of thousands of adversaries. Even if many were present, the damage would be distributed, and it would not be excessive for a single individual. However, this power was influenced by the attributes of force of 1,000 June and the soul's lament. Activating both prior to unleashing this spell would render him unafraid of any number of foes. Nonetheless, the limitations were glaring. Those without a physique above the 5th stage should refrain from its use. Furthermore, it did not distinguish between allies and enemies. Anyone within the designated area would be subject to indiscriminate attacks. Ignoring defenses and inflicting unavoidable damage. Should all strikes land upon a single individual, the consequences would be catastrophic. Regarding the usage restrictions, he held no concerns. When weighed against the terrifying damage potential, the cooldown time was negligible. No one would dare approach after witnessing such martial prowess. While Qin Shan contemplated the implications of Thunderous Might, De Huang and the others had successfully retrieved all the treasure chests. They stood eagerly beside him, clearly indicating their desire for him to open the chests and acquire pet cultivation pills, which would further enhance their strength. Notably, De Huang remained at the first stage, while the other contracted beasts had already reached the second stage. Patience. We shall open them one by one, Qin Shan said. His expression relaxed, buoyed by the acquisition of such a powerful martial art that could easily surpass others. Boss, we must set sail again shortly. If we delay, others will snatch everything away, they urged. Indeed, we have just broken through to the second stage. We should depart swiftly. Perhaps we can secure even more treasures, they chimed in, leaving Qin Shan somewhat speechless. Let us proceed. But first, let us enhance the ochre stone treasure chest with the hand of fortune. This time, he met with success. The ochre stone treasure chest had upgraded to a second-tier chest, significantly increasing the likelihood of obtaining second-tier items. The ochre stone treasure chest revealed its contents. The other chests yielded disappointing results, primarily basic resources with little practical value. Upon opening the lucky ochre stone treasure chest, he received a treasure map, a shard of a divine artifact, the sacred relic of 10,000 lights, 100 energy stones, 100 pet cultivation pills, and an astonishing 1,000 pieces of cloud stone. Qin Shan exclaimed in shock. Just from this one chest, I have obtained a full 1,000 pieces of cloud stone. Even if this were not a lucky ochre stone treasure chest, it should still yield at least 100 pieces. For Qin Shan, this represented a tremendous opportunity for expansion. With just a few more days, he could rapidly increase the area of his cloud island. Additionally, the 100 pet cultivation pills and energy stones would significantly enhance his strength. Distribute the cultivation pills as you see fit, Qin Shan instructed. He was never stingy with anything that could bolster their strength, as long as they refrained from squabbling. Thank you, boss, master. As for how they were ultimately distributed, Qin Shan remained indifferent. However, judging by their appearance, it seemed they had all garnered bountiful rewards. After swallowing them, the rays of light plunged into the vast ocean, preparing to venture towards other individuals' cloud islands in search of additional resources. Subsequently, Qin Shan turned his attention to the other items he had newly acquired. Treasure map. A mysterious treasure map said to detail the whereabouts of the Qingzhou cauldron from the 9 provinces. Currently, it cannot be opened. Please collect all the treasure maps as soon as possible. Or once all the treasure maps have an owner, the location indicated by the treasure map will be unveiled. Artifact fragment. It is said that this fragment fell from the heavens, shattered by a terrifying force, scattering across various lands. Gathering all the artifact fragments will allow for the reforging of the Qishao Imperial Sword. Wanjiao Lantern. Sacred object. Rank. First tier. Description. When hung in any location, it activates the Wanjiao Lantern attribute. This sacred object embodies faith. In areas enveloped by its aura, societal stability prevails, reducing the likelihood of conflict among living beings. Effect. Prosperity effect. Increases training efficacy by 20, success rate of breakthroughs by 20. Island unit luck bonus by 20, fertility and reproductive capacity by 50, crop growth time reduced by 10, harvest increased by 20, population refresh rate increased by 1, evolution speed increased by 10, and after nation building, entities are forbidden from becoming sentient. Effect. Peaceful era effect. When the island is attacked, morale increases by 30, attack by 50, defense by 50, and attack speed by 50. For every 100 casualties, an additional 10 critical strike damage and 1 fatal damage are granted. Capped at 10 layers. All enhancements, in the presence of a leader, receive an additional 30. Effect. Worship effect. For each islander, the power of faith increases by 1. The broader the coverage, the greater the 20 chance of discovering treasures. Effect. Unlocked upon leveling up. Level up. Requires a population of 100,000. Is this truly a sacred object? It's utterly terrifying. Qin Shan gazed at the lantern in his hand, murmuring incessantly. With attributes such as these, the enhancements it provided filled him with confidence, rendering him unafraid of others. My lord. About that lantern, De Huang said, puzzled. Just a glance at it had captivated him deeply, as though the lantern possessed a mysterious power that drew him in. This is the Wanjiao lantern. With it, our island shall grow increasingly powerful that I shall hang it up, Qin Shan declared, affixing it beneath the eaves at the entrance, illuminating the entirety of the island. Thereafter, he approached the heart of the clouds. Utilizing the 1,200 pieces of cloud stone he had gathered today to expand the cloud island, The island, previously over 1,000 square meters, instantly surged to over 2,500 square meters. Then, accompanied by De Huang, he journeyed northward to address issues in that region. Spiritual planting technique deployed to in an instant. The spiritual crops within the spiritual field matured entirely. Gathering technique. Collecting spiritual crops yielded 100 spiritual plant seeds. 5 corn, 5 barley, 5 wheat, 5 rice, and 7 eggplants. This the essence of spiritual planting. Qin Shan's astonishment showed no signs of waning today. With 20 varieties of crops, these would suffice to sustain him for quite some time. Spiritual planting technique. After planting, he continued to sow the spiritual plant seeds. He now felt a twinge of frustration at the limited amount of spiritual fields available for his use. If only he had more, he could cultivate even greater quantities of spiritual crops. Currently, he could only plant 25 units of spiritual crops. Upon arriving at the location of the spiritual tree, he was taken aback to find dozens of trees had appeared overnight, accompanied by a thicket of grass. One of the grass clumps was even moving, prompting De Huang to rush over. When it returned, it held a rabbit in its mouth. This the effect of the spiritual tree? Qin Shan felt numb. Not only had a jungle sprung up, but rabbits had also appeared. Yet, this thicket was small, and despite searching within, he found no other species. After releasing the rabbit, he continued to explore every corner of the island. You have collected a piece of spiritual wood. You have collected a piece of cloudstone. As he walked, Qin Shan gathered the resources that had respawned on the ground. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the treasure discovery rate. Even these commonplace items were now appearing on the island. He had to admit, the Wanjiao lantern and the chosen one he had acquired were exceedingly powerful, though he had only gathered a dozen items. It was better than nothing. As the island expanded, such items would undoubtedly multiply. My lord, there's someone over there. Suddenly, De Huang barked excitedly. Where? Qin Shan gasped, instinctively fearing it was an enemy assaulting his island. However, as he followed De Huang's indication, he sighed in relief. Not far away stood a figure, previously obscured behind the mountain. Indeed, a small mountain had evolved here. This person was not akin to Qin Shan. Instead, he was clad in animal skins, holding a stone and appearing rather bewildered, as if he too were uncertain of his whereabouts. Approach, Qin Shan commanded. O great deity, I have finally awaited your arrival. Upon seeing Qin Shan approach, the primitive man immediately knelt, expressing deep reverence. I am not a deity. I am the master of this island. You may call me the island lord, Qin Shan replied. The will of the deity is my mission. Esteemed island lord, please allow me to follow you. The man, named Yun, stated. You have a name? Qin Shan inquired in astonishment. Indeed, I only recall that my name is Yun. Very well, I accept you. From this moment forth, you shall accompany me. Yes, island lord. What skills do you possess? I possess none. However, should the island lord be willing to teach me, I will study diligently. Let us begin. For today, you shall learn the body refinement technique and gathering technique. And tomorrow I will instruct you further. Qin Shan contemplated before speaking. Yun was like a blank canvas, needing much to be filled. Aside from his name, he had nothing else. Yes, esteemed island lord. After bringing Yun back to the wooden house, Qin Shan commenced teaching him the body refinement technique. He had no concerns regarding Yun's loyalty. He trusted that betrayal would not be an issue. Island lord, I have mastered the body refinement technique. Yet I cannot grasp the power of 1,000 June. Yun shook his head. Yun displayed remarkable talent. He learned quickly after a single lesson. The reason for his inability to master other skills was simple. His aptitude did not lie in combat. Name. Yun talent. Arithmetic, creation realm. None martial arts. None. Upon breaking through a certain realm, martial arts related to his talents may awaken. Passive. Concentration. Sincerity. His abilities revolved around creation and arithmetic. Creation involved developing things that currently did not exist, though it required considerable time. Naturally, if the island's resources were abundant, the pace would hasten significantly. As for arithmetic, Qin Shan could not quite grasp its essence, as the description of arithmetic was rather profound. However, he need not overly concern himself with Yun's martial arts. Upon breaking through, he would naturally awaken some martial arts. Perhaps the result of characters respawning from the island. That's fine. Take your time. Here are some energy stones. Strive to break through to the first tier as soon as possible, Qin Shan instructed. He gifted Yun a portion of energy stones. Even though Qin Shan needed energy stones to elevate his own cultivation, considering the current circumstances, Yun's advancement could yield unimaginable benefits for him. His own breakthrough was secondary. He had no idea how many energy stones it would take to reach the third tier. Each advancement required substantial resources. "Thank you, Island Lord," Yun said. "Train here," Qin Shan directed. Yun bowed in agreement, obediently following any instructions from Qin Shan. Qin Shan then approached the heart of the clouds, intending to trade unnecessary items for the wooden house blueprint and a large quantity of cloud stones. He believed that the items in his possession would surely attract attention. Warning, your island's area is too large, attracting the attention of the deep-sea swordfish. T7 p.m. tonight. An attack will be launched on the island. Please prepare your defenses. As he opened the heart of the clouds, a scarlet full-screen notification appeared before him. Immediately, a large red warning echoed throughout the entire chat channel. Warning, due to the extensive expansion of the island by the survivor Qin Shan, reaching a staggering area of 2,500 square meters, it has attracted the attention of deep-sea swordfish. All other survivors must heed this warning and exercise caution. Should the island be breached, its owner will face certain death. This unexpected event has led to a swarm of deep-sea swordfish passing by the island, and all are encouraged to participate in intercepting the fish. For every swordfish slain, one may receive 5 pieces of cloud stone. Slaying 100 will yield a crafting blueprint for the tribe, and taking down 500 will reward the hunter with a unique martial art. It is crucial to note that the deep-sea swordfish are at least at the first stage of body refinement, so one must act according to their own capabilities. Furthermore, should the survivor Qin Shan successfully fend off the swordfish swarm, everyone in Zone 34 will enjoy an increase in their daily treasure chest limit, with a chance of encountering a rare Qingmu treasure chest. These 3 announcements sent shockwaves through the entire channel, leaving even Qin Shan himself quite bewildered. How did this become an all-channel announcement? Who is this formidable figure? 2,500 square meters. I only have 70 or 80 square meters. Do you think he could be the ruthless individual ranked first in combat power? It is indeed possible. No wonder he is a big shot, as no one has witnessed him speaking out before. That I shall not dwell on anything else. I am solely interested in the last piece of news. An increase in treasure chests, and the prospect of a Qingmu treasure chest. Surely, it must contain something superior to the ordinary ones. Great figure. I possess a boat. If needed, I can come to your aid against the swordfish swarm. My combat power has reached level 6, so defeating swordfish should not be too difficult. That I wonder from which direction the deep-sea swordfish will attack. With the pinned announcement, the ID of Qin Shan has captured everyone's attention. Qin Shan, thank you all. I am currently selling some items and hope to exchange them for more cloud stone. Interested parties may bid at their leisure. Indeed, he is the top player. That golden frame is enviable. Is this the might of a true expert? The distinct avatar frame has caused the chat channel to nearly overflow, as many have never encountered the top-ranked combatant before. Unfortunately, the entire combat power leaderboard has yet to be publicly revealed, and they cannot ascertain the precise strength of Qin Shan. At present, the second-ranked one Jun boasts a combat power of 7. Perhaps the first rank also stands at 7, only achieved earlier than Wan Jun, thus securing the top position. However, after claiming the leaderboard treasure chest, that may no longer hold true. Just how powerful is the esteemed Qin Shan? Finally, someone could not contain their curiosity, as this was a matter of great concern for all. Given that he is the foremost expert on the leaderboard, you have finally shown your face. I do not believe you are stronger than I am. On a certain island, Do Wan Jun gazed at the chat channel, awaiting developments. That I surmise the esteemed one's combat power must have reached TN.IT should be. For although I cannot see what is contained within the leaderboard treasure chest, it certainly cannot be subpar. Ultimately, Qin Shan did not reappear. Aside from listing some items in the trading hall, he seemed to vanish into thin air. Fish Bubble, I should have anticipated you being the top player. This was a private message. Initially, Qin Shan had no intention of responding, but Fish Bubble had conducted numerous transactions with him. Qin Shan, do you require something? Fish Bubble, esteemed one, I wish to propose a trade. Qin Shan, what sort of trade? Fish Bubble, I can offer you a substantial amount of cloud stone, but I hope to visit your island. Qin Shan, that is likely not feasible. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shan declined. He preferred the loyalty of the local populace over the arrival of an outsider, as their allegiance was unequivocal, requiring no second-guessing. Fish Bubble, Very well. I seek some weapons. Can you provide any? Qin Shan. I apologize, but I have not come across any weapons. Are you facing some sort of dilemma? Fish bubble. No, not at all. Perhaps my luck is simply poor. Qin Shan. Speak freely. If you trust me, I may be able to assist you. Fish bubble. I have encountered several powerful guardian beasts that I cannot possibly defeat. I am at risk of going hungry today. Qin Shan. In that case, if you trust me, provide me with your coordinates, and I will send someone to assist you. Fish bubble. Esteemed one. Do you possess a vessel? No. Wait, you are sending someone over? My heavens, do you have many people on your island? Qin Shan. Just let me know. Fish bubble. XXX5, XX8. Fish bubble sent the coordinates to Qin Shan, who then traded some food in return. The details of the transaction were such that the recipient could accept it directly that it was not that Qin Shan was overly generous, but rather that Fish Bubble's talent was indeed formidable, allowing him to acquire a great deal of cloud stone each day, which was of significant benefit to Qin Shan. And no wonder he had not seen Fish Bubble around recently. It turned out he was entangled in a troublesome situation himself. Indeed, with Fish Bubble's talent, expanding his island should pose no issue. However, the expansion may have drawn the attention of formidable sea beasts, much like the deep-sea swordfish had targeted Qin Shan, that he found himself helpless, as his luck appeared to be excessively fortuitous. After merely expanding his island, he had attracted such a significant predicament, which had even warranted an all-channel announcement. Yet, he felt less burdened now, as he possessed numerous powerful means at his disposal. As long as his coordinates remained undisclosed, even if others were aware of his top rank, what of it? Should a siege occur, the outcome remained uncertain, especially with the sacred artifact, Wanjia Denghua. Enhancing his island's combat prowess, that he glanced at the combat power leaderboard and noted that there were no second-stage body refinement individuals present. He was not afraid of any serpentine threat, starting from the lowest tier. It was unlikely to be fewer than 500. He pondered the might of Thunderbolt. Their strength could serve to elevate his physical realm. Qin Shan mused, already contemplating the deep-sea swordfish. How could he allow them to covet him without reciprocating? He had initially thought it would take several days to reach the first stage of body refinement, but now it seemed unnecessary to wait that long. If the power required for the second stage was not excessive, he should be able to break through. For Qin Shan, this was a fortuitous opportunity that could significantly enhance his strength. His audacity in expanding an island to 2,500 square meters indicated that he was unafraid of unknown enemies. He would simply confront any threat as it arose. Wanjun, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. However, I need your martial arts in return. Great sorcerer, did you not hear what I said earlier? It would be best if you do not perish before I arrive to collect your martial arts. Otherwise, you will come to know my methods. Camphor ball, esteemed one, I can assist you, provided you offer me some resources. Master of fake medicine, I have developed a potion that can greatly enhance your strength. Feel free to contact me at any time. The private messages have been inundated. Previously, this ID was unknown. But now, following the announcement, a host of dubious characters have come knocking. Particularly, the great sorcerer remains resentful over yesterday's events. Qin Shan merely cast a glance and then blocked them, for their strength was negligible. If he could not handle the deep-sea swordfish, these individuals would merely be fodder. Moreover, he preferred not to owe anyone. Fair trade was his motto. Mutual consent, with no one at a disadvantage. However, should anyone attempt to overstep their bounds, it would be something Qin Shan could not abide. He input Fish Bubble's coordinates into the Cloud Heart system, noting that the distance between them spanned 800 nautical miles. He inquired with the Great Rays if they could traverse the distance. Qin Shan murmured, in the afternoon. The Rays returned, and the day's haul was quite satisfactory, amounting to over 20 treasure chests. Unfortunately, they yielded little of value. Occasionally, there were pet cultivation pills and energy stones, but mostly, it consisted of basic resources and materials. Currently, they were in no shortage of food, thanks to the existence of the spiritual fields, which could yield crops roughly every 2 days that a single unit of food sufficed for their daily sustenance. Consuming merely 8 units of spiritual food each day, the surplus was stored in the warehouse, filling it to over half capacity. Without upgrades, it would soon reach its limit. All the cloud stones were used for island expansion, saving resources in preparation for upgrading the second-level spiritual spring, which was the only manufacturing blueprint Qin Shan had left. Presently, There were only 2 individuals, and he need not concern himself with much else. Ray, I have a task for you. How long will it take to reach this location? Can you return before 7 this evening? Qin Shan inquired. Boss, you underestimate us. With our strength, we can traverse over 1,000 nautical miles with each cross-border leap. Ray replied confidently. Are you telling me that each time you obtain these treasure chests, you travel to very distant places? Qin Shan asked, momentarily speechless. Indeed, we mentioned it to you before, Ray said, a hint of grievance in his tone, as if to imply that Qin Shan had forgotten. Well, I thought you meant several dozen nautical miles. Qin Shan admitted it now appeared that he had underestimated the situation. Moreover, this world was far larger than he had imagined. The nearest islands were likely several hundred nautical miles away. With just one cross-border leap, they could reach the waters near Fish Bubble, a speed that was astonishing and beyond the imagination of others. Boss, are we heading to that place? Ray inquired. Yes, but do not bother with the inhabitants of that island or their treasure chests. Merely help me drive away or eliminate the guardian beasts, Qin Shan instructed. At this stage, he had little regard for others who lacked even the bluewood treasure chests. He deemed them beneath his notice, as the contents of 10 ordinary chests paled in comparison to that of a single bluewood chest. Highlighting the vast disparity between the two, the treasure chests he encountered grew in level. The value of items from previous chests diminished significantly. Only higher-tier items were truly desirable. Understood, boss. Will return shortly. Ray affirmed. Hurry back. There's another battle tonight, Qin Shan urged. The deep-sea swordfish swarm in the evening would prove challenging, a situation that was quite rare. They exchanged no further words, leaping into the water to commence their cross-border leap. Qin Shan sent a message to Fish Bubble. My pets will soon arrive to assist you with the guardian beasts. Thank you, esteemed one. Fish Bubble quickly responded. The arrival of aid to resolve her troubles was most welcome, and she was curious about what sort of pets Qin Shan referred to. She recalled that he seemed to have collected pet cultivation pills, and even though it was done anonymously, she had surmised some details. Who but Qin Shan could possibly possess such prowess? Without further response, she ventured outside, second-level rays. Upon stepping outside, she spotted several rays beside her island, gazing at her intently. Are you pets of the esteemed Qin Shan? Fish Bubble ventured to ask to her astonishment. The rays nodded in affirmation. Such intelligent rays. Now I understand why the esteemed one progresses so rapidly. They're all second level. It follows that he must also be at the second tier of body refinement. Fish Bubble remarked bitterly. Recently, she had heard conversations in the chat channel regarding stolen treasure chests. She had been skeptical at the time, but now it seemed to hold some truth, as the rays appeared almost immediately after the message was sent. A bitter smile crossed her lips. Qin Shan had already reached the second tier in comparison to others. It was infuriating. Surely, many items had been plundered by the rays. Yet, she held no complaints. In this realm, strength equated to reward. Furthermore, she sensed that tonight's deep-sea swordfish swarm would likely pose little trouble for Qin Shan. Please help me drive away those guardian beasts, Fish Bubble instructed, pointing towards the distant guardians. She gestured to ensure the rays understood. Despite the lack of verbal communication, the rays had developed considerable intelligence and could comprehend simple commands. Brothers, eliminate those 4 little turtles, Ray exclaimed excitedly to Fish Bubble. The 4 small turtles were formidable foes, but to the rays, they were trivial. Ray, you take the lead. I wish to rest for a moment. Exactly. It's your turn, the other rays chimed in, clearly uninterested in such weak opponents. Be careful. I'll inform the boss that you're slacking, one of them quipped. What are they discussing? Fish Bubble gazed at the rays with confusion, unable to comprehend their conversation. Hurry up, I might fall asleep. Ray urged. All right then, I won't hold back. Thunder God's roar. Ray declared, not bothering to say more. As the turtles were inconsequential, the previously leisurely turtles were instantly stunned by Ray's electric strike, and in a flash, they were subdued. The entire process took less than a minute, illustrating the vast disparity in strength with minimal effort expended. However, they could not return just yet. They needed to rest for a moment as cross-border leaps required cooldown time. Otherwise, they could teleport limitlessly, a terrifying prospect. Without this cooldown, it would be utterly unthinkable that it. Fish Bubble watched in astonishment. She found it hard to believe. Although she was of the first tier, she felt utterly powerless against the sturdy turtles. Yet, the rays dispatched them with ease. leaving her deeply impressed by the stark contrast in capabilities. Esteemed one, your pets are incredibly formidable. They dispatched the turtles in an instant. She quickly messaged Qin Shan. That's good to hear. As long as you help me obtain the cloud stones, I shall reward you with valuable items, Qin Shan replied. Thank you, esteemed one. How do I return them now? Fish Bubble asked. That's not for you to worry about. Once their skills cool down, they will leave on their own, Qin Shan assured her. At that moment, she felt a wave of delight. Had she not struck a fortunate alliance with a powerful being? Surely, she would receive her share of valuable items, even if they were things Qin Shan deemed unnecessary. For the next while, she exchanged glances with the rays, unable to understand their words. Finally, after 15 minutes, the rays plunged into the water and departed. Tonight, the esteemed one would astonish everyone, Fish Bubble mused. Who would dare claim that Qin Shan had only these few pets? What if he possessed other forms of power? If he could effortlessly vanquish several first-tier turtles, could it not mean that the deep-sea swordfish could also be eliminated with similar ease? Yun, absorb the energy stones with all your might to reach the first tier. When the deep-sea swordfish arrive, you shall join the battle, Qin Shan commanded. Yes, Island Master, I will not let you down, Yun replied earnestly. As time passed, in stark contrast to the lively chat channel, they enjoyed a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. There was no point in haste, as long as Cloud Island remained afloat. They could endure. With the existence of the holy artifact, 10,000 family lights, Qin Shan felt no fear, unless a truly terrifying enemy emerged. It was unlikely that anyone could threaten his existence. The rays soon returned, stationed along the shoreline as scouts. Around 5 o'clock, Yin experienced a breakthrough. Island Master, I have broken through, Yin exclaimed joyfully. Have you awakened your martial arts? Qin Shan inquired earnestly. This was a question he was most eager to have answered. Acquiring an additional formidable martial art would undoubtedly ease their battles significantly. Island Master, I have awakened 2 martial arts, the Ocean's Embrace Formation and the Mirror of Clarity. The Ocean's Embrace Formation is a superlative array, capable of deploying a vast 100 by 100 meter square formation up to 1,000 meters ahead, persisting for 1 minute. Every 10 seconds, it unleashes a tidal force that strikes all enemies within, inflicting a 50 reduction in speed, diminishing attack and defense by 20, and randomly disarming enemies of 1 piece of equipment. Additionally, it interrupts enemy spellcasting randomly every second, albeit at a substantial stamina cost. The Mirror of Clarity, on the other hand, is a first-tier martial art that accelerates the creation of items, enhancing cultivation efficiency by 500 for the user and by 300 for allies within a radius of 300 meters. This martial art improves alongside its wielder and lasts for 3 hours with a daily usage limit. Yun, you are an array master? Qin Shan exclaimed with excitement. The mere existence of the Ocean's Embrace Formation was sufficient to alter the tide of battle. I cannot clarify this, Yun replied, shaking his head. He had only just awakened these 2 martial arts, and while they were indeed extraordinarily powerful, the Ocean's Embrace Formation was merely impressive. However, the Mirror of Clarity was undoubtedly a divine technique, capable of further enhancement, surpassing even Qin Shan in its potential. Tonight, when the swordfish arrive, you will focus on control, and we shall handle the rest, Qin Shan declared. This was undoubtedly the most potent support role. As the island expanded, more talents would arrive, yet Yun's martial arts destined him for a unique status. Rest assured, Island Master, Yun replied. Perhaps before his awakening, he would not have dared to speak so boldly. But now, with these 2 formidable martial arts, his perspective had shifted. While his offensive capabilities might be lacking, his supportive abilities were immensely strong, granting Qin Shan and his companions more time to strategize. They already possessed extraordinary strength. Their only concern was the potential destruction the swordfish might wreak upon their island. With means to restrain them, their situation became considerably more manageable. Today, they needed do nothing but recuperate on the island, gathering their strength as they awaited the arrival of the swordfish on Do Wanjuan's island. She gazed upon the swordfish swarm passing nearby, feeling an overwhelming pressure. The swordfish swarm, indeed terrifying, with my strength. I dare not intervene. The sheer number surpassed 500, all of them at least first tier. A single individual could not possibly contend against such a multitude. A mere charge could spell disaster for her island. If you can withstand the swordfish swarm, how formidable must your strength be? doubts began to stir within Do Wanjuan's mind. The status of the top-ranked player was shrouded in mystery, and no one knew precisely what martial arts Qin Shan had mastered or the extent of his terrifying combat prowess. If she could dispatch Hu Jun with a mere 2-point difference in strength, how much more formidable was Qin Shan? The speed of the swordfish swarm was astonishing. Before she could contemplate further, they had vanished into the distance, their wooden vessel unable to keep pace. Do Wanjun could only surmise a general direction. Perhaps moving straight from that point would lead her to Qin Shan's island. However, she dared not approach without permission. Casually landing on another's island was a grave taboo that could lead to dire consequences. As time ticked away, the chat channel buzzed with activity. Just now, the swordfish swarm zipped past my island at incredible speed. Was it numerous? Over 500, all first tier or above. I hope the top player can withstand them. If so, our District 34's overall strength will improve. I share your sentiments. I wonder what treasures will emerge from the Qingmu treasure chest. The swordfish swarm just passed my island as well, and I'm drenched in cold sweat. What happened? I was battling a guardian beast in the water and nearly became a pincushion. Indeed, the swordfish have razor-sharp mouths. Whoever they strike is doomed. I hope the expert remains unharmed. They are our only formidable ally. Huh? Just a few minutes later, why do I see swordfish appearing here too? Could it be a different group? Or are they just exceptionally fast? I hope it's the same swarmed AT this moment. Everyone was deeply captivated by the arrival of the swordfish swarm. Their overwhelming numbers instilled a sense of dread. I view him merely as a calamity. Such reckless island expansion may bring disaster upon us. Others can expand as they wish. It seems to have little to do with you. I'm merely expressing my opinion. It has nothing to do with you. So why the fuss? The chat channel erupted into chaos, while Qin Shan and his companions lounged comfortably outside, basking in the sunlight. The swordfish swarm posed no significant threat. Exterminating them would yield a village manufacturing blueprint, a martial art, and a plethora of cloud stones to strengthen their position. A perfect opportunity for leveling up. Only they could remain so composed, were it not for their powerful martial arts. They would not possess such tranquility and would have long since prepared for the impending conflict. As time swiftly passed, it was now 6:50. Prepare yourselves. Our allies are approaching. Qin Shan announced. He keenly required immense strength to bolster his physical form. Even if he were to be slain by a contracted beast, it would not be in vain. The multitude of swordfish would surely enhance his abilities. Furthermore, swordfish made for excellent sustenance after their demise. They could be traded for cloud stones, which he desperately needed. Naturally, acquiring weapon blueprints would be even better. A suitable weapon could double his combat effectiveness. On the coastline, they awaited the direction from which the swordfish swarm would assault. The heart of clouds provided hints to prepare them, yet it seemed that Qin Shan and his companions had squandered that time in slumber. 10 hurried minutes later, the swordfish swarm came into view. Surging towards them, Yun, Dia, it's your turn to take action, Qin Shan commanded. Understood, Dia replied, leading its brethren into the water. Ocean's embrace formation. Yun activated the formation, enveloping the swordfish swarm to slow their advance. Da Huang, stay on the island. Eliminate any swordfish that attempt to land, Qin Shan instructed. Rest assured, master, I shall not allow a single swordfish to set foot on the island, Da Huang barked, eager to prove itself in its first battle. With everything arranged, Qin Shan too submerged into the water, feeling a pang of nostalgia, wishing for a wooden vessel to ease his navigation. Soul Harvest. Activating his martial arts, he plunged into the midst of the swordfish swarm. With his second-tier strength, he was unafraid of them. Overwhelming numbers would find it challenging to overpower him, devour him. Kill that monster. The swordfish spat out furious exclamations, their eyes glowing crimson. Qin Shan was uncertain what edicts had been bestowed upon the swordfish. But he knew he must annihilate these vile creatures. Amidst the vast disparity in power, Qin Shan advanced with relentless momentum, mercilessly reaping their lives. Die. With a swift strike, his hand fell upon a swordfish, shattering its spine. The presence of the ocean's embrace formation granted him a full minute to stave off these frenzied adversaries, allowing Qin Shan and his companions to strike down as many swordfish as possible. In mere moments, the waters had turned crimson. Decapitation triggered. You have slain. Qin Shan transformed into a relentless killing machine, coldly harvesting lives. As the minute elapsed, the ocean's embrace formation dissipated, and the remaining swordfish, now free, surged toward the island. driven by their directive to wreak havoc. "Boss, the swordfish are too swift. We cannot hold them back," the large ray spoke anxiously, even though they have slain dozens of swordfish in just the past minute. The opposing numbers are overwhelming, with at least 500 in their ranks. This is merely a fraction that we must turn back and fight. There are clouds and the great yellow on the island that should sustain us for a while, Qin Shan asserted. Ocean covering formation. Yin once again cast the ocean covering formation, but the continuous spell casting placed an immense burden upon him, yet it did buy some time for Qin Shan and his companions. With all my might, Qin Shan could no longer afford to hesitate. If they failed to slay more, allowing the swordfish to crash into the island would be a grave miscalculation. His intent was to keep the swordfish at bay, preventing them from breaching the island's sanctity. However, it appeared he had underestimated the situation. One by one, swordfish fell, and they too suffered injuries. It must be said, at times, sheer numbers can indeed affect a qualitative change, causing significant trouble for Qin Shan and his group. Soon, some swordfish had already reached the shores of the island. Fearless charge. The great yellow directly hurled several swordfish aside, trampling some beneath its feet. Seeking death, Yun joined the fray, attacking with his fists. "Quick, to the shore," Qin Shan commanded. The swordfish had begun to ascend the island. Their underwater efforts were proving futile. The coastline transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. As Qin Shan continued to slay, gaining more vitality with each kill, after approximately 5 minutes of relentless battle, his physical form finally ascended to the first tier. The next stage required merely 200 units of strength, which was not insurmountable. With diligent effort, he might yet achieve a breakthrough. This moment, the island was awash with blood. Qin Shan, Yun, the Great Yellow, and the rays bore various wounds, particularly the Great Yellow, who had suffered greatly. It had utilized its fearless charge too frequently, often plunging headfirst into the throng of fish, resulting in considerable damage. Fortunately, their combined might held the upper hand. The 5 rays released the Thunder Goddess roar and multiple electric strikes, incapacitating the swordfish and slowing their movements. All that remained was to carry out their merciless slaughter. Half an hour later, Qin Shan crushed the last swordfish beneath his foot. "Island Master, we have held our ground," Yun shouted joyfully. "Boss, Master." At that moment, they were filled with elation. Despite their numerous injuries, these were trivial matters that could be remedied with a couple of days of recuperation. "Well done, everyone," Qin Shan proclaimed. It seemed that one could not underestimate this world, which had bestowed such a formidable gift upon them. Otherwise, they might not realize the peril until it was too late. "Why is it not over yet?" Qin Shan pondered, bewildered, as it was clear that the swordfish had been eradicated. "Boss, more swordfish are approaching," the large ray exclaimed urgently. Everyone turned their gaze toward the distant sea, where a massive swarm of swordfish surged forth with ferocity. "Yun, ocean covering formation, I will unleash thunderous might. And the rest is up to you," Qin Shan said gravely. He had not anticipated a second wave of attacks. Ocean covering formation. Yin once more summoned this powerful auxiliary formation. After ensnaring the swordfish, he collapsed to the ground. "Island Master, I have done my utmost," Yun murmured before succumbing to slumber. "Soul reaping, thunderous might." Qin Shan uttered no further words and immediately unleashed thunderous might upon the cluster of swordfish in that area. However, after releasing the spell, he too fell to the ground. His strength entirely drained. A terrifying thunderous domain manifested above the ocean covering formation, indiscriminately assaulting all swordfish within, with 10,000 attacks per second. Each fish endured an average of 20 strikes. Over the span of 10 seconds, this amounted to 200 assaults, and coupled with the soul death effect, any swordfish struck 100 times was guaranteed to perish. Alas, such a magnificent spectacle was lost on Qin Shan. After 10 seconds had elapsed, the thunderous domain dissipated, leaving the sea awash in crimson. Is this truly the strength of the boss, Master? The rays gazed in awe at the scene, marveling at how a single strike had utterly annihilated so many foes without a single one remaining to move. "Quick, let us gather the fish," the large ray urged, despite Qin Shan being unconscious. They did not remain idle. The rays dove into the water to retrieve the swordfish, while the Great Yellow took charge of clearing the island, their roles distinctly defined, aside from a few that were indeed shattered beyond recognition and cast into the sea. Over 700 swordfish were collected. With this bounty, they would have ample sustenance for a considerable duration. However, The issue lay not in their lack of food. They had long since abandoned such fare, preferring spirit food that contained trace amounts of spiritual energy, which was far more beneficial for their strength. Yet, with so much bounty, they could not store it all in the warehouse and were left to pile it upon the island. Survivor Qin Shan successfully fended off the deep-sea swordfish assault, resulting in all survivors in Zone 34 having their daily treasure chest limit increased to 6, with a minimum threshold raised to 4, and a 30% chance of encountering a Qingshu treasure chest. This was a success. My goodness, just how powerful is the top player to withstand even the deep-sea swordfish swarm? I have seen swordfish swarms that could obliterate my island with a single charge. Do you think the top player's 2,500 square meter island is comparable to yours? Thank you, esteemed player, for bestowing upon us such benefits. The Qingshu treasure chest sounds truly exceptional. IT must indeed be different. This is a treasure bestowed by the top player, and I shall undoubtedly support him more. Having slain so many swordfish, if the top player cannot consume all of it, will we not get a share? I desire it greatly. News of Qin Shan's successful defense erupted in the chat channel, igniting the excitement of the masses. Though most had never witnessed a swordfish swarm, they could envision the overwhelming scene through the descriptions of others. They dared not speculate on Qin Shan's prowess, nor did they entertain thoughts of surpassing him. Such feats were beyond what a mere first-tier body cultivator could achieve, as their realms were simply not on the same level. Yet as time passed, and Qin Shan remained absent, the enthusiasm of the crowd waned, and some even began to grumble, complaining that despite having gained so much, he had yet to share. However, such remarks were met with fierce rebuttals. Are you the only good person here? Should others not be considered human? At 9 o'clock that evening, after lying down for over an hour, Qin Shan finally regained some strength, enough to rise, albeit still somewhat weak. You all performed admirably today. Let us leave it at that for now. Rest well, and we shall resume tomorrow, Qin Shan stated. Yes, boss, you should also get some rest. Wong. The others had keenly observed Qin Shan's condition. Island Master, where shall I go? Yun inquired eagerly. For tonight, you shall stay in the wooden cabin and make do, Qin Shan replied. The cabin was somewhat cramped, with not only the rays but also the great yellow present. Island Master. This is unacceptable. How could I possibly share a dwelling with you? Yun shook his head in protest. It is settled then. I am weary and have no time to construct another cabin for you. Qin Shan insisted. Yes, Island Master, Yun remarked. Upon witnessing the somewhat irate demeanor of Qin Shan, he refrained from further provocation. Only after resolving the matter did Qin Shan inspect his amassed rewards. His physical form had ascended to the 2nd tier. Yet the next advancement would demand 400 units of strength. The swordfish he had previously vanquished did not yield any 2nd-tier specimens. Thus, no matter how many he had slain, it would prove futile. However, recalling the terrifying might of the thunderclap attack invigorated Qin Shan, for possessing such martial prowess would furnish him with a formidable advantage in the impending conflicts. This was also the first time he had witnessed the cataclysmic force of the thunderclap. A truly world-shattering spectacle, albeit at a daunting cost that left him utterly drained. Having obliterated the swordfish swarm, he had acquired a village blueprint and a martial art technique, while even the pioneer had undergone certain alterations. The village blueprint detailed a 3rd-tier item, a large construction diagram, comprising 1 chief's residence, 10 elite houses, 89 ordinary stone houses, 1 village warehouse, 10 defensive arrow towers, 1 breeding ground, 1 plantation, and 1 fish pond. The ordinary stone houses enhanced training effects by 5, increased fatigue recovery speed by 20, and required 200 spirit soil, 50 spirit wood, 20 spirit water, 10 spirit fire, and 10 spirit gold for construction, occupying an area of 10 by 15. The elite houses augmented training effects by 10, fatigue recovery speed by 30, granted a 1 chance to comprehend martial arts, and improved spiritual energy concentration by 10, necessitating 350 spirit soil, 100 spirit wood, 50 spirit water, 20 spirit fire, 20 spirit gold, and 5 energy stones for construction, spanning an area of 15 by 20. The chief's residence contributed 15 to training effects, 50 to fatigue recovery speed, a 5 chance to comprehend martial arts, and enhanced spiritual energy concentration by 15, allowing for 1 village layout adjustment per day. It required 500 spirit soil, 150 spirit wood, 100 spirit water, 50 spirit fire, 50 spirit gold, and 50 energy stones for construction, covering an area of 20 by 25 at the village warehouse, measuring 100 by 60 by 10, required 1,000 spirit wood and 500 spirit soil for construction. Occupying 100 by 60, the defensive arrow towers attacked nearby enemies with malice towards the island, standing 15 meters tall, with a range of 300 meters and a firing speed of 4 arrows per second. Automatically reloading, though arrows needed to be provided. Construction required 300 spirit wood, 100 spirit soil, and 200 spirit gold. Occupying an area of 5 by 5 at the breeding ground enhanced the reproductive capacity, survival rate, and productivity of livestock. Accommodating up to 3,000 animals, requiring 1,200 spirit wood and 600 spirit soil for construction, covering 30 by 60. The plantation featured 10 plots of arable land, increasing yield and reducing production time, with each requiring 200 spirit soil or 4 plots of spirit fields. Each occupying 10 by 10 at the fish pond improved the reproductive capacity, survival rate, and productivity of fish, requiring spirit spring water, 200 spirit soil, and covering 10 by 50. All constructions could be completed in stages. In an instant, Qin Shan was awakened. The dense data of the village blueprint banished all drowsiness. With this singular item, he could discard his current wooden house, warehouse, and poultry shed. This blueprint alone propelled him into the tribal era. However, the construction posed significant challenges, demanding vast resources and considerable land, specifically, a total area of 26,400 square meters, far beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, even if he managed to gather the resources, it would require considerable time. Henceforth, he would be occupied. Yet fortunately, these constructions could be executed in phases. Otherwise, attempting to complete them all at once would take an exceedingly long duration. With this, I shall not require any additional blueprints in the near future. Qin Shan murmured that of course, this was merely a foundational construction. Facilities like the blacksmith's forge would necessitate further efforts on his part, for it was impossible for him alone to gather such an abundance of materials. An ordinary stone house encompassed 150 square meters, sufficient to accommodate a substantial population. A village of this nature would roughly require at least 500 to 600 inhabitants. For Qin Shan, this posed a considerable challenge at this stage. While others struggled for survival, he had acquired such formidable assets, the construction of which could lead to unforeseen calamities. Curious about the martial art he had obtained, Qin Shan reluctantly set aside the village blueprint and turned his attention to the newfound technique, levitation technique, a transcendent martial art that continuously consumes stamina, allowing for aerial flight, characterized by agility and versatility. The flight height reaches 20 meters at the first tier, with each subsequent tier increasing the maximum height by 10 meters, permitting the use of other martial arts during flight. A flying martial art. Qin Shan gazed in astonishment at the technique in his hands. It was utterly terrifying to possess such a capability. Yet, he was uncertain about the extent of its stamina consumption. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a windfall to have completed a battle and acquired 2 extraordinary items. Now, he found himself wishing for more occurrences of sea beasts assaulting the island, as such events would yield further rewards. However, he feared that the strength of these entities might suddenly escalate significantly, presenting a greater challenge. Without hesitation, he began to learn the technique, now possessing the capacity for 4 transcendent martial arts, each more formidable than the last, some suited for group combat, others for individual duels, and even one for augmenting strength. Now, he had even mastered flight. Lastly, there was the change in the pioneer medal, which merely increased the number of treasure chests to 16, with no other alterations. After all, he required an island of 50,000 square meters for the pioneer to undergo another transformation. This was merely a minor enhancement. Having reviewed all this, Qin Shan headed to Yun's domain, where he promptly placed the swordfish meat on the market for trade. As they had no intention of consuming such fare, he sought exchanges primarily for yunshi, pet nurturing potions, and weapons, inviting inquiries for any other special items. Once this was accomplished, Qin Shan felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he succumbed to sleep. That day, each of them had exerted themselves to the utmost. In the deep of night, the sounds of snoring echoed, marking his deepest slumber since arriving in this world. On the 6th morning, at the seaside, Qin Shan and his companions arrived early. The previously rampant white sharks had been entirely eradicated, yet now, a dozen sea eels had appeared, boasting commendable strength, having reached the second tier. Yun, take them elsewhere for a while and manage the spirit fields and spirit trees, Qin Shan instructed. For the time being, he had no need for their assistance against the aquatic guardians. He required the sea eels to bolster his physical might. Rest assured, Island Lord, Yun responded. Boss, let us venture out to sea, Dia suggested. They are not particularly agile on land. They thrive in water, Qin Shan concurred. Very well, he replied. Yun, accompanied by De Huang, ventured into the northern part of the island. After several days of development, significant changes had occurred in the area. The forest had transformed considerably. Time to test the levitation technique. Qin Shan murmured. He promptly utilized the levitation technique, soaring into the air with a swift motion. Though the ascent was not particularly rapid, seemingly linked to his realm, making it difficult for him to speculate further. After experiencing the sensation of altitude, he darted towards the sea eels, which, like the rays, could wield electric magic. Their strength was still commendable. Come forth, little sea eels, power of 1,000 tons, soul reaping. Qin Shan swiftly unleashed his martial arts. Following his improvements from the previous day, he now felt an unprecedented surge of energy. Without hesitation, he launched his assault. This time, not constrained by the ocean, he moved with remarkable speed, summoning 100 layers of passive effects onto a single sea eel in mere seconds. In just a few minutes, all the sea eels had been dispatched. It seems that with my physical enhancement, my stamina has significantly increased. Upon returning to the surface, Qin Shan unleashed his full potential by simultaneously employing 3 martial arts techniques. Engaging in aerial combat for several minutes, it appeared that he had only expended half of his stamina, and his combat prowess had significantly escalated, reaching an entirely new echelon. It was no wonder he felt such profound sentiments. As for the treasure chest, he had managed to retrieve it, albeit with only a modest reward, a single ochre chest and 3 azure chests. After enhancing the ochre chest, he opened it entirely. The fortunate opening of the ochre chest yielded a small sailing boat blueprint, a blacksmith workshop blueprint, a skill fusion card 1, bloodline evolution stones 10, pet cultivation elixirs 100, energy stones 100, cloud stones 200, and spirit wood 150. Upon opening the azure chests, the anticipated treasures were scarce. The ochre chest had overshadowed the rest, yielding little more than basic resources. He paid little mind to this, as he preferred the cloud stones, which would facilitate rapid island expansion. Small sailing boat blueprint, a first-tier item, suitable for maritime navigation with a speed of 80 nautical miles. It can be equipped with a figurehead, has a capacity of 50 individuals, measures 30 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 8 meters in height. Construction requires spirit wood 500, spirit gold 200, spirit fire 50, and spirit water 100. A blacksmith workshop. Without a tier, it can be integrated into village blueprints, becoming part of the settlement. Its tier upgrades alongside the village. The blacksmith workshop can research various weapons and agricultural tools, equipped with furnaces and bellows, accommodating up to 100 individuals for forging and research, which consumes a significant amount of spirit gold. Construction requires spirit gold 3,000, spirit fire 1,000, spirit soil 8,000, spirit wood 500, and spirit water 500, occupying an area of 5080. Skill fusion card. This card allows the fusion of up to 3 martial arts skills and passive abilities. The closer the martial arts styles are, the higher the success rate for fusion, potentially evolving into more powerful techniques. Failure results in total loss. Bloodline evolution stone. This item can promote bloodline evolution, with a certain probability of enhancing the bloodline tier. Not too shabby, Qin Shan remarked. Upon encountering the village blueprint, these items seemed trivial, lacking in shock value. The small sailing boat was most fortuitous. Should formidable creatures like the deep-sea swordfish appear again, he would no longer need to defend from the island, but could confront them directly. The arrival of numerous deep-sea swordfish had indeed inflicted some damage on his island structures and consumed a fair amount of resources. As for the skill fusion card, he held no current intentions. Each of his martial arts and passive skills was already commendable, and the potential loss from failure was too great to bear. Consequently, he was reluctant to take such risks. Regarding the bloodline evolution stones, their specific effects remained unknown. Only through usage could he uncover their true potential. Noticing that Yun had yet to return, he decided to focus on expanding the island for the time being. To his surprise, he discovered that all the deep-sea swordfish he had put up for trade had been sold overnight, yielding a substantial amount of resources in return. Among these, the cloudstones alone contributed over 1,000 units, along with a considerable amount of other resources. However, he had not acquired any special items. It seemed that food could not be exchanged for more valuable treasures from those individuals. Furthermore, having learned that rapid island expansion would bring about complications, he recalled the words of a certain individual upon his arrival in this place, warning that such aggressive growth could lead to unforeseen consequences. Those without strength would hesitate to expand recklessly. Everyone was progressing cautiously, reluctant to overreach 3,500 cloudstones. Qin Shan stared in awe at this staggering figure. The deep-sea swordfish had provided him with 1,000, and trading their remains yielded over 1,000 more. Adding the recent treasure chest rewards, he amassed a total of 3,500 cloudstones, bringing his total to around 6,000 square meters. Island expansion. The hand of technology triggered a triple critical hit in island expansion. Fantastic! With consecutive successes in expanding the island, Qin Shan felt no regret. It was indeed a fortuitous occurrence, allowing for rapid enlargement of the island's area. In an instant, the island's size swelled by 10,500 square meters, totaling an impressive 13,000 square meters. Congratulations! Your island area has reached 10,000 square meters, unlocking the comprehensive map function for you. A map? Unlocked. The flurry of notifications left him momentarily stunned. Previously, one would need to know the coordinates of another's island to visit. Now, with the map's emergence, he could simply set sail to other islands once he crafted the small sailing boat. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed, prompting him to immediately check the map option beside him. Welcome to the map function. Allow me to introduce the features of the map. Qin Shan stated that on the screen, various functionalities concerning the map materialized. In summary, the map was of paramount importance for the island's development. First, the map conducts a daily scan, extending 50 nautical miles outward and 1,000 meters downward, potentially uncovering lost treasures, other vessels, islands, and even powerful sea beasts. Should a boss-level sea beast appear on the map, it would head toward the island, posing a risk of island collapse if not repelled. The already scanned oceanic regions would be mapped with navigational routes, a feature that could be toggled off. Second, one could conceal their coordinates. However, this would also prevent the discovery of others' islands. Third, teleportation arrays could be constructed in already explored maritime areas, with varying performance based on the array's tier. Fourth, an immediate alarm would be triggered should any outsiders approach the island's waters. Fifth, activating the map would attract pirate attacks. Sixth, upon activation, Sea Kings would spawn periodically, and defeating them would yield substantial rewards. Failure to eliminate them within the allotted time would result in each Sea King forcibly claiming a portion of the island's maximum area. At present, these 6 functions were all that existed, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. In fact, the drawbacks might outweigh the benefits. Activating the map would expose him to significant risks, with the potential for constant assaults from oceanic creatures. Pirates, fishermen, and islands were merely minor inconveniences. As long as terrifying deep-sea behemoths did not appear, he could likely manage. The gravest concern lay with the Sea Kings, whose power was dreadfully formidable, if not vanquished. They could dismantle his island piece by piece, not merely a few squares, but a percentage of the maximum area. Given his current island size, that amounted to 130 squares for just one creature. Should several appear, he could find himself back at square one. Thus, before proceeding, Qin Shan needed to carefully consider whether to enable this function. Activate the map, Qin Shan declared, with the strength of his island. What was there to fear? The more one feared, the less they could develop. The ocean was vast, teeming with unknown wonders. Perhaps some treasures lay hidden within. One must not hesitate if they wished to capture the wolf. He proceeded to construct a chief's residence, an elite dwelling, a storage facility, and a small sailing boat. Qin Shan chuckled ruefully, realizing he was left with nothing. The elite dwelling required spirit soil 350, spirit wood 100, spirit water 50, spirit fire 20, spirit gold 20, and energy stones 5. Occupying an area of 1520, the chief's residence demanded spirit soil 500, spirit wood 150, spirit water 100, spirit fire 50, spirit gold 50, energy stones 50, and occupied an area of 2025. The village storage facility required spirit wood 1,000 and spirit soil 500, covering an area of 160 that the small sailing boat nearly drained his resources entirely. The primary concern was indeed the village storage facility, which occupied a substantial space. Over half of his 6,000 square meters was dedicated to it. Qin Shan had no choice. The influx of items had been excessive, and without a large storage facility, he would find it impossible to accommodate them. However, with the chief's residence and the village storage facility established, he could sell off the previous wooden houses and storage units. After relocating the pet enclosure, he immediately listed it in the trading hall. He began to adjust the island's layout. Qin Shan remarked, "Such a significant commotion surely necessitates some adjustments, given the vastness and importance of the warehouse. It shall be situated not far from their residence, to be re-evaluated later when additional structures are established. After this round of modifications, the northern area has indeed diminished considerably, and there is no immediate rush. The expanse of the forest has yet to see substantial growth, and soon enough, the spiritual fields may be supplanted to acquire more buildings. One must diligently accumulate resources to in the chat channel." Exclamations erupted. "Wow, the esteemed Qin Shan is actually selling wooden houses and warehouses. Those in need should act swiftly. What are the prices? I'm unsure. It's being conducted via auction. You unlucky fellow, couldn't you discreetly secure a purchase? Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to you. Selling even wooden houses. One can only wonder how advanced the esteemed one's island has become. The world of the esteemed one is beyond our comprehension. I still lack a wooden house. Brothers, please let me have one. What are you dreaming about? Just because you don't have one, does that mean we do?" The crowd was embroiled in fervent debate, while the warehouse drew little interest. Even the 10 slots of Yunjixin were underutilized, rendering the warehouse far less appealing than the wooden houses. The latter offered a means to recover fatigue and refine energy stones, making it a preferred choice for many. Now on the 6th day, everyone had, to varying extents, unlocked body refinement techniques. At this point, failing to strive for more would leave one lagging behind others. In this world, reliance on others was futile. One must grow stronger independently. Qin Shan glanced around, indifferent to the opinions of others. What did their affairs matter to him? He was content to focus on his own well-being. The map scan concluded, revealing a pirate, 3 treasure chests, and a boss Sea Eel King. A warning followed. Please address the Sea Eel King and the pirates promptly. They will discover the island's presence within an hour. Is this for real? Qin Shan was taken aback. His fortune was remarkable. Having scanned merely 50 nautical miles, he encountered such an array of entities. If he continued to expand outward, would he not be overwhelmed daily? Observing the coordinates on the map, he noted they were not in close proximity. Dealing with all of them posed a challenge. Can the strength of the pirates be displayed? First-tier rogue pirates, totaling 10. Slaying them will yield pirate treasure. The Sea Eel King possesses formidable electric energy, a massive form, and exceptional resistance, ranked as a 3rd-level body refinement with a combat strength of 50. Let Yun and De Huang handle the pirates. Their strength should suffice. Meanwhile, I will remain on the island to confront the Sea Eel King. A glint of determination shone in Qin Shan's eyes. With a combat strength also at 50, he felt undaunted. Confident that his array of powerful martial arts could bridge any gap, he pondered the true potential of the Bloodline Evolution Stone. Taking it out, he realized it was the one thing he could not predict. Let's give it a try. What if it works? He mused, swallowing a Bloodline Evolution Stone. Instantly, a wave of intense heat coursed through his body. It's scorching. Qin Shan had no time to contemplate further. He dashed to the seaside and plunged into the water, bubbles rising in his wake. After 10 minutes submerged, he erupted from the surface with a roar. Floating technique, 1000 gene power, soul reaping. Thunderous might. He unleashed what felt like an inexhaustible force upon the sea's surface. Only after releasing thunderous might did a wave of weakness wash over him. To the north, alarm bells rang. Oh no, that's the island master's thunderous might. Has someone attacked the island? You too, come with us. Hurry, Yun urged, flanked by 2 others, a man and a woman clad in animal skins, resembling his own attire. Resources on the island were scarce. Even Qin Shan had worn the same outfit for several days. Woof, 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 De Huang barked excitedly and dashed ahead. They feared something was assaulting their sanctuary, a place vital for their survival, and any error was unacceptable once the tumultuous power within him subsided. Qin Shan stared blankly at the unfolding scene that a single bloodline evolution stone had granted him a monumental enhancement. Is this truly the power of the bloodline evolution stone? He murmured, overwhelmed by the revelation. After employing a full set of thunderous might, he merely felt fatigued, not incapacitated. The island master. What transpired? Yun and his companions rushed over, filled with concern. No worries. Just a small gain at O. Look, we have newcomers. What are your names? Qin Shan inquired. Yun had returned from the back mountain with 2 additional individuals, which was quite a stroke of luck. Island master, I am Ganjiang, and this is my wife, Xia, Ganjiang introduced. What did you say? Qin Shan exclaimed, astonished. This random appearance of individuals truly warranted a re-evaluation. Island master, what do you mean? Ganjiang asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Welcome to my island, Qin Shan replied. If memory served, Ganjiang was indeed a swordsmith. His presence might expedite the establishment of a blacksmith shop. Thank you for sheltering us, island master. Ganjiang and Xia responded, visibly relieved. Since you are here, I have a task for you, Qin Shan declared. Please, island master, give your orders to I in a moment. You will accompany Yun to the sea and eliminate a band of pirates. Island master, do we have a ship? Yun inquired. Indeed, over there. Qin Shan gestured. I was too hasty and overlooked that detail. Fear not. With me around, mere pirates pose no threat. We will assist Lord Yun in this endeavor, Ganjiang and Xia affirmed. Good. Off you go. Upon your return, there will be rewards for you, De Huang. You too shall accompany them, Qin Shan instructed. Woof, woof, woof. All right. The ship has the coordinates of the enemies, and be sure to bring back some treasures. Understood, island master. Subsequently, a ship named Ark No. 1 set sail from the harbor. Qin Shan returned to the leader's quarters, the former location of Yun Jixin, realizing he would need to prepare an elite dwelling for Ganjiang and Xia. He did not mind sharing space. But as a couple, they deserved their own accommodation. However, at present, he lacked the resources to construct an elite dwelling and could only await their return with the pirate treasure and chests. Upon examining his own and Ganjiang and Xia's character profiles, he was astonished to find they had transformed entirely. Name: Qin Shan talent, unmatched, lucky hand. All things have spirit's realm. 3rd level body refinement bloodline. 1st level spirit, which bloodline, 010. Physical body, 4th level, 01600. Martial arts, thunderous might. Soul attack, 1000 gene power, floating technique, passive abilities, technological hand, decapitation, unmatched plunder, combat strength, 155 spirit, which bloodline. Upon activation, increases stamina tenfold for 1 hour, followed by a 3-hour state of weakness, with no cooldown time. What a formidable bloodline. Has my combat strength increased by 100 points? Qin Shan gazed in astonishment at his attributes. Merely a single bloodline evolution stone had not only elevated him by 1 realm, but had also propelled his physical form through 2 realms consecutively, far surpassing the gradual progress of his own cultivation. Yet, it seemed that enhancing his bloodline would not be a simple endeavor. Even a first-tier bloodline had already brought about such formidable improvements. He could only wonder just how terrifying the effects would be if he were to continue advancing. No wonder he had been able to unleash such tremendous power before. A 4th-tier physique was already on the verge of meeting the minimum requirements for unleashing a thunderous force. And with the aid of the bloodline evolution stone, he had managed to withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, even now, after activating the spirit witch bloodline, he should be capable of releasing a tenfold increase in stamina for an entire hour. Even if he were to enter a weakened state afterward, it would matter little. 1 hour was more than sufficient to turn the tide of a battle. Given his current condition, the Sea Eel King was destined to meet its demise. With 9 more bloodline evolution stones in hand, he was poised to elevate the overall strength of the island by an entire tier. Today's treasure chest opening had proven remarkably fortuitous. Even if the Sea King were to appear, he felt confident in his ability to stand tall, in the face of such powerful bloodlines. What could the others possibly do? Next came the attributes of Ganjiang and Xia. Name: Ganjiang talent, master swordsmith realm, none martial arts, none passive, refining techniques, forging techniques, smelting techniques, united couple. Name: Xia talent, the way is flawed realm, none martial arts, none passive, refinement techniques. Enhancement techniques, united couple. The attributes of both were quite ordinary. Yet their passives were somewhat extraordinary. With their presence, the island would no longer need to worry about weaponry, provided there was an ample supply of spirit gold. They were undoubtedly born for the purpose of sword forging. Even if their combat prowess was not particularly formidable, it mattered little. As long as others possessed great strength, they could focus on their studies of powerful weapons in peace. Once everyone returned, they would simply need to utilize the bloodline evolution stones. The Stingray should be able to break through to the third tier, though the circumstances for De Huang and Yun remained uncertain. The Sea Eel King need not concern itself with him any longer. A bold idea took root in Qin Shan's mind. He would fly to the coordinates of the Sea Eel King and eradicate the enemy. Upon reaching the open ground outside, he activated his levitation technique and departed the island. The Sea Eel King was not too far from the island, merely 30 nautical miles away, with still half an hour before it would launch its attack. On the surface of the sea, Qin Shan employed his levitation technique, flying in a straight line towards the Sea Eel King. After evolving his bloodline, his stamina had reached an astonishing level. His flying speed undoubtedly exceeded 100 miles per hour. With negligible consumption of his stamina, this was perhaps the terrifying aspect of a fourth-tier physique. It was no wonder that after reaching the fifth tier, one could wield such thunderous might. The remaining time was more than sufficient for Qin Shan to reach his destination. Meanwhile, Yin had located the pirate ship, which was not too far away. With the assistance of Arc 1, they quickly closed the distance. Ha! Such a fine sailboat will soon be ours. Charge forth. I shall seize that vessel. The pirate captain laughed maniacally, seemingly convinced that the ship was already within his grasp. As he gazed at the sailboat before him, which was larger than his own shabby pirate ship, he found no reason not to be enamored. His desire only growing stronger. Congratulations, Captain, on acquiring a new ship. His subordinates chimed in unison. In their eyes, Arc 1 was already theirs. They had no interest in who occupied the ship, as they planned to loot it and depart swiftly. Kill, charge, for the treasure. The 10 pirates were already in a frenzied state, showcasing the true nature of pirates. My lord, they are charging towards us. Ganjiang expressed his concerns. They were still mere mortals, lacking the ability to contend with first-tier foes. Fear not, I have it under control, Yun reassured him. Though they were also first-tier, he possessed formidable martial arts, making him a king upon the sea. The oceanic array was no jest, even with its low lethality. Amidst the turbulent seas, pirates could hardly endure for long, especially with De Huang by his side, whose strength was formidable as well. Finally, as the enemy approached within 100 meters of Arc 1, Yun made his move. Oceanic array, in an instant, the sea surged and roiled, catching the unprepared pirates completely off guard. A mere small vessel, inferior to Arc 1, was instantly capsized by the mighty waves. Heavens, the enemy has an array master. Captain, we must flee. We cannot withstand this. Before they had even begun, the pirates were already crying out for mercy, as though they had encountered something truly horrifying. Listening to their cries, Yin couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Was this truly what it meant to be a pirate? It was akin to delivering food to a slaughterhouse. De Huang, it's your turn, Yin commanded. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang barked, leaping into the water, where he could still showcase his impressive prowess. As for you two, just observe, Yin instructed. He held no hope that they would be of any assistance. Without cultivation, entering the sea was tantamount to a death sentence. Having only just manifested 2 individuals, he could not afford to lose them here. Moreover, he could tell that Qin Shan held them in high regard. My lord, Ganjiang feels a bit flushed. Truly, we are inferior to dogs, as even a dog's strength far surpasses ours. Once you break through, you should gain power, Yin replied, recalling that he too had undergone this process. After his breakthrough, his combat prowess had soared dramatically. At that moment, De Huang had already closed in on the pirates, mercilessly tearing into them. With De Huang at the pinnacle of the first tier, his formidable biting power could lead to instant death if he latched onto a vulnerable spot like the neck. Moreover, with the effects of the oceanic array, De Huang swept through the enemy ranks like a hot knife through butter. The pirates, who possessed decent swimming skills, now felt utterly drained. Quick, return to the ship. We must retreat, the pirate captain shouted. Present. The strength of these foes was far too terrifying for him to contend with. It would be wise to escape quickly, lest he find himself unaware of how he met his end. He relished slaughtering others, but detested being subjected to such ruthless extermination himself. He understood fear all too well. Hearing the captain's command, the surviving pirates scrambled to reach their ship, as long as it had not completely sunk. Their strength was sufficient to propel the pirate ship away from the scene in that brief moment. De Huang had already killed 3 pirates and was now pursuing a 4th. It was not that the enemy was weak, but rather that they were paralyzed by fear and unwilling to fight. One distant adversary was watching them with a predatory gaze. How could they not be afraid? This was only the tip of the iceberg aboard Ark 1. What if there were even more terrifying figures lurking? The mere thought sent chills down their spines, prompting a hasty retreat from this cursed place. Thinking of fleeing, it won't be that easy. Yun's expression turned cold as he too plunged into the water. That person is coming down. We must flee. No, his speed is too great. We cannot escape. We must fight. Captain, you go ahead. We'll hold them off. Good brothers, your sacrifice won't be in vain. No1 is escaping, Yun declared, swiftly closing the distance to a pirate and delivering a devastating blow that left the foe severely injured. Under the combined might of Yun and De Huang, any pirate who strayed would meet their end. With the chaos of the sea, the survival conditions for the pirates were dire. In mere minutes, 8 had already perished, while the remaining 2 had reached the pirate ship. Preparing to overturn it, De Huang, I will use the oceanic array once more, but I want to have the stamina to sustain further combat. Can you manage? Yun remarked. He also felt a sense of urgency. If the pirates managed to escape, their mission would be rendered futile, betraying the trust of the island master. De Huang hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Very well, I shall leave it to you. I will return to the ship first, Yun stated. Upon returning to the ship, Yun immediately unleashed the sea overturning formation, once again capsizing the pirate vessel. However, he collapsed onto the ground, as executing the sea overturning formation twice exacted a tremendous toll on his stamina. My lord, I am fine. You need not worry, he reassured them. After the pirate ship was overturned, the remaining 2 pirates panicked. In such a short span of time, it was impossible for them to right the ship with just the 2 of them, especially with the fierce dog lunging at them. Kill that vicious dog. The pirate captain's eyes glinted with a terrifying murderous intent. Since they were unwilling to spare him, he would take one down with him. With malevolence coursing through him, he felt emboldened. After a grueling battle, De Huang finally dragged his exhausted body back to the ship. This battle had yielded exceptional results for De Huang. The danger had dissipated here, and the pirate treasure lay just ahead. Ganjiang dutifully went over to salvage it. Subsequently, they headed to the coordinates provided by Qin Shan to retrieve the other treasure chests. Meanwhile, Qin Shan had already spotted the king of eels. A colossal creature spanning 30 meters, emerging before his eyes, its body occasionally flashing with electric sparks. Its electrical power far surpassed that of a ray. Humans, how could they be in the sky? The king of eels muttered, unaware that Qin Shan could comprehend its words. Prepare to meet your demise, king of eels. A glint of cold light flickered in Qin Shan's eyes. That so? You wish to kill me, do you? 1,000 volts. The king of eels instantly launched an attack on Qin Shan, its electric energy separating from its body and shooting into the air. You think such trivial electricity can harm me? With strength beyond measure, I shall reap your soul. Qin Shan sneered, plunging into the water. Determined to engage in a decisive battle with the king of eels, it must be said that the king of eels was indeed swift, darting about erratically. However, it was futile against an opponent like Qin Shan. With left and right hooks, he pounded relentlessly on the king of eels, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. Stop, stop. I am willing to submit. Suddenly, the king of eels pleaded. Qin Shan paused, astonished. Had he truly heard correctly? The king of eels was begging for mercy. You can indeed understand my words, human. I concede. Please do not strike me, the king of eels said, adopting a seemingly aggrieved expression. You are willing to submit to me? Qin Shan inquired. To contract a boss-level creature was undoubtedly advantageous, providing substantial fortification for the island's defenses. Of course, I have sworn an oath. Whoever defeats me, I shall recognize as my master, the king of eels declared. Very well, do not resist. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless, Qin Shan replied. With the use of the contract card, he would be able to command the king of eels, leaving it no choice in the matter. Oh, the king of eels obediently remained still, refraining from any erratic movements. Contract card activated. Contract successful. A pet acquired. Master, the king of eels swam to Qin Shan's side. Splendid. Address me as boss. That is how they all refer to me. And do you have a name? Qin Shan asked. Aside from Da Huang, with his stubbornness, the others either called themselves island master or boss. Yes, boss. My name is Man Man, the king of eels replied. All right, now let us return to Yun Island. There is no need to linger here and on the way back. Qin Shan did not need to employ the levitation technique, instead riding atop Manman as they sped across the ocean. Remarkably, the speed was quite rapid, even surpassing his own flight. Although he had not slain it and thus did not receive a reward, acquiring a boss-level pet was undoubtedly a boon. Any way one considered it, it was a profitable venture. Even in his absence from the island, he need not fear ambushes. He was quite apprehensive about sending everyone out. What if someone suddenly visited his island, seizing the opportunity to occupy it while he was away? Retrieving it would be exceedingly challenging. In less than half an hour, Qin Shan returned to the island. Man, you shall remain beneath the island. If there is any disturbance, just call for me, Qin Shan instructed, with Man guarding beneath the island. Its security would be greatly fortified. Rest assured, boss, I will take care of everything down here, Man replied. By the way, take this. Do not make too much noise, Qin Shan said, handing Man a bloodline evolution stone, which should enhance its power. Such formidable energy. Thank you, boss, Man exclaimed. It then dove into the depths, merrily consuming the bloodline evolution stone. Noticing that the others had yet to return, Qin Shan was unconcerned. Given Yun's capabilities, there should be no unforeseen issues, only a lengthy journey ahead of them. He decided to explore other areas of the island in search of additional resources or treasures. After half an hour had passed, a tremendous commotion erupted beneath the island, and even the surface of the sea flickered with electric sparks. It seemed that, like him, Man had successfully evolved. Approaching the heart of Yun, he summoned Man's attributes and observed the panel with delight, for this meant the island's power was now even more robust. With the map function activated, he noticed numerous drifting fish and shrimp in the nearby waters. Most were ordinary fish with little offensive capability, but one could never be too careful in case a ferocious sea beast emerged. Name: Man talent, lightning, water realm, body refinement stage 4 bloodline. Second stage ancient electric eel, sea king bloodline flesh. Stage 3 length, 50 meters skills, million volts, 10 million volts. Instant flicker, tornado storm. Roar of the water god. Should Man continue to grow, it would undoubtedly become a formidable sea king. This attribute filled Qin Shan with exhilaration. Evidently, Man possessed a powerful bloodline from the outset, allowing it to advance directly to the second stage. This also meant he could conserve many evolution stones that he arrived at the seaside, where Man had just emerged from its frenzied state, surfacing above the water. Man, how do you fare? Qin Shan inquired. Boss, I feel fantastic, better than ever. However, there is one thing I wish to inform you about, Man replied. What is it? Qin Shan asked, sensing something amiss with Man's demeanor. Boss, should we not re-sign a contract? It seems this contract has been severed, Man stated. Qin Shan was taken aback, realizing that the bond between him and Man had indeed been broken. This was a deeply concerning matter. Could the contract power truly be shattered? It appeared he had underestimated the complexities of this world. Qin Shan murmured to himself, with Man's strength on the rise, even such a bond could be easily severed. However, it had not sought to wreak havoc upon the surroundings, which had not crossed his mind. If it is broken, so be it. There is no need for a contract, Qin Shan concluded, re-establishing one holds little significance. Man has proven through its actions that it is the guardian beast of this island. Why then should I confine it with a contract card? Boss, do you truly no longer want me? Man exclaimed anxiously. No, how could I ever wish to be rid of you? The contract was merely a precaution to prevent you from causing chaos and ruining the island. Just now, the contract has been severed. You clearly had the option to leave, yet you chose to stay. This indicates your fondness for this island. So why should I bind you with a contract card? Qin Shan explained, Oh, that is how it is. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought I would be adrift in the deep sea once more. Phew, Man replied. You had been wandering before? Qin Shan asked in astonishment. It seemed that every being in this world possessed its own complete story, altering his perspective on the world. It was not as simple as he had initially thought. Yes, now I have a place to belong. and I need not wander any longer, Man declared. All right, from now on, this shall be your home. Qin Shan responded. Wonderful, boss. Come on, let me take you for a little stroll, Man suggested. Without hesitation, Qin Shan leapt into the air and landed atop Man's enormous head. After the evolution of its bloodline, its length had grown to 50 meters, truly a behemoth. Gliding across the ocean, its speed was astonishing, swift enough to reach others' islands effortlessly. Riding on Man's back, it was evident that Man relished this sensation of racing over the sea. Boss, there's a ship ahead, Man announced. It should be our people returning, Qin Shan replied. However, aboard Ark 1, Yun and the others were struck with alarm. The distance was too great for them to discern what lay ahead. Yet the colossal silhouette still left them in awe. Even Da Huang was barking furiously, sensing that the distant entity posed a grave threat. Sir, it's coming closer. Stay calm. If it intends to harm us, we wouldn't be able to escape. The emergence of such a terrifying sea creature near their island instilled fear in everyone. Yet, as it approached, they could hardly restrain themselves from acting. Do not engage. It's me, Qin Shan called out. It's the island master's voice. Upon hearing this, they collectively sighed in relief. As Qin Shan drew nearer, they finally beheld the fearsome sea eel king, whose mere portion above the water was already taller than the Ark. Beneath the surface, one could only speculate about the monstrous form that lay hidden. Island Master, what is this? Yun asked, apprehensively. Who wouldn't be frightened? The creature crackled with electricity, making even a slight touch perilous. This is our island's guardian beast, Man, Qin Shan explained. The Island Master continued to perplex them further. Woof, woof, woof. All right, if there's anything to discuss, let us do it back at the island. Man is simply too large. You can return by boat. Subsequently, Qin Shan and Man vanished into the horizon, their speed nothing short of astonishing, leaving the onlookers in shock. Where on earth did the Island Master find such a terrifying creature? Yun sank to the ground. Although he had appeared composed moments ago, the Sea Eel King's prowess far surpassed his own, and he had merely been feigning calm. We should head back quickly. I feel that if I don't achieve something soon, I will be eliminated, Ganjiang remarked. Perhaps due to their professions, they didn't need to consider combat strength, but they certainly didn't wish to remain idle. If things continued this way, they would inevitably face elimination one day. Da Huang drooped his head, lying on the deck, lost in thought. Half an hour later, they returned to the island, where Qin Shan had been waiting for quite some time. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang circled Qin Shan twice. Don't worry. You are important too. I have something good for you in a moment, Qin Shan reassured. Yun, Ganjiang, and Moi, come over here. This is a bloodline evolution stone, which can greatly enhance your strength. Do not let me down. Thank you, Island Master. They were elated upon receiving the item, feeling that perhaps they would no longer be considered useless. All right, you all go absorb it over there. If you have excess power, unleash it on the sea, but do not damage the island. They left happily, knowing that with this item, their strength could increase by at least 1 or 2 realms. Now, they just needed to attend to the race. Before Qin Shan lay a pirate treasure chest along with 3 lost treasure chests. Yun and the others had collected all the items within the explored range of the map. Let us see what treasures await. Open, Qin Shan commanded. Upon opening the lost treasure chest, he obtained a mysterious altar, the martial arts technique Thunder Strike, and the 10 directions killing formation. Opening the pirate treasure, he acquired a treasure map, a piece of divine artifact. And the Hell Furnace martial arts. What a treasure, Qin Shan exclaimed, as each chest yielded items of considerable value, particularly the pirate treasure, which had revealed a treasure map and a divine artifact fragment from this very location. Thunder Strike would benefit Man or Da Huang. The inscription technique was suitable for Moi, and the 10 directions killing formation was ideal for Yun's cultivation, while the Hell Furnace was perfect for Da Huang. Truly a flawless arrangement. Observing the martial arts attributes, Qin Shan reached a conclusion. All were formidable, but none suited him. Moreover, he could learn alongside them. The Hell Furnace was a martial art belonging to the 3-headed Hellhound, perfectly fitting for Da Huang. Thunder Strike was applicable to both Man and Da Huang, but he already possessed a technique of similar nature, rendering it unnecessary. The inscription technique was clearly meant for Moi, as it could be affixed to weapons for enhanced power. It would be a mere trinket for him. As for the 10 directions killing formation, it required talent and formations. Only Yun could learn it. Even if he could, he would struggle to utilize it effectively. One should specialize rather than be greedy. Aside from these items, there were also resources suitable for constructing elite residences for Moy and the others. His elite residence wasn't determined by potential, but rather by who arrived first. It would be unreasonable not to utilize good items when they became available, as any enhancement would be beneficial in the depths of the sea. Da Huang. Where have we arrived? The rays sensed an ominous feeling in the eerily silent surroundings. It was too quiet, and the environment was pitch black, devoid of life. They had ventured too far, entering unfamiliar waters they had never traversed before. Roaring, a deep, resonant growl sent them retreating in fright. This is bad. We've entered the deep sea. Run, Da Huang exclaimed in terror. This place was exceedingly unfriendly to them, and it was best to leave swiftly. But the next moment, a colossal anglerfish appeared not far from them. Run, the anglerfish opened its mouth, and before the 4 rays could react, they were instantly swallowed whole. 4 rays. Damn it, it devoured 4 rays. The remaining rays glared at the anglerfish in fury, but its power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Far exceeding theirs, definitely above tier 3 before such a monster. They had no capacity to resist its chasing us. We must leave quickly. I have 10 minutes before my cross-border leap, and we can't escape. It's over. Are we all to perish here? Despair washed over them as they gazed at the anglerfish, realizing that luck was not always on their side. This time, they had encountered a formidable foe, leaving them no choice but to flee in panic. Even with 4 rays lost, they were powerless to act, only aware that they needed to run as fast as they could, lest they meet their end in this place. They sprinted while the anglerfish pursued relentlessly. Despite its massive size, it was surprisingly swift, far outpacing Da Huang and the others. Before long, it caught up to the 5th ray. Da Huang, you all must leave. Return and tell the boss to avenge us. 5th ray. Unfortunately, there was no further sound. Within less than 2 minutes, 2 companions had already perished, an unimaginable disaster for them. Whether they would survive this day was uncertain. Behind them, the chilling sound of the anglerfish devouring its prey echoed, sending shivers down their spines. Fortunately, the anglerfish paused to digest after consuming each ray. Otherwise, they would have been obliterated in an instant. Hurry, we can't let the 5th ray's sacrifice be in vain. I will avenge you. They fled desperately, not caring about direction, charging straight ahead. But it wasn't long before the anglerfish, having recovered, once again pursued them. Da Huang, Eri, you must avenge us. The 3rd ray made a resolute decision. Boldly heading toward the anglerfish, prepared to use its remaining strength to provide an opportunity for Da Huang and the others to escape. 3rd ray. They have only just come to realize the situation. Yet the stingray has already darted towards the lanternfish, unleashing its thunder goddess roar, determined to prolong its struggle for as long as possible. Let us go, commanded the great RAY.AT this moment. They were utterly incapable of rescuing the stingray and could only retreat. However, they would not allow such a sacrifice to be in vain. This was a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, on the island, alarms blared violently from the heart of clouds. Warning, your pet ray has inadvertently entered the deep-sea zone and is being pursued by a lanternfish with a very low survival rate. Would you like to forcibly teleport to assist the ray? Caution, forcibly teleporting will expose you to great peril, and you can only return on your own. The island's teleportation function cannot be used. What on earth is happening? Qin Shan was frantic. How could this have gone awry? Immediately teleport me and man over there. Qin Shan had no time to ponder. He needed to get there quickly, unaware of the dire situation unfolding on the other side. Teleportation failed. Please select one person to teleport. Me. Send me immediately, Qin Shan insisted. There was no time to hesitate. The teleportation commenced, coordinates set for the deep-sea area. Subsequently, a portal materialized before him. This was a small feature of the map, allowing direct teleportation to the contracted beast's side. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shan stepped through. How dare you harm my own? Soul reaping. With the force of 1,000 pounds, upon arrival in this maritime realm, Qin Shan witnessed the lanternfish devouring the stingray, igniting a fiery rage within him. How dare it consume his pet right before his eyes? A terrifying aura surged forth, and he was determined to teach this accursed lanternfish the consequences of offending him. It's the boss. The boss has arrived. We're saved. The great ray and the second ray wept in each other's embrace. Yet it was too late for the stingray, who had already been swallowed by the lanternfish. With no hope of survival. Human, you seek death. Without further ado, the lanternfish turned and attacked Qin Shan. The battle ensued, a fierce clash between man and fish in the depths, watching the layers above the lanternfish's head increase. Qin Shan's fury intensified. He had no time to investigate other matters. The fact that the stingray had been devoured loomed large. He unleashed all his wrath upon the lanternfish. You shall perish. Qin Shan struck the lanternfish with a mighty blow. This was the final layer, and filling it would trigger the soul-mourning instant kill effect, capable of annihilating the lanternfish. Miss, how could this be? Qin Shan stared in disbelief as the lanternfish immune to his instant kill effect. I must admit, human, you possess considerable strength, but you should not have provoked me, the lanternfish retorted, opening its gaping maw, ready to engulf Qin Shan. That I refuse to believe you can evade immunity. You will die. Without a doubt, Qin Shan's eyes burned red. The time for soul reaping had not yet elapsed. If one attempt failed, he would try again. Surely, he would slay this creature. Kill. Another fierce round of battle commenced. And for a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Is the boss in danger? Should we assist? We cannot interfere. If we go, we will distract the boss. Trust in him. The rays watching from a distance felt helpless. They were utterly unable to intervene in this conflict. Minutes passed. The layers above the lanternfish's head reached 99 once more. Die. Miss. Qin Shan was on the verge of spitting blood, having failed his instant kill effect thrice in a row. He had never encountered such a formidable creature before, truly a species only found in the deep sea. You cannot kill me, the lanternfish growled, equally shaken. Humph, you will die, Qin Shan retorted, undeterred, and continued his assault. In no time, he stacked the layers again, and predictably, the third attempt was also immune to that moment. However, the lanternfish bolted towards the deep sea zone. If you have the courage, follow me, the lanternfish taunted. Boss, don't be rash. That area is the deep sea. Seeing Qin Shan attempt to pursue, the great ray quickly intervened. Consider yourself fortunate. Qin Shan fumed that he vowed that one day, he would return to exact vengeance on this creature. Yet the lanternfish's strange abilities left him deeply unsettled. 3 instances of immunity to his instant kill effect, with not even a decapitation triggered, was no ordinary feat. There was undoubtedly a terrifying power at play. Boss, the stingrays are all dead. It's all my fault. I should have been more vigilant regarding the direction. That if it weren't for me, they wouldn't have perished. The great ray and the second ray were utterly heartbroken. Originally, they had set out as 5 brothers, but now only the 2 of them remained alive, with the stingray and the 4th ray sacrificing themselves to draw the lanternfish's attention. They blamed all the misfortune on themselves. As if that would provide them with some solace. It's all right. It's all right. In the future, when we are stronger, we will surely avenge them. Qin Shan reassured them, patting their heads. He etched this debt of vengeance against the lanternfish into his memory. Boss, let us return for now. I still don't know the extent of the lanternfish's abilities. They are too unfathomable for me to contend with, Qin Shan stated, based on their previous skirmish. It seemed the lanternfish was only at the 4th tier, unlikely to be any higher. With his strength, he could certainly defeat it. However, the 3 consecutive instances of immunity forced Qin Shan to approach with caution. This world was astonishing. It could harbor such terrifying abilities. Without any means of counteracting it, it posed a grave threat. Even with the martial arts he had acquired, he could not claim invincibility and dismiss tears. The further one progressed, the more bizarre the challenges became. It was far from easy to slay such creatures. Cross-boundary leaps. Unable to confront it now, they could only retreat. Utilizing the ray's abilities, Qin Shan swiftly returned to Cloud Island. Though his expression was clouded with gloom, these are bloodline evolution stones. They can significantly enhance your strength. Go now. Qin Shan handed them 2 bloodline evolution stones, which would greatly augment their capabilities. Yes, boss. At this moment, others dared to approach. During the hours Qin Shan was away, their strength had significantly improved, completing their bloodline evolution. However, seeing Qin Shan's troubled countenance, they sensed something was amiss, especially since only 2 rays had returned. Surely, a grave incident had occurred. Island Master, let us return. We need to resolve today's matters. Each of you should focus on enhancing your strength, Qin Shan instructed. Among the survivors, he was the most powerful in this region. Yet in the face of true disaster, he was merely a feeble survivor. Just like this journey into the deep sea, a single lanternfish had rendered him helpless, leaving him clueless about the horrors lurking within the depths. He needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would remain powerless against such threats in the future, and he despised this feeling. Indeed, with his current strength, he was wholly inadequate for the deep sea. Even sailing upon the ocean required utmost caution. No one could predict what dangers lay in wait upon the vast waters, fraught with peril. The loss of 3 stingrays weighed heavily on his heart. They had been his earliest companions, and their sudden demise felt like a wave crashing without a ripple. Yes, Island Master A.S. They quickly departed. Qin Shan's mood soured further. They dared not linger, fearing his displeasure. Some matters could be postponed without consequence. After a brief respite, Qin Shan approached the heart of clouds. Can we gather information regarding the lanternfish? Yes. The data from your battle with the lanternfish has already been recorded in the database. Shall I extract it now? Extract. Qin Shan clenched his fists, the animosity towards the lanternfish still surging within him. The exotic lanternfish, a diminutive species dwelling at the fringes of the deep sea, is a gregarious creature that only attacked after being startled by a stingray, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th stage in body refinement and a 3rd stage in physical prowess. It harbors the bloodline of an ancient terror fish, which grants it a shroud-like effect, rendering it immune to instant death effects, with a maximum of 3 activations per day. Damnable lanternfish, Qin Shan exclaimed, his fist crashing into the adjacent wall, creating a gaping hole. Minor damage detected in the leader's quarters. Would you like to repair it? Repair, Qin Shan replied, feeling somewhat disheartened, as this would surely incur a cost. Next time, it shall be your demise. No matter how formidable your bloodline is, it cannot save you. Now that he had discerned the origin of the lanternfish, he felt no fear of it, and no wonder it had fled after evading 3 instant death effects. Possessing such an anomalous bloodline was indeed infuriating, especially when confronted by an enemy. Despite being on the brink of slaying the lanternfish, he had lacked the courage to pursue it. The fact that it was a social species made it exceedingly difficult to kill just one, let alone contend with the others. In the foreseeable future, he could not venture into the deep sea seeking revenge. It would only serve as a waste of time. After resting for half an hour, the great stingray and the 2nd stingray successfully broke through, thus enhancing the strength of every individual on the island. During this time, he also distributed the treasures acquired from defeating pirates among them. Name: Yun Talent. Arithmetic, Creation Realm. Body Refinement Stage 3 Bloodline. 1st Stage Fushi Ancestral Bloodline Physical Prowess. Stage 3 Martial Arts. Sea Covering Array. Empty Mirror. 10 Directions Killing Array. Acquired 8 trigrams. Mechanical Constructs Passive. Focused Intention. Sincere Dedication. Could it be that Yun is Fushi? Qin Shan pondered in confusion. Indeed, Yun's bloodline was rather peculiar. While theirs was a bloodline, Yun's was an ancestral one, a title reserved for founders. Moreover, upon awakening the bloodline, his physical prowess immediately ascended to the 3rd stage, whereas Qin Shan himself had only broken through 2 levels. It was remarkably powerful, almost absurdly so. Yet, this individual was under his command, which was encouraging news for Qin Shan. Regardless of whether he was Fushi or not, Yun's accomplishments were undeniably impressive. Qin Shan mused that Yun was the first character to emerge on the island. Perhaps the rules for character emergence varied from island to island. However, those who manifested were, to a certain extent, linked to the time and space of his previous world. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell further and continued observing the others. Name: Ganjiang Talent. Master Swordsmith Realm. Body Refinement Stage 2 Bloodline. 1st Stage Fire God Bloodline Physical Prowess. Stage 2 Martial Arts. Sea of Fire. Heart of Blazing Fire Passive. Weapon Refining Technique. Forging Technique. Smelting Technique. United Hearts Name: Yi Talent. Deficiency of the Heavenly Path Realm. Body Refinement Stage 2 Bloodline. 1st Stage Nature Bloodline Physical Prowess. Stage 2 Martial Arts. Filling the Gaps. Great Reinforcement Technique Passive. Refinement Technique. Enhancement Technique. Inscription Technique. United Hearts Ganjiang and Yi's advancements were rather conventional, both exhibiting similar improvements. Yet, the Fire God and Nature bloodlines left Qin Shan somewhat perplexed. Whose bloodlines were these? For the moment, he remained unaware of their origins, but this did not significantly impact the situation. The enhancement of these individuals' foundational strengths was beneficial for the island. Regrettably, including Yun, The three of them awakened martial arts that suited their talents but lacked any formidable combat techniques. Otherwise, the island's strength would have been considerably amplified. Nonetheless, with Yun as the master of formations, this place would become increasingly fortified. Any adversaries attempting to invade would have to contend with his defensive arrays, which would only grow stronger. Given their current capabilities, no matter the direction of the attack, invasion would be tantamount to courting death. Name: Da Huang Talent, Guardian Realm, Body Refinement Stage 3 Bloodline. First Stage Tiango Bloodline Physical Prowess, Stage 2 Skills, Fearless Charge. Leading the charge, Loyal Guardian, Hell's Forge, Tiango Devouring the Sun Traits. Luck Bonus, sworn to follow to Qin Shan's astonishment. Da Huang possessed the Tiango bloodline. This would certainly play a crucial role in the island's future conquests. Seeing Da Huang unexpectedly filled Qin Shan with surprise. In his previous life, Da Huang had merely been an ordinary breed of dog, beloved for its goofy grin and homing instincts. He had never anticipated that upon arriving in this place, it would awaken the Tiango bloodline, thereby augmenting its combat prowess and transforming it into a principal combatant of the island. Name: De Yin, Second Yin, Talent, Electricity Realm, Body Refinement Stage 3 Bloodline. First Stage Ancient Ray, Fish Bloodline Physical Prowess, Stage 2 Length, 5 meters Skills, Thunder God's Roar. Lightning Flash, Thunder Strike, Substitution Technique, Deception Technique. Following their evolution, the Stingray's abilities had significantly enhanced. Even their physical length had reached 5 meters. The pet enclosure was no longer viable, forcing Qin Shan to place them in the water alongside the eel, lest they grow bored. Perhaps, being submerged would further aid in Yan's growth. Their skills had undergone substantial transformations. Not so much an increase in quantity as an advancement in quality. The multiple electric abilities had become Lightning Flash, while Substitution Technique had transitioned from treasure snatching to a more strategic approach. Deception Technique now encompassed the full range of cross-border transit capabilities, with a range of 3,000 kilometers achievable in just 12 minutes. With these capabilities, the survival prowess of the Yin and the Second Yin had been significantly bolstered. Moreover, Qin Shan instructed them not to venture out recklessly. After all, no one could predict what terrifying creatures they might encounter next. Until they possessed formidable strength, it was best to remain cautious. He constructed another elite dwelling for Gan Jiang and Mo Yi to reside in. Today's gains had nearly been exhausted, and the 2 bloodline evolution stones had become redundant. Initially, Qin Shan had regarded this place merely as a playground, but today, when the 3 stingrays perished, he realized how significant a place they held in his heart. Subsequently, he glanced at the chat channel, where everyone shared their experiences and treasures daily. Today, I felt a violent tremor. It seems something terrifying is awakening beneath the seabed. An individual with the ID, Xian Yuan Dadi remarked. Pray tell, what exactly transpired? You are actually rank 2. My goodness, brothers, look at this fellow. He is the second in combat strength. Does that mean the previous contenders have been pushed down? I don't recall this person being among the top 100 on the leaderboard. Could he be akin to Qin Shan? Has he perhaps acquired formidable martial arts? That is a possibility. Xian Yuan Dadi, what is your combat strength? The sudden emergence of Xian Yuan Dadi quickly drew the attention of the crowd. It had been 6 days since several tens of thousands had become cultivators. However, due to their late breakthroughs, the combat strength leaderboard was limited to 1,000 entries, with only the top 100 being memorable to others. Seabed tremors? Qin Shan exclaimed, alarmed. Could it be that a horrifying entity truly lurked beneath the waves? He has been preoccupied with various matters and truly has not taken the time to comprehend what lies beneath the sea. It seems that this Emperor Xian Yuan is indeed a fortunate individual. Perhaps his sudden surge in strength is a result of the seismic activity beneath the ocean. Upon closer inspection, it is confirmed that Xian Yuan possesses a combat strength of 15 points and has reached the 2nd stage of body refinement. Meanwhile, Wan Jun remains at a combat strength of 7 points, showing no improvement. Before today, no one was aware of Xuan Yuan's identity, yet his power has remarkably escalated. Clearly, something is amiss. He initiated a private conversation with none other than Emperor Xian Yuan. Qin Shan, may we converse? Xian Yuan, what do you wish to discuss? The response was prompt. Qin Shan, what lies beneath the sea that causes such tremors? Xian Yuan, I can share that information, but you must provide resources in exchange. Xian Yuan, too, was puzzled. Despite having attained 15 points of combat strength, he could not discern Qin Shan's true power. This was indeed alarming. What level had this individual achieved? Qin Shan. What do you desire? Xian Yuan. Third-tier martial arts. Energy stones or pet cultivation pills would suffice. Qin Shan. I possess pet cultivation pills. How many do you require? After reaching the third stage of body refinement, both energy stones and pet cultivation pills lose much of their efficacy, necessitating vast resources for further enhancement, which could be traded. The seismic activity beneath the ocean is of great significance to Qin Shan, but if necessary, he could descend himself, though the dangers lurking below remain unknown to him. He fears that he might not return. Others have already ventured down, making it far easier for them to obtain what they seek. Xian Yuan. 20 energy stones and 100 pet cultivation pills. Qin Shan. Are you not being a bit too greedy? Qin Shan furrowed his brow. It was not that he lacked the items, but the quantity was indeed excessive. These resources are far more valuable than cloud stones. Xian Yuan. I assure you, the value is commensurate. You shall not incur a loss. Qin Shan. Very well. Let us proceed with the trade that I trust you will not deceive me. Qin Shan submitted the transaction, sending the items over, and Xian Yuan accepted without hesitation. Xian Yuan. There exists an immense relic beneath the sea, its expanse beyond measure. Qin Shan. A relic? The notion of a relic hidden underwater was unexpected for Qin Shan. With his current abilities, he could only dive to a depth of 5,000 meters. Beyond that, he dared not venture, for the eerie atmosphere filled him with dread, as if he might encounter terrifying creatures should he descend further. Furthermore, with the map now accessible, he could simply wait for the day when the mysteries of the depths would be revealed. Yet, Xuan Yuan's revelation of a colossal marvel beneath stirred something within him. Xian Yuan. Indeed, this morning I experienced a violent tremor. Out of curiosity, I descended you know what I encountered. Qin Shan. What? Xian Yuan. A dragon. I beheld the presence of a dragon. Xian Yuan spoke with fervent astonishment. While at the other end, Yunji Xian mirrored his excitement. A person of Chinese descent, encountering a dragon would elicit such a reaction from anyone. Qin Shan. What? How can that be possible? Qin Shan could no longer remain seated. Initially, he found Xuan Yuan's words hard to believe, but upon reflection, within the context of this world, such a possibility could not be entirely dismissed. This was no longer the world he once knew. Uncertainties abounded. If they could attain tremendous power, then the existence of dragons might not be so far-fetched after all. Qin Shan. But wait, if you encountered a dragon, how could you return, and how deep did you descend? Xian Yuan. It was indeed a dragon, a divine dragon of our Huaxia. You may find it hard to believe. Qin Shan. Speak. Xian Yuan. The divine dragon I saw was already deceased. The fortune I gained came from its remains. As for the depth I descended, I cannot say precisely. It was as if I plunged down suddenly, only to be drawn back up by some strange force. Qin Shan. The divine dragon is dead? The impact of this revelation was immense for Qin Shan. What other secrets does this world conceal? If Xuan Yuan's account holds any truth, then this realm is indeed terrifying if even divine dragons can perish. What then are they? Xian Yuan. Yes, when I beheld it, I could scarcely believe my eyes. Yet, the dragon lay before me, its aura entirely extinguished, devoid of any essence. Xian Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. Who could accept such a reality? Qin Shan. Thank you for this information. Let us become friends. Xian Yuan. Agreed. Thus, their conversation concluded. In Qin Shan's list of friends, he welcomed a second individual, the first being Yu Pao Pao. I must hasten to grow stronger. This world is perilously dangerous. Qin Shan felt a twinge of fear. His power was woefully inadequate. The demise of the three rays served as a stark warning. Perhaps, in the eyes of that entity, they were merely ants, their presence in this realm nothing more than a game to them. When one's strength reaches a certain level, can they truly slay deities and immortals? No one could answer this query, leaving him to ponder, a sense of uncertainty enveloping him as never before. Qin Shan arrived at the shoreline and summoned Eel. Eel, what troubles you, my leader? Beside him were two rays, who had been training underwater until Qin Shan called them forth. Qin Shan. Eel, to what depth can you dive? Eel. Well, as the king of eels, I am somewhat of a minor boss. My capabilities in the water far exceed yours. I can reach a depth of 10,000 meters, but is there something terrifying lurking below? Qin Shan. Only 10,000 meters. Eel, great ray, little ray, guard the seabed beneath the island. Report any anomalies immediately. Eel, rest assured, my leader. Eel, has something occurred? Qin Shan would not speak of such matters without cause. There is a great horror beneath the ocean, and our current strength is still too weak. This precaution is necessary. We must all strive to cultivate diligently and avoid complacency. The thought of Xuanyuan's news sent a shiver down his spine. If a dreadful calamity were to arise, his individual strength would be wholly insufficient to evade it, and the island itself would inevitably sink. This was not the outcome he wished to witness. Thus, he must fortify himself. While they may not comprehend the dangers Qin Shan speaks of, strengthening themselves is always prudent. Perhaps a fierce battle awaits in the future, but it certainly will not commence now. Only when a crisis looms will the survivors find the motivation to accelerate their development. Meanwhile, on a distant island, Qin Shan possesses considerable strength. If I can recruit him, I could certainly establish an empire in this world. Yet, I wonder if he is worth my investment. Xuanyuan mused, his gaze filled with fervor as he regarded the individual who has consistently topped the combat rankings. If he could garner the support of formidable allies, establishing a great nation in this realm would indeed be possible. His ambitions were vast. The individual from the Dou family is no slouch either. And with the great sorcerer, Li Tianjiao, they are all luminaries of District 3-4, by uniting their strengths. Should they manage to venture into other territories and ally with powerful families, ruling this world would be effortless. Perhaps, prior to arriving here, they held a prestigious status. However, this world is inherently just, offering every individual an equal opportunity upon entry. As for the accomplishments one may achieve, that remains uncertain. As time passes, the number of survivors in District 34 continues to dwindle. Having diminished by over 1,000, it seems that after the demise of Hujun, their mortality rate began to surge dramatically. The circumstances surrounding those islands remained shrouded in mystery, with no means of communication. Upon death, even the islands themselves vanish, leaving no trace to investigate. In Qin Shan's vicinity, he has just exchanged all unnecessary resources for cloud stones and basic materials, regardless of what the future holds. He is determined to construct his island, for that is the fundamental principle. All else is futile to fret over. After laboring throughout the day, night has fallen, yet tonight, Qin Shan feels an unsettling anxiety. He has expanded the island by utilizing some recently acquired cloud stones, inching closer to the target of 50,000. Currently, there are 2 elite houses on the island, and he eagerly anticipates whether new talents will emerge tomorrow. The effects of the sacred artifact are undeniably potent. He yearns to acquire another, though the odds are rather slim. To have obtained the Wanjia Denghua is already a stroke of fortune. This achievement is largely thanks to his fortuitous hand and the dual talents of Wu Shuang, coupled with the attribute enhancement from De Huang. It was no small feat, and he wonders when he might uncover such a treasure again. At present, his priority is to gather the shards of divine artifacts and treasure maps, both of which could significantly augment his strength in a short span. However, the process of collection presents its own challenges. If he could uncover a few pirate treasures tomorrow, he might procure some valuable items. As those who traverse the seas have explored countless locales, their whereabouts unknown to all. Regrettably, in the end, they are merely toiling for themselves. Regardless of how many valuable items they possess, if left unused, they will ultimately benefit these survivors. As for the plight of others, Qin Shan remains oblivious. He only needs to focus on becoming stronger at a faster pace. Currently, every individual and guardian beast on the island possesses strength no less than the second stage of body refinement. Anyone who ventures out is capable of standing their ground with their presence. Many matters no longer require Qin Shan's direct concern. At midnight, while everyone is soundly asleep, a sudden roar jolts them awake. What has happened? Qin Shan immediately rises, fully alert. His senses are on high alert at the slightest rustle. After all, his life is of utmost importance. Everything else pales in comparison. Upon stepping outside, he finds others have gathered, evidently disturbed by the roar that disrupted their slumber. The sound emanates from the forest. Let us investigate, Qin Shan suggests. The group nods in agreement, realizing that if something amiss truly lurks there, they would be in grave danger without any semblance of strength. They hasten towards the source. And along the way, they notice numerous resources refreshing, which piques Qin Shan's curiosity. However, his mind is preoccupied with the urgency of reaching the forest, where it seems something undesirable has transpired. As they draw closer, the noises intensify. Island Master, there is more than one beast. Could it be a new species spawned in the forest? The woodlands have expanded to over 1,000 square meters, and with daily cultivation techniques. The growth rate is extraordinary. Aside from the initial rabbits, various small creatures have gradually appeared, yet Qin Shan has not given them much thought, allowing their development to proceed unimpeded. However, based on recent observations, it seems formidable creatures are now present in the woods, and not just a single one. Judging by the sounds, it could very well be a ruler of the mountains. We must hurry inside. Regardless of the animals, we cannot allow them to disrupt the forest's evolution, Qin Shan asserts. The island's evolution is crucial. In just a few days, not only has the forest emerged, but also hills have begun to form. Though merely a small mound of earth, one must not underestimate it. If the island develops rapidly enough, it could transform into a mountain range. From the vicinity of the spiritual spring, streams are beginning to extend. Albeit the flow is minimal, barely stretching a few meters. Nonetheless, this is undoubtedly a sign of evolution that as long as it remains within his control, he is willing to allow unfettered evolution. In time, the island will become a continent, and he shall reign as its sovereign, resolutely preventing anyone from jeopardizing the process of evolution. The roar of the saber-toothed tiger reverberates through the air as Qin Shan and his companions arrive at the scene. Before them stands a colossal saber-toothed tiger, facing off against 5 wolves, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Ordinary wolves would not dare to challenge a saber-toothed tiger. However, all 6 creatures exhibit strength at the second stage of body refinement. Such power is formidable, rivaling even the legendary weapons of Jiang and Mo Yi. The pace of evolution is astonishingly rapid. Qin Shan is taken aback. In just a few days, such a caliber of creature has emerged. If this continues, they may very well attain sentience. Should we slay them, Island Master? Yin inquires. No, let them fight. However, after today, I want you to regulate the forest's development. We cannot allow them to evolve unchecked, Qin Shan instructs. The island constructed with cloud stones is truly remarkable, evolving in a manner beyond reason. It is far more terrifying than their own growth. One day, this place will transform into a vast forest teeming with beasts. Therefore, it is imperative to impose human control. Otherwise, they will inevitably be supplanted by the very beasts they seek to cultivate. It seems the unpredictable risks spoken of by others manifest in this very scenario. Had it not been for their conflict, Qin Shan would have overlooked the forest's potential, which could swiftly surpass their own advancements. Just as the island had begun to stabilize, a new turmoil is about to unfold. With a thunderous roar, the saber-toothed tiger lunges forward, intent on devouring the wolves. The wolves, undeterred, nimbly evade the tiger's onslaught, making it challenging to determine a clear victor. Moments later, the saber-toothed tiger appears to lose patience. Swiping at one of the wolves, heedless of the others gnawing at it, with a single blow, the wolf crumples to the ground, and the saber-toothed tiger crushes its skull underfoot, ensuring it is beyond saving. Turning its gaze towards the remaining wolves, a glint of menace shines forth. One by one, none shall escape. This saber-toothed tiger is merciless, inflicting harm upon itself to vanquish its prey. The sight of it sacrificing its own well-being to slay a wolf causes their lips to twitch. Indeed, it is a beast that shows no regard for its own welfare. The other wolves, startled, find themselves momentarily intimidated by the tiger's ferocity, allowing it the opportunity to strike without hesitation. One by one, they fall, for even if their prowess is comparable, they stand no chance against the saber-toothed tiger's inherent might. After dispatching the last wolf, the saber-toothed tiger collapses, panting heavily. Despite the bloodline suppression, it has sustained considerable injury. While it possesses an advantage, it is not invulnerable. Enemies will not simply stand by and allow it to slay them. After resting for several minutes, the saber-toothed tiger lies down, licking its wounds, oblivious to the human figures that have silently approached from behind. Saber-toothed tiger, Qin Shan calls out. The words he speaks resonate with all beings. With a start, the saber-toothed tiger whirls around, spotting Qin Shan and his entourage. What brings you here? It asks, eyeing them warily, fully aware of the implications of Qin Shan's words. To evolve and thrive in my territory without knowing who I am. You must wish for your demise. Qin Shan spoke coldly at this moment. The emergence of a colossal creature like the saber-toothed tiger was evidently not a fortuitous event, exerting a significant impact on the survival environment of other animals. It was indeed his fault for abruptly expanding over 10,000 square meters, leading to a rapid surge in the area's growth. Yet, without a hint of greed, how could one expect to thrive swiftly? I care not who you are. Depart at once, or I shall be compelled to take action. declared the saber-toothed tiger. To speak bluntly. They seemed to have sprung forth from the very stones, unaware of the nature of these beings. All it knew was that Qin Shan posed a substantial threat, and it could very well lose its life. Seeking death, to dare to converse with the island master in such a manner. Yun stepped forward, and the immense pressure instantly rendered the saber-toothed tiger incapacitated, questioning the very essence of its existence. Fear flickered in its eyes. The prowess of these humans was overwhelmingly terrifying, and even the dog nearby instilled a sense of dread. Confronted with the unknown, especially that which inspires fear, one must harbor a profound reverence. Only thus can one hope to endure longer, submit, or perish, Qin Shan proclaimed. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision. If he could tame the saber-toothed tiger, it would serve as a guardian of the forest, eliminating the need for him to send additional personnel to oversee the area. Standing there, Qin Shan imposed immense pressure upon the saber-toothed tiger. This youth's strength surpassed that of the previous individual, intensifying the strain. I wish to survive. The saber-toothed tiger resolved immediately. To confront these humans with its own strength would surely lead to its demise. Having only just emerged, why would it willingly embrace death? A wise choice. Do not resist, Qin Shan advised. Produce the contract card. For those loyal to the island, be they humans or beasts, he would refrain from employing such devices. For instance, he released the bindings on the great rays, as their simple minds did not require such measures. From the moment he provided sustenance, they had already committed themselves to his cause. However, with the newly acquired saber-toothed tiger, the situation was different. It might only verbally agree now, but could easily renege the moment he turned his back. If one day he were absent from the island, it could result in catastrophe. He could not permit anyone to wreak havoc within his stronghold. Those who dared would meet their end. Upon utilizing the contract card, the saber-toothed tiger became considerably more compliant. Master, it approached Qin Shan respectfully. Do not harbor any psychological burdens. Should you remain loyal to the island, I shall release you from the contract. To be frank, I do not particularly favor such devices. Thank you, Master. The saber-toothed tiger felt a surge of joy. For this represented an opportunity for freedom. These are pet cultivation pills, capable of accelerating your training speed. I require your assistance in managing this forest. At this stage, I cannot allow powerful beasts to emerge. Qin Shan instructed. Yes, Master. I shall ensure this place is well managed. The saber-toothed tiger replied. Elated, it eagerly accepted the pet cultivation pills, sensing the immense power within them, capable not only of healing its wounds, but also enhancing its strength. Suddenly, it felt that following Qin Shan might indeed be quite favorable, having received such valuable items upon arrival. You have a name. Master, I possess no name. Henceforth, you shall be known as Beast King, the sovereign of this forest. Thank you for your bestowed name, Master. Here, focus on your training diligently. Should you encounter any insurmountable problems, feel free to seek me out to the south of the island. After imparting these instructions, Qin Shan departed. It was already 11 o'clock, and to remain awake was simply unreasonable. Had he not been awakened by their battle, he would have likely already succumbed to slumber. After dismissing the others, Qin Shan returned home, not immediately retiring to bed, but instead entering the chat channel, where conversations still flowed. It appeared that everyone was indeed a night owl. Gentlemen, I bear unfortunate news. Do not rush to expand Yun Island. Lacking strength will only lead to backlash. What the hell? Qin Shan, what do you mean by that? Why do I feel a chill in my heart? The appearance of Qin Shan genuinely surprised everyone. After all, they only knew him as the #1 on the battle power leaderboard, rarely making an appearance, like a specter. Qin Shan, has something occurred? Many were fervently inquiring after him, eager to understand the situation. A formidable beast has appeared on my island. This is the consequence of excessive expansion, that if one lacks the necessary strength, they should refrain from reckless enlargement. Is this what that mysterious individual referred to as unpredictable consequences? Has the master already been ambushed? In an instant, shock reverberated through the crowd. If even Qin Shan feared this beast, what chance did they have of survival? Master, may I inquire about your battle power? 40. Therefore, the decision to expand rests with you. That is all I shall say. A master indeed, with such high battle power. If even he cannot handle it, are we not in peril? Should we still proceed with the island expansion? Indeed, we must build, but the pace must be tempered. Otherwise, none can foresee the consequences. Qin Shan's well-intentioned warning stemmed solely from his desire for the survival of more individuals within the same region. thus enabling him to reap greater benefits. As the island began to stabilize, numerous resources were refreshed, and those deemed useless would undoubtedly be sold off. Only a vast number of survivors could provide him with sufficient resources. Their survival mattered more than their strength. The map scan was complete. Within 100 nautical miles, 8 pirate locations, 13 abandoned treasure chests, and an unclaimed island had been discovered. The island master is urged to swiftly suppress and reclaim these. Upon waking in the morning, Qin Shan received news from Yun Jixian, noting the substantial difference in range between 50 and 100 nautical miles, rendering the emergence of so many resources quite reasonable. However, the absence of bosses and sea kings was a promising development. While bosses could be dealt with, the true challenge lay with the sea kings, whose strength was terrifying. Qin Shan mused that with his current power, he likely could not contend with them. Let Yun and the others handle it, Qin Shan said after assessing the pirate strength. There were no particularly formidable individuals present, and with the group's average cultivation at the 3rd stage, it was more than sufficient. The unclaimed island intrigued Qin Shan. The description indicated it was not a survivor's island and would randomly refresh resources. What exactly would await them could only be determined upon arrival. Yet, similarly, the unclaimed island posed significant risks, guarded by fearsome beasts, making it no easy conquest. He stepped outside and summoned everyone. Yun, today shall proceed as before. Take them to eliminate the pirates and retrieve the abandoned treasure chests. In the afternoon, we shall venture to a specific location. We must act swiftly, Qin Shan instructed. The distance was indeed considerable, even with Arc No. 1 speed reaching 80 nautical miles. Completing the journey within the morning hours would not be an easy task. I will ensure the task is completed, Yun replied. Ganjiang and Mo Yi, along with De Huang and the Great Rays, would accompany them. With 6 combat units, overcoming the enemy should pose no significant challenge. The only concern was the potential emergence of formidable creatures from beneath the sea. As time progressed, the challenges before them would only intensify. Without rapid development, their endeavors would falter. Let us depart at once, Qin Shan commanded. Each day was filled with busyness, with too many matters to attend to. After resolving these issues, he still needed to train. The time allotted for their cultivation was decidedly insufficient, with the Beast King guarding the forest. Qin Shan harbored no concerns regarding unforeseen accidents. The emergence of such advanced species was merely a consequence of the island's sudden expansion. He would simply need to remain vigilant. Indeed, several individuals swiftly boarded Arc 1 and steered the vessel away from the island. As they navigated the seas and clashed with pirates, they anticipated considerable rewards, particularly in acquiring peculiar items, notably fragments of divine artifacts and treasure maps, both of which were highly coveted by Qin Shan. As the items inscribed upon them possessed formidable power, securing the Qishao Emperor's sword and the Jojo Cauldron would significantly amplify the island's strength. After watching them depart, Qin Shan approached the supply treasure chests. Where some sea beasts had already emerged, he did not recognize them, nor did he feel the need to. He simply unleashed a flurry of strikes, as they posed no threat. The bloodline evolution stones he obtained had greatly enhanced his power, allowing him to easily vanquish the minor foes without expending much effort. Among the 16 treasure chests, only one was a reddish-brown chest, while the rest were all green wooden chests, which had improved in quality compared to before. Upon opening the lucky reddish-brown chest, he acquired the foundational passive swordsmanship skill, 1 fragment of a divine artifact, 1 treasure map, 200 energy stones, 500 cloud stones, and a substantial amount of basic resources. The green wooden chest yielded a plethora of basic resources. Is this it? Qin Shan mused, somewhat speechless. After all, this was a lucky grade treasure chest, yet it granted him such meager rewards. Nonetheless, he had grown accustomed to it. At this point, if higher grade treasure chests did not appear, there would be little of value left, and he could only hope that Yun and the others would return with pirate treasures and forgotten chests. Those were the real prizes. To reap benefits, he needed to expand outward. Having acquired over 1,000 cloud stones, he was ready to expand, and he could also construct several buildings with the other basic resources, though he had yet to decide what to build. He needed to survey the island thoroughly and gather all useful items, particularly population, as it would be ideal if new inhabitants could be generated. The island spanned over 10,000 square meters. Yet its population remained a mere 4, far too tranquil, lacking in vitality. The southern part of the island was devoid of anything, and despite his thorough exploration of every corner, he found nothing of interest. It was evident that the area where he dwelled harbored no valuable resources. He could only venture into the forest and hills in search of them. Master. As soon as Qin Shan entered the forest, the Beast King appeared before him. Beast King, has anything unusual occurred in the forest today? Qin Shan inquired. It seems quite tranquil today. There have been no signs of animal unrest. Only a few small snakes and a swarm of bees have appeared. Very well, guard this place diligently. I must inspect other areas, Qin Shan instructed. Rest assured, Master. Nodding, Qin Shan departed from the forest, having gathered all the resources with the Beast King's assistance. However, he still needed to check other locations. After wandering for half an hour, he amassed a considerable amount of resources, sufficient for many people to wait a day. This was the formidable power of the Chosen One's badge, the prospect of refreshing treasures. Even basic ones drew many eager seekers. Surprisingly, no population has refreshed, Qin Shan remarked. The refresh rate was indeed low, and it had been fortunate for him to have encountered 3 individuals over 2 days. Just as he prepared to return to the leader's dwelling, a voice from the seaside caught his attention. Rushing over, he found Mana, whose enormous body posed a risk of damaging the land should it venture ashore unnecessarily. It was better for it to remain in the water. What troubles you, Mana? Qin Shan asked. Boss, a multitude of small fish and shrimp have appeared at the seabed. Should I catch some for you? Mana responded. Small fish and shrimp? It seems I could create a fish pond, Qin Shan replied. The village construction blueprint allowed for numerous buildings, including a fish pond, which would ensure a steady supply of seafood. Moreover, a stream was gradually forming. However, I cannot construct the fish pond just yet. The creek water has not yet flowed this way. Building it now would be futile, with the arrival of the legendary blacksmith. Weapon crafting must take precedence. I should establish a blacksmith's workshop first. Qin Shan contemplated. He was not picky about food, as long as it was sufficient to stave off hunger at this stage. Maximizing the island's development was crucial for enhancing his strength. Non-essential items could be postponed without issue. Thus, Mana, you may catch the fish and shrimp and store them in the warehouse, that we can sell them for resources, Qin Shan instructed. Understood. With that, Mana dove into the water. Although few people worried about food in these times, being merely in the phase of sustenance, selling fish and shrimp would surely yield substantial profits. Fortunately, the warehouse was spacious enough to accommodate many items, including those previously acquired but currently in use, which remained piled within. He decided against expanding the warehouse for now, planning to do so once he secured more cloudstones, hoping to trigger the hand of technology in the process. Upon returning to the leader's dwelling, Qin Shan contemplated the benefits of having triggered the hand of technology twice during the island's expansion, which had saved him considerable effort. Naturally, he wished to employ such advantages in further island development. Once the area expanded to 50,000 square meters, he would obtain a higher-grade pioneer badge, which would greatly benefit the island's growth. At that time, it was possible that vast forests, mountains, canyons, plains, and streams could manifest, allowing for even greater resource accumulation daily. Arriving at the heart of the clouds, Qin Shan pulled up the village construction blueprint. There were many potential buildings, yet the area was insufficient for a blacksmith's workshop, which required considerable space beyond its facade, including a substantial workshop behind it. Unless he was willing to forego the island's evolution, constructing the workshop was not feasible, at least not until he exchanged resources. Turning his attention to the plantation, Qin Shan focused on the spiritual fields, which he could construct given the current area. Houses were unnecessary for the time being, as there were no inhabitants to occupy them. Building them would merely waste space, which was not worth the effort. Instead, he resolved to utilize resources more effectively. Furthermore, the spiritual food produced within the spiritual fields contained trace amounts of spiritual energy, which could be absorbed to enhance strength. Even the poultry required spiritual food. After several days of growth, the spiritual chickens and ducks began to lay eggs. One could not deny their resilience in this island built from cloudstones. Their growth rate was remarkably swift. However, the spiritual fields were too close to the woods, and several poultry had been snatched away by wild beasts. The spiritual soil was rapidly depleting, leading to the emergence of a vast expanse of spiritual fields in the original location. With the soil becoming even more fertile, Qin Shan did not rush to relocate the plantation closer to the dwelling area. Instead, he planned to keep it near the northern region, as the spiritual fields required water resources for nourishment. Otherwise, he would have to travel far to water them, a task he intended to assign to Yun and the others. Aside from the initial period when no one was present, during which Qin Shan tended to some tasks himself. He had not engaged in such activities afterward. Their methods were far more professional than his own. After teaching them the techniques of spirit planting, gathering, and nurturing, he had seldom managed these tasks. Today, having dispatched the others, he was left to venture alone. That I must remember to leave someone on the island next time. As the island lord, I should not be burdened with such chores, Qin Shan grumbled, as he earnestly departed from the leader's dwelling toward the plantation to sow seeds in the remaining vacant areas. A full 1,000 square meters was quite substantial, and even though he was now a third-tier body refiner, performing these techniques left him feeling somewhat fatigued. He still needed to visit the spiritual spring to fetch some water. Oh dear, I nearly forgot about the Beast King. Upon entering the forest, Qin Shan slapped his forehead, realizing he had been unnecessarily worried. He could simply ask the Beast King to assist him in transporting the water. Thus, on the island, one could witness the sight of a saber-toothed tiger tirelessly fetching water to irrigate the plantation. Here, I have gathered these for you. Qin Shan spoke, waving his hand grandly, bestowing the pet cultivation elixir upon the Beast King. At present, only the Beast King still required the elixir, for the other contracted beasts no longer needed it. After reaching the third tier, both energy stones and pet cultivation elixirs offered negligible enhancements. A vast quantity would be necessary for further breakthroughs. It was exceedingly difficult to achieve advancement solely through daily training and cultivation. Only by acquiring higher-grade items could their powers be swiftly augmented. Thank you, Master, the Beast King exclaimed, elated. This was indeed a treasure. Having consumed the one obtained yesterday, it had significantly boosted its strength. The more, the better. Let us return, Qin Shan declared. The fierce tiger, after all, could only truly exhibit its majesty within the depths of the forest. Upon returning to Unmatched, he inspected the warehouse and was astonished to find that Man had indeed procured a plethora of fish and shrimp, completely filling the storeroom. Perhaps these would suffice for Man for a fortnight. But for Qin Shan and his companions, even a year's worth would not be exhausted. Without hesitation, he placed everything into the trading hall. The sudden influx of fish and shrimp created a tremendous impact on the crowd. Wow, where did the esteemed Qin Shan acquire so many fish and shrimp? One exclaimed. It's been ages since I've had these. I'll take 10 pounds. Another noted, wait, why is the esteemed one still collecting cloudstones? Suddenly, the crowd sensed something amiss. It appeared that Qin Shan's primary trading focus was still on cloudstones, with only a minor demand for other basic resources. Surely, the esteemed one wouldn't deceive us just to profit from cloudstones. One voiced skepticism. It can't be, right? I've just encountered a few snakes on my modest 300 square meter island. With the esteemed one's at least 2,500 square meters, fearsome creatures must surely abound. Goodness, the esteemed one is truly remarkable. I don't even have 100 square meters, yet you have 300. If snakes can appear on 300 square meters, what must the strength be? Not bad. At the first tier of body refining. I must admit, they taste quite good, but I advise those lacking strength against expanding their islands. I've spent several hours honing my martial arts just to secure these snakes. Insufficient strength could lead to death. Does this mean the esteemed Qin Shan's strength far surpasses ours? With over 2,000 square meters, he seeks further expansion. The world of the esteemed one remains a mystery to us. I shall eat first out of respect. The purchasing power of cloudstones remained high. A single stone could procure numerous fish and shrimp, which were hardly valuable. For those without strength, stockpiling food could never be a misstep. Currently, their primary food source was still through opening boxes, with seeds being exceedingly rare. With a substantial amount of food at such a low price, purchasing was a sound decision. Qin Shan merely glanced at the situation. Finding little of significance, he sought merely to exchange for some cloud stones to expand his island, content to receive whatever came his way. His principal sources remained his own box openings and materials obtained from the sea. And providing for these others was aimed at ensuring more individuals survive to continuously supply him with resources. The strength of one person is ultimately limited, and he noticed many unfamiliar items appearing in the trading hall. At present, however, he needed to focus on building his island, lacking surplus resources for dealings with others. Hours passed in this manner. The adventurers returned to the island, bringing with them a wealth of resources: 8 pirate treasures and 13 lost chests. Upon opening the pirate treasures, they obtained 5 artifact shards, 3 treasure maps, 800 cloud stones, and a plethora of basic resources. The lost chests yielded 13 mysterious altars, 3 bloodline evolution stones, 1 upgrade card, 1 population refresh voucher, and and 1,300 cloud stones, alongside a considerable amount of basic resources. The artifact shards and treasure maps were disappointingly not guaranteed drops. Qin Shan murmured, having anticipated more. Now, with 8 artifact shards and 6 treasure maps, he found there was still no response. Evidently, gathering these items would not be an easy task. As for the mysterious altars, he had acquired one yesterday. It was currently unusable, requiring 100 to summon an ancient creature, along with a significant resource expenditure. He had simply tossed it into the warehouse to gather dust. It took up considerable space. And fortunately, he had sold some fish and shrimp beforehand, or the warehouse would have been overflowing. With 5 bloodline evolution stones in hand, he was halfway to his own evolution, needing to reserve one for the Beast King. As these required resource consumption, the meager rewards of a day were far from sufficient. The emergence of the upgrade card brought Qin Shan immense joy, as it could unconditionally elevate another's strength by 1 tier. Excluding the Island Master, with this, he contemplated the demise of the mastermind behind the scenes. What a ridiculous setup. If I had no subordinates, I wouldn't be able to use it at all. The most suitable candidate for the upgrade card was Man, whose 5th tier of body refining strength would only become more formidable, given that they were headed to a deserted island in the afternoon. Where unknown troubles awaited, having top-tier combatants was all the more advantageous. Additionally, the population refresh voucher was used to replenish the population, with everything being random quantity, talent, all at the mercy of fortune. This was the culmination of everyone's efforts that morning. Not an abundance, but certainly not insignificant. In the afternoon, we shall venture to that unclaimed island, potentially facing unknown dangers. This upgrade card shall be given to Man. Does anyone object? Qin Shan inquired. Although he was the island master with the final say, he considered the sentiments of others, for everyone had contributed to the island. The stronger Man becomes, the safer we shall be. I only just evolved my bloodline yesterday and have yet to fully digest it. I do not require this, nor do I. Very well. Then it shall be given to Man, Qin Shan decided. Just then, Man was nearby, and without delay, it was upgraded. In an instant, it ascended to the 6th tier of body refining, its form expanding to 70 meters. In the previous world, such a creature would likely be regarded as a prehistoric being. A sea eel reaching such a length was indeed remarkable. Then, they witnessed Man joyfully splashing the water's surface. Seemingly very excited. Thank you, boss, it said, extending its massive head to nuzzle against Qin Shan and the others. However, this affectionate gesture left everyone drenched, resembling drowned rats. Laughter erupted among the crowd, although they could not comprehend Man's words. The action spoke volumes. Let us all return for a meal. I shall notify you at 2 in the afternoon, Qin Shan announced. Yes, Island Master. The others departed. Qin Shan remained behind, intent on using the population refresh voucher to test his luck and see what caliber of individuals he could procure. Using the population refresh voucher, he declared, the items produced could be utilized anywhere on the island without needing to travel to Yunjiexine, triggering the technological hand. All newly generated individuals would awaken their bloodlines, elevating their cultivation to the 2nd tier of body refining with a minimum physical strength of the 1st tier. Upon successful use, he obtained 3 units of population with a flicker of white light. 3 figures materialized before Qin Shan. Greetings, Island Master. Unlike the previous arrivals, these 3 donned robes. One held a scripture, another wielded a whisk, and the third stood upon a flying sword, exuding an impressive aura. Could this truly be the 3 pure ones? Qin Shan gasped in astonishment at the sight before him. He had thought no new population would be added today, yet it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. Initially, he had felt a pang of regret upon activating the technological hand. But now, witnessing these 3, all such feelings vanished. Regardless of their identities, the strength of these 3 was undoubtedly formidable, and with their addition, the safety of the group heading to the unclaimed land in the afternoon would be significantly enhanced. Welcome to the island, Qin Shan remarked, his face adorned with a radiant smile. This time, he had truly attracted several remarkable individuals to himself. With each new addition, the island's strength would be augmented. Moreover, the sudden appearance of 3 formidable warriors was exhilarating. The activation of this technological hand was indeed worthwhile, far more thrilling than merely expanding the island. While island expansion could be pursued gradually, if these 3 were indeed the Sanqing, he could only wonder how long it would take to recruit them. You 3 have yet to dine, I presume. Follow me, Qin Shan invited. Thank you, Island Master, The trio responded without hesitation, trailing behind Qin Shan towards the leader's abode. Who are they? They exude such power. Upon witnessing the three, Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. He found himself unable to discern their strength. Indeed, complacency was not an option, lest he risk being eliminated. Utilizing the Heart of Cloud, he conjured 3 elite abodes for them to reside in, allowing Qin Shan to instruct them to await his return. They truly are the Sanqing. After their departure, Qin Shan examined their attributes, confirming their formidable prowess. Had it not been for the island's constraints, their strength would have undoubtedly surpassed its current limits. Name: Tai Talent, Heavenly Path Realm, Body Refinement, 2nd Stage Bloodline, Ta Ching Ancestral Line Physical Body, 5th Stage Martial Arts, Ta Ching Immortal Light, Ta Ching Divine Thunder, Passive, Unknown possessing a 5th Stage Physical Body. Tai could unleash devastating thunder without sustaining injury, a state Qin Shan aspired to achieve but could not yet realize. The attributes of the other 2 were similarly impressive, their overwhelming strength eclipsing that of others upon their arrival. Their treasures, martial arts, bloodline evolution, and so forth were matters he need not concern himself with. He would allow them to cultivate independently for their martial arts. Qin Shan mused that none were within his current capacity to learn in terms of combat power. It was simply impossible to evaluate these individuals. Their strength was unequivocally formidable. The activation of this technological hand had rendered him nearly invincible. With their presence, the island would remain secure. Qin Shan sighed in relief, his greatest concern being the potential for others to dismantle his stronghold. Seizing the moment, he decided to expand the island while simultaneously enhancing the Beast King's strength. Even with the forest's rapid evolution, he felt little need for concern. Acting on this thought, he first reclaimed the cloud stones that had been successfully traded in the trading hall, acknowledging the significant support from the entire District 34. Upon learning that expanding the island would summon terrifying beasts, everyone had become considerably more cautious, resulting in a surplus of cloud stones in their possession. Rather than hoarding them, it would be prudent to exchange some for food. Additionally, his recent box openings had yielded over 5,000 cloud stones. Expand. At his command, the island began to expand at an astonishing pace, swiftly reaching an area of 18,000 square meters. A staggering figure indeed, equivalent to 2.5 football fields. However, for Qin Shan, this progress felt somewhat sluggish. With so many powerful subordinates, he was determined to maximize the expansion, believing that every extra inch counted. Upon successful expansion, Qin Shan made his way toward the forest. It had now become the domain of the Beast King, and the newly spawned smaller creatures posed no threat to him. Fortunately, under Qin Shan's care, the Beast King would not decimate the forest's wildlife, as a diverse array of animals was essential for the forest's evolution. Master, the Beast King, who had been yawning, instantly perked up upon seeing Qin Shan. Come, let's evolve your bloodline. Your strength is too lacking, Qin Shan instructed, producing a bloodline evolution stone. This resource was scarce even for him, especially with many now possessing bloodlines, making it even more precious and disproportionately required. Even he needed 10 evolution stones to advance to the next tier. With the resources required for further evolution becoming increasingly daunting, to elevate a subordinate's power significantly with just 1 bloodline evolution stone was a remarkable bargain. While others were still struggling to reach double digits in strength on this island, anyone lacking 100 points of combat power would feel embarrassed to look up. Thank you, Master. The Beast King was overwhelmed with excitement. Having followed his master only the night before, he was already experiencing such great gains, affirming his choice of allegiance to Qin Shan, for which he felt immense gratitude. After your evolution, do not devastate the forest. Otherwise, I shall not spare you, Qin Shan cautioned. Understood. Half an hour after Qin Shan's departure, the forest echoed with roars of fury. The Beast King felt an inexhaustible power surging within him, eager to be unleashed. However, recalling Qin Shan's earlier admonition, he refrained from being overly reckless and instead ran to the shore, releasing his pent-up energy into the crashing waves. Hearing this sound, Qin Shan smiled faintly. This development meant that the strength of everyone on the island had risen to a relatively high level. Even if Jiang and Mo Yi were somewhat weaker, it mattered little. Their role was simply to await the opening of the blacksmith shop, where they would bolster the island's power, with the island's area expanded by 5,000 square meters. There was now ample space for constructing a blacksmith shop, though Qin Shan had not yet initiated its construction, deeming it less urgent than other projects. Show me the Beast King's attributes, Qin Shan commanded. As his number of subordinates grew, the characters in the Heart of Cloud had undergone significant changes, making it somewhat cumbersome to locate each one. Name: Beast King Talent, Strength Realm, Body Refinement. Third Stage Bloodline. First Stage White Tiger Bloodline Physical Body. Second Stage Length, 10 meters. Skills: Tiger Roar Mountain Forest, Bloodline Suppression, Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain, rending with such strength, the Beast King was more than capable of guarding the forest. And animals had recently begun to emerge from the mountains as well, Qin Shan mused. The forest and mountains were products of the Pioneer Emblem's assistance in evolution, and they represented the only two terrains on the island aside from the residential area, both of which played indispensable roles in the island's development. At that moment, on another island, a somewhat disheveled young man gazed in shock at the treasure map in his hands, which astonishingly recorded the existence of the Jiuzhou. This artifact was extraordinarily precious. Though it existed only in myth, its mere presence in this realm was already incredible, making the possibility of such an object manifest not entirely unfathomable. Yet, he did not perceive the treasure map as a tool of great power. Rather, it felt more like a death warrant. Once all treasure maps came to light, every individual who possessed one could venture forth, and with his meager power, he could easily find himself in grave danger. Perhaps I could trade with others, the young man muttered to himself. Given his strength, the artifact held little utility, and it could even invite peril upon him. Certainly not worth the risk that I end this world. Nothing was more important than staying alive. That I possess a treasure map. Those interested can message me privately. I am seeking equivalent items in exchange for it. A message exploded across the chat channel. Jiuzhou Ding, is that for real? Does such a thing truly exist? Brother, if you have it, why not keep it for yourself instead of selling it? Take another look at that treasure map. It's a life-threatening item. Without strength, it's nothing more than a useless piece of paper, and it could bring about dire consequences. Are you really willing to acquire it? The revelation of someone unveiling the treasure map had sent ripples through the community. Qin Shan exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, he contemplated departing, yet this sudden revelation disrupted his thoughts. The world is vast. Even within the confines of District 34, there exist millions of inhabitants. Between any two islands lies a minimum of several hundred nautical miles, brimming with countless possibilities. He is not the sole fortunate one. There are numerous survivors, and not everyone will expose themselves to the public eye. Among the top 100 on the combat strength leaderboard, the number of active individuals surely does not exceed 20, each quietly cultivating their own territories, leaving the future shrouded in uncertainty. The stronger they become, the more they comprehend that in this world, only formidable strength can dictate outcomes. Thus, they devote themselves to relentless training, for only through such endeavors can one fortify oneself. Yu Pao, boss, what are your thoughts? Suddenly, a message from Yu Pao popped up, naturally inquiring about the treasure map. Qin Shan, a treasure map is indeed a fortuitous find. Yu Pao, that's true. Given your prowess, you must possess quite a few treasure maps. Qin Shan, what are you implying? Yu Pao, boss, I have several treasure maps that I can gift to you. Qin Shan, what do you desire in return? Qin Shan was not gullible enough to believe that Yu Pao had approached him merely to offer such items. Yu Pao, I wish to merge with your island. Qin Shan, that is impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismissed her proposal. What a joke. He would never allow others onto his island, lest it invite unnecessary complications. Only those possessing absolute loyalty would be deemed worthy of his company. Otherwise, one might find a knife in their back, a fate he would never entertain. He harbored a profound fear of death and overwhelming dread. Should anyone pose a threat to him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them ruthlessly. Yu Pao, I can sign a contract with you. Qin Shan, forget it. He was acutely aware of the pitfalls associated with contract cards. Once one's strength surpassed that of the contractor, the tables could easily turn. Such arrangements were inherently unstable, rendering them more trouble than they were worth. Qin Shan, if you're willing to trade, I can offer you this. Bloodline evolution stones, sufficient to enhance your strength. Yu Pao, what a powerful item. On the other side, Yu Pao furrowed her brows. Qin Shan's willingness to part with such a treasure indicated his strength had reached a terrifying level, perhaps even beyond that. Yet, he stubbornly refused to take an outsider's, which left her feeling somewhat helpless. She was acutely aware that her own survival was precarious. After barely reaching the first tier of body refinement, her luck had since waned, leaving her without any martial arts training. Yu Pao, boss, is it truly impossible? Qin Shan, indeed. His response was resolute, knowing the outcome yet still being asked once more. a testament to the faint hope that lingered in her heart. "You pal, very well. I will trade." With no other options, enhancing her strength even slightly would increase her chances of survival. Subsequently, she initiated a transaction, offering no less than 15 treasure maps. Such a stroke of luck was simply extraordinary. Qin Shan gazed in astonishment at the additional 15 treasure maps. He had presumed Yu Pao might possess a few, but it appeared he had underestimated her talent. Aside from lacking provisions, Yu Pao's abilities were undeniably formidable. "Qin Shan, pleasure doing business." "Yu Pao, boss, if I encounter danger here, can you assist me?" "Qin Shan, as long as it is within my capabilities, certainly." This time, Qin Shan did not refuse. The distance between them was merely a few hundred nautical miles. And with the capabilities of the Stingray, a single stealthy maneuver would suffice to traverse the distance. Helping Yu Pao was, in essence, aiding himself. After all, she was practically his lucky star, yielding immense benefits with each transaction. "Yu Pao, thank you." She sighed in relief. As long as Qin Shan was willing to lend a hand, the question of merging became irrelevant. She had no desire to become someone else's subordinate, for signing a contract would strip her of her freedom. "Qin Shan, no need for thanks. Just ensure that you trade with me whenever you have surplus cloud stones." "Yu Pao, absolutely." The two concluded their conversation, while in the chat channel, others continued their debates. As for the treasure maps in the possession of that individual, Qin Shan held little concern. When the treasure maps were revealed, he would simply make his way there without needing to expend additional resources. It would be a tragedy to possess treasure maps yet lack the strength to exploit them. Half an hour later, my strength has surged so dramatically, Yu Pao exclaimed in astonishment. She had just completed her bloodline evolution. Witnessing a substantial increase in her power, upon checking her combat strength, she discovered it had surpassed 100. Astonishingly, the first tier of bloodline enhancement had granted her an additional 100 points. If he could afford to gift her such a treasure, it was evident that his strength must be even more formidable. Contemplating this, she decided to let it go. Following her bloodline evolution, all those who previously ranked above her on the leaderboard had been relegated a position down. Who could it be who managed to surpass me in an instant? Emperor Xianyuan pondered, perplexed. He had also been observing the chat channel regarding the ownership of the treasure maps. The combat strength leaderboard flickered momentarily, a sign that his ranking had shifted. Indeed, the second position had become obscured, leaving him unaware of the identity of his rival. He glanced at the others, who had collectively been pushed down a rank, implying that this sudden newcomer had previously ranked outside the top 100. The exact position remained unclear. Beyond the top 100, who would bother to pay attention at this moment? The top ranks were no longer occupied solely by those with 5 points of combat strength. Each had, to some extent, mastered a Tier 1 martial art, thus enhancing their combat capabilities. Perhaps many were already preparing for the second tier of body refinement. This alteration in rankings had drawn the attention of some, though those with particularly low strength could not discern the situation on the leaderboard. Intriguing, it was unexpected to find so many formidable opponents within District 34. Emperor Xianyuan chuckled, unconcerned. If others were improving, so be it. With his innate talent, advancement was hardly a challenge. It would be strange indeed if there were no opponents to contend with. In truth, the most astonished of all was Yu Pao. She had achieved a combat strength of 105. Yet she remained oblivious to the true extent of Qin Shan's power. The 40 points he had previously mentioned in the chat were nothing more than a fabrication. Afternoon, the group arrived at the seaside. The docking location of Arc 1. There was no harbor, and the ships could drift away at any moment. However, this posed little concern for Qin Shan, with the stingrays and eels in the water. The ship merely required their guardianship. This journey would only involve Qin Shan, Yun, Da Huang, and the 2 stingrays. Bringing along more individuals would serve little purpose. The islands are entrusted to you. Qin Shan declared. He was uncertain how long this voyage would last, given that he had no inkling of the enemies that might lurk on the unclaimed island. Fortunately, their island's strength had grown significantly. "The island master can rest easy," Tai replied. Although he had never witnessed the trio in action, their strength was undoubtedly commendable, likely comparable to that of the eels. Qin Shan and the others boarded Arc 1, ready to set sail. The location of the unclaimed island lay a full 95 nautical miles away, nearly exceeding the map's coverage. Navigating the vessel would take over an hour to reach their destination. As they sailed beyond the island's waters, they were met with an expanse of white, featureless sea, devoid of any visible horizon. The last time he had soared through the skies, heading straight for the eel's territory. This time, however, he felt no urgency. Yun would handle the navigation, and they needed only to wait. Half an hour after leaving the island, "This abyssal sea is utterly desolate," Qin Shan remarked. They had traveled nearly 40 nautical miles, yet along this journey, not a single fish could be seen in the water, nor any flying creatures in the sky. He had anticipated that the presence of unclaimed islands nearby would attract more wildlife. In truth, Qin Shan was quite curious as to why there was such a scarcity of fish and shrimp beneath the surface. While only in the deeper waters did small fish and shrimp make their appearance, as if they were not swimming in the sea, but rather floating in the air, he did not delve deeply into this conundrum. As long as he could develop steadily, other matters were beyond his concern or ability to influence. Shang stood nearby, his expression stern and silent, seemingly unaffected by the events around him. Meanwhile, De Huang lay sprawled beside the large ray. The weather was fair, though the sea surface was gradually becoming much warmer. Even though they were cultivators, they still felt the heat. The waves occasionally crashed against them. This was truly his first voyage at sea. And at least he now possessed a vessel of his own. In the future, he would continue to upgrade it, allowing Ark No. 1 to play an even greater role. The ensuing journey was rather tedious. In fact, given Qin Shan's strength, he was far swifter than Ark No. 1. Island Master, we have arrived, Yin announced as he halted Ark No. 1. A silhouette of an island appeared about 100 meters away. Appearing quite substantial, significantly larger than Qin Shan's own island, Yarya. Remain on the ship. The rest of you, follow me. Shang, you take Yun, Qin Shan instructed, concerned that during their absence, something might climb aboard and damage the vessel. Understood. Levitation technique. Qin Shan invoked the technique, lifting De Huang and soaring toward the island. Sword control technique, Shang called out, and to his astonishment, a flying sword materialized beneath his feet. Not a real weapon, but an illusion conjured by his martial arts. Come along. The two followed suit. De Huang could swim over without issue, but its massive size made it impractical for Qin Shan to carry it across. It was a 5-meter-high disc, and with its tail even longer. Moments later, the group set foot on the unclaimed island. At first glance, it appeared barren, dotted with several mountains, some towering 100 or 200 meters high, while others stood at 30 or 40 meters. The entire island radiated a crimson hue. Island Master, this island is infused with rich spiritual energy. There may be a spiritual stone vein. Shang spoke up. A spiritual stone vein. Qin Shan was momentarily taken aback, then utterly astonished. If there truly is a spiritual stone vein, our strength could continue to ascend. Yin added, this island is vast. Let's split up and search for anything useful. Should anything arise, call out immediately. Qin Shan commanded. The mountains obscured their view, leaving them uncertain of what lay beyond, and they could only explore slowly. The area they could see was already in the tens of thousands of square meters. If they could extract some to take with them, it would greatly transform the island. The three each chose a different direction, while De Huang trailed behind Qin Shan. Although De Huang had intended to follow, its size made movement on land cumbersome, so it stayed back with Arya. Woof, woof, woof. After a while, De Huang began barking excitedly. De Huang. What is it? Qin Shan inquired. Master, look over there. So many strange gems. De Huang exclaimed. Following its gaze, Qin Shan spotted a multitude of crystals exposed at the foot of a distant mountain. He did not recognize what they were, but approached out of curiosity, picking one up. He found it surprisingly light, weighing less than 1/3 of a stone. Such potent energy. Could this be a spiritual stone? Qin Shan pondered, weighing the crystal in his hand. Master, there's movement. It seems someone is approaching. De Huang warned, we should retreat and regroup with Yun and the others. Qin Shan decided. He was eager to inquire if they were indeed spiritual stones. If so, they would truly strike it rich. As they were exposed on the surface, it was likely that a formidable spiritual stone vein lay beneath the mountain. If they could transport it back, it would be a tremendous boon for the island's inhabitants. Clutching a spiritual stone, they departed swiftly. After they left, several peculiar creatures appeared, adorned with crystalline blocks identical to those on the ground. Why is there one less piece of my droppings? One of the creatures mused. Whatever. I feel too stuffed today. I'll just relieve myself. It then squatted in an undignified manner. Meanwhile, Qin Shan found the other two and revealed the crystal he had collected. Island Master, this must be a spiritual stone. This island likely harbors an enormous spiritual stone vein. We are going to be wealthy, Yin exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. This sensation feels somewhat off, he added, recalling that he had just kissed the stones. Indeed, they are spiritual stones. Follow me. There's a mountain right next to us, Qin Shan urged, eager to lead them to excavate the spiritual stone mine. Once they confirmed that it was indeed a spiritual stone, they hurried back to the location Qin Shan had just visited, hoping to excavate every last one. However, upon arrival, they were left speechless. Ugh! Yun could not suppress his nausea. They witnessed a bizarre creature defecating, and what it expelled turned out to be the spiritual stones on the ground. Qin Shan, too, felt the spiritual stone in his hand was unusually warm. The most distressed was Yun, having just kissed the stones. He now grasped the unpleasant reality that the spiritual stones of this world originated from this strange creature's excrement. No wonder it had such a peculiar odor. Their exclamations quickly drew the creature's attention, and it turned its gaze toward them. Thus, they found themselves in a standoff, locking eyes with the creature. Roar! The creature bellowed in outrage, enraged that someone had dared to observe its act of defecation, and charged toward the group. Vile beast. Spiritual sword technique. Shan countered without hesitation, ready to fight back. Although the creature appeared odd, its body encased in spiritual stone crystals, its strength was not formidable, merely at the third stage of body refinement. After all, who among them lacked a modicum of power? Shang wielded a sword composed of spiritual energy, launching an attack against the creature. I'll finish you off, Yun roared, rushing into battle. The memory of the earlier incident lingered uncomfortably in his mind, a shadow that would be hard to shake off. Not having thoroughly investigated the origins of the spiritual stones before carelessly tasting them had indeed invited trouble. Qin Shan refrained from intervening, observing from the side. With the strength of the two, subduing the creature was well within their capabilities, and there was no need for him to involve himself. After several exchanges, the creature was subdued. Pinned down by Yun and unable to move, had it not been for its unique biological makeup, it would likely have already perished. Island Master, what shall we do with it? Yun inquired, seething. Let us take it with us. There are still many areas of this island we have yet to explore, Qin Shan replied. Since this creature could survive on the island and produce spiritual stones, it was undoubtedly a rare species. For now, he could not study it. He would first explore the island before returning to his own, and then devise a plan. Consider yourself fortunate, as Yun spoke. He bound it tightly, ensnaring it completely, with his capabilities and spiritual power to transform matter. This was hardly an obstacle. Were it not for its potential utility, it would likely have been slaughtered by now. To his surprise, upon hearing Yun's words, the creature displayed signs of fear. From that moment onward, they remained close together to avoid any further awkwardness reminiscent of previous encounters. However, after thoroughly exploring the area, they discovered that every captured specimen was of the same kind. Across 7 mountains, beneath each one lay a creature of this sort, and no other species could be found. Furthermore, the mountains themselves were formed from the accumulation of the creature's excrement, appearing as mountains, but in reality comprising vast quantities of spirit stones, for whether some lay hidden within the soil. Qin Shan could not ascertain, without further investigation. The entire island spanned a staggering 50,000 square units, significantly larger than Qin Shan's own territory. Yet, in the end, he found no entity akin to the heart of Yun, suggesting that this island was simply a product of the world itself. Wait here with us when we leave, Qin Shan instructed, gesturing toward the first creature they had captured. There was a capacity for communication between them. But in his previous disinterest, Qin Shan had neglected to inquire further. After their exploration, he felt a mounting sense of discouragement upon realizing that the place held nothing of value. He was left with hope resting on these creatures. Should they be tamed, it could prove pivotal for the island's development. The creature resisted vehemently, seemingly struck by an inexplicable fear. Why? Qin Shan's eyes gleamed with cold intensity. He was not in a position to negotiate with these beings. They were the ones at a disadvantage. Master, I will perish if I leave this place, the creature lamented. How could this be? Qin Shan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the revelation that it was not a matter of their desire to stay, but rather a fatal consequence of departing. Is there any method to control this island? He pressed anew. I do not know. We have always lived here, it replied, its knowledge woefully inadequate, offering Qin Shan no valuable information and leaving him in a predicament. If he could not take them with him, discovering this place would serve little purpose, and it would be better had they never found it at all. It was possible that by the next day, this location might vanish, appearing elsewhere. Having encountered it with such difficulty, he was determined not to abandon it. Yun, you two remain here. I will return shortly, Qin Shan declared. faced with such a situation and feeling helpless. He surmised that the heart of Yun might offer a solution, for it was a product of this world, and an inquiry could yield results. Master, may I train them? Yun asked. He still harbored lingering feelings about past events, not out of malice, but because they were simply unforgettable. It was one thing for him to endure alone, but he was aware that both Qin Shan and Shang had witnessed it as well. As long as they survive. Qin Shan replied. Instantly, the adjacent creature appeared drenched in cold sweat, unable to comprehend why this individual named Yun held such disdain for them. With their simple minds, they could not fathom the complexities of the situation. Yes, Master, Yun said cheerfully, casting a somewhat unfriendly glance at the 7 creatures. Since Qin Shan would be gone for an hour and would require another hour to return, there was ample time for him to exert his influence. Meanwhile, Shang remained remarkably composed, finding little interest in these spirit stone creatures. His concern lay more with whether misfortune would befall him than with the creatures themselves. Indifferent to their turmoil, Qin Shan had no desire to intervene. They were not his subordinates, and their demise meant little. He performed a levitation technique and departed the unclaimed island, heading back to his own territory. Traveling by boat was too slow. He needed to address matters here urgently. Fearing the loss of something crucial, with his speed surpassing that of Arc 1, he could return to Yun Island in less than an hour, after which he would simply fly back, but on the unclaimed island. The creatures were promptly dealt with by Yun, which lightened his mood somewhat. When misfortune strikes, even drinking water can be a hassle. An hour later, Qin Shan returned to the island, prompting curiosity among the others, who dared not ask too many questions. Noting his apparent urgency, that he rushed directly into the house, approaching the heart of Yun, eager to ascertain the situation on the unclaimed island and to find a way for those creatures to leave. Master, you can merge with the heart of Yun to gain higher authority, the heart of Yun revealed, leaving Qin Shan bewildered. What does merging with the heart of Yun entail? Has it not always been like this? Please clarify the situation, he urged. It involves merging the heart of Yun with the Master, enabling you to utilize all its functions regardless of your location, including the ability to relocate the island. Such a capability took him by surprise. Isn't that akin to claiming ownership? But surely there must be limitations to this merging, Qin Shan mused. If it were so simple, he wondered why he had not been informed earlier. Instead of only learning of it after the emergence of the unclaimed island. Of course, it is not so straightforward. There are 5 conditions. First, the island must exceed 20,000 square units. Second, you must possess 5 subordinates of at least second-tier physique refinement. Third, you need to obtain the Pioneer Badge. Fourth, you must have a unique talent. And fifth, and most importantly, you must possess a coffin. Must there be so many prerequisites? Qin Shan exclaimed, astonished. Achieving such a feat was indeed formidable. The requirement for a 20,000 square unit island posed a significant challenge for most, as the average size among them was merely around 100 square units. Attaining a size of over 20,000 would likely take several days, contingent upon the enhancement of their collective strength. Even he had only reached this stage after triggering technological advancements twice. It was undeniably a tall order. No wonder he had received no prior notifications. His own island was only about 18,000 square units, thus failing to meet the first condition. However, he had already satisfied the other criteria. I can comprehend the need for the Pioneer Badge and strong subordinates. But what is the function of a coffin? Qin Shan queried, perplexed. He had acquired a coffin the following day, but it was merely a storage item within the heart of Yun's repository, known to hold great significance, though its exact utility remained unclear. It seemed it would be required during the merging process. Perhaps this was an unexpected stroke of fortune, relieving him of the burden of searching the world for such an object. How many spirit stones are currently available in the trading hall? Qin Shan inquired. All transactions have been completed, yielding 2048 spirit stones. Withdraw all of them and expand the island, he commanded immediately. With this influx of resources, he could fulfill all the necessary conditions. Consequently, he could merge the heart of Yun with his being and no longer worry about other issues. What he desired most was the ability to relocate the island. This was of paramount importance to him. Moreover, if he could refresh several islands, would he not achieve vast expanses of territory in one fell swoop? At that point, he would no longer need to exchange spirit stones with others in the trading hall, but could directly procure even more valuable items. Perhaps a coffin. This item undoubtedly held significant utility. Yet few seemed able to acquire one. Thus far, he had not encountered any discussions about such items in the chat channels. Perhaps others had them, but they were simply well concealed, just as some quietly amassed a multitude of treasure maps. Others surely reaped considerable benefits as well. One must never underestimate others. This was merely the Huaxia 34th district, while there were others across nations and even other planets. No1 truly knows the vastness of this world. Even calling it an infinite expanse would not be an exaggeration. With a mighty blow, 2,000 blocks of cloudstone were cast down, resulting in the island's area surging to 20,000 square units, all becoming his private domain. The heart of the cloud was to be fused. Qin Shan promptly issued orders. Once all conditions were met, he proceeded without delay, wishing to avoid the long night filled with dreams. For many matters awaited his attention. There was no time to squander here. The fusion process would entail some pain, lasting half an hour. Was he certain he wished to proceed? A message popped up once more. Confirm fusion. Then, he beheld a coffin manifesting before him, hurled forth by the heart of the cloud. The heart, previously embedded in Cloud Island, soared into the air, eventually settling upon his brow, gradually shrinking until it fused with his very essence. Ah! At the moment of fusion, Qin Shan let out a pained howl. Was this the mere bit of pain the heart of the cloud had mentioned? Even having achieved the third stage of body refinement, with his physique reaching the fourth stage, he still felt an agonizing sensation as if he were being torn apart. Had someone of lesser strength attempted this, they would surely have perished from the torment. Fusion in progress. Please enter the coffin to undergo metamorphosis, the message indicated. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shan reclined within, entering an enigmatic realm, his entire being transformed by the special power contained within the coffin. Even the pain diminished significantly. His anguished cries attracted the attention of others. What has happened to the island master? They murmured, perplexed. Yet upon a brief glance, they returned to their scriptures, reassured by the absence of immediate danger to Qin Shan. As residents of this island, they could not intrude upon the island master's quarters without cause that it should be fine. Otherwise, the island master would have given instructions. One remarked why you cast a glance, but did not approach, choosing instead to continue his meditative practice, regarding it as a trivial matter that did not merit his concern. Meanwhile, Ganjiang and Mo Yi stood anxiously outside the leader's abode, reluctant to enter. Forced to wait at the threshold. After that singular scream, silence reigned, and after a lengthy wait of 10 minutes, the two departed, satisfied as long as all was well. Inside the coffin, Qin Shan experienced an immense enhancement to his physical form. The power of the coffin exceeded his expectations, significantly boosting his abilities, and he noticed his physical experience steadily increasing. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes to find a virtual page materializing before him. Heart of the cloud? Qin Shan ventured tentatively. Master, it is I. You may also refer to me as the island spirit. In an instant, the page transformed into an adorable little sprite, beaming with an endearing smile. Island spirit? Quite fitting. Am I now able to initiate the migration of the island? Qin Shan inquired, his primary concern lying here, for nothing could be more significant. Indeed, however, there are considerable limitations to the migration. The island spirit replied. That is of no concern. Show me the island migration function, Qin Shan insisted. The island spirit offered no further commentary, directly presenting a page that clearly outlined the island migration capabilities. Island migration. 1. The migrated island will directly merge into the main island, maintaining its area and the evolution of existing minerals. However, expanding that area will require double the cloudstone. 2. Every 10 days. 1 free island migration is allowed. The second requires 10,000 cloudstones, the third 20,000, and the fourth 40,000. A 3 an increase in the main island's area will impose severe impacts on existing species, with a high probability of anomalous beasts emerging, which, if not managed properly, could cause significant trouble for the main island. 4. If the migrated island's area exceeds that of the main island, substantial manpower will be needed for the dragging process. The larger the area, the slower the fusion. If interrupted during the 10-day process, the migrated island will simply vanish. 5. Migrated islands possess unique characteristics that should not be altered casually, as this could result in the permanent disappearance of their products. 6. Migrated islands are unstable and susceptible to sinking. The process necessitates a 5-day fusion period to completely integrate into the main island. The more migrated islands one possesses, the greater the potential disasters faced every 10 days. With escalating crises. 7. Each successful island migration will yield a coffin, a population refresh voucher, a random mineral vein, and a supreme-grade basic resource package. The first 6 points outlined the risks associated with migrating islands. Yet the 7th presented substantial benefits. If successfully completed, the advantages to Qin Shan would be incalculable. Yet, the risks were daunting. Even during the migration, one could encounter numerous dangers. Without sufficient strength, it would be an impossible endeavor. Their gravest peril lay in the oceanic beasts lurking in the abyss. Having ventured into the deep sea, Qin Shan was acutely aware of the dangers this world harbored. Even a single lanternfish had overwhelmed him, with countless terrifying entities lurking within. Though he had not encountered formidable sea monsters during his recent flight, who could guarantee that none would cross their path during the extensive migration? These beasts did not confine themselves to a single location. Apart from the guardian beasts of treasure chests, other sea creatures were ferocious, and a single misstep could spell disaster. However, the rewards following success were monumental. Who could resist such temptation? Others might fear, but with so many powerful allies at his disposal, this would hardly pose a challenge, Qin Shan declared. He could marshal all the formidable forces on the island to safeguard the journey, dispatching any obstructing sea beasts without mercy, confident that no misunderstandings would arise in this region. Master, that is the gist of it, the island spirit concluded. The functions of Cloud Island were indeed formidable, albeit perilous. The previously mentioned map feature could lead others to regret opening it upon encountering pirates. Without vessels, one could not venture forth, and they would then face the threat of marauding pirates. Should a terrifying boss materialize, the entire island would be imperiled, and the random emergence of sea kings would pose the gravest threat. While not as fearsome as a boss, their sheer numbers could obliterate the island, and their unpredictable, sporadic appearances rendered them particularly dangerous. Thus, acquiring each function necessitated a considerable price, dependent solely on one's ambition. One could either gorge themselves to excess or find themselves lost to the depths of the sea, never to be seen again. Understood, Qin Shan affirmed. He was immensely satisfied. The opportunity for island migration had come at a fortuitous moment. Over 50,000 square units, exceeding the main island, would require significant time for the dragging process. Yet upon success, the total area would reach an astonishing 70,000 square units, akin to 10 football fields. Summon everyone except the Beast King. We shall seize the unclaimed island, Qin Shan declared. He had resolved to capture the unclaimed island at all costs. Just as he was pondering how to acquire a coffin, it was fortuitously presented to him, a truly invaluable asset. Even if he remained uncertain of its specific utility, had he not fortuitously fused with the heart of the cloud, he might never have discovered the coffin's purpose. Master, before we set forth, please name the island. The island's spirit prompted. Indeed, their island was no small matter and deserved a name. Miracle Island would suffice, Qin Shan proclaimed. He spoke offhandedly, whatever came to mind, for naming was not his forte, and simply coming up with a name was already commendable. Was not this island a miracle in itself? Only a miracle could elevate him to such heights. Congratulations, Master, on successfully naming Miracle Island, the island spirit joyfully announced. Thus, it too could be considered a named island spirit. Even the screen displayed a comical expression. Now, summon the others, Qin Shan remarked. Utilize the island spirit to notify them. It is far more effortless than calling each one individually. Understood, the command has been issued, responded the island spirit. In the next moment, a voice resonated in the minds of Tai, Yu, Ganjiang, Emosia, and Man, instructing them to promptly gather by the seaside to await Qin Shan. What a remarkable method, Qin Shan murmured. After integrating with the heart of Cloud, his authority had notably increased, allowing him to issue commands at will. Furthermore, as long as the heart of Cloud remained intact, no one could breach his island. He could sense its presence regardless of his location. Many of his abilities were still shrouded in mystery, and he could only explore them gradually in the future. A few minutes later, Qin Shan arrived at the shore, where the others had been waiting for quite some time. That we shall proceed to the unclaimed island. There are matters that require your assistance, Qin Shan announced. The unclaimed island is not particularly vast, so it shouldn't take long, someone replied. Indeed, Island Master, they agreed. The group swiftly mounted Man, propelling themselves towards the unclaimed island. Man, having reached the 5th stage of body refinement, moved with astonishing speed, gliding through the water like the wind. This colossal creature, measuring several dozen meters in length, would surely astound any onlookers. After approximately half an hour, they finally beheld the silhouette of the unclaimed island. Man, remain in the water for a moment. The rest of you, follow me to the island, Qin Shan instructed. The group raced towards the island, where a rather comical scene was unfolding. 7 peculiar beasts were being meticulously trained by Yun. Appearing quite bizarre, Island Master Yun commanded them to halt upon seeing Qin Shan's return. What are you up to? Qin Shan inquired. Hee, Island Master, I am merely alleviating your burdens. Look how obedient they are, sparing you the trouble. Yun chuckled, while the 7 creatures regarded him with evident trepidation. Enough, I am well aware of your intentions, Qin Shan replied, clearly sensing a personal vendetta at play. Once again, he directed his gaze towards the peculiar beings. And their attributes finally materialized before him. Spirit vein constructs. Description: formed from the essence of spirit veins, possessing a degree of intelligence, they cannot stray too far from the spirit stone mines, or they will perish due to dwindling spiritual energy. They can evolve into dragon veins, and upon reaching that stage, they may transform into formidable dragon vein warriors, embodying the mind itself and wielding immense power. Taming them yields unforeseen benefits. Function: produces spirit stones, generating 1 to 5 spirit stones daily. Please cleanse them before use. Realm: first tier spirit vein. Advancement: 10 spirit vein evolution stones, aside from 1 relatively large spirit vein construct. The rest were of the first tier, lacking considerable strength. Oh, these are spirit vein constructs, Qin Shan exclaimed. Indeed, they are extraordinary life forms. I had never heard of such entities before. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. And what I have witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg. Countless extraordinary phenomena await discovery. Island Master, you say these are spirit vein constructs? Yun asked in astonishment. Correct, they are indeed spirit vein constructs. If nurtured properly, they can become dragon vein warriors, Qin Shan responded with a smile, clearly pleased with the unexpected benefits from this unclaimed island. Once we reach Miracle Island, regardless of their willingness, I will dictate their fate. Moreover, with Yun's imposing presence, they will likely comply. What a fascinating species. Yet their method of producing spirit stones is rather peculiar, Yun mused. The quality is excellent, but the means of acquisition leaves much to be desired. In the future, you shall oversee their management, Qin Shan added. Yes, Island Master, Yun affirmed. With his aptitude for formations, he could develop powerful arrays to accelerate the growth of these spirit veins, making him a far superior choice for their management than others. Qin Shan approached the mightiest spirit vein construct and declared, from now on, you shall be named Ling Ling Yi, while the others will be Ling Ling Air through Ling Ling Qi, all under your jurisdiction. Do you understand? Understood. Ling Ling Yi exhaled, still wary of Yun, pondering why it had been assigned to this individual. However, it was evident that changing such a designation was not within their capacity. Rest assured, he will not act recklessly as long as you perform your duties diligently and follow him. Not only will there be no detriment, but you will also reap boundless benefits, Qin Shan assured. Yes, my lord. From now on, simply refer to me as Island Master, he continued. Subsequently, Ling Ling Yi and the others approached Yun, performing a gesture of submission. This act significantly lifted Yun's spirits, allowing him to move past previous concerns. As only the 2 of them were privy to the matter, ensuring it remained unspoken. Let us explore the unclaimed island, Qin Shan proclaimed. To relocate this island, it was imperative to thoroughly investigate its attributes to facilitate the dragging process. While most would not dare to even contemplate such an endeavor, Qin Shan was undeterred. How could he let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away? The exploration progressed at a leisurely pace, nearly 1 minute per detail, revealing the substantial correlation between the size of the main island and the ease of claiming a new island. If the main island spanned over 100,000 square meters, it would be but a moment's work to fully explore this new land. Time swiftly elapsed, and 100 minutes soon passed, unveiling the attributes of the island before him. Island, nameless island area. 51,240 square meters resources, 7 spirit stone mines, designated Ling Ling Yi through Ling Ling Qi attributes, or island. As the island's area increases, various ores will emerge, potentially giving rise to unique life forms akin to dragon vein warriors. Relocation requirements. The main island must exceed 20,000 square meters and possess at least 5 third-tier body refinement guardians. The process will take 6 hours. Caution is advised. as any interruption during the relocation will result in the loss of the nameless island. With Sanqing, Yun, and Man present, their presence sufficed. 6 hours was not an overly lengthy duration. Qin Shan mused, this time frame is entirely manageable. By tonight, I shall possess a substantial island that he casually named the island Ling My Gobi, for its barren expanse and semi-sandy soil made the title exceedingly fitting. Perhaps, in the future, this location on Miracle Island would become a captivating landscape. Island Spirit, initiate the relocation at once, Qin Shan commanded. Without hesitation, the sooner it was completed, the sooner he could rest easy. He certainly did not wish for such a grand opportunity to slip from his grasp. Relocation command issued. Relocation link successful. The process has commenced. Then, Qin Shan observed below the island, where a vessel was navigating at a speed of 0.28 nautical miles per minute. He instructed Yun and the others to safeguard the island during their voyage, suggesting that during moments of boredom, they could utilize spirit stones for cultivation. Naturally, none were inclined to depart, for who would hasten away from such fortuitous circumstances? Qin Shan took some spirit stones, commandeered the ship himself, and returned to the main island, which truly served as his stronghold. With these guardians watching over the process of relocating the island, he anticipated no significant issues. Upon his return, he intended to adjust the island's terrain to create a landscape conducive to merging with the spiritual pulse desert. Increasingly, he felt overwhelmed with tasks. The spirit stones he brought back were, of course, intended for the Beast King, who had diligently guarded the forest, tirelessly collecting resources refreshed within its confines to contribute to the island's development. Upon arriving back at Miracle Island, Qin Shan immediately set about modifying the island's topography, primarily focusing on the northern region. Originally, Miracle Island resembled a near-perfect circle, but he now aimed to carve out an opening to welcome the spiritual pulse desert. Just beyond the forest, passage through it would lead directly to the desert, not far in distance. Moreover, there was no need for human guardianship over the spiritual pulse desert, as it was far too desolate. Aside from some unique life forms, nothing else could endure there. The Linglings thrived on the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth rather than sustenance. Presently, only Qin Shan and the Beast King inhabited the island, along with a few small animals, none of which he intended to capture, for the Beast King was sufficient to suppress the forest. He had no desire to concern himself with those matters. Once the adjustments were complete, Qin Shan approached the forest. Beast King, this is for you. Clean it before using, and enhance your strength diligently, Qin Shan proclaimed. Thank you, Master, the Beast King replied, brimming with excitement. 15 spirit stones. It could sense the formidable energy contained within them, ample to significantly bolster its power. Though it yearned to leave the forest and explore the outside world, it realized that doing so would leave the area unguarded, which was not a prudent decision. From now on, call me Island Master. If any powerful beasts appear, notify me, and I shall replace you so you needn't remain here indefinitely, Qin Shan instructed. The Beast King was indeed commendable. Yes, Island Master, it responded joyfully. The prospect of departure was exhilarating. Who would wish to linger in such a place devoid of conversation? Occasionally, when boredom struck, it longed to roar, yet feared disturbing Qin Shan and his companions, which would inevitably result in a reprimand. By the way, have you ventured to the mountains? Are there any unique creatures present? Qin Shan inquired. Since others had arrived, he had managed fewer affairs in that vicinity and was largely uninformed about recent developments. Island Master, the rate of evolution among creatures in the mountains is nowhere near that of the forest. However, I do recall encountering a terrifying giant over there yesterday. The Beast King remarked. Is that so? Qin Shan expressed surprise that I should go investigate. Tonight, an island will be relocated, which may affect the forest. You must restrain the animals here and prevent them from running amok, he ordered. Rest assured, Island Master, with me around, they will cause no trouble, the Beast King affirmed. In the face of the Beast King's bloodline suppression, few creatures dared to defy it, aside from some exceptional species. Qin Shan nodded, with the Beast King exerting its influence. He felt assured. However, he remained curious about the creatures inhabiting the mountains, which were considerably larger than the forest, particularly due to their elevation. That I must strive to cultivate diligently and follow in the footsteps of the Island Master. The Beast King murmured after Qin Shan departed. Having only accompanied him for less than a day, it had already reaped significant rewards, its strength vastly improved compared to before. Should it fail to keep pace with the foremost ranks, its status would undoubtedly diminish. Although it had not encountered every inhabitant of the island, each one it had met was formidable. Even that dog was no less impressive than itself. Only through immense strength could it secure its place among the elite. The island transformed daily, instilling a profound sense of urgency. With Qin Shan now exploring the mountains, it could only foresee the emergence of another sovereign, further diminishing its standing. It had no choice but to exert itself. After leaving the forest, Qin Shan walked for several minutes until he reached the mountains, where trees were sparse and scattered, occasionally revealing a few small creatures. Is that a cave? As he neared the mountain's edge. Close to the sea, he discovered a cavern emitting a tremendous sound. It was a snoring noise, indicating that a creature within was fast asleep. Without hesitation, Qin Shan ventured inside, eager to ascertain what manner of being had made its home on his island. Remaining utterly silent, upon entering, he encountered a colossal brown bear, its belly swollen as if filled with air, snoring thunderously. Entirely oblivious to Qin Shan's approach, a glance at its attributes revealed it lacked the strength of a saber-toothed tiger. Being merely an ordinary creature, no wonder it made no noise. With such pathetic attributes, it hardly warranted concern. Any random person from the island could easily subdue it. "Wake up," Qin Shan said, giving its belly a gentle pat. Unafraid of the creature, for this was his domain, the formerly thunderous, snoring brown bear abruptly awoke, blinking at Qin Shan in confusion, but in the next moment, it fully regained its senses and lunged at him. Claws bared, smack. A swift slap sent the bear flying. "Be quiet. Don't presume your volume is unmatched," Qin Shan remarked, clearing his ears. This creature's roars were certainly no less than those of the Beast King. Was it true that larger creatures emitted more fearsome sounds? Or did they simply prefer to roar to dominate other animals? After being struck aside by Qin Shan, the brown bear rose, appearing considerably more subdued. Utterly bewildered, after all, it was a brown bear, yet it had been effortlessly swatted aside by a mere human. For a moment, it found itself at a loss. However, why could it comprehend the human's words? "Stop dawdling and come here," Qin Shan commanded. The bear, intimidated, approached him. "Oh, you wish to grow stronger?" Qin Shan queried. I do," the bear stammered, lowering its head in fear. The aura emitted by Qin Shan felt exceedingly perilous. "Stay by my side and serve me, and I shall grant you the strength to rival my own," Qin Shan offered. Communicating with such simplistic-minded creatures necessitated directness. Really? The bear's eyes sparkled with hope. The force behind Qin Shan's earlier strike was no trivial matter. The prospect of becoming powerful thrilled it immensely. Of course, I have no reason to deceive you. Are you aware of the tiger in the forest? Qin Shan inquired. "I know a bit, but it is far too strong. I dared not approach," the bear replied innocently. The saber-toothed tiger's prowess was indeed formidable, far surpassing that of the bear, one being a demon beast while the other merely a wild creature. "They were not to be compared. It has already become my subordinate," Qin Shan declared. "Then can I also become your subordinate?" The bear's excitement surged. If even the saber-toothed tiger had been subdued, then becoming a subordinate posed no issue. "Right? Certainly, but you must keep watch over the mountains for me," Qin Shan stipulated. "All right, you can rest assured. I will guard this place diligently," the bear vowed. "This is a pet cultivation pill. If it is insufficient, return for more," Qin Shan said, producing several pet cultivation pills, leftovers from earlier, as he no longer had any pets to use them on. Now, with spirit stones to substitute, their strength was no longer a concern. These cultivation pills were only useful in the initial stages to accelerate training. Thereafter, they became nearly worthless, even for De Huang and the others, serving merely as candy. "Thank you. Call me Island Master." "Thank you." "Island Master, I shall ensure the mountains are well guarded," the brown bear solemnly assured. As for the contract card, he had grown weary of using it, deeming it utterly useless. In this place, unless one's strength surpassed his significantly, there was little hope of upheaval. Moreover, he had the assistance of other practitioners, loyal to him without question, who were spawned from this island. There was no need to worry about rebellion. However, taming a wild beast posed a certain degree of difficulty. All Qin Shan needed to do was convey the tasks the brown bear was to undertake, and he even bestowed upon it the name Xiong. Given its current state, it was unable to access the island spirit's interface and would have to wait until it achieved a breakthrough. As for the bloodline evolution stone, it could be given later, in a few days' time. Xiong nodded emphatically, promising to handle matters diligently without causing Qin Shan any trouble. with this hefty companion's aid. There was no need to fret excessively about the mountains. Dai was sufficient to conduct daily patrols and escort any discovered inhabitants to the village. The island was still rather desolate, with a total population of merely 7. There was still a considerable distance to go before the village reached full capacity, and even the elite house had only accommodated 5. Patience was required. Contemplating these matters now served little purpose. After resolving the affairs at hand, Qin Shan returned to the chief's dwelling to cultivate, where the unique enhancement effects facilitated his training. Fortunately, spiritual stones did not need to be consumed directly. Placing them nearby sufficed. If they were merely extracted, there was no unpleasant odor. However, if they were excreted without proper cleansing, they would soon coalesce into a foul stench that would be unbearable for ordinary folk. Above the sea, the waters were tranquil. An island, constructed from cloudstone, was gliding steadily toward Miracle Island. Should this scene be witnessed by anyone, they would likely be left utterly astounded. The island, devoid of a foundation, appeared to float atop the water. Yet digging beneath its surface revealed depths far exceeding a meter. An astonishing peculiarity. This was the unique nature of the Cloud Island. It remained uncertain whether it could evolve into something new as time progressed. Thus, the possibility of island migration emerged, much like the current scenario that a 5,000 square meter island was in transit, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a tether guiding its path on the island. Many were engaged in cultivation. In the sea, the trio of eel was on guard, rendering any threat of attack negligible, allowing everyone to immerse themselves in their training. Approximately 3 hours had passed, and half of the island's migration was complete. With another 3 hours of perseverance, the day's task would be accomplished. Just as the group began to lower their guard, eels suddenly burst forth from the water. Alert! Enemies are approaching, Yun declared. Eel would not surface without reason. With a resounding thud, they heard a tremendous commotion behind the island as it began to sway violently, seemingly veering off course. Quick, let's move. They wasted no time and hurried to the scene. Upon arrival, they beheld several terrifyingly large marine creatures emerging from behind them. A killer whale, a lanternfish, and a red-striped sea snake. Troublesome indeed, Yun frowned slightly. There is no need for concern. These trifling 4th-tier sea beasts cannot stir up significant waves. Tai reassured. Even though their cultivation was merely at the 2nd tier of body refinement, their physical forms had reached the 5th tier. If a battle ensued, they would not fear the 4th-tier sea beasts and might even manage to capture them all. These 3 sea creatures were neither sea kings nor bosses. They resembled elite monsters, their strength being respectable. Then I leave it to you. I will provide support from the back with formations, Yun announced. He was not adept in combat, but his remote assistance capabilities were unparalleled on Miracle Island, and only a handful could match him. Very well. I shall behead the red-striped sea snake, Tai proclaimed, wielding his sword technique and charging toward the creature. Then I will slay this killer whale, Tai added while you remained silent, opting to pursue the lanternfish instead, as it presented an excellent opportunity for practice after an extended period without combat. Otherwise, one could grow rusty. Ocean covering formation. Upon their arrival at the battlefield, Yun immediately engaged, diminishing the enemy's strength, thereby indirectly augmenting his allies' power. A form of support that was highly valued by others. Taiqing Celestial Light, Shanqing Celestial Light, Yuqing Celestial Light. With his initial strike, he unleashed a terrifying martial art far exceeding the 10th tier. Its exact rank was indiscernible. While Qin Shan could learn superlative martial arts, he could hardly fathom mastering the 3 Pure One's techniques. Despite the assistance of the island spirit, it remained unattainable. One could possess the form without the spirit, rendering it useless. It was far better to maintain the current approach. In the future, when his strength increased, he could endeavor to learn the 3 Pure One Celestial Light, a martial art capable of obliterating all things. Presently, their powers were too low, and their attacks on the sea beast yielded little impact, merely producing some smoke, which only served to irritate the 3 sea creatures further. These thick-skinned, robust beasts possessed at least a 2nd or 3rd tier physique, yet one glance had left them with a significant burn wound. 10 direction slaughter formation, postnatal 8 trigrams. Yun struck again. The potency of the 10 direction slaughter formation should not be underestimated. However, his inadequate strength meant he could not inflict substantial harm upon the sea beasts. At most, he merely caused them some inconvenience, which was already sufficient. Content to serve as a competent support, creating opportunities for others was his greatest value in battle. After a series of relentless attacks, Within a few minutes, the three sea beasts lay lifeless, dragged ashore by the group to be prepared as a meal. Regrettably, their demise yielded no notable spoils, a slight disappointment, aside from these troublesome sea creatures. Their return journey saw no further encounters with other marine beasts. Their strength was formidable, but unfortunately for them, Qin Shan's forces were even more potent. With a few exchanges, they had been dispatched. It could only be said that their luck had not been particularly favorable. As night fell, around 11 o'clock, the spirit Pulse Gobi appeared to the north of Miracle Island. Is this the spirit Pulse Gobi that the island master spoke of? The Beast King murmured to himself, observing the massive entity gradually approaching. This is far larger than Miracle Island, isn't it? Master, the spirit Pulse Gobi has aligned with Miracle Island according to the original route. Currently, the spirit Pulse Gobi is exceedingly fragile. If attacked, it may sink. It will require 5 days for complete integration. The island spirit's voice resonated. In the midst of his cultivation, Qin Shan immediately opened his eyes. Finally, it has arrived. 6 hours of waiting have come to fruition. Excellent, Qin Shan remarked, departing his home for the spirit Pulse Gobi. Island master, everyone has worked hard, he acknowledged, noticing the three sea beast carcasses, an impressive collection. Their fourth-tier physique having significantly enhanced their bodies, much like eel, whose fifth-tier cultivation granted it a 70-meter-long form. Its strength would continue to grow, potentially rivaling that of prehistoric behemoths. In the realm of demonic beasts, combat prowess was heavily influenced not only by cultivation but also by size, which could amplify their terrifying capabilities to a considerable degree. The others shook their heads, stating that it was merely their duty. Very well, everyone should return to rest. However, in the coming days, you must guard the spirit Pulse Gobi diligently. It remains unstable, and a powerful sea beast attack could lead to its collapse, Qin Shan instructed. Having expended great effort to acquire such a spirit Pulse Gobi, the thought of losing it was painfully disheartening. Understood. The group returned home, while Eel and the others returned to the water, primarily focusing their attention beneath the spirit Pulse Gobi. The other areas remained secure, even when disaster struck after 10 days. It would merely involve a cloudstone, of little concern. Master, there is something I need to discuss with you, the island spirit announced. What is it? Qin Shan was filled with confusion. Miraculously, the Island of Wonders had now reached an area of 70,000 square meters. Exceeding 50,000, the Pioneer Medal had been upgraded. Furthermore, if someone achieved a cloud island of 50,000 square meters, all individuals in the vicinity would gain access to the map. The island spirit remarked that the map would only unlock upon reaching 10,000 square meters. Yet, it had only been 7 days. Even if one could acquire 100 cloudstones daily, that would only amount to 700 square meters, rendering the map's activation a distant dream. However, recently, everyone's treasure chests had been upgraded, and Qin Shan was unaware of what they contained, nor did he need to know that he had already advanced ahead of the others, reaping numerous benefits. If those individuals could catch up, it would simply be a testament to their own capabilities. Calculating the 70,000 square meters, if each person were to have a 500 square meter island, it would require a cumulative total of 140 individuals to reach such a scale. Opening up is indeed a good thing, Qin Shan stated. Is there anything amiss? After all, once the map is activated, the advantages are plentiful, akin to the spiritual pulse in the Gobi Desert. Master, your strength is indeed formidable. But others may not possess such prowess. Those without islands surpassing 10,000 square meters will likely meet their demise when confronted by pirates. That time, the casualties in this region will be substantial. The island spirit cautioned. I had not considered that, Qin Shan mused suddenly. Presently, the average strength of individuals was generally at the first tier of body refinement. However, pirates tended to appear in groups, even at the first tier. They could number 10 strong. For some, this would be an insurmountable challenge, not to mention the various strange entities that could emerge. Activating the map early would provide no benefit to those individuals and could indeed cost them their lives. He summoned the chat interface, which was abuzz with commotion. I just inquired about the Heart of Clouds and discovered that the map function requires reaching 10,000 square meters to activate. Qin Shan has achieved over 50,000 square meters. Terrifying indeed. Is the person above truly a warrior beneath the martial ancestor level? Cough. How could that be? Let us return to discussing the map function. Personally, I believe that without the capability, activating the map is futile. Having something that can only be activated at 10,000 square meters open now benefits us in no way. Let us ask the expert. He has already activated it and must have insights we lack. Many fervently sought Qin Shan, hoping he would address their queries that he saw no reason to refuse. After all, they were merely striving for survival. Alone, his island would not withstand the challenges of this world. What might transpire in the future was uncertain to anyone. The map function represented an opportunity for all, yet it could also herald a catastrophic disaster. When I first activated it, I encountered pirates and a boss. The pirates typically consist of at least 10 members, all above the first tier, while the boss may reach the third tier. Whether to proceed or not is a decision for you to contemplate. Additionally, a plethora of unforeseen resources may spawn. Is it truly that ferocious? Are we then to merely observe and forego activation? That seems to be the case that I wish to take a chance. Perhaps I could obtain a wealth of treasures and ascend the power rankings. Do you think you are Qin Shan, lacking strength? Your only fate is to perish. Those few brave enough to venture forth are indeed a rarity, as this concerns their very lives. Who would willingly choose death? Brother, after you activate the map, could you share what you encounter? It would help us prepare mentally. Of course, as a reward, should disaster strike, you are welcome to seek refuge on my island. Certainly, let us add each other as friends and discuss privately later. At present, the information they received was solely from Qin Shan's perspective. There was always a possibility that Qin Shan could be deceiving them. Someone had to forge ahead. After all, Qin Shan lost interest in the ongoing discussions behind him. Sharing this information had already been an act of kindness. Whether they chose to heed it was their own concern. The consequences of their ignorance would not significantly affect him, rather than debating with them now. It would be better for them to grasp the truth once they encountered it themselves, realizing just how merciful he had been. After all, having achieved 50,000 square meters, it was hard for anyone to believe he had not reaped substantial benefits. They were the type who would not turn back until they hit a wall. As long as they were willing to exert themselves, Qin Shan would be more than content. Eventually, someone would validate his claims. Though the price might be steep, should they find themselves unable to contend with the challenges ahead, it would spell a cataclysmic disaster for them. Currently, on the power ranking list, only he had reached the third tier of body refinement. Along with a first-tier individual named Yu Pao Pao, whose power level exceeded 100. Regrettably, her use of a bloodline evolution stone did not yield significant growth in her cultivation. The third rank was held by Emperor Xin Yuan, who had reached the second tier of body refinement. Perhaps with his strength, he could barely activate the map function, but one misstep could lead to dire consequences. One must act according to their capabilities. Respect for this vast abyss is paramount. Why Yu Pao Pao privately messaged Qin Shan. Great One, with my current strength, can I activate the map? She had established a considerable rapport with Qin Shan, choosing once more to trust him regarding the terrifying calamities awaiting those who activated the map. She was not particularly afraid of pirates, but dreaded the bosses and sea kings. All maps carried the same introduction, informing them of the potential consequences upon activation. The decision ultimately rested in their hands. I do not recommend activating it now. You may be able to handle the pirates, but should a boss appear, your current strength is insufficient. You can awaken your bloodline, but bosses possess bloodlines as well, along with multiple skills and traits, and they typically rank higher than you, making them difficult to manage. Of course, if you wish to proceed, you may. As long as a formidable enemy does not appear, you can handle it yourself. Defeating pirates will yield pirate treasures, which may contain valuable items. How you choose to proceed is up to you. The map function presents both advantages and disadvantages. Thus far, he had not encountered the randomly spawned sea kings, which were not discovered through daily exploration of the map, but could emerge at any moment, posing the greatest threat. They might appear in the dead of night while one is sound asleep. Is that so? I want to give it a try. Go ahead. If Yu Pao Pao was willing to take the plunge, then so be it. Thank you. Great One. Once I uncover the treasure map, I will sell it to you. From Yu Pao Pao, he had indeed gained numerous benefits. It was a mutual support system. Moreover, the distance between their islands was quite close, merely over 800 nautical miles. With the capabilities of the great manta ray, he could reach her instantly, akin to the functionality of a teleportation array. Concluding the conversation, he chose not to dwell excessively on Yu Pao Pao, as enhancing his own strength was the most prudent choice. Everything else was inconsequential. Island Spirit, let me examine the Pioneer Medal, Qin Shan declared. Achieving 50,000 square meters would promote the Pioneer Medal, though he was uncertain of its specific functions. However, Each elevation was a tremendous gain for Qin Shan. Pioneer Medal, unique rank, 3rd tier description, awarded to the first survivor to expand their cloud island to 100 square meters. Effect: increases the daily treasure chest limit to 20. With a 60 chance to refresh greenwood treasure chests, a 35 chance to refresh ochrestone treasure chests, a 5 chance to refresh red jade treasure chests, a 0.1 chance to refresh mineral veins, and a 0.1 increase in all-terrain evolution speed. The population refresh chance increases by 5, and the Cloud Island area grows daily by 0.01 of the maximum area from the previous day. Promotion: 500,000 square meters. Note: the medal can be worn indefinitely. Is it truly that powerful? Qin Shan exclaimed in astonishment. This is merely the 3rd-tier Pioneer Medal. Ordinary treasure chests have been entirely eliminated, with the minimum now being the greenwood chest. Furthermore, the red jade chest has even appeared, something far more formidable than the ochre-stone chest. If it can refresh tomorrow, it would indeed be a stroke of good fortune. But that is not all. The number of treasure chests acquired has increased from 16 to 20, but the others can only manage a maximum of 6. The disparity is vast, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to catch up to Qin Shan. The remaining enhancements are of utmost significance. The evolution of all terrains is no longer confined to forests and mountains. Grasslands, hills, valleys, rivers, lakes, and seas can all be manipulated, with a speed that is 100 times faster than before. The last 2 newly added attributes are truly terrifying. The probability of population refresh has increased significantly, and coupled with the enhancement from Wan Jia Dang Hua, his chances of refreshing the population are now greatly amplified. The most outrageous attribute is undoubtedly the final one. Currently, Miracle Island boasts 70,000 square meters of land, and by tomorrow morning, without any effort on his part, the island's area will expand by 7 square meters. Although the base is still small, what about in the future? 70,000 square meters means an increase of 70 square meters each day, and with 7 million or 70 million, that becomes utterly terrifying. Moreover, as the Pioneer Medal levels up, its attributes will only grow more powerful. However, to advance to the next tier appears to be quite challenging, requiring a staggering 500,000 square meters, an imposing figure indeed. Perhaps there will come a day when he can directly replicate Earth without any issues. How fortunate I am to have acquired this Pioneer Medal, Qin Shan murmured. Only by possessing it can one truly appreciate its terrifying potential. Comparatively, that so-called Chosen One medal pales in significance, being non-unique and possessing far inferior attributes. By the way, Island Spirit, I recall that successfully relocating an island grants substantial rewards. Why have I not seen any? Qin Shan inquired. He had already retrieved the Spirit Vein Gobi, and the rewards were expected to be extraordinarily generous. He could hardly contain his anticipation, envisioning something akin to an entire mine, along with various miscellaneous treasures that could rival the daily yield of hundreds of individuals. Master, it is not yet possible. Rewards can only be claimed once the Spirit Vein Gobi stabilizes completely. The island spirit replied. 0.5 more days? Qin Shan's brow furrowed. Indeed, it was not something easily obtained if he failed to maintain it during this process. He would lose everything, including the vast island with its invaluable spirit stone mines. Regrettably, the Spirit Vein Gobi truly resembled a desert, unsuitable for habitation. Otherwise, he would have produced all the crafting blueprints, which would require tens of thousands of square meters. This was merely at the village level. There could potentially be even larger blueprints in the future. As the clock approached midnight, it was quite late. Even at their level, a single night's sleep sufficed. Yet he had cultivated the habit of reserving nights for rest, ensuring a more refreshed state of mind for the following day. And on the 8th day, a notification chimed. Congratulations, area expanded by 7 square meters. Map scan completed. Currently at 150 nautical miles, 3,000 meters underwater, supplying a total of 18 discovered treasure chests. Congratulations, Master. Today the seas are calm. Early in the morning, Qin Shan received these 2 prompts. What resources are there to congratulate? He remarked he actually preferred a bit of turbulence, such as pirates or bosses, as that would allow for rapid cultivation. With only 18 treasure chests available, the potential rewards seemed exceedingly limited. Nevertheless, they were still resources worth retrieving. However, sending someone out would take considerable time due to the vast sea area. With Miracle Island at its center, the radius of 150 nautical miles covered a massive expanse. These treasure chests were scattered in various locations, requiring an individual a whole morning to collect them. It was undeniably tedious. Thus, today's map function offered him no surprises, serving more as a means to pass the time. Island Master, everyone has gathered, came the call. Today, I require one of you to venture out to sea and retrieve the treasure chests. Who is willing to go? Qin Shan announced. Island Master, is it sufficient for just one person to go? What if they encounter pirates? Yun queried. There are no pirates today, just treasure chests. Due to their dispersion, it will take 3 to 4 hours to complete the journey with the speed of Arc No. 1, Qin Shan explained. Instantly, the expressions of the crowd fell. It seemed this task would be quite laborious. There was no technical skill involved. Merely sailing out for a round trip, flying was out of the question. Primarily due to the distance and the lack of resting places in the sea, which would result in significant physical strain from prolonged flight. Currently, none among them could sustain such an undertaking. If they could tame aerial units, it would be ideal. In the future, such issues could be resolved. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, each reluctant to take on the task, deeming it a waste of time. Let us decide by rock, paper, scissors, Qin Shan suggested. Observing their hesitance, he had grown weary of the banter. Whoever had poor luck would simply have to bear it. Fine. Okay. The group began to play rock, paper, scissors, and after several rounds, only you remained. Island Master, it appears this task falls to me, you said resignedly. Another few hours would be squandered collecting treasure chests. However, for them, it was not a burden. They could meditate and cultivate while out, which was no trouble at all. Besides, with their abilities, they could create a clone to operate the vessel. The sooner you go, the sooner you return, Qin Shan instructed while you waved his hand and departed the group, heading towards Arc No. 1 to board and set sail. Yesterday, it was Yun's turn for bad luck. Today, it was you's. The rest of you, bring the treasure chests aboard, and also check the spirit fields, forests, and mountains. You should have enough time for an hour's exploration, Qin Shan commanded. Understood, Island Master, they replied in unison. With that, everyone returned to their respective tasks, and many things no longer required Qin Shan's direct involvement. At this stage, few could enjoy such leisure as Qin Shan in the entire 34th district. Master, you can now check the chat channel, the island spirit reminded. What has happened? Qin Shan inquired, puzzled. The map has yielded results. The island spirit responded. Of course. I have completed my exploration. They are likely no exception, Qin Shan acknowledged. Upon entering the chat channel, something felt amiss. To all. If the map function has not been activated, please refrain from doing so. I am preparing to flee. Big brother, what is happening? The map is a trap. It directly spawned 10 pirate ships that I stand no chance against them. In an hour, a pirate crew will discover my island. I must retreat. 10 pirate crews. 100 first-tier cultivators. Surely our top 100 on the battle rankings could eliminate them. You think others don't need time to arrive? Moreover, do you know the distribution of everyone? You re not even the worst off. I encountered 3 bosses. Just one would sink my small island. Brothers, I want to elaborate further. The situation is urgent that I must leave quickly. If I survive, we can discuss it later. Smooth sailing. Thankfully, we did not activate it. This trap is rather severe that I've said before to trust the experts, but you refuse to listen. Indeed, with the strength of the experts, there's no need for deception. The benefits are undeniable, but activation depends on one's strength. I need to go retrieve the treasure chests. I hope to uncover something useful. I can't keep relying on basic resources. I wonder if Qin Shan is still selling food. I still have some yunsure left. Although many have activated the map, few respond here, yet it is not difficult to surmise that they, like the others, are likely preparing to flee. Of course, one cannot discount the possibility that those fortunate enough have merely encountered some discarded treasure chests, thus acquiring considerable wealth. Island spirit, why have they found themselves in such perilous circumstances? Qin Shan inquired, sensing that something was amiss. Master, they did not initiate this themselves. The risks they face are inherently much greater. After all, in this world, one is assessed by the metric of 10,000 planes, and by that point, they would generally have attained the 3rd tier of physical refinement. Hence, their current predicament, not activating the map, serves as a form of protection for them. Is that so? Qin Shan pondered, his thoughts drifting to Fish Bubble. He had not inquired about her situation. Since she had not called for help, it was evident she was coping within her limits. And it was unlikely she would face any truly terrifying scenarios at that moment. Near the northern spirit field, a brown bear encountered a saber-toothed tiger. "Aren't you from the mountains?" the Beast King asked. Perplexed. "Beast King, you might not believe it, but I have joined the island master. We are now comrades on the same front. By the way, I am called Xiongda," the bear replied. "I see. Let us proceed to deliver these resources." The Beast King said. Understood that on a certain island, Fish Bubble was struggling to hunt a manatee, a boss-level creature boasting third-tier strength, enhanced by its bloodline, rendering it even more formidable than herself. She felt a pang of despair. Why had the map refreshed, placing a boss so close to her island without any waiting time? The moment the manatee spotted her island, it charged forth, startling her from her slumber. Upon seeing the manatee, panic enveloped her. How could she possibly contend with such a creature? Aside from this, there were also discarded treasure chests and pirates to consider. If she could not swiftly resolve this threat, she risked her island being sunk. How can it be so powerful? She was once again sent reeling. Her attacks felt as ineffective as mere tickles. If this continues, I am doomed. I must seek assistance. The appearance of the manatee left her no time to contemplate other matters. Without requesting help, she would inevitably be worn down here. Last time, Qin Shan had managed to arrive promptly. Surely he could do so again without much delay. Thus, she abandoned her pursuit of the manatee, allowing it to assault Yun Island. She could hold on for a while longer, but if it came to that, she would have to flee the island. The island could be lost, but as long as the Heart of Clouds remained, there was hope for a resurgence. However, without her life, everything would be for naught. Immediately, she approached the Heart of Clouds and transmitted her message. "Fish Bubble, Great One, help." On Miracle Island, Qin Shan, engrossed in his training, was alerted by the island spirit of a private message from a friend. He had only 2 friends. Who could be reaching out to him so early in the morning? "Fish Bubble, what is going on?" Confusion arose within Qin Shan. Half an hour had passed. If Fish Bubble lacked the ability to handle the situation, she would have sought assistance long ago. So why was she waiting now? "Qin Shan, what is the matter?" "Fish Bubble, a boss is about to reach the island. The moment I awoke, the boss refreshed right next to my island. Can you come over?" It was clear that Fish Bubble was quite anxious. "Ah, I see," Qin Shan replied, realization dawning upon him that it seemed she had encountered the boss from the outset and now found herself unable to fight back, prompting her request for assistance. "Qin Shan, I will come over. But I want that boss." That it was unreasonable to expect something for nothing. Merely asking her for nothing else was already quite generous. He resolutely refused to engage in any endeavor without benefit. Fish Bubble, understood. She agreed without hesitation. "Qin Shan, give me a few minutes. I will be there shortly." He then closed the chat and proceeded to the shore, where they had begun to bring the treasure chests aboard. "Yin, Yin, come here for a moment. Work is waiting for you," Qin Shan called out. "Boss, what's up?" Yin and Yin hurried over to go to the previous island and assist that individual in slaying a manatee boss. "Bring back the spoils," Qin Shan instructed. Received, they leaped into the water, swiftly disappearing from sight, using their stealth to cover thousands of miles in mere moments. The destination was only 800 miles away. A trivial distance. Dispatching them was more than sufficient. A mere third-tier boss, with attributes akin to a ray, would be easily handled, especially in a 2-on-1 scenario. If they could not defeat it, all the battles fought thus far would have been in vain. "Island Master, all the treasure chests are aboard," Yin reported. "Today's guardian beast is merely third tier. It can be dealt with effortlessly, requiring little effort," Qin Shan replied. "Let us set them aside for now. We will open them together when you returns. The items are safe. They cannot escape, so there is no need to rush." "Understood. Go check the island. If you see anyone, bring them to me." The group nodded and set off to fulfill the next task. Particularly curious about the Lingmai Gobi area, wondering how many spirit stones Ling Ling E and the others had produced, as those needed to be cleaned before use. Unfortunately, they could not easily leave the Lingmai Gobi. Or else they could have avoided doing the work themselves. After their departure, the Beast King and Xiongda arrived, dragging a substantial haul. "Island Master, here are today's gains. We have gathered everything," the Beast King announced. "So much?" Qin Shan was taken aback, noting that even the cloud stones numbered in the hundreds, rivaling the total resources from several treasure chests. The refresh rate was indeed quite high. "I am not sure why. There just seems to be an abundance today," the Beast King replied. "Indeed, Island Master, I still have some from my side." But there's too much for me to carry all at once, Xiongda added. More, you say? Yes. How about this? From now on, bring everything directly to the warehouse for storage. I will accompany you to the mountains shortly. Understood. With a wave of his hand, the items vanished, and he and Xiongda made their way to the mountains. While the Beast King returned to the forest, upon reaching the spirit field, they witnessed Yun and the others diligently employing gathering, cultivation, and spirit planting techniques. Indeed, with manpower, these tasks no longer required his attention, which was quite convenient if they wished to cease their efforts. Others must step in to fill their roles to establish a presence on the island. Everyone needed to work, regardless of their standing, at least. That was the case for now. The care of the spirit field must not be taken lightly. Qin Shan would preserve the Ling food well, ensuring it was first utilized by his people. Currently, they had enough, but as the population grew, shortages would inevitably arise. Preparing additional supplies was certainly prudent. Meanwhile, far away on an island 800 miles distant, Fish Bubble gaped in astonishment at the 5-meter-long ray. Isn't this the ray from a few days ago? How has it grown so large? Last time, it was only half a meter long, yet now it had increased tenfold. What astonished her further was the ray's strength. It was powerful enough to contend with the manatee, especially with its numerical advantage. How had that individual managed to achieve such a feat? She could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. However, for now, she was grateful to have a solution for the manatee. Some things were beyond her comprehension, as everyone harbored their own secrets. Moments later, the manatee was electrocuted, its blood staining the sea red. Finally, it's dead. I can return to report, the manta ray remarked. It seems rather trivial to have slain a manatee boss that on Miracle Island. There exists an abundance of formidable figures. They are not particularly powerful. Thus, vanquishing the manatee is hardly an achievement worthy of pride. Without lingering excessively, it seized the treasure chest that emerged after the man's death, activated the concealment spell, and departed, returning to Miracle Island. Meanwhile, Fish Bubble could only watch helplessly as the chest was dragged away. Lacking the strength to claim it for herself, she felt no regret. Perhaps Qin Shan's situation was far superior to her own. After all, it was merely a treasure chest. At least they had left her the corpse of the manatee, enough sustenance to last her several days. Such a creature could provide a substantial amount of energy, greatly assisting her in enhancing her own abilities. Furthermore, there were ordinary and greenwood treasure chests available for her to claim today. Pirates must have left behind treasure, which she hoped to retrieve, Fish Bubble mused. Dismissing those thoughts, realizing that focusing on her own development was paramount, allowing a single manatee to plunge her into such a predicament underscored the importance of not recklessly opening maps. She was oblivious to the disasters that could befall her. Resolutely, she opted to close the map. Perhaps this would render her as blind as a bat at sea, but at least for now, it was the best outcome, freeing her from further worries. Unable to close the map. Please eliminate all enemies in the current sea area before proceeding, the system replied. Such a stipulation? Very well, let me witness the strength of these pirates, Fish Bubble declared. If she could not defeat a manatee, surely she could handle a horde of weaklings. Immediately, she navigated her vessel away from Cloud Island, recognizing that she could not simply wait for the enemy to approach. She must take the initiative to seize control. Meanwhile, Qin Shan had arrived at the mountain range. Within the cave of Bear Big, a multitude of resources lay scattered, evidently collected by him, even more than what had been previously acquired. How could there be so much? Qin Shan exclaimed, taken aback. It must have taken Bear Big quite a while to gather all this. Island Master, the mountains have grown taller and wider, Bear Big said. The current rate of evolution. It seems the mountains will continue to yield even more resources. With just you alone, I fear you may be overwhelmed. How about this? I will arrange for others to assist you in gathering daily, Qin Shan suggested. This mountain range now sprawled over 100 meters, with an average height exceeding 20 meters. Though not yet a true mountain range, it was beginning to take shape. For Bear Big to traverse the entire area would only waste precious time. I can manage, Bear Big insisted. That won't do. You must also focus on your training. Today, you performed admirably. So here, Qin Shan said, handing him a bloodline evolution stone. He now possessed only 3, each one precious and scarce, requiring careful expenditure. His own enhancement felt a distant prospect. Bloodline evolution stones were not easily obtained. Only with immense fortune could one encounter them. Had he not given one away, he would have already reached the second tier of bloodline, significantly boosting his combat prowess. The enhancement provided by bloodlines was fearsome. Once activated, with his current fourth-tier physique, he could unleash devastating power, a staggering 100,000 points of damage in the face of such overwhelming offensive capabilities. Traditional tactics would be rendered meaningless, potentially leading only to self-destruction. "Thank you, Island Master," Bear Big said joyfully, accepting the Bloodline Evolution Stone. Though uncertain of its nature, the terrifying energy it contained felt like a treasure to him. Truly, following a powerful figure had a significant impact on his strength. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Focus on strengthening yourself. This stone will grant you a formidable bloodline," Qin Shan instructed. He had not neglected those who accompanied him. Enhancing their abilities was essential for the prosperity of the island. "I shall catch up to you all," Bear Big vowed, determination glimmering in his eyes. Earlier, he had encountered others whose auras vastly surpassed his, igniting a newfound ambition within him. With such opportunities at hand, it would indeed be foolish not to strive for improvement. After Qin Shan departed, he returned to the seaside, where the manta ray and others had already brought back the boss treasure. "UVE returned so soon," Qin Shan remarked. "Boss, the manatee was simply too weak. We dispatched it with just a few shocks," the manta ray replied. "Clearly, you were slacking. Otherwise, we could have returned even quicker," the second manta ray retorted. Indignant. "Cough, cough. I saw how fiercely you battled it. I merely provided you with an opportunity," the first manta ray hastily explained. "No matter. The important thing is that you've returned," Qin Shan replied, inspecting the treasure chest, which was significantly larger than a resource chest, likely of superior quality. It was aptly named the Manatee Boss Treasure Chest, a rather grand designation indeed, given the recent bounty of resources he had acquired. He was not overly concerned. They could open it together shortly. He had already resolved to bestow his luck upon the Manatee Boss Treasure Chest, as it was the first boss treasure he had obtained. Enhanced, it should yield even greater rewards. As the morning swiftly passed, the survivors of Zone 34 each had their share of gains, though some had mysteriously vanished, undoubtedly due to the map activation, a rather pitiful fate to lose one's life so easily. The promise of fortune had been ignored, and thus, they bore the consequences. Yu returned, bringing with him 18 lost treasure chests, yet another significant windfall. This morning alone, they had amassed 39 chests. One could scarcely imagine who else could achieve such bounty. If only the resources generated by the terrain could also be transformed into treasure chests, the rewards would be even more astonishing. "Island Master, we have found 5 individuals." Just then, Yun and the others returned, accompanied by 5 mysterious figures. 5 people today? Impressive, Qin Shan chuckled. It seemed the third-tier pioneer medal had indeed proven its worth, as yesterday not a single individual had surfaced, yet now 5 remarkable figures had appeared. "Island Master," the 5 greeted, clearly having been briefed by Yun before their arrival, requiring no further introductions. "What are your names?" Qin Shan inquired, knowing that those who appeared first were generally of considerable merit. "Island Master, I am E. This is Wang Shu, Luo, Qua, and Zhun Yuan," one replied. Could it be that they were the legendary figures E and Luo Ho? Qin Shan questioned, puzzled. If they were indeed those individuals, the display should have been different. Just as with the 3 pure ones, their attributes should not be fully revealed, yet they indeed possess the essence of the 3 pure ones. "Master, currently, the world does not permit the emergence of excessively powerful figures. Should they appear, it could result in a garbled situation," the island spirit explained. "Then how did I manage to summon them?" "Master, you possess the talent of the unparalleled," the spirit replied. "Is that the reason?" Qin Shan exclaimed, astonished. If this were the case, he could have created an island teeming with divine and demonic beings from the very start. Moreover, their martial arts might merely be simplified versions. More accurately, they should be referred to as divine abilities. Otherwise, would the master truly believe the unparalleled talent had no utility? The only direct benefit Qin Shan understood was the activation of the island migration function. However, it now appeared that the unparalleled talent was constantly influencing him. E was indeed the great E. Qua must be Qua Fu, and there were also Luo Ho, Jin Yuanzi, and Wang Shu, a truly fortuitous turn of events. Qin Shan murmured, regardless of who among them grows strong, the existence itself would be cataclysmic, particularly Luo. a formidable being capable of contending for the sacred position against the Tao ancestor. However, at present, he is merely Luo, and not yet Luo Ho. This world does not permit such aspirations. Receiving their assistance is already a considerable fortune. How could one dare to covet more? A fine name indeed. I shall arrange accommodations for you shortly, Qin Shan remarked, his heart swelling with satisfaction. With these 5, his strength had undeniably increased, for none were below the 3rd tier of body refinement, and their bloodlines were exceptionally potent. Aside from Wang Shu, the Island of Miracles had welcomed 5 combatants, among whom Luo held the highest rank and the most formidable power, even surpassing the 3 pure ones. Had it not been for his defeat in that bygone battle, the events of the primordial era would have unfolded differently. Yet, Qin Shan was unconcerned with such matters. Now, all had become members of the island, his generals worthy of his cultivation. "Thank you, Island Master. What shall we do?" they inquired. "Today, there is nothing pressing. Simply engage in your own cultivation. Should any matters arise, I will summon you," Qin Shan replied. The map for today was rather lackluster. While others encountered numerous treasures, he had stumbled upon nothing aside from the 18 abandoned treasure chests, leaving him with little choice but to feel disgruntled. Nonetheless, he considered himself fortunate, for just yesterday he had reaped considerable rewards. Today could be deemed a day of rest without loss, especially since he had a plethora of treasure chests awaiting his opening, a substantial future gain. He could only wonder what treasures they would bestow upon him. If they contained sacred artifacts, he would surely be even more delighted. Naturally, there would be individuals to guide them in familiarizing themselves with every aspect of the island. Requiring no concern from Qin Shan, they would eat, sleep, and occasionally venture forth to battle at sea. Let us examine their attributes. Qin Shan instructed to name: Luo talent, demon realm, 4th tier body refinement bloodline, ancestor of the demon's physicality, 5th tier martial arts, heavenly demon dance, demon domain passive, unknown name, Zhen Yuan talent, heavenly Tao realm, 3rd tier body refinement bloodline, ancestor of the earth immortals physicality, 4th tier martial arts, universe and sleeve, years in the mountains passive, unknown name, E-talent, strength realm, 3rd tier body refinement bloodline, great witch bloodline physicality, 3rd tier martial arts, 9 stars aligned. Arrow of the sun passive, eagle eye calibration name, Qua talent, strength realm, 3rd tier body refinement bloodline, great witch bloodline physicality, 3rd tier martial arts, savage pursuit, divine acts of creation passive, braver with each battle name, Wang Shu talent, stars realm, 3rd tier body refinement bloodline, moonlight bloodline physicality, 3rd tier martial arts, starlight shine. Firefly light passive, endless chill. Luo was indeed formidable, far surpassing the others, though here he was restrained. If he were to attain the ability to harness his true power, who could fathom the extent of his might? Next was Zhen Yuan, whose terrifying prowess and mastery of universe and sleeve rendered him exceptionally formidable, truly worthy of the title ancestor of the earth immortals. The last 3 were relatively comparable, each possessing unique strengths. Among their kind, even more terrifying beings existed. Their bloodlines merely reached the level of bloodline, falling short of the ancestral tier. For instance, Yi's great witch bloodline had an even stronger ancestor above it, making them the zenith of witch bloodlines. Wang Shu's case was somewhat special. Her lineage could be classified as both ancestral and bloodline, and as her strength grew, she would naturally ascend to the ancestral tier. Qin Shan felt a great sense of ease, entirely forgetting the worries of lacking pirates and bosses. The unparalleled talent was exceedingly potent, effortlessly bringing forth such powerful allies. With their arrival, the elite houses could now be fully constructed, and any future arrivals would only have access to ordinary dwellings. Even without the terrifying enhancements of elite and leader houses, these accommodations would greatly benefit their cultivation. One could only say that these individuals had arrived swiftly, thus seizing the opportunity. However, regardless, it provided shelter. Being able to reside here sufficed. Given the plethora of resources on the island, there was little reason to fear a lack of strength enhancement. Now, it was time to open the treasure chests. Qin Shan rubbed his hands together and made his way to the shore, where 39 treasure chests awaited his unveiling, each promising untold treasures. The morning's batch of treasure chests included 5 red jade chests, 5 ochre chests, and 10 greenwood chests. One could not help but marvel at the odds such a bounty had been bestowed upon him, had it not been for the sea cow boss treasure chest. He would have focused his luck on the red jade chests today. Yet, a change was in order. After all, boss treasure chests were not a daily occurrence, while fixed daily resources had the potential to refresh. There was no need for haste. Moreover, as the quality of the treasure chests increased, the rewards would only improve. This was a matter of no concern. Fortune's hand. Qin Shan applied his talent to the sea cow boss treasure chest. A daily opportunity not to be squandered. This was also the reason behind his delay in opening the chests this morning. Perhaps he could draw forth even better treasures. Opening the abandoned treasure chests yielded Mysterious Altar 18. Bloodline Evolution Stones 10, Martial Arts. Eternal Night Technique. Cloud Stones 1800, and a substantial amount of basic resources. Opening the Greenwood chest yielded Cloud Stones 1000 and a small amount of basic resources. Opening the Ochre chest yielded Cloud Stones 1000 and a moderate amount of basic resources. Opening the Red Jade chest yielded Weapon Longsword Template, Armor Flowing Cloud Garment Template, Tailoring Workshop Blueprint, Cloud Stones 1500, and a considerable amount of basic resources. Opening the Sea Cow Boss treasure chest yielded Totem Blueprint, Treasure Maps 5, Artifact Fragments 10, Cloud Stones 10, 000, and a vast quantity of basic resources. This was a tremendous windfall. Qin Shan could hardly contain his delight. Even if only a fraction of these items were unfamiliar to him, the remainder would significantly enhance the island's strength, with 32 mysterious altars already in his possession. He anticipated reaching 100 within a few days, summoning ancient beings to slay and reap further rewards. The Bloodline Evolution Stones were just what he needed to elevate his bloodline to the second tier. Thus amplifying his power, he wondered if it would allow him to directly ascend to the 5th tier of physicality, something he had long yearned for. The emergence of these Bloodline Evolution Stones was indeed an opportunity. Eternal Night Technique, an extraordinary martial art that conjures a veil of darkness, allowing one to evade all fatal harm for a duration of 1 minute, with a cooldown period of 1 day and no resource expenditure. He immediately began to learn the Eternal Night Technique. Qin Shan promptly remarked, "This is indeed a formidable martial technique for preserving life. Within a span of 1 minute, it can evade all fatal injuries." Given the capabilities of the Eternal Night Technique, it ought to be classified as no less than a supreme-grade martial art. However, its lengthy cooldown period places it on par with Thunderous Might. Yet it incurs no consumption, truly a divine skill. As for the Cloud Stone, from the several dozen treasure chests opened, there were a total of 15,300 pieces, predominantly from boss treasure chests. This is quite disappointing, especially since these chests consumed the talent of my lucky hands. It would be rather unreasonable not to yield some valuable items. The Qingmu and Ochre treasure chests yielded little, leaving us with only Cloud Stones and basic resources, which, for the development of an island, are precisely what we need most. Those that are unnecessary can be used to feed the chickens and ducks. Recently, the spiritual chickens and ducks have begun to lay eggs, and several yellow cows are nearing calving. Before long, the island will see a significant increase in poultry and livestock, providing ample tasks for them. It is worth noting that the individuals currently residing on Qin Shan Island all possess terrifying identities and capabilities. Yet here, they find themselves engaged in mundane chores such as feeding chickens and ducks, which seems a gross underutilization of their talents. The Red Jade treasure chest yielded quite a few valuable items, including a longsword template, allowing for the establishment of a blacksmith shop. I shall have Jiang and others produce a few decent weapons. He possesses a passive skill in basic swordsmanship that enhances his sword training. But he currently lacks a sword, rendering his training rather ineffective. There is no need to worry about swordsmanship. There are numerous techniques available that do not require divine prowess. Just something more ordinary will suffice. The appearance of the tailor shop and the flowing cloud clothing template signifies that everyone can now change their attire. However, he currently lacks the appropriate personnel, meaning we may have to wait a while longer. Even if we were to forcibly assign them, the quality of the items produced would likely be subpar. The final Sea Cow Boss treasure chest did not provide an abundance of items, but did grant a totem crafting blueprint, which is quite valuable. Totem crafting blueprint, an object of faith that can evolve into a sacred relic when the faith reaches its zenith. The current effects are unclear, and construction requires 100 spirit stones, a second tier or higher spirit spring, 1,000 spirit soil, 800 spirit wood, 500 spirit gold, occupying a 5 by 5 area. The required resources are not particularly extensive. Even the space needed is unremarkable. However, to initiate this process, the spirit spring must first be upgraded to the second tier, which will consume a significant amount of island area. We must expand the island, Qin Shan stated. Without expansion, many things would remain unattainable. Aside from the spirit vein desert, Miracle Island is not particularly large. Just over 20,000 square meters. He needs to reserve ample space for terrain evolution. Currently, the built area on Miracle Island exceeds the terrain area, primarily due to the considerable footprint of the buildings. Additionally, he intends to construct both a blacksmith shop and elite residences, which will further occupy space. Until the village is established, it all feels incomplete. His aspiration is for the village to occupy merely 1/5 of the island, leaving the remainder for natural development, which could yield a plethora of treasures and various beasts. Eventually, once the terrain is sufficiently expansive, towns and multiple villages could emerge, leading to the establishment of city-states and even empires. However, constructing these is a formidable task, and there is no need to rush. He has already positioned himself ahead of the majority. Barring unforeseen circumstances, opportunities remain within reach. He is not anxious, merely focused on surviving and gradually increasing his strength. Taking a measured approach, the expansion of the island triggered the technology of construction, resulting in a doubling effect, with a total expansion area of 30,600 square meters. It seems that as time progresses, the doubling effect diminishes, Qin Shan mused. The first expansion yielded tenfold, the second threefold, and now it has reduced to just double. Yet, this doubling has allowed his island to surpass 100,000 square meters, providing an unexpected increase of 10 in area each day. He feels quite content. 100,000 square meters is already a substantial expanse at this moment. Due to the emergence of considerable open land, various terrains are rapidly evolving. Numerous small animals have begun to appear among the terrains, and even a stream has emerged on the island's spirit's map. He can clearly see the variety of terrains and mineral deposits he currently possesses. However, to ascertain precisely what resources are present, he must personally traverse the area and name each location. Only then can the island take on a cohesive identity, and the clarity of the information he can access will improve. Yet for now, there are still too few resources. There is no need to rush into naming them. Utilize the bloodline evolution stone, Qin Shan declared. He could hardly contain his impatience. Enhancing his power took precedence. With his strength on the rise, the surrounding seed beasts capable of augmenting his physical prowess have dwindled, necessitating the slaughter of creatures above the fourth tier, a considerable challenge. Thus, an alternative method for enhancement is available. Bloodlines that as long as the bloodline is sufficiently potent, it can elevate his physical realm. Drawing from his previous experience, this time Qin Shan adeptly managed the side effects of the bloodline evolution stone. After 1 hour, he completed the evolution, having mastered this newfound power without succumbing to the chaotic attacks that plagued his first attempt. View my attributes, Qin Shan instructed. That he now sensed an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him, a boundless energy eager to be unleashed. The interface before him shifted, revealing his attributes. Name, Qin Shan. Talent, peerless. Lucky hands, all things have spirit realm. Body refinement, 4th tier bloodline. 2nd tier spirit, which bloodline? 125. Physical body, 4th tier, 800-1600. Martial arts, thunderous might, soul attack, force of 1,000 June. Levitation technique, eternal night technique. Passive skills, technological hand, decapitation, peerless plunder, basic swordsmanship. Combat power, 270. His physical body had not achieved a breakthrough. Qin Shan was somewhat surprised, yet upon reflection, he found it acceptable. He was still merely at the 2nd tier of his bloodline. After all, a half-step increase is commendable. Moreover, he has received a free elevation in realm, which is quite advantageous. Several days have passed, and it took him just enough time to transition from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier. The path of cultivation is indeed fraught with challenges. Even with his extraordinary talents, it has taken him 8 days to reach this realm. Though compared to others, he remains exceptionally formidable at this stage. Few have managed to progress to the 2nd tier. Gathering even 10 individuals is a daunting task. This is not merely a matter of luck. The resources for cultivation are genuinely scarce. Construct 5 elite residences, a fish pond, and a blacksmith shop, along with 10 defensive arrow towers and a breeding ground, Qin Shan commanded. With land available, he could embark on significant construction. 5 elite residences would occupy 1,500 square meters. The fish pond 500 square meters, the blacksmith shop 4,000 square meters, the 10 defensive arrow towers a total of 250 square meters, and the breeding ground 1,800 square meters, totaling 9,050 square meters and expending a vast amount of foundational resources. Confirm construction. This time, the items he needs to build are indeed numerous, exceeding 9,000 square meters and requiring an enormous quantity of resources. Confirm construction. Qin Shan affirmed. In a moment, numerous structures materialized upon the island. Naturally, the residences clustered together, while the larger buildings were positioned closer to the northern side. The breeding ground, plantation, and fish pond all require a stream of water to function properly. Fortunately, the stream flows through the plantation area, with its source being the spirit spring. The water quality produced by the spirit spring is undeniably top-notch, meeting their needs splendidly. As for the issue of waste, Qin Shan need not worry. These facilities come equipped with filtering systems that, after minimal processing, discharge into the abyssal sea. Upgrade the spirit spring. Once again, he issued a construction directive, and in an instant, the spirit spring ascended to the second tier, expanding in size and increasing its effective range. This growth had a decisive impact on the surrounding environment. With the spirit spring established, he also managed to summon the totem. The earlier it manifested, the better, as it promised to yield tremendous benefits. Moreover, once created, he would be able to inspect the totem's attributes. Overall, this construction brought the village remarkably close to completion, with only a tailor's shop and 89 ordinary stone houses remaining. As soon as someone arrived, he could initiate their construction without delay. The tailor's shop was akin to the blacksmith's, featuring a faade along with a small workshop, which occupied a substantial area, but had yet to be built. He decided to wait until individuals with relevant skills refreshed in due time. Currently, on the island, including himself, there were 12 people, each at the second tier or above in body refinement, and their breakthroughs were not too distant. The highest among them was Eel, boasting an impressive 5th tier in body refinement, far surpassing the others. Eel diligently guarded the seabed, and every occasionally spawned entity fell prey to its watchful eye, all of which were collected in the warehouse. When time permitted, Qin Shan would place items in the trading hall to exchange for resources, as he was no longer concerned about basic sustenance. He merely sought special items to enhance his strength. He did not expect these individuals to provide him with significant advantages. Their increased gains were primarily due to Qin Shan's influence, which had substantially augmented their base earnings. He also discarded the outdated poultry greenhouse in the trading hall, as he had no further use for it, being the owner of a breeding farm that did not require such implements. With valuable acquisitions in hand, naturally, the obsolete items were cast aside. The totem was completed, standing proudly at the heart of the village. Just as Qin Shan was about to rush over, the island spirit provided him with a prompt. Master, due to your sudden expansion of 30,000 square meters, you have attracted the attention of the Sea King class. They have manifested on the map. Please eliminate them swiftly to prevent an attack on the island that could lead to its destruction. Sea King class, Qin Shan exclaimed in astonishment. How could they appear at this moment? However, it seemed plausible that his recent expansion had indeed drawn the attention of such entities. How many are there? What are their strengths? Where are they located? Qin Shan inquired urgently. Now was not the time for astonishment. If left unresolved, they could directly devastate the island's maximum area of 1,000 cloud stones and the 10 azurewood treasure chests, which represented significant rewards. If they collided with the Spirit Vein Desert, it would be disastrous, resulting in a loss of 50,000 square meters, something Qin Shan could not afford to witness. They had appeared in 4 locations, with the specific types, numbers, and strengths remaining unknown, requiring his presence to ascertain. What was known was that within an hour, the nearest Sea King class would depart, each taking away one area of the island. And after 4 hours, the remaining 3 would follow suit. This predicament gave Qin Shan quite a headache. The numbers were unclear, and it was possible that several could be located in a single area. Leaving the island barren, he had hoped for a day of respite, but unexpectedly found himself embroiled in this urgent situation, making rest seem impossible. Island Spirit, instruct them to wait for me at the totem. Qin Shan commanded. A glance at the map revealed that the distance was not great. As long as they moved swiftly and managed to slay these Sea Kings, all would be well. However, He had never encountered sea kings before and was unaware of their abilities. The individuals who had previously scattered across the island promptly returned to the village center, observing the transformed settlement with a sense of familiarity, as such changes had become commonplace. Meanwhile, Qin Shan was engrossed in studying the totem. It consisted of a pillar with a base, atop which coiled a dragon. This was the totem of their miracle island. Belief dragon totem, a manifestation of faith rank, non-description, a sacred object. The more reverent the individuals are towards the island, the greater the faith generated. The power of faith plays a crucial role in national warfare, exerting a suppressive effect on special beings. The more individuals who believe, the stronger the totem's might. Effect 1. Inflicts cutting, bleeding, severe injury, and defense-breaking effects on special beings. The potency is determined by the level of faith. Effect 2. The power of faith grants every being on Miracle Island, as long as they bask in its radiance, a layer of faith effect, with a chance to trigger effects such as control immunity, purification, cultivation, and luck, among other enhancements. The strength of these effects is determined by the level of faith. Ascension to Sacred Artifact. Population of 100,000, 12.1 million. Power of Faith, 12.1 billion. Note: the power of faith generates 1 point per person per day, independent of cultivation or piety. Mere belief suffices. Though it possessed only 2 effects, devoid of specific values, this did not detract from its formidable nature. With such significant enhancements, the inhabitants of Miracle Island grew even stronger. However, elevating the belief dragon totem to a sacred artifact was no simple feat. Each sacred artifact was unique, possessing special functions, and he had already been exceedingly fortunate to acquire the myriad lights of home. Now, aspiring to elevate the belief dragon totem was akin to chasing a mirage. Relying solely on 12 individuals, accumulating 1 billion points would take an unfathomable amount of time. This was merely one condition, and despite having only 2 effects, fulfilling them would prove challenging in any case. It was impossible to achieve at the village level. He had braced himself for a long-term struggle. Unfortunately, this endeavor required population, not animals, which presented a considerable challenge. Island Spirit, should the Sea King class be classified as special beings? Qin Shan inquired. Indeed, that is reassuring. With 12 points of faith, there should be a chance to trigger these effects. Qin Shan mused. Master, I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but that is exceedingly low. Almost shockingly so that I was merely speaking casually, Qin Shan replied. While he lacked concrete figures, he understood that this was indeed less than ideal. If it were that easy to trigger, the totem would be virtually invincible. Qin Shan finally stepped away from the totem's influence and turned to regard the others nearby. Sea kings have appeared in our waters. I require everyone to join me in vanquishing them and reclaiming the treasures. Qin Shan declared. Regardless of what they hunted, substantial rewards awaited. Seizing the opportunity was a necessity, especially since these beings sought to cause destruction. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to eliminate the Sea Kings. Special beings, indeed. They were likely to yield unforeseen gains. Sea Kings? Clearly, the others were unfamiliar with this term. It might seem trivial to them, yet for Qin Shan, it represented a looming disaster, if not addressed properly. It could lead to catastrophic consequences. After all the effort to reach this point, he was unwilling to see it all unravel, as the process of accumulation was painstakingly slow, reliant solely on time. They are a type of unique sea creature, likely possessing peculiar abilities that make them difficult to kill. If we do not eliminate them, our island will face destruction, Qin Shan explained, though he too was not entirely certain what these Sea Kings entailed. I see. They dare to threaten our island, which is intolerable. They must be exterminated. Having finally emerged, they could not possibly be expected to retreat. Thus, the only course of action was to dispatch these creatures to prevent any unforeseen incidents. I am currently unaware of the specific situation. We shall ascertain it upon our arrival. Now, let us board the ship and prepare to set sail, Qin Shan commanded. He was resolute in his need to confront this threat. Aside from the Beast Kings who would remain behind, everyone else was to accompany him. Understood that a group of individuals swiftly made their way to the seaside, where Mommy awaited them for the large race. They did not accompany them. With the island expanding in size, the depths of the sea grew increasingly tumultuous, teeming with numerous sea beasts that required their vigilant guardianship, rendering them unable to depart. Otherwise, Qin Shan would not have stationed them there. Mommy was brought along because it had awakened its royal bloodline, Yet no extraordinary abilities had manifested, leaving Qin Shan perplexed. This journey would provide an opportunity to observe its attacks and their effects on the royal sea creatures. The group progressed rapidly aboard Ark 1, with Mommy trailing in the water. Half an hour later, they arrived at their first destination, the nearest point to the island, with only 20 minutes remaining before departure. Upon arrival, they beheld two colossal royal sea creatures, even more formidable than a boss. Without Qin Shan's command, they refrained from engaging, as they were uncertain of the circumstances surrounding these entities. Assess the situation, Qin Shan instructed. He approached the royal sea creatures, ready to examine their attributes. The scanning process concluded, and the data was uploaded to the Cloud Heart database. Upon completion, the attributes of the royal sea creatures materialized before Qin Shan's eyes. Causing his lips to twitch in exasperation, these beings were indeed challenging to handle. Ancient dinosaur descendant, royal sea creature, innate talent, immortal realm, none bloodline. Ancient dinosaur bloodline, physical body, 6-stage length, 100 meters skills, none characteristics, immortal, immune to instant death effects. Longevity, robust vitality with virtually no weaknesses. Fortitude, possesses immense defensive capabilities. Attacks below 150 combat power fail to inflict damage. Weaken, reduces the attack power of enemies within 10 meters. Regeneration, when health falls below 30. A 50 chance to trigger, restoring lost health and providing a shield with 10,000 durability. Evasion, unaffected by any control effects. Exceedingly slippery and difficult to capture. Strength, possesses immense power, rendering its physical body equivalent to its realm in attack potency. With such illustrious attributes, one must ponder who could possibly vanquish them at this stage. The other creature possessed similar attributes. Despite their seemingly lethargic demeanor, they remained unfazed by the presence of intruders, leisurely enjoying their surroundings, making it exceedingly difficult to capture them. The arrival of the totem was fortuitous. Qin Shan was nearly moved to tears upon witnessing these nearly insurmountable attributes. No wonder they were considered extraordinary beings. Fortunately, he had not summoned such terrifying entities before, or the preservation of Miracle Island would have been in jeopardy. However, the outlook now seemed rather grim. Fortunately, prior to this expedition, he had successfully summoned the totem, which held effects that were quite lethal to the royal sea creatures as long as they were triggered. Defeating these two foes should pose no issue. Kill them, Qin Shan commanded fiercely, if they did not eliminate their opponents. The sea creatures would wreak havoc on their cloud island. A peaceful coexistence was simply untenable, leaving only the option of exterminating the royal sea creatures. 3 Pure celestial lights. Oceanic array, 10 directions, killing formation. A sea of flames, great enhancement technique. Demon domain, firefly light, spirit witch bloodline, thunderous might. A barrage of terrifying martial arts techniques rained down upon the royal sea creatures, the relentless assault nearly depleting their health bars. Yet, at that moment, their health was instantly restored and enveloped in a dense white shield. All defenses triggered, all injuries inflicted, all bleeding activated, all cutting effects applied. Hearing such notifications, Qin Shan smiled. His luck was indeed favorable, as all 4 effects had been triggered, allowing them to inflict greater damage upon the royal sea creatures. Although the shield did not diminish, their health bars began to plummet rapidly, within mere seconds. Both royal sea creatures perished, transforming into treasure chests, their bodies vanishing. How could there be such repugnant creatures? He remarked. Without formidable attack methods and special effects, it would be utterly impossible to slay them. There can't be many of these beings, otherwise they would pose a colossal disaster for this world. The others shared their thoughts. Though they had effortlessly annihilated the royal sea creatures, they had all utilized their powerful trump cards. Given their current strength, most martial arts could only be employed once a day to achieve such a swift victory. Fortunately, their attack range was sufficient, as close combat would have been far more disastrous. With various debuff effects applied, no matter how strong the royal sea creatures' attributes were, they would meet their demise on the spot. There were still 3 more locations to check, and fortunately, the distances were not great. With ample time remaining, "Boss, here are the treasure chests," Mommy said, bringing the 2 chests aboard the ship. "Let us set them aside for now. Onward to the next location," Qin Shan instructed. They were in a hurry. Uncertain of what lay ahead, they hoped not to encounter even more repugnant creatures that would be impossible to defeat, which would spell disaster. After utilizing the spirit witch bloodline, he had entered a weakened state. rendering the thunderous might unusable, significantly diminishing his combat power. The others were similarly affected to varying degrees, were it not for their 20-minute time limit to eliminate the two royal sea creatures. They would not have resorted to such potent measures, aiming for a decisive strike to prevent the royal sea creatures from causing havoc. The ark set sail once more, heading toward the next destination. A heavy mood enveloped Qin Shan as he inquired about the others' conditions. They had all been significantly affected. Should they encounter more of these loathsome royal sea creatures, considerable time would be required to defeat them. Qin Shan felt quite helpless. He had exerted all his efforts to eliminate the royal sea creatures. If they could not be resolved, it would be wiser to incur a loss to avert disaster. They had also collected 2 royal sea creature treasure chests, which should yield valuable rewards as the ship navigated. Qin Shan gazed at the 2 chests. "That I hope you will deliver something worthwhile," he silently wished before commanding their opening. Given that these were royal sea creature chests, they should contain some valuable items. Upon opening the royal sea creature chests, he received 2 weapons, Judgment Blade, 2, True Cutting, Passive, Infinite Bleeding, 2, Artifact Fragments, 2, Royal Sea Creature Bloodline Evolution Stones, 2,000, Cloud Stones, and a substantial amount of basic resources. How opulent! Qin Shan exclaimed in surprise. From just 2 royal sea creature chests, he had acquired such a wealth of treasures. The Judgment Blade was capable of inflicting heavy injury effects, significantly diminishing healing effects, but not through direct having. Rather, it stacked based on the number of layers. True Cutting inflicted cutting effects and true damage. The cutting effect increased damage in a stacking manner, with higher layers yielding greater true damage. The emergence of these 2 weapons drastically reduced the difficulty of slaying the royal sea creatures. Of course, these weapons were particularly effective against enemies with troublesome healing capabilities. They bore low ranks, while the royal sea creatures lacked any cultivation realm, allowing them to inflict terrifying effects. In the presence of powerful warriors, these would be rendered mere scrap metal of little use. 1 Judgment Blade was retained, while the rest were distributed among Shang, Luo, and Ganjiao. The others wielded their own weapons, rendering these unsuitable for them. Infinite Bleeding, Passive Skill. Each attack stacks a layer of bleeding effect lasting 10 seconds. Each added layer refreshes the duration with no upper limit on layers. Learn it immediately, Qin Shan commanded. This was a divine skill, regardless of how fierce the healing. If sufficient layers of bleeding were stacked, even a single point of damage per layer would ultimately lead to death, regardless of the opponent's strength. Infinite Bleeding seamlessly integrated into his passive abilities. Master, at the current stage, the passive skill slots are already full. To acquire more passive skills in the future, special items will be required to unlock them, or multiple skills must be fused together. It already full. Now I possess the technological hand, unparalleled plunder, fundamental swordsmanship, decapitation, and infinite bleeding. 5 skills in total. Qin Shan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that passive skills would indeed have a limit. He had assumed they could be learned endlessly. Much like martial arts, however, there were still ways to acquire more abilities, such as utilizing special items to unlock additional passive skill slots or merging them. Previously, he had obtained a skill fusion card, which he initially thought to be of little use, but it now appeared to be applicable in this context. Yes, my lord. Each individual starts with a maximum of 5 passive skill slots, came the reply. All right, I understand, Qin Shan remarked that in any case, he did not possess any surplus passive skills, so he would deal with that when the time came. Lastly, he had a Sea King Bloodline Evolution Stone, which was far more potent than the generic variety, 10 times stronger. In fact, for the second-tier ancient Sea King bloodline of his companion, Eel, 25 evolution stones were required, and now he was nearly there, needing just 4 more. Furthermore, there were other Sea Kings ahead, so this time it should suffice to enhance Eel's bloodline, greatly augmenting its power. There was no rush. Giving it to Eel now would be futile due to insufficient resources. As they advanced through the already explored map, they encountered no dangers, aside from the enemies that had respawned. Powerful sea beasts would not inexplicably invade unless under special circumstances. In approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the next location, which housed a single Sea King, yet its attributes were significantly stronger and more challenging to defeat than the previous one. Fortunately, they possessed the Blade of Judgment and True Damage, 2 formidable weapons that were quite unfriendly to Sea Kings. After less than 30 minutes of combat, the foe was vanquished. The duration was extended due to their close-quarters combat, which halved their strength. Breaking through defenses required over 200 combat power, thus slowing their pace considerably. Nonetheless, they ultimately triumphed. Once back aboard the ship, they immediately began meditating to recuperate. Battling sea kings in the ocean was incredibly taxing on their stamina, and they needed to ensure they had enough energy to face the impending foes, for these creatures were no trifles. Regrettably, the spoils of this encounter yielded only one Sea King bloodline evolution stone, along with 2,000 cloud stones, leaving them in a state of financial destitution. Could it be that the Sea Kings in packs were richer? That was indeed a possibility, but Qin Shan was already quite satisfied with the rewards from slaying the Sea Kings. Not overly concerned with the details, as long as they obtained something, there was no need for modesty. Gazing at the 3 Sea King bloodline evolution stones in his possession, Qin Shan nodded with satisfaction. He could now facilitate Eel's bloodline evolution. It was likely that when Eel succeeded, it would astonish everyone. "Eel, this is for you." Qin Shan called forth Eel and presented it with the Sea King bloodline evolution stone. With this aid, Eel's strength would ascend to new heights. He feared it would require a considerable amount of time for Eel to successfully break through. Transitioning from first tier to second tier had taken him an hour, so moving from second tier to third tier would likely take even longer. However, that was of little concern. As they journeyed onward, Eel would not need to intervene at the third site, and by the time they reached the final location, it should be nearly ready to break through. If it could awaken an attack specifically targeting Sea Kings, that would be even better. "Hey, boss, I feel this thing will greatly aid me," Eel remarked. Of course, this item can only be utilized by sea beasts possessing the Sea King bloodline. "Aside from you, no one on Miracle Island can use it," Qin Shan replied. "Thank you, boss. I won't hold back," Eel said, swiftly inhaling the Sea King bloodline evolution stone from Qin Shan's hand, causing an immediate transformation. Eel's body radiated a faint blue glow, shimmering eerily. It even emitted light now. Qin Shan couldn't help but chuckle. However, it required the Arc One to tow it forward, which proved somewhat laborious and slowed their travel speed considerably. With prior experience in the acquisition of some special equipment, Qin Shan felt less apprehensive about the upcoming Sea Kings. Time remained. Half an hour later, they arrived at the third location, where unexpectedly, 4 Sea Kings appeared. Their strength equivalent to the 5th tier, somewhat weaker than their initial encounter. Yet, they possessed a trait called purification, triggering every 5 minutes to nullify negative effects. This meant that injuries and similar effects could not affect them. However, there was a silver lining. Their healing probability had dropped to 10, and their evasion effect had been removed. It seemed that the abilities possessed by Sea Kings were largely similar, merely randomized combinations. As long as they could ensure the Sea Kings survived, there were no overwhelmingly formidable circumstances. "Let us make this quick," Qin Shan commanded. 2 hours had elapsed since the Sea Kings first appeared. They needed to resolve this swiftly. This was only the third location, and already there were 4 foes, who knew what horrors lay ahead. Moreover, Eel had not yet successfully ascended, leaving them short on top-tier combat power. The group surged forward, engaging in close combat. It was not that they wished to avoid ranged attacks, but many of their martial skills were still on cooldown. Even so, in close combat, they could still unleash considerable strength. Encircling the Sea Kings, with the evasion effect gone, they found the battle much easier. Control-type martial skills were generously employed, and under mutual weakening, they could achieve unexpected results, especially since these Sea Kings were not as formidable as before. They were soon pushed back relentlessly. Time was against them. They could not escape and were trapped like cornered beasts awaiting their demise. This battle should prove to be the easiest they had faced since their outing began. At the 5th minute, the Sea Kings collectively triggered purification, nullifying all negative debuffs, and among them, 3 triggered healing, rendering the group's previous efforts futile. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. They would simply continue to stack their effects. Soul wound effects and bleeding effects were in play. The soul wound effect could only weaken but not detonate. 1 could not help but lament the Sea King's traits. They were truly infuriating, capable of torturing one incessantly, without a hint of temper. The key was their immense power. Fortunately, their attack frequency was low, making them more passive targets, which afforded Qin Shan and his team some breathing room. Otherwise, with such high-intensity combat and their stamina, they would inevitably be worn down. 10 minutes passed. They had slain 2 Sea Kings, leaving 2 remaining, stubbornly resisting. This time, they did not trigger healing. Eliminating them was merely a matter of time. The most troublesome aspect was the 100,000 durability shield. It was an exceedingly vexing obstacle. The shield itself had no defensive power, yet their attacks merely reduced the shield's durability, making it incredibly tough to breach. Without a defense-breaking attribute, it would take them quite a while to AT the second location. They had encountered a similar situation, with the shield enduring for a long time. Everyone triggered defense-breaking, cutting, and bleeding effects. Upon receiving this notification, Qin Shan finally felt relieved. They had triggered it at last, and their prolonged efforts were not in vain. The totem's enhancement required only one person to trigger it for the entire group. The probability of this was frighteningly low. It was understandable, considering it was related to faith.it was only noon. And being able to trigger it was already quite commendable. With the defense-breaking attribute activated, a few minutes later, these 2 Sea Kings transformed into treasure chests. He instructed the others to pilot Arc 1 forward while he approached the chests and chose to open them all. The previous rewards had been quite satisfactory. He wondered if this time they would yield something unexpected. Opening the Sea King treasure chests, he obtained 8 mysterious altars, passive infinite attack speed, infinite true damage, 8 Sea King bloodline evolution stones, 8,000 cloud stones, and a vast array of fundamental resources. Indeed, they had gained even more. Qin Shan murmured to himself, these Sea King treasure chests are indeed related to quantity. The more treasure chests one acquires and opens simultaneously, the greater the benefits one receives. After 1 or 2 attempts, he remained uncertain, but this was the 3rd time. The mysterious altar now boasted 40 chests, leaving only 60 more to reach 100. As long as he refreshed a few forgotten treasure chests daily, he would soon gather the required amount, and it shouldn't consume too much time. There were also quite a few Sea King bloodline evolution stones, but to elevate to the 4th tier, 100 evolution stones were needed, which translated to 10 exclusive ones. Still insufficient, he would have to wait until he reached the final location to potentially enhance Eel further. Among all his gains from this outing, Eel had benefited the most. Additionally, he had obtained 2 infinite passive abilities, infinite attack speed and infinite true damage, which were comparable to infinite bleeding. Should he consider fusing them? A thought crossed Qin Shan's mind. Given their names, he could easily deduce their nature. He needed both attack speed and true damage, as they would significantly benefit him. He possessed a skill fusion card capable of combining 3 skills, with a higher similarity resulting in a greater success rate. However, failure meant complete loss, so careful selection was paramount before fusion. Master, I suggest you proceed with the fusion. The similarity among these 3 passives is exceedingly high. With a success rate exceeding 90%, the island spirit advised. You can actually see the success rate? Qin Shan asked, astonished. Of course. Then what are we waiting for? Let's fuse, Qin Shan declared, with such a high success rate. If this failed, he would be left with no option but to rely on expanding his passive skill slots. Fusion will consume the skill fusion card. Infinite bleeding, infinite true damage, infinite attack speed. Do you wish to fuse? Fuse. Then, a page appeared before Qin Shan, displaying the progress of the fusion. The speed was painfully slow, and he waited a full 10 minutes. Fusion successful. You have gained a new passive, Infinite Chaos. Infinite Chaos, due to special circumstances. This passive has mutated. Whenever an infinite category passive is acquired, it will be directly absorbed and integrated into Infinite Chaos without occupying a passive skill slot. Any attack can trigger 1 layer of all effects possessed by this passive. The current effects include attack speed, true damage, and bleeding. Upon reaching 10,000 layers, a state of chaos is triggered. Upon reaching 100,000 layers, a state of blindness occurs. Upon 1,000,000 layers, a state of immobilization is activated. And upon 100 million layers, a dream state is induced. This passive is invincible. Qin Shan was left speechless. The subsequent 4 states may not be immediately useful, but they would certainly be advantageous in the future, allowing the same target to suffer from multiple conditions. Thus, the enemies he faced would become exceedingly formidable and not easily defeated. Even in combat against the Sea Kings, his previous infinite bleeding layers barely surpassed 1,000, indicating his current strength was still lacking. Naturally, Thunderous Fury was the best option for Infinite Chaos, capable of instantly reaching 100,000 layers, even if it dealt no damage to high-tier enemies. Such a stack number would be enough to make them reconsider. Furthermore, from his 3-box openings, he had also acquired 12,000 cloud stones, reaping substantial rewards. Now, he felt considerably less pressure. For others, Sea Kings posed a calamity. But for him, it was akin to a monetary windfall, merely challenging to defeat. As long as his attack speed was sufficiently rapid, nothing was impossible. Bleeding could lead to death. Envisioning 10,000 attacks per second was thrilling. The final location was quite distant, and by the time they arrived, only half an hour remained before the Sea Kings departed. That moment, Eel finally succeeded in breaking through, significantly elevating its power. Moreover, its attributes underwent a dramatic transformation, no longer resembling its previous boss-like panel, but instead akin to that of a Sea King. Name: Eel Talent. Lightning, Water Realm. Body Refinement, Tier 5 Bloodline. Tier 3 Ancient Electric Eel Sea King Bloodline. 5100, Physical Body. Tier 4 Length, 100 meters. Traits: Lightning. Each attack carries a lightning strike. The weaker the opponent, the greater the lightning's power. Ocean's Favor. Recovery speed in water is increased tenfold. Pressure. If the opponent's bloodline tier is lower than Eel's, all attributes are forcibly weakened by half. Fortitude. Possesses high defense. Current breach resistance stands at 300 combat power. Immortal. Immune to instant death effects. Golden Body. When receiving damage exceeding 60% of its total health, Eel immediately enters the Golden Body state, during which it cannot be attacked for 1 minute. Gliding. Immune to soft control effects. Evolution. When life is threatened, there is a certain chance to evolve into a stronger being. Whirlpool. If battle duration exceeds 60 minutes. A lethal whirlpool forms centered around Eel, attacking all enemies within a 100-meter radius. This was Eel, vastly more powerful than the Sea Kings he had encountered earlier. However, many of its abilities, such as formidable healing, strength, and growth, had diminished, yet this did not detract from its impressive attributes. Eel had finally transformed into a 100-meter giant beast, resembling a dragon from a distance within the ocean. Roar. Meanwhile, a group of 7 or 8 Sea Kings in the distance seemed to sense the impending danger. Warily observing Qin Shan and his companions, feeling a strong threat. They thought you were fearless, didn't they? Qin Shan grinned. When they had first arrived here, the Sea Kings had shown no reaction, completely disregarding their presence. Now, with Eel's breakthrough, they had finally taken notice he had not noticed before, but now he realized that among the 8 Sea Kings, one stood out with an extraordinary status and immense power, bearing the title of sovereign above its head. Boss, leave these long worms to me, Eel declared, peeking out from the depths of the sea, still obscured from view. This evolution had brought it tremendous benefits. Even without an increase in cultivation, its strength had undeniably surged several folds. Likely capable of overwhelming most individuals on Miracle Island. Without special equipment, it would be exceedingly challenging to combat such a creature. Previously, successfully slaying one had been a stroke of good fortune. All right, but be cautious. There is a sovereign among them, and its strength is formidable, Qin Shan advised. Generally speaking, the traits were still similar, but the numerical values had significantly increased, rendering them much more challenging to defeat. Even if Qin Shan and his companions were to engage, it would require a prolonged group effort. However, the other Sea Kings nearby were manageable and should pose no significant issues. If they truly could not overcome the sovereign, they would have to eliminate the other Sea Kings to mitigate their losses. Don't worry, boss, my current strength is on par with it, Eel replied confidently. Good, go ahead, we will wait for you, Qin Shan responded. Eel nodded, retreating into the sea and swiftly swimming towards the Sea Kings, engaging in battle without hesitation. The massive waves forced Qin Shan and the others to reposition Arc 1 slightly. What lay before him was undoubtedly a monumental battle, as these were colossal beasts exceeding 100 meters in length. Entwined in a terrifying mass of flesh, occasionally, currents of electricity surged through the water, capable of paralyzing foes. Island Master, Eel's power is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Someone remarked, this the Eel post-evolution. The enhancement of their strength is even more terrifying than theirs. One must acknowledge that they currently possess limited cultivation, yet they are adept in numerous formidable techniques. Despite being merely in the 2nd or 3rd stage of body refinement, they wield an abundance of martial arts, rendering them astonishingly powerful. However, after witnessing the battle prowess of Man-Man, an unsettling chill ran down their spines. Fortunately, she is on their side. Otherwise, engaging in combat with such a colossal beast would be utterly exhausting. Such marine creatures are undeniably repulsive. With fewer people, one cannot slay them, while with more, they cannot be contained, leading to an exceedingly awkward predicament. Others nodded in agreement, for they had previously believed that their strength would afford them a privileged existence in this world. Little did they anticipate the emergence of such a dreadful marine being. Moreover, they had heard from Qin Shan about even more terrifying creatures lurking in the deep sea. What they were encountering now was merely the tip of the iceberg. Their survival was solely due to the fact that the world's overseer had not yet exerted their full power. Otherwise, with their meager strength, they would find themselves utterly helpless in the face of a dire calamity. You may observe for yourselves, Qin Shan said, manifesting the information about Man-Man, allowing everyone to see the data displayed. With so many formidable traits, it's no wonder our struggle is so arduous, without overwhelming offensive power. We can't even breach their defenses, and those we've encountered previously were not insignificant either. Indeed, the marine monarchs we faced earlier also possessed traits like regeneration, which were quite bothersome. Qin Shan wholeheartedly concurred, remarking that they had been remarkably fortunate not to trigger too many encounters. Otherwise, it would have been utterly infuriating. Minutes slipped by as Man-Man dispatched 3 marine monarchs, transforming them into treasure chests scattered across the surface of the sea. With each kill, the marine monarch's fury escalated, exponentially increasing its attack power. Everyone, attack the marine monarch immediately. Time is of the essence, Qin Shan instructed. Given the current pace, it was impossible for them to resolve the situation within the allotted time. Thus they had no choice but to unleash their collective might to crush the adversary. Understood, Island Master. Those capable of flight ascended into the air, while those equipped for close combat prepared themselves, and ranged attackers and support units readied their spells to in an instant. A torrent of assaults surged forth from their ranks. Sensing the onslaught from Qin Shan and his team, the monarch abandoned its tussle with Man-Man and redirected its attention toward them, perhaps perceiving the humans as a more vulnerable target. Even if it had to endure Man-Man's attacks, it was willing to do so in order to eliminate Qin Shan and his companions. Come forth, with the might of 1,000 June, I shall reap your souls, the 8 trigrams of the later heaven. Primal true Qi. Terrifying martial arts cascaded upon the monarch as it approached, yet even before making contact, it seemed to lose 1/10 of its vitality, an astonishing feat considering the number of them attacking. The advantage of range had enabled such significant damage. However, now their martial arts had all entered a cool-down phase, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve such outcomes again. So you wish to contest our physical prowess? Very well, Qin Shan declared, wielding the blade of judgment, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. That a mere marine monarch dares to intimidate me. At that moment, 5 marine monarchs remained, aside from the initial wave of attacks directed at the royal beast. The others selected their targets, intent on slaying them. The assaults from these marine monarchs could be evaded if one moved swiftly enough. The strategy of relentless kiting, though somewhat unscrupulous, was permissible to secure victory in this war, especially against such formidable foes. Were it not for their encroachment upon the waters threatening Miracle Island, Qin Shan would not have engaged them. It was a matter of mutual contention. Most focused their efforts on the royal beast, with Man-Man serving as the primary force, ensnaring it and preventing any diversion of attention, thereby ensuring its gradual depletion. This creature was undoubtedly more valuable than the other marine monarchs, and it was Qin Shan's utmost desire to eliminate it. The previous marine monarchs had already granted him tremendous benefits, and he could not let this opportunity slip away. The resounding roars from the marine monarch echoed, laced with a hint of anguish and fury. Yet Qin Shan had no time to dwell on such matters. As time passed, he grew increasingly anxious. The royal beast was indeed far more tenacious than the other marine monarchs. After 20 minutes of relentless assault from so many individuals, its vitality remained resilient, akin to an indefatigable cockroach. This left him feeling quite vexed, while the adjacent marine monarchs had already succumbed. Accelerate your efforts. Only 4 minutes remain, Qin Shan urged as they neared their goal. He was reluctant to concede defeat. Upon hearing his words, the group's attack frequency intensified. Time was not on their side. Once the time elapsed, the adversary would depart, and they would be powerless to prevent it. Merely watching as it retreated, taking with it a significant portion of their island. Just as they were about to vanquish the royal beast, Qin Shan noticed terrifying words materializing above its head. Regeneration. Million durability, double fortitude, strength doubled. How are we to fight this? Qin Shan's heart sank in resignation. With only 4 minutes remaining, this creature had restored its full state. Its resilience doubled to an imposing 600 combat power. Continuing their assault might yield merely a few points of damage, and only a handful of them could even have an effect. The monarch's original fortitude was 300. He could not even breach its defenses, relying entirely on passive damage accumulation. Now, their strikes were met with nothing but misses. Stand down. Qin Shan declared that it appears we cannot capture this wretched creature today. The others, still attacking, abruptly ceased. They too recognized that their efforts against the monarch were akin to mere tickling, yielding little to no impact. Observing their cessation, the royal beast unleashed its fury, its eyes ablaze with hatred, yearning to annihilate Qin Shan and his comrades. Yet it underestimated their predicament. While they could not breach its defenses, neither could it effectively harm them. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate for 4 minutes. Time had elapsed, and the marine monarch was preparing to depart, taking with it 5,000 square units of island territory. 5,000? Wasn't it supposed to be 1,000? That applies to ordinary marine monarchs. The royal takes 5, while the emperor commands 10. It became evident to Qin Shan that his strength was still insufficient. He had perceived this world too simplistically. Indeed, the abilities granted were merely effective against the most mundane adversaries. When faced with more formidable foes, the threats would be magnified. Above the royal tier exists the emperor. And who could claim that there aren't even more terrifying creatures lurking beyond that? Should a single emperor-level marine monarch appear, they would face total annihilation today. Boss, it's all my fault for not securing it. Man lamented. Initially, it had been so confident in its ability to subdue these marine monarchs, only to discover in the end that the enemy's strength far exceeded its expectations, making victory far from assured. All the island's elites had gathered here, yet they proved ineffective. Was it a deficiency in their strength? Surely not. Rather, they had encountered adversaries that were simply too formidable. Qin Shan shook his head. This situation could not be blamed on anyone, as their inadequacies had led to this outcome. Moreover, they had successfully eliminated the other marine monarchs, which served as a small consolation. Next time, we shall reclaim our honor, Qin Shan remarked. He was also unwilling to concede. If given the chance, he too wished to retain the other party, as their worth was considerable. Such a formidable being, far surpassing the treasure chests of the Sea Kings they had previously acquired, was regrettably beyond their capability to detain. Moreover, they should feel fortunate that this sovereign did not trigger either evolution or vortex, for had that occurred, the scene would have been even more terrifying. Akin to the characteristics possessed by the eel, albeit with some differences in effect, the vortex would only activate after an hour of combat, while evolution would trigger upon a sudden loss of 30 health points. Truly a fearsome prospect. After resting on the ship for a while, everyone prepared to set sail back home. Overall, their maritime expedition had yielded tremendous gains, though the ultimate disappointment lay in the escape of a sovereign. Lastly, there were the 7 Sea King treasure chests. There were more than before, and one could only wonder what valuable items they might unveil. After instructing them to steer the vessel, Qin Shan approached the treasure chests and began to open them. This served as a lesson. They needed even greater strength to confront the potential calamities that lay ahead, ensuring they could vanquish more foes and procure more resources. Upon opening the Sea King treasure chests, they obtained blueprints for constructing a large warship, 3 population refresh tokens, a figurehead, a passive ability of infinite evasion, the martial arts stunning sword chi, 21 fragments of a divine artifact, 21 treasure maps, 21 mysterious altars, 21 evolution stones of the Sea King bloodline, 21,000 cloud stones, and a wealth of basic resources. Indeed, the Sea Kings are truly affluent, Qin Shan exclaimed in astonishment. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. This formidable entity could forcibly carry away such riches, making its wealth somewhat justifiable. Furthermore, within this chest, they had astonishingly uncovered a mysterious altar, 21 treasure maps, and 21 fragments of a divine artifact, more than he had painstakingly collected before. Currently, he possessed 61 mysterious altars, 41 fragments of divine artifacts, and 47 treasure maps. With the completion of his collection drawing near to achieve prosperity, he needed to slay more Sea Kings, which could instantaneously enrich him. Yet, the consequences of such actions were grave. Should he fail, it would spell his doom. Despite their lack of realms, these beings possessed the attribute of power, capable of exhibiting strength equivalent to that of physical cultivation levels, possibly even doubling their potency, truly formidable. The blueprint for the large warship, a 6th-tier item, suitable for maritime navigation, with a speed of 120 nautical miles that it could accommodate a figurehead, carry 1,000 individuals, measure 300 meters in length, 30 meters in width, and 15 meters in height. Construction required 50,000 spirit wood, 20,000 spirit gold, 5,000 spirit fire, 8,000 spirit water, and 500 spirit stones. The Qinglong figurehead, a 6th-tier item that could be placed on a vessel, preventing nearby sea beasts from attacking, limited to those of a lower tier than the figurehead. Those of a higher tier would still pose a significant threat. With it, one could venture into unknown waters. The emergence of these two items sent a tremor through Qin Shan's frame. He could now set sail himself. However, to construct the large warship, he would have to deplete his resources entirely. The requirements were tenfold that of a small sailing ship. Yet, the increased speed made it an invaluable asset for naval warfare, though currently it bore little significance, as they lacked personnel that a small sailing ship would suffice for now. Once their numbers grew, they could embark on building this formidable vessel, as expending such resources without a crew seemed unwise. Merely placing it by the seaside would be futile in ordinary times. For missions and tasks, having Arc Number 1 was more than adequate. Infinite evasion, an infinite series of passives, seamlessly integrated into the chaos of infinity, rendered further inquiry unnecessary. Now, the boundless chaos boasted 4 attributes: stunning sword chi, an extraordinary martial art, unleashing a massive sword energy towards the front, the power contingent upon the user. With a decapitation effect if physical stamina permits, it could be released infinitely. Utilizing stunning sword chi would consume all enhancement effects, with each layer of enhancement increasing its might. A powerful practitioner could cleave through the endless void with a single stroke of sword energy. Additionally, releasing stunning sword chi necessitated the possession of a long sword-type weapon. How incredibly powerful! Qin Shan marveled at the stunning sword chi. With this ability, he could eliminate the decapitation passive, though it appeared formidable. As he faced increasingly stronger foes with diverse abilities, the effect of decapitation became negligible, perhaps even worse than having none at all. Regrettably, he had yet to acquire a long sword-type weapon. However, upon returning, he could have Jiang and Mo forge one for him to make do. Learning such a powerful martial art was imperative. He subsequently summoned the eel and bestowed upon it all the Sea King bloodline evolution stones, equivalent to 210 evolution stones, sufficient for it to break through to the 4th tier. Having already reached such strength at the 3rd tier, further breakthroughs would only amplify its attributes. Perhaps the eel might even ascend to sovereign status, rendering future encounters with such sea kings far less troublesome. Around 5 in the afternoon, they returned to Miracle Island. The group felt a sense of relief. They had finally made it back. This journey had illuminated the multitude of threats present in their world. If they did not diligently cultivate, they might not survive the next encounter. Jiang, Qin Shan called out to Jiang. Island Master, you and your spouse, please forge me a long sword. I am in need of it. Qin Shan stated. They had not had the chance to craft the items unearthed at noon, as they had been whisked away to battle the Sea Kings. Understood. Jiang did not inquire further and, alongside Mo, entered the blacksmith shop to commence the forging of weapons. With their vast array of passives, even a standard long sword should not be subpar. As for resources, they could use whatever they required. Island Spirit, expand the island, Qin Shan ordered. Expansion of 33,000 square meters, expansion complete. The island, originally in 95,000 square meters, had now surpassed 100,000, reaching 128,000 square meters. It could have breached 130,000 to use all population refresh tokens, Qin Shan commanded. Now possessing a wealth of resources, even summoning all ordinary stone houses was no challenge. Operation successful. Acquiring 15 couples and 30 children. 15 four-member households was a decent outcome, Qin Shan mused in surprise. Although he had not summoned particularly powerful individuals, he had nonetheless acquired 60 people, breathing life into the once desolate island. These individuals appeared before him, initially bewildered, as if trying to comprehend where they had arrived. To this, Qin Shan spoke directly. elucidating that he was the master of this island. Island Master, where shall we reside? Island Master, do you provide meals? Upon learning of Qin Shan's intentions, they each voiced their lingering uncertainties. Indeed, they could not compare to those who had come before. They were the true natives, utterly ignorant of everything. Rest assured, as long as you reside on my island, you shall live a life akin to that of ordinary folks. And you may even cultivate to grow stronger, Qin Shan declared. The island does not harbor idlers. The arrival of these individuals would undoubtedly bolster its strength. However, the surge in numbers posed a challenge concerning cultivation resources. The lack of energy stones and the meager yield from the spiritual stone mines would soon become problematic. Previously, they had barely managed, but with so many newcomers, the daily consumption would escalate into a daunting figure. Fortunately, they had stockpiled a considerable amount of food and other supplies, so immediate issues were unlikely to arise. The true challenge lay in the scarcity of cultivation resources. These newcomers were mere mortals in need of energy stones for their training, and his reserves were limited. Attempting to mine stones from the spiritual vein with their mortal bodies would not be an easy task, yet once they passed the initial phase, matters would become more manageable. Moreover, they could not continually rely on his protection. They must contribute to the island's welfare. Henceforth, the trivial tasks could be entrusted to them. The abandoned treasure chest from this morning was a fitting task for them. My lord, we are willing to stay. We shall protect this island, they declared upon hearing Qin Shan's words. The crowd expressed their desire to remain. After all, where else could they go? To the deep mountains and old forests. That too was Qin Shan's territory, and in the wild, the beasts would not be merciful. These humans emerged with virtually no cultivation, while the beasts were different, some having existed for ages, regardless of their lack of enlightenment. The potent spiritual energy would undoubtedly empower them, especially the more aggressive creatures. An encounter would likely end in death. Very well. Follow me, and I shall construct homes for you. Qin Shan said that a mere 15 ordinary stone houses were a trivial task. Thank you, Island Master. The individuals joyfully followed Qin Shan to the village, silently wishing for the island spirit to conjure the ordinary stone houses. Witnessing this spectacle, they exclaimed in awe, venerating Qin Shan as a deity. In response, Qin Shan merely smiled. Once they had spent enough time in this place, they would come to understand. For today, there is no need for any tasks. Tomorrow, I shall assign you duties, he stated. He also imparted the body refinement technique to them, encouraging them to practice independently. Without energy stones to aid them, it would likely take them a day or two to grasp the fundamentals. This was already a miraculous island, yielding such results only due to its abundant enhancements. Moreover, it was possible that among them were some prodigies capable of swiftly absorbing spiritual energy and breaking through to higher realms. They were all ordinary individuals, and Qin Shan was indifferent to their potential. He would know their capabilities when they revealed their brilliance. As long as they became part of Miracle Island, their loyalty was assured, a matter he did not need to fret over, observing the sudden appearance of so many houses. The others silently lamented their diminishing status. This evening, all shall gather at the village center to celebrate today's significant gains with a bonfire feast, Qin Shan announced through the island spirit to everyone, including the Beast King and Xiongda, as well as the Yin and Air Yan.as for eel. Even if it wished to come, it could not due to its massive size, which would likely wreak havoc upon landing on the island. Instead, provisions could be sent to it if it could shrink its colossal form. That would pose no problem. Upon receiving this news at home, everyone was non-committal. The preparations for this early stage were not solely Qin Shan's responsibility. Those who had just arrived were the most suitable for the task, as they could utilize the items available on the island. The warehouse contained numerous supplies, including some cultivation resources. However, with the increase in population, resources could no longer be distributed as freely as before. He needed to consider others and elevate their strength as well. His goal was for the entire island to grow strong, rather than just a select few. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to polarization. Of course, if there were multiple villages, the strongest among them would be paramount, as they resided there. Hours passed in the blink of an EYE7 that evening. Everyone had gathered at the village center. It must be said, many of these newly emerged individuals were quite capable, managing to prepare a sumptuous dinner with the limited supplies they had. Perhaps it was a bit rudimentary, but at this moment, it was entirely sufficient. Who knew how many others were enduring hardships in the wild? What could a 200 to 300 square kilometer island accomplish? The usable area was indeed limited. Only by growing stronger could they access more resources. The bonfire feast lasted a mere 2 hours before concluding. Meanwhile, Yale had yet to complete its bloodline evolution. It appeared that the time needed to ascend from Tier 3 to Tier 4 was quite significant. At that moment, thousands of miles away on a cloud island, the Grand Sorcerer marveled at the device in his hand, a positioning device. Such a thing actually exists. Just moments ago, he had returned from the sea, having just concluded the lives of pirates and unlocked their treasure, only to receive this remarkable item. It could directly locate another person's island. Merely entering their ID sufficed. When the time came, with the positioning device, he could navigate a ship to their island at AS for potential dangers along the way. No one could say for certain, given the vastness of the sea. One misstep could cost him his life. Previously, he had ranked as the second strongest, yet with the passage of time, he had been overtaken by one competitor after another, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Use the positioning device to explore the nearest cloud island. The Grand Sorcerer commanded. He was eager to proceed. If he could enslave the other party, it would be tantamount to possessing two individuals, accelerating the development of his island and increasing his resource acquisition. Catching up to others should not pose a significant challenge. Upon successful use, he received a location. 600 nautical miles away lies a smaller cloud island that can be invaded. 600 nautical miles. How can it be so far? The Grand Sorcerer frowned. The distance was too great. He had only acquired a small wooden boat, with a speed of merely 50, making the trip would take 12 hours, which was utterly unfeasible. That a round trip would consume an entire day. Being away from the cloud island for that long would result in a substantial loss of resources, which was not something he wished to see. Yet, he was equally reluctant to forfeit an opportunity to grow stronger. What to do? The Grand Sorcerer found himself increasingly anxious. The positioning device possessed a short-range teleportation function, allowing for direct transport to the designated location within 1,000 nautical miles. However, caution was advised. Appearing on another's cloud island would classify him as a hostile target, significantly increasing the likelihood of being attacked. Should he proceed with the teleportation, it could only be used once. The Grand Sorcerer remained pensive. The teleportation capability was impressive, yet he harbored fears. What if others had also obtained positioning devices? How could he ensure the safety of his own island? Currently, there were many ahead of him, each hiding their capabilities well. If he had acquired such a valuable item, others would likely not be far behind, perhaps even possessing superior devices. Additionally, he was concerned about another issue. If he were to be defeated, how would he return? That was a significant dilemma. Thus, he was hesitant to act recklessly. The opportunity was singular. If he aimed to enslave others, he would surely become vulnerable if he lost, potentially leading to his own subjugation. In such a case, even his cloud island would fall into the hands of another. Should he take the gamble? The Great Sorcerer murmured that moment. On a cloud island he had targeted, a girl gazed with trepidation at the hints provided by the heart of the clouds. The realization that someone had located her island filled her visage with dread. In comparison to others, she felt exceedingly feeble, not even a practitioner of the arts, coupled with several days of malnutrition. She appeared gaunt and emaciated. The thought that someone had pinpointed her location was terrifying. If they approached, how could she possibly defend herself? She silently implored them not to come any closer. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on her weapon, which was nothing more than a wooden stick, utterly devoid of any deterrent power against a cultivator who could easily vanquish her. In a world like this, a girl without any cultivation skills would face a dire fate should an adversary arrive. One who dared to locate another's cloud island was surely not a benign individual. Otherwise, why would they engage in such actions? The fact that her assailant had yet to arrive suggested they were harboring some reservations. However, the location would remain traceable for 3 days, necessitating her utmost vigilance to prevent anyone from encroaching upon her sanctuary. The timid might starve, while the bold could perish from excess. Perhaps a gamble was warranted. The Great Sorcerer, filled with anxiety, pondered how he could reclaim his position as the second most powerful. Too many had surpassed him, a reality he found intolerable. Thus, he resolved to strive for greater strength. Teleport, he commanded, intending to transport himself to another island. If fate smiled upon him, he might even encounter a beautiful maiden there. After 8 days of solitude, he was acutely aware of the tedium of isolation. Before him, a portal of teleportation manifested, through which he would step to arrive at another isle. The portal is sufficiently large. My small wooden boat should fit, he mused, bringing his modest vessel alongside him for the journey. ensuring he could return, if only to flee should conflict arise. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the teleportation portal, the girl was engulfed by fear. Her greatest concern had materialized. The intruder truly intended to invade her island. How could she possibly respond? Gripping her wooden stick tightly, she steeled herself for a potential confrontation. Amid her anxious demeanor, a figure descended upon the cloud island. Is he truly so diminutive? Perhaps merely an ordinary person. How fortuitous! I could enslave him and reap substantial benefits. The great sorcerer mused, initially taken aback, but swiftly overtaken by exuberance. The times, the size of an island reflected the strength of its master. This island barely spanned 50 square meters, far too small, incapable of even expanding by 10 square meters in a day, thus revealing the weakness of its owner. Only an ordinary individual could possess such a diminutive domain. Come forth, do not make me hunt you down. You shall regret it, the great sorcerer declared brazenly, showing no regard as if everything around him already belonged to him. The girl felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The man before her was indeed a practitioner, his formidable aura making her feel profoundly out of place. He was the first person she had encountered in this world who exuded such power. Regrettably, he harbored no benevolence, intent instead on subjugating her, leaving her heart racing with panic. Yet, she remained hidden, too frightened to emerge. With only a small tent on the island, where could she possibly conceal herself? The sorcerer had yet to enter, but should he do so, she would have no refuge. Moments later, the great sorcerer's expression darkened. The audacity of being ignored incensed him. That if you do not come out, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, he threatened, drawing closer to the small tent with deliberate steps. Each stride he took accelerated the girl's heartbeat, for she knew she was no match for him. Show yourself, he commanded as he flung aside the tent flap. He froze in astonishment at the sight of a girl wielding a wooden stick, poised to strike. She too was taken aback by the strange, aged, and unappealing figure before her. Ha! The heavens have delivered me such a beauty. The great sorcerer laughed joyously, reveling in his fortune, while the girl succumbed to despair. Please, do not approach, she pleaded, swinging her wooden stick in desperation. Yet it proved futile. The sorcerer easily evaded her feeble attempts. Their levels of power were worlds apart. You would do well to submit to me, or I shall brandish my blade upon your face. He growled ominously, effortlessly snatching the girl's wooden stick and casting it aside. His eyes gleamed with desire. She was not unattractive, and had she been born in more peaceful times, she might have wed into a respectable family. Alas, her luck was ill-fated. She had found herself here, encountering such a wretched old man, a testament to her misfortune. In this vast ocean, what good fortune could arise for a solitary man and woman? No, she cried. Yet the great sorcerer had already subdued her. 10 minutes later, he declared, from now on, you will accompany me, and without my express permission, you shall not take a single step away. His face radiated satisfaction, tinged with triumph. Meanwhile, the girl appeared numb, seemingly resigned to her fate, adjusting her clothing before this repugnant old man. This was the lament of the weak. In this realm, where might ruled supreme, the powerless could only succumb to their fate as captives. Shatter the cloud island and bring the heart of the clouds back with me, the great sorcerer commanded. He had already bound the girl with a contract card, making her his property. Leaving her here alone was out of the question. Would he truly squander 12 hours merely to return to this place? That was utterly implausible. Furthermore, with two of them, they might acquire more valuable treasures daily. He had been diligently seeking martial arts recently. Perhaps this partnership could yield fruitful results to AS for bestowing cultivation techniques upon her. That was certainly not an option at present. He needed to elevate his own power to at least the second or third tier first. He despised the notion of having someone on his island whose strength matched his own, even if she had already been bound by a contract card. What if complications arose? No one can articulate it clearly. For the sake of safety, everything is done with one's own security in mind. There can be no room for negligence. The woman nodded numbly, even if she wished to end her own life. She found herself unable to do so. Furthermore, the desire to live alongside a practitioner was not unreasonable. At the very least, she would no longer suffer from hunger. On this diminutive cloud island, there was truly nothing of worth to salvage. Save for that small tent, which had consumed a significant amount of her resources to construct. Now, in an instant, it had become someone else's possession. The heart of cloud cannot be stowed away in a backpack. It requires a vessel to contain it. The small boat of the Grand Sorcerer serves this purpose admirably, yet once placed upon it, a year must pass before it can be removed. Of course, she could opt to shatter the heart of Cloud, but that would irrevocably transfer it to another. It was this very object that she had fought to retain with her life, as she sensed that if she wished to break free from the Grand Sorcerer's control, only this item could assist her. Should she destroy it now, she would lose her only opportunity. After weighing the pros and cons, the Grand Sorcerer finally acquiesced to her request, for he could not possibly monitor her every move. Distractions were inevitable. Having found someone with potential, he could not allow her to perish so easily, especially since she was a woman. Otherwise, what right would she have to negotiate with him, merely a mortal? Another Cloud Island vanished amidst the vast sea. Aside from the initial days, the number of people had been steadily declining, and today witnessed a substantial loss of life, with many perishing as the map was activated. The consequence of ignoring counsel is a permanent farewell to this world. Conversely, those who survived this arduous period reaped considerable benefits, significantly enhancing their strength and acquiring more islands. What transpired with the Grand Sorcerer was merely the tip of the iceberg in this dark world. At any moment, in some corner, a tragic scene could unfold. Yet, people must adapt, for this is no longer the world of yore, nor an era of peace, but rather one resembling an apocalypse. Only formidable strength guarantees one's survival. If misfortune strikes, it merely signifies your ill fate, and being vanquished by others is simply your own misfortune. Like tonight, the Grand Sorcerer was fortunate to have encountered only a young girl. Had he crossed paths with a master like Do Wanjun, he might have perished on the island with a single encounter. The ultimate outcome is pinned by the victors, who may write it as they please, with others holding no authority to contest. Should you find it unjust, you may eliminate those who oppose you, and no one will intervene, provided you possess the requisite strength. Otherwise, another corpse would merely add to the vast ocean's depths. This world harbors no need for compassion. Only the strong may endure. Not everyone maintains a positive mindset. Some may possess formidable talents, yet fail to utilize them, languishing in apathy and refusing to hunt guardian beasts for resources. It is precisely this negligence that allows those less fortunate to seize the opportunity, surpassing them and becoming their masters, compelling them to obey. This scenario is but a small vignette in distant seas. Far more ruthless survival methods prevail. Qin Shan perused the chat channel, but found little of significance. The predominant topic of conversation remained the monstrous terrors unearthed in the newly explored areas of the map that morning. Qin Shan felt little interest. Had he not expanded his Cloud Island extensively, today would have passed without incident, yet fate had bestowed upon him several sea kings, for those in the current phase. Such encounters spell dreadful calamity, for an individual's strength is insufficient to vanquish the sea kings, whose attributes are notoriously formidable, bordering on invincible. Observing the situation around him, he felt a genuine sense of trepidation. Fortunately, he had not activated the map. Neither have I, came the reply. Their misfortune is not mine. I activated it, yet only uncovered a few abandoned treasure chests, which contained some valuable items. I even discovered martial arts techniques and a mysterious altar. Can you believe it? In truth, I still advise everyone to activate the map, declared an individual whose avatar shimmered with the fourth-ranking combat power. Why? Came the immediate skepticism. Many of you may not have seen me, but I assure you that opening the treasure chests will yield Bloodline Evolution Stones. Bloodline Evolution Stones. What are those? These stones can significantly enhance your strength. Can you guess my current combat power? How much? 55 points. Impossible. Your combat power exceeds even that of the esteemed Qin Shan, and you're only fourth. Who would believe it? Do not doubt me. I merely awakened a first-tier Spirit Ape bloodline, which boosted my power by 50 points. Oh, you truly think those ranking above me possess only that much strength? While activating the map may bring forth numerous disasters, the benefits are equally substantial. The chat channel fell silent for a spell. If what this individual claimed were true, then those at the top must possess combat power exceeding 100 points. Such a possibility was not beyond reason. Moreover, those at the apex tended to remain elusive, shrouded in mystery. Those who had reaped the benefits would hardly be inclined to boast about their fortunes. Observing this exchange, Qin Shan merely smiled subtly, choosing not to comment. They would inevitably uncover this secret, for he could not be the sole recipient of newfound strength. It appeared that the quality of bloodlines also influenced combat power. Qin Shan mused that the first tier, His bloodline had granted him a 100-point increase, while this individual had only received 50, which certainly raised suspicions. Activating the map presents immense advantages, yet carries grave consequences. Given the current average island size, expanding it beyond half of one's own territory in a single endeavor could invite a horde of sea kings and bosses, if one could not withstand them. Death would be the only outcome, but he had no desire to alert them to these dangers, fearing they might suspect him of deceiving them to hinder their growth. Is what you say true? At last, someone could no longer contain their curiosity, for who would not covet overwhelming strength? Even if the combat power rankings were currently a mere fade, devoid of tangible rewards, achieving a high rank would still bestow a sense of pride. Would it not? It would also provide clarity regarding one's standing, preventing unwarranted provocations against powerful adversaries. Believe it or not, I merely share my observations. However, as Qin Shan suggested, unforeseen consequences may arise. Those lacking confidence in their strength should refrain from taking risks. Upon concluding, this individual vanished, ignoring the calls of others. For merely sharing this information was already a considerable favor. One could hardly expect him to divulge all his strategies. Who were they to demand such? Here, no one stood above another, so others have obtained bloodline evolution stones as well. It seems Qin Shan must have acquired them long ago. Emperor Xianyuan smiled faintly, unfazed. His combat power had reached 115, placing him second. Third was an unfamiliar name, Yu Pao Pao, with a strength of 105, surpassing him in achieving over 100 points earlier. Perhaps it was due to the bloodline evolution stones. These were merely his speculations, as there could be other factors at play. Bloodline evolution stones, such things exist. They can truly enhance one's strength to such an extent. Indo Wanjuan's gaze. A hint of gravity emerged. She had fallen to 5th place, having always believed that those ahead of her would not surpass her by much. However, it now appeared that she had underestimated the situation. Truly formidable individuals would never reveal the extent of their strength. Had it not been for this occasion when that person disclosed such a secret, she would have steadfastly believed that others only surpassed her by a few points of power, never imagining it could be so substantial. Now, matters she had previously dismissed had become impossible to ignore. Upon the vast ocean, the Grand Sorcerer observed the messages in the chat channel, his expression darkening. Once a figure of prominence, now he found himself surpassed one after another by others. The emergence of this new element, of which he was entirely unaware, left him in a state of perplexity, still waiting without having activated the map feature. He had hoped to see the consequences once others did. But it seemed that those who were overly cautious could not elevate their strength. From the news that reached him, it appeared that bloodline evolution could be unlocked in this world if no one dared to explore. Would that mean no one could ever access it? His heart was in turmoil. The map posed significant dangers, yet failing to activate it would leave him far behind, stripping him of any competitive edge against others. No wonder Qin Shan had once disregarded him. Perhaps, before such a figure, he was merely a laughingstock, unworthy of concern. The woman beside him felt a surge of fear from the Grand Sorcerer's sudden shift, curling up in a corner. His might was beyond her capacity to resist. We shall alternate rowing back. We will reach my island by noon tomorrow, and we too must activate the map, the Grand Sorcerer declared. Ultimately, he resolved to make a significant decision. For many, the map might symbolize disaster. Yet could it not also represent an opportunity to enhance one's strength? What could be better than that? To advance one's bloodline even once could yield an increase of 50 points. Could further advancements lead to exponential growth in power? In truth, each of them was now filled with curiosity regarding Qin Shan's combat capabilities. Having never revealed his true strength, the previously mentioned 40 points might have once been credible, as no one had ever reaped such immense benefits. Yet now, who would believe it? Those who did could only be deemed foolish. With 50 points of strength, he was merely 4th. The top 3 must surely be even more formidable. Ah, the woman gasped in astonishment before nodding slowly. As long as she could survive, nothing else mattered. Subservience to the strong was not inherently wrong. However, the journey back was fraught with peril. The sea was a mysterious realm for survivors, rife with unknown dangers to night. Bizarre sea creatures roamed. The darkness posed a formidable test for them, and whether they would return alive remained uncertain. Yet, to turn back now would waste a day's worth of gains. Soon, the 9th day would arrive. As time progressed, The quality of items they could obtain from daily chests would only improve. Surrender was not an option, just like Qin Shan, who possessed an abundance of resources. The primary means of acquiring items remained the daily chests, which ensured their needs were met. Why would they forsake that? After several hours of sailing, the sea lay calm, and the Grand Sorcerer roused the woman, instructing her to steer the vessel, providing only a general direction. He had no fear that she might attack him while he slept. A cultivator's sensitivity to danger was acute, and unless the disparity between them was vast, it would be nearly impossible to catch someone off guard. Maintain a normal speed. Should anything arise, wake me immediately, he instructed. In the vast expanse of the ocean, a mortal's struggle for survival was fraught with difficulty. She could rely only on herself. Otherwise, she too would perish. He could see that the woman cherished her life and would not easily place herself in harm's way. Understood, she replied, yet her tone betrayed her unease. After all, she was but a prisoner, a mere plaything for this old man. She longed for revenge, but it could not come now. She needed to break through to the first stage of body refinement before she would have even a slight chance of contending with the Grand Sorcerer. Until then, she needed to bide her time, waiting for the moment to strike decisively. In this world, none could be underestimated. Everyone sought greater power and dominion over vast territories. Patience was essential. Survival alone offered opportunities. The night was long, and occasionally, a wave would crash against their small boat, which bobbed like a beacon in the darkness. Behind them trailed a swarm of fish, some revealing their menacing fangs, poised to attack, raising concerns for the fate of those aboard. A single misstep could spell disaster. All previous thoughts and plans could amount to nothing in an instant. Suddenly, a loud crash startled the woman, prompting her to halt the small vessel. Panic surged within her. There was no solid ground in sight, and this place was far more perilous than Cloud Island. Yet, as she stood there in shock, the boat was struck, creating holes. Water rushed in, and the small craft began to sink. Damn it! What are you doing? Hurry, start scooping out the water, the Grand Sorcerer bellowed, awakened by the noise, only to witness the absurdity of the situation. How could this foolish woman not realize the boat was on the verge of sinking? Oh, she responded mechanically, quickly grabbing a wooden ladle from the side, a tool the small boat was equipped with, to scoop water out. The Grand Sorcerer did not remain idle. He rushed to the stern to assess the situation. The sight that met his eyes made him recoil. Hundreds of fish were trailing behind them. Individually, they were not particularly strong, but their sheer numbers posed a significant threat to the two of them. If they succeeded in sinking the boat, those who could not fly would merely await their doom. He could not afford to take chances, so he swung a wooden stick, launching a furious assault on the encroaching fish. Surprisingly, this tactic proved effective. Within mere breaths, he had dispatched a dozen fish. Under normal circumstances, these fish would provide ample sustenance, but now, he lacked the luxury of concern for such matters. Survival was paramount. However, his onslaught, coupled with the scent of blood from the fallen fish, only incited further frenzy among the remaining creatures. They relentlessly attacked the boat, attempting to drag the Grand Sorcerer and the woman into the depths. A mere horde of beasts dares to threaten my vessel? Watch this, the Grand Sorcerer roared, launching into a new offensive. Minutes later, the ocean was awash with crimson. To eliminate these creatures, he exerted considerable effort. As the sea began to calm, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Though he had not rested well, the ordeal had drained him. He glanced at the woman, shook his head, and remained silent. Time to repair the damage. The Grand Sorcerer arrived beside the heart of the woman, utilizing its powers to mend the damaged small wooden boat. He felt a profound sense of relief that he had not destroyed the heart, but rather claimed it as a vassal, thus enabling him to wield the power of another's heart. In such an awkward situation, had he failed, they might have truly had to swim back from the depths. The terror of the abyss was something they had experienced firsthand. Just moments ago, they had been pursued by a horde of predatory fish. In the water, their combat capabilities diminished drastically, rendering them incapable of defeating these sea creatures, which would have spelled their doom. After repairing the boat, he and the woman worked together to bail out the water before continuing their journey, leaving the perilous location behind. Perhaps as a result of this incident, their fortunes improved, for they encountered no further sea beasts on their journey back. At this juncture, the sky began to brighten, revealing the rising sun on the horizon. However, they were still several hours away from the Sorcerer's Island, and whether they would return safely remained uncertain, leaving them to fate. Navigating the vast ocean posed a considerable challenge. and they likely would not dare to be so reckless in the future. Congratulations, an expansion of 13 square miles has been achieved. The map scan is complete. Currently, there are 200 nautical miles and a depth of 4,000 meters, with a total of 17 lost treasure chests discovered and 12 pirate ships sighted. Today, the pirates will not launch an attack, but will depart at the appointed time, potentially stealing some resources from the island. The island master's pet eel's bloodline has been upgraded to the 4th tier. Daily treasure chests have refreshed, totaling 10 red jade chests and 10 ochre chests that on the morning of the 9th day, Qin Shan awoke early to find a multitude of notifications that a new day had dawned. Stretching, he reflected on the 9 days he had spent in this world, during which he had created a marvel. Miracle Island, now spanning over 130,000 square miles. Such an expanse was no small feat. On the island's spirit's map, the island had transformed once again. Nighttime was the most conducive time for the island's terrain to shift. Immediately, Qin Shan summoned the villagers to the totem, the central hub of their settlement, where a spacious clearing awaited. Well done, everyone is gathered. Allow me to assign some tasks, Qin Shan stated, feeling quite satisfied by the 9th day. The population of his island had grown to several dozen. It could indeed be considered a small village. At this moment, there were likely still some who had yet to step foot off the island. This was undeniably a world of cultivation, yet the accumulation of resources relied heavily on luck. Each day, individuals succeeded in their cultivation, stepping into the 1st tier of body refinement, while many others lingered outside its grass. In the entire 34th district, over 90,000 people existed, yet only around 10,000 had become cultivators. On Miracle Island, however, there were already several 3rd and 4th tier warriors, representing a top-tier force. Yet, he dared not grow complacent, for this world was rife with mysteries. One could choose not to provoke them. Yet they might come forth to attack, a most troublesome predicament that Kwa, Luo, Tai, Wang Shu, the 5 of you will take 15 individuals out to sea, slaying all pirates and retrieving any lost treasure chests. Expedite your journey. And during your voyage, you must guide them in their cultivation. Do you understand? Qin Shan instructed. Understood, the 5 replied that in truth, today's pirates were all 1st tier, with not a single 2nd tier among them, making such a large party unnecessary. But Qin Shan required them for 2 reasons: to ensure they had sufficient energy to instruct the others and to guarantee their safety. Currently, with Miracle Island's limited population, survival was paramount. Once they achieved the 1st tier of body refinement, Qin Shan would be able to assess their attributes and talents, guiding their training accordingly. Now, depart at once, Qin Shan commanded. Hunting pirates was a laborious task requiring a carefully mapped route to complete the mission in the shortest time possible. The 5 from East swiftly selected their 15 companions and set off. For them, the location of their cultivation mattered little. However, among the 15, there were no children. Qin Shan had his reasons for this choice. After and the others departed, Qin Shan turned to the remaining individuals. The 2nd task: Yun, Shang, Zhenyuan. The 3 of you will take the remaining 15 to explore the island. Should you encounter formidable beasts, report immediately and bring back resources, particularly spiritual veins, as well as the most crucial resource, population. Qin Shan instructed to be frank. The resources produced on Miracle Island constituted a significant fortune, capable of vastly expanding its territory. As for the items obtained from the trading hall, he hardly cared. Given his current circumstances, he could be entirely self-sufficient. Those individuals could not contribute much, and in fact, they would require resources from him. He simply could not be bothered to concern himself with them. When he deemed it necessary to convey information, he would do so. If not, no one could compel him. Nevertheless, he would occasionally check for any new discoveries, such as blueprints, especially for weapons and armor. Currently, he possessed only the long sword and the flowing cloud garment templates, which were insufficient. The 3 nodded in acknowledgement and then departed. Ganjiang, Emosia, I ask you both to forge a number of long swords today. With the aim of equipping us all, Qin Shan requested. He had indeed received the longsword crafted by Ganjiang, yet he had yet to examine it, as he was still busy assigning tasks. The reason for only involving the 2 of them was that a forger's skill was bound to their cultivation level. They could only forge items appropriate to their tier. If ordinary individuals attempted to forge, it would merely be a waste of resources, utterly pointless. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, what need did he have for common weaponry? It served no purpose whatsoever. Thus, He had no choice but to rely on Ganjiang and Emosia to fulfill this task. Fortunately, with so few cultivators on the island, only a dozen or so, a single day's time should suffice, leaving ample time for their own cultivation. Otherwise, with their current strength, forging high-tier equipment would be a daunting challenge. One that did not align with his aspirations. Rest assured, Island Master, we shall forge the weapons before nightfall, Ganjiang assured him. Thank you for your hard work, Qin Shan replied. The remaining tasks lay with you and the 30 children. I trust you will not disappoint me, Qin Shan said. The reason for leaving only you was to allow him to guide the 30 children. Their innate potential was likely far superior to that of adults, enabling them to cultivate more swiftly. Cultivation must begin in childhood. Missing the optimal time for training could prove fatal. These children, unlike the survivors, lacked a foundational basis, yet they could still elevate their cultivation rapidly. For them to advance would be exceedingly difficult, as they might become stuck at a particular tier, forever barred from reaching higher realms. That Yu was exceptionally suited to be their enlightening mentor. As for their future achievements, that was beyond their control. Those with great talent would naturally possess greater power, while those with lesser gifts would find their efforts futile, regardless of their dedication to training. This was all still a distant concern. Yet preparing for the future was never a mistake. Island Master, you have assigned me a daunting task, you said with a wry smile. Unlike the others, who could return to cultivate upon completing their tasks, he could not. As the children's mentor, he could not abandon them midway. For the next several days, he would have to guide them. With no respite in sight, to cultivation, they were utterly foreign, having never encountered it before. How could they possibly become accustomed? However, this arrangement has its merits. He can provide direct guidance without the burden of additional concerns. Moreover, there exists but a singular cultivation method, the body refinement technique, which does not necessitate repetition. He can elucidate the aspects they do not comprehend. Cultivation is not an endeavor to be accomplished in haste. It requires a protracted period of dedication. If energy stones were available to assist, it would be even more advantageous, as they could swiftly enhance their capabilities. Yet, such resources become increasingly rare as Qin Shan ascends in realm, nearly rendered obsolete. They must rely solely on the spiritual energy of Miracle Island to bolster their strength. Until they reach the third stage of body refinement, the use of spirit stones is prohibited, as the violent energy could potentially overwhelm them. That I have faith in you, Qin Shan remarked with a smile. If you cannot succeed, then there is no one on this island more qualified than you. Although Shang and Tai are commendable, their methods are not particularly suited for novices. It is acceptable for these individuals to seek out masters in the future. Island Master, you must compensate me in due time, you remarked with a wry smile as she led the children away. Qin Shan nodded noncommittally. To enlighten these young souls, you is indeed a significant contributor. Bestowing upon her some resources would be of no detriment. As her strength increases, so too does the island's prowess. Regardless of today's events, he would have sought every means to elevate their cultivation. Only through collective strength can true power be realized. He aspires for everyone on Miracle Island to soar like dragons. Once these individuals had departed, Qin Shan examined the longsword in his hand. Recently delivered by Ganjiang. Grasping it, he felt no unfamiliarity due to his inherent swordsmanship. Rather, it evoked a sense of nostalgia. A few casual swings revealed decent power. This was already a third-tier weapon. Presently, both he and his wife had achieved the third-tier realm, yet crafting a third-tier weapon with absolute certainty remains nearly impossible. All he possessed were fundamental-grade materials, refined from spirit gold, with a rather limited success rate in production. He could only hope that once the spiritual vein in the Gobi Desert stabilizes, the promised mine would prove beneficial. Not bad. Let us assess, Qin Shan stated. Longsword, third-tier base, enhances swordsmanship-based martial arts by 30. Increases attack speed by 10. Refinement. Basic attacks add a lightning effect, with a 1 chance to paralyze for 3 seconds. Enhancement. Triggers a triple strike effect on a 10 chance. Inscription. Reduces stamina consumption by 30 when using swordsmanship-based martial arts. Quite impressive, Qin Shan remarked. This weapon is already of exceptional quality among third-tier weapons, with few rivals. The remaining attributes were the responsibility of Emosia. Integrating refinement techniques, enhancement methods, and inscriptions into the existing materials presents significant challenges. Yet the couple managed to achieve this feat. What could Qin Shan possibly find unsatisfactory? Such attributes likely required several hours to perfect. It was no simple task that a casual forging would be swift. But producing a weapon of such caliber would hold little significance, merely serving as expendable resources. This did not align with their status as master blacksmiths. They held themselves to rigorous standards and would never approach their craft with recklessness. Even if Qin Shan consented, they would not take such liberties. Of course, Qin Shan's greatest hope lies in their ability to develop alternative weapon styles. While not impossible, it demands considerable resources. If unnecessary, it is wiser to await the unveiling of blueprints to obtain them directly. Were he to attain formidable strength, such concerns would be trivial. However, at present, as the island is in a developmental phase, he cannot afford to slow progress for these matters, an eventuality he will not allow. After a few minutes of contemplation, Qin Shan sought counsel from you. While she may not possess profound expertise in swordsmanship, her insights were more than adequate for him. He did not require advanced sword arts. Merely methodologies, his foundational swordsmanship sufficed for daily practice, and seeking more would yield no meaningful benefit. Currently, he had acquired 6 superlative martial arts, one of which, the stunning sword chi, would become his primary offensive technique. However, this particular martial art had a minor drawback, as it released all accumulated enhancements in an instant. The hard-earned boosts would vanish in a heartbeat. Nonetheless, with his rapid attack speed, he need not worry about the potency of the stunning sword chi. Many of his enhancements are linked to attack speed. As long as his speed remains swift, the effects will manifest promptly. With the longsword in hand, his strength has amplified. After equipping the longsword, his combat power remained unchanged, indicating that equipment does not contribute to combat power assessment. It is logical. One cannot merely factor in the weapon's inherent grade, otherwise how would one account for weapons with formidable additional properties? His combat power remains at 280, yet equipped, he feels capable of unleashing nearly 400 combat power. After practicing for a while, Qin Shan arrived at the seaside, where Yun and the others had successfully retrieved the treasure chest. Resulting in the sacrifice of 20 sea beasts, they bore no wrongdoing. Their demise was merely due to their duty. Lacking the innate ability to communicate with all beings, Yun and her companions had no choice but to eliminate them without hesitation. Eel, Great Ray, and Second Ray, Qin Shan called out. Instantly, the previously tranquil sea surface churned, as 3 colossal marine creatures emerged from the depths. The Great Ray and Second Ray were unremarkable in size, yet after several days underwater, their strength surged, nearing the 4th stage. In contrast, De Huang, who had been lethargic lately, seemed to have grown complacent, spending his days napping. It is no wonder, as long as his master is not in peril. He resembles an ordinary dog, devoid of distinction. However, should danger arise, he would undoubtedly leap to defend his master without hesitation. Qin Shan holds no stringent expectations of him, whether as a talisman or guardian beast. He is content and has no lofty demands. Boss, I missed you terribly, the Great Ray exclaimed, eager to approach. Though its 5-meter frame made Qin Shan frown. In its youth, it was manageable to lift, but now, standing before it, Qin Shan felt diminutive. Halt, he quickly commanded. The Great Ray paused, its expression one of confusion as it questioned why Qin Shan denied its approach. Qin Shan merely rolled his eyes, gesturing for it to consider its size. Reluctantly, it retreated to the water. I merely wish to see how you all have fared. It appears the water is indeed where you belong. In just a few days, you are on the cusp of a breakthrough. Qin Shan remarked, thoroughly pleased that the earliest followers. He naturally hoped for their advancement. Hey, boss, you have no idea. The food down there is abundant. I've consumed plenty, gaining significant energy to accelerate my cultivation, the Great Ray boasted. I too am striving to improve, though we lack the rapid growth of the eel, the Second Ray chimed in, a hint of envy in its tone as it trailed behind the eel, which had become one of Miracle Island's most formidable forces while they lingered at the 3rd tier. All of this is a gift from the boss. It's not the same for you, the eel asserted. Peeking above the surface, already towering over Qin Shan. One could only wonder what its true form had transformed into. Once I discover something that can enhance your bloodlines, you shall ascend as well. Qin Shan remarked, in truth, their bloodlines are quite similar. It was only due to the arrival of the Sea Kings yesterday that Man experienced such a significant enhancement. Under ordinary circumstances, growth occurs gradually, and this swift advancement is entirely attributable to the contributions of the Sea Kings. All these benefits have been bestowed upon Man. After sharing some insights and offering encouragement, I allowed them to return, instructing them to safeguard the depths of the ocean. I have a premonition that the seabed may not remain so tranquil. It is merely that they have yet to confront the impending challenges. They currently exist in a relatively secure state, akin to a novice phase. But once this period passes, they will be met with true trials. At that time, I wonder how many lives will be lost. However, that concerns me little. My priority now is to enhance my own strength and equip my miracle island as thoroughly as possible, so that I may confront any disaster with sufficient power. He then proceeded to examine Man-Man's attributes. Man-Man's bloodline has ascended to the 4th tier, significantly augmenting its power. The precise extent of this enhancement eludes me, as Man-Man's strength has always surpassed my own, making it normal that I cannot discern the specifics. Name: Man-Man talent, lightning, water level, 6th stage of body refinement bloodline, 4th tier ancient electric Ilse King bloodline, 5500, physical body, 5th tier length, 150 meters. Traits: 1. Lightning. Each attack carries an electric charge. The weaker the opponent, the more potent the lightning, which also inflicts paralysis. 2. Blessing of the sea. Recovery speed in water is increased tenfold. 3. Pressure. Forces a halving of all attributes against those with lower bloodline tiers. 4. Resilience. Possesses high defense, with a current defense breach threshold of 500 combat power. 5. Immortality. Immune to instant death effects. 6. Golden body. Upon receiving damage exceeding 60% of its total health in a single instance, it instantly enters a golden body state, during which it cannot be attacked for 10 minutes and can still move. 7. Gliding. Immune to soft control effects. 8. Evolution. When life is threatened, there is a chance to evolve into a stronger being. 9. Whirlpool. If combat exceeds 60 minutes, creates a vortex centered on itself, attacking all enemies within 100 meters. 10. Teleportation. Can instantly relocate to any point up to 500 nautical miles away, subject to special ability restrictions, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Man-Man's capabilities have significantly improved, with both its physical body and level rising by 1 tier. At this stage, each advancement requires a vast amount of resources, making yesterday's arrival of the Sea Kings immensely beneficial for Man-Man, as it directly facilitated a substantial increase in strength. Moreover, its resilience trait has elevated from 300 to 500 combat power, marking a remarkable enhancement. Given Qin Shan's current combat power, he would indeed struggle to breach that defense. The invulnerability mechanism is rather vexing, rendering any victory reliant on numerical superiority impossible. If one cannot even breach the defense, all attacks will invariably miss, rendering efforts futile. Fortunately, Man-Man is an ally, alleviating concerns regarding such matters. It is rather daunting. Even now, if all practitioners from Zone 34 were to attack simultaneously, it is likely they would not be able to defeat it. The current strongest boss is exponentially more formidable than the Sea Kings from yesterday. Additionally, it has acquired a new trait, but according to the information provided by the island spirit, it appears that the Sea Kings can possess a maximum of 10 traits. Upon the emergence of an 11th, a selection process will be triggered, allowing for the replacement of prior traits or the discarding of the new one. Much like his own passive abilities, which are currently limited to 5. Acquiring more necessitates additional resources to unlock further skill slots. Presently, the most common situation in Zone 34 is that practitioners are at the first stage of body refinement, with the second stage being exceedingly rare. There are not even enough individuals to fill the top 100 on the combat power leaderboard, let alone encounter a terrifying being at the 6th stage of body refinement. This is also a boss that Qin Shan cultivated with utmost resources. A trump card. One can only imagine the horror of a 150-meter-long Sea King suddenly emerging from the depths during a battle on the ocean's surface. He and his companions were preparing to head to their first destination. Among them, Hua was at the helm, guiding others in the practice of body refinement techniques, while Luo, Yi, and Wang Shu maintained vigilance. In truth, there was not much to be concerned about. It was primarily a matter of daydreaming or practicing. On the map, any previously explored areas, along with any marine creatures or hostile enemies, would be marked. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of unforeseen circumstances, much like the sudden arrival of the Sea Kings, who arrive without any regard for reason. Overall, this is the situation. You may now begin your attempts at cultivation. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, Tai instructed. After much effort, he had clarified the essential points of the body refinement technique for these individuals. Once upon a time, he had to guide them through such rudimentary practices, which now seemed rather trivial. However, these individuals struggled to grasp even this, and thus could only proceed at a measured pace. Haste would yield no results. They were all novices, lacking any foundational knowledge, and it was entirely normal for them to be unfamiliar with these concepts. He could not hold them to the standards of the beings from the primordial era. Perhaps there were some who could, but certainly not at this moment. "Thank you, Master," the 15 individuals exclaimed, their faces alight with joy that Tai's explanations had enlightened them significantly. Qin Shan had provided them with the body refinement technique, but had not taught them how to practice it. Relying solely on their own exploration would take an eternity to reach the stage of body refinement. Fortunately, Miracle Island has never lacked for high-level combat power, and some among them were well suited to provide guidance, enabling them to swiftly enter a state of cultivation. Tai smiled silently and moved to a nearby spot to meditate. His disposition favored tranquility and inaction. If there were no pressing matters, he could remain in such a state indefinitely. The ship advanced at a steady pace, making its way to every location in the ocean expeditiously, as they needed to return quickly. Optimal cultivation results could only be achieved on the island. Before long, they arrived near the first abandoned treasure chest soared above the ocean surface. Retrieving the chest and placing it aboard the vessel, where it occupied only a small corner, with the capacity of Ark No. 1, it was more than sufficient to accommodate the treasures of the entire sea. Meanwhile, those engaged in cultivation began to encounter challenges. Questioning their fellow practitioners, they experienced varying degrees of qi sensations, but that was all. Breaking through would require additional time, and it was not something that could be rushed. When Qin Shan had the assistance of energy stones, he too needed a considerable amount of time. How much more so for them? Nothingness surrounds us, compelling a gradual journey of cultivation on the miraculous island. The group of children has demonstrated remarkable prowess. Under the guidance of you, each of them has begun to sense their internal energy and has grasped the fundamental principles of body refinement techniques. Given sufficient time, they will undoubtedly succeed in entering the realm of body refinement. When that moment arrives, they will delve into other martial arts, their strength burgeoning with each passing day. A fortuitous development for Qin Shan. As their growing power translates into greater safety for the island, regardless of their elders, these young individuals are destined to become the backbone of Miraculous Island's future. The adults have already missed their prime opportunity for cultivation. The time and resources required to break through to higher realms increase exponentially. Meanwhile, Yun has not been idled as he walks. He imparts knowledge to others, yet their constant movement and myriad tasks render them the slowest group. This is unavoidable. Exploration on the island is exceedingly tedious, unlike navigating the seas, where a single captain suffices. Fortunately, they will not require excessive time to complete their tasks here, allowing them to return swiftly to their training indeed. Their progress is not as sluggish as it seems. They simply lack time at present, roughly an hour. They could finalize their errands, leaving ample opportunity to absorb the cultivation methods of others and maximize their strength. Upon reaching the spiritual fields, they witnessed Yun demonstrating both the techniques of spiritual planting and gathering. As they ventured into the woods, he showcased his cultivation skills. They also collected various resources that had replenished on the ground. Additionally, they encountered a formidable tiger in the forest, which initially startled them, for it was a powerful beast capable of tearing them apart. However, upon witnessing Yun's amicable greeting to the Beast King, they realized that this mighty tiger was part of their island's community. The other animals in the woods, however, were not so friendly. Gathering resources here proceeded swiftly, and no mishaps occurred. Upon reaching the mountains, a bear's roar startled them once more, but they could only marvel at the island lord's prowess in taming such a wild creature. As they contemplated leaving, the bear grew agitated, roaring incessantly. "Are you trying to indicate that we should follow you?" Yun inquired. That it was a vexing predicament. Had he known earlier, he would have learned a method to communicate with beasts. Alas, each advancement in martial arts was random, leaving him uncertain of the abilities he might acquire next. Even the likes of Jinyuan and Shang were devoid of such skills, which made their endeavors all the more arduous. The bear eagerly nodded, finally comprehending Yun's intentions. Under its guidance, they soon arrived at the seaside, a location seldom visited aside from daily explorations, where the path was overgrown with weeds. Yet at that moment, a throng of humans appeared on the grassy shore. Yun finally grasped the bear's motive for bringing them here. Typically, when new inhabitants encountered a beast like the bear, they would panic and flee, making it impossible for them to follow. Even if they noticed it, they would only run faster, risking injury or even drowning in the sea. Thankfully, with Yun and his companion's arrival, the bear need not worry. After leading them to this spot, the bear turned to leave, no longer needing to meddle in matters of communication, lest it become bothersome. The bear is becoming increasingly astute, Yun remarked. Initially, the bear seemed somewhat foolish. Yet in just a few days, it had demonstrated such intelligence. Those who claim bears are dull simply have not encountered one yet. All right, let us approach and bring them along. Afterward, we shall head along the coastline to the spiritual veins desert, Yun declared. The others merely followed suit, making their way toward the newcomers. Among them, Qin Shan was the most leisurely. With these individuals, he no longer needed to venture out himself, waiting for them to return with resources he could effortlessly utilize. Each dawn heralded promising gains for him. As for the quantity, he remained uncertain, as it was random. The only variables he could influence were a stroke of luck and a passive technological enhancement, both crucial for those seeking development. One triggered actively, the other passively. The technological hand was beyond his control, yet since acquiring it, it had consistently yielded positive outcomes, never disappointing him. Should a day come when it failed to activate, that would indeed be a significant loss. Within the leader's abode, Qin Shan immersed himself in spiritual stone cultivation. The endeavor was arduous. Having reached the 4th tier of body refinement, he had spent an entire day without any progress. The sluggish pace was the most significant bottleneck he had encountered in his cultivation journey. After several hours of effort, his advancement felt negligible. From yesterday to today, his progress had barely reached 0.5, a terrifyingly slow rate, especially given the numerous enhancements aiding his training. Otherwise, he might not have even achieved 0. Island Spirit. What is the matter? Why is my cultivation progress so sluggish? Qin Shan inquired. A manifestation of Yun's heart. It should possess some insights. Master, Miraculous Island currently surpasses the average performance of its peers by a significant margin, making cultivation exceedingly challenging. Unless your bloodline ascends to above the 4th tier or you acquire treasures that can directly enhance your strength, progress will remain difficult. Furthermore, due to the island's formidable power, venturing into unexplored seas poses a high risk of attracting the ire of powerful sea beasts. What? Is it akin to that incident with the giant rays being attacked? Qin Shan questioned. Indeed, and given Miraculous Island's current strength, encountering large schools of fish is highly likely, exceeding 80, the island's spirit patiently explained. These were considerations Qin Shan had never contemplated before. It was only after a day of cultivation, realizing he had barely increased his strength, that he thought to inquire of the island spirit and discovered these hidden attributes. Reflecting upon it, they had only arrived in this world 9 days prior, yet he had expanded Miraculous Island to over 100,000 square units, a staggering figure. Additionally, many items were far ahead of their time. Consequently, his desire for rapid advancement and cultivation was constrained by the essence of this realm, which was indeed a double-edged sword. In no wonder he observed that the giant rays had a relatively swift cultivation pace. Yet their overall growth was agonizingly slow. Without the evolutionary stones of the Sea King bloodline, they would have found it impossible to reach their current levels. When will I be able to continue progressing? Qin Shan pressed. This was a crucial question. It was unreasonable to expect him to wait until everyone reached the 4th tier of body refinement. That would take an eternity, and by then, his martial advantage would have diminished substantially. The 10th day has passed, the island spirit replied. The 10th day? Qin Shan was perplexed. Yes, it has indeed been 10 days. The specific changes will reveal themselves in due time. Very well, if I cannot progress, then I shall focus on elevating the strength of others, Qin Shan concluded. Since clarity eluded him, he would ensure that everyone else's cultivation advanced. The 3 purities had also broken through to the 3rd tier of body refinement, while Yun was nearing the 4th tier. Such strength was formidable, and the recently arrived Yi and his companions, aside from Luo, were all capable of enhancement. Achieving the 4th tier of body refinement before the impending crisis was indeed essential. Having met with stagnation in his own cultivation, he exited the leader's quarters and approached Yu. Not only did her teachings benefit the children, but they also significantly enhanced Qin Shan's combat capabilities. He settled quietly beside them, absorbing her instruction. However, the concepts Yu imparted were primarily suited for beginners, and Qin Shan remained patient, waiting for her to finish her lessons with the children. After all, they were the future of Miraculous Island, and their development was of utmost importance. After some time, You concluded her explanations. Island Lord, she addressed at you. Please enlighten me on the path of cultivation, Qin Shan requested. Qin Shan remarked, in terms of cultivation knowledge, I find myself woefully inadequate. The insights I have gained have merely been stumbled upon, akin to opening a box without knowing its contents. If one were to inquire, I have managed to open 6 of the 7 orifices. Yet I still lack that final piece. He smiled wryly. If the island master is willing to listen, I shall speak freely, you replied. For the next several hours, Qin Shan remained in that spot, absorbing the teachings that you imparted. He felt a profound sense of enlightenment and resolved to recommence his martial training, seeking to master the art of exertion, which might ultimately lessen his physical fatigue. He decided to begin with the floating technique. Once he could command it with finesse, other skills would surely follow with ease. In his usual practice of the floating technique, he had simply flown through the air, but he struggled to control his body mid-flight, rendering him somewhat rigid. He had suffered significant setbacks during the previous naval battle due to excessive energy expenditure. Once he could maneuver freely, his prowess would ascend to a new level. You should also strive to advance your cultivation to the 4th stage of body refinement. I fear that tomorrow may bring unforeseen changes, Qin Shan urged. Yes, Island Master, you replied. Though Qin Shan chose not to elaborate further, he etched the words into his memory. A question lingered in his mind. Why did this world possess such an unusual cosmology? How could an entire realm be composed solely of islands? This peculiar reality was disconcerting, but their limited strength rendered them unable to uncover its mysteries. The power of their adversary, capable of manifesting such a world, was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, caution was paramount, especially since Qin Shan had specifically instructed him to refrain from previous recklessness. Why you acknowledged this? Aware that his own memories were also finite, he glanced at the children around him. Diligently cultivating without encountering difficulties, upon being approached, he began his own practice. Even if his meditation were interrupted, it would not lead him astray. His resolve was steadfast, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Even if disrupted, he could swiftly regain his meditative state. Meanwhile, at sea, he and his companions had just vanquished a group of pirates and had fortuitously salvaged their treasure. However, before them loomed a formidable wave. Towering ominously, should it crash upon them, they risked being cast into the depths, and even the Ark No. 1 would capsize. While they might be able to save themselves, the ordinary folk would surely perish. In the vast expanse of the ocean, their strength would be insufficient to swim back to Miracle Island, and they would struggle to even discern their direction. They could not carry everyone. The 5 of them were unable to save all. Quickly, come help, Qua called urgently. Beside the towering wave, the surface of the sea churned violently, and Ark No. 1 became increasingly difficult to steer. Despite being at the 3rd stage of body refinement, he struggled to maintain control of the vessel, finding it laborious to stabilize its hull. Everyone, find cover and hold on to something tightly. Do not let go at any cost, he urged. They could enter the cabin, but the wave's ferocity was so great that they risked being crushed by the debris within. Thus, they clung to objects on the deck, determined to remain anchored. Illusory barrier. Wang Shu conjured a barrier to shield them from harm as best as possible. The others braced themselves, confronting the immense force of the wave, resisting with all their might, knowing that if they endured, hope would remain. The seawater surged onto the deck, and the faces of the ordinary folk reflected sheer terror. They had never witnessed such a cataclysm. Gripping their surroundings in a desperate bid to maintain balance and avoid being swept away. Yet, they held faith that the 5 individuals before them could guide them through this perilous ordeal. With a resounding crash, the wave mercilessly struck the hull, its tremendous force causing Ark No. 1 to sway perilously amidst the tumultuous waters. Beneath the wave, the vessel rocked violently, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Fear and despair etched themselves upon everyone's faces. In the face of nature's wrath, humanity felt diminutive. Even with several cultivators aboard, their strength seemed insufficient to withstand the onslaught. In the aftermath of the wave, a colossal geyser erupted, surging even higher than before, reaching a staggering 15 meters. What a nuisance! Luo could not restrain his exasperation. Enduring such a powerful wave was taxing enough. They had no idea how long this ordeal would last. We can no longer control Ark No. 1. That we must prioritize everyone's safety, Qua stated grimly. The previous wave had damaged the helm, rendering them unable to steer, leaving them adrift. They lacked the cloud heart to effect repairs anywhere. Fortunately, Ark No. 1 was sufficiently robust. It had not sprung leaks, and if they could withstand the waves' assault and expel the water, they might yet survive. Moreover, news of their dire situation would likely be relayed back swiftly. With another thunderous crash, the wave descended upon them once more. The immense swell engulfed Ark Number 1, and the crew dared not relax their grip, clinging desperately to whatever would keep them afloat. Minutes later, the sea began to calm slightly. The vast sea exhales pearls. Tai wielded his formidable magic to propel everyone from the depths that I in the water. These ordinary folk would not last long, once above the surface. They coughed violently, shaken by the terrifying experience they had nearly succumbed to. Are we safe? Suddenly, they noticed that the monstrous waves had vanished, replaced by a mysterious sea. The water here appeared darker, evoking a sense of dread. Everyone, remain still and sit tight in your positions, he instructed, his expression grave, mirrored by the others. They had ventured into unfamiliar territory, no longer within the waters of Miracle Island, but in an entirely alien realm, the threats of which were unknown to them. Yet, upon hearing Yi's words, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over them. This was their first voyage, and they had already encountered such horrifying events. They had nearly perished. Was this world truly so perilous? Look, it seems a sea beast approaches us. Qua's voice jolted everyone's hearts into their throats. Surely not. Is it truly so unforgiving? We have only just escaped the clutches of the monstrous wave. And now we must confront a sea beast. The group turned their gazes toward the direction Qua indicated. Emerging from the water were numerous fin-like appendages, a sight that suggested a large number, no fewer than 100. It's sharks. Prepare for battle. Luo declared, I will bolster your strength. Wang Shu offered, I shall guard those aboard the ship. Tai affirmed that I will attack from a distance. The rest is up to you too, he instructed. Agreed. Let us not allow these vile creatures to ambush us, Qua replied, in an instant. They were prepared for combat. As the school of sharks drew within 300 meters of the vessel, Luo and Qua leaped onto the surface of the water. Standing firm without sinking, their weapons materialized from their gathered chi, their expressions dark as they stared down the approaching sharks. Kill, they shouted in unison, charging toward the predators without hesitation. From behind, he swiftly drew his bow. Their weapons formed of concentrated chi, a significant drain on their energy, save for when they awaited the forging of their weapons by Gan Jiang. With a swift motion, an arrow of chi struck a shark squarely in the head, causing it to writhe violently in the water, instantly staining the sea red. Meanwhile, Wang Shu supported Luo and Qua, manipulating the surrounding waters to hinder the shark's movements. Tai focused on stabilizing the ship to prevent it from being assailed. The sheer number of sharks was overwhelming, and Luo and Qua could not fend them all off. The sharks that approached Ark Number 1 were naturally Tai's targets. Their roles were clearly defined, maximizing efficiency in battle. Triple shot. He unleashed a flurry of arrows, each one finding its mark. Luo thrust his spear forcefully into a shark's body, while Qua's axe cleaved through foes with brutal efficiency. The creatures they faced were not particularly formidable. They were merely first-tier sea beasts. In less than 5 minutes, the battle concluded. Let us leave this place swiftly. He spoke. The surrounding waters have been stained red with blood. They remain unaware of how many sea beasts are hastening towards this location. We must depart swiftly to avoid having our vessel shattered and perishing here. However, the helm has been damaged. Qua's face reflected his concern. He understood the necessity of leaving, yet they were currently unable to control Ark 1. Possessing formidable strength but feeling utterly helpless, such are the rules of this world. Even with immense power, they are rendered powerless. I have a solution, Wang Shu declared. What is it? Everyone turned to look, that we can harness the ocean's assistance to relocate Ark 1 to a distant place. Though it will require significant energy, Wang Shu explained. This indeed presented a viable option, and given the circumstances, there was no better alternative to consider. No1 opposed the idea, as they were uncertain whether they could withstand the impending assault. It was prudent to leave this blood-soaked sea first. Over 100 sharks lay dead, and the stench was unbearable. Surely, numerous sea creatures were already en route to this location. They had to act quickly, lest they find themselves in a position of disadvantage when the enemy arrived. I implore a few of you to lend me your strength, Wang Shu urged. With that, she soared outside the ship. A few nodded and promptly followed. Azure starry sky. Let the waves assist us. The previously tranquil surface of the sea began to roil at Wang Shu's command, forming small waves that endeavored to propel Ark 1 forward. Azure star, winds accompany the waves. Sensing some movement, Wang Shu exerted herself once more, generating a colossal thrust, and at last, Arc 1 began to shift, yet the direction of its advance proved exceedingly difficult to control. Necessitating the assistance of others, stabilize the balance, push with all your might. The four acted swiftly, securing the vessel's body and steering Arc 1 towards a predetermined course. This process was immensely taxing on their stamina. But at this juncture, they lacked a better strategy to address the situation. They could only hope that the anomalies here would soon be detected by Qin Shan. Such an undertaking was more exhausting than slaying sea beasts. They needed to conclude this swiftly, or else, when the horde of sea creatures arrived, they would be forced to abandon a portion of their own, taking only those they could carry, while leaving others behind. Life and death are simply the nature of existence. It is impossible for anyone to sail through life without adversity. Minutes later, they had vacated the gruesome waters and arrived at a relatively tranquil sea. "This place feels off," Luo remarked. "The water here is too dark," he added, sending chills down their spines. "What sort of wretched place have we stumbled into? Be cautious. There is something peculiar about this place," he warned. They lacked a clear direction and could only proceed aimlessly. Yet they found themselves in an even stranger maritime expanse. Was it possible they had just escaped from a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair? The sensation of being isolated and unsupported was indeed disconcerting. But who could blame their misfortune? They encountered monstrous waves, causing many of their hard-earned treasure chests to plunge into the depths, lost to the abyss. Nevertheless, as long as they remained safe, they deemed it a small mercy. Other matters paled in comparison. They did not wish to confront extreme weather conditions, as the trials to their strength were exceedingly severe. Without sufficient power, navigating the seas, even in familiar territories, could still lead to unforeseen calamities. While marine life may be absent, it did not imply the absence of extreme weather, which they had just encountered. Arriving in a terrifying maritime realm, they maintained vigilance while resting, insisting that any unusual occurrences be reported immediately. A moment's negligence could lead to their demise in this place. Miracle Island. Warning: severe weather conditions detected in the sea. Arc 1 has lost contact. The island spirit urgently alerted Qin Shan, the entire panel flashing a deep crimson, prompting Qin Shan, who had been meditating, to halt and investigate the situation. "How could this happen?" Qin Shan inquired. "Master, the butterfly effect has commenced," the island spirit responded. "Can we ascertain Arc 1's location?" Qin Shan asked. He was unconcerned about the butterfly effect. His priority was to retrieve Arc 1 and its crew. This butterfly effect was a result of Miracle Island's overwhelming power, which could trigger extreme weather at any moment. He had already been informed of this during his previous inquiry with the island spirit and felt no surprise. "This world is striving to diminish my strength, yet how could I submit? This power is hard-won. What is there to fear? Even this realm has no right to strip me of it." Unable to ascertain. "But last time I was able to force a teleportation. Send me there," Qin Shan insisted. "Forced teleportation is not feasible this time. The previous instance was made possible by a contract card, akin to a locator. Arc 1 lacks any such positioning devices, so we cannot lock onto it, though we can determine its last known location," the island spirit explained. "This is troublesome," Qin Shan acknowledged, realizing the situation was more complex than he had anticipated. It was not as simple as just going there. "Send me the coordinates of their last known position," Qin Shan commanded. He then exited the chief's quarters and made his way to the shoreline. Calling forth the eel, as he intended to set out to retrieve everyone himself, "Everything all right?" "Boss, where are we heading now?" the eel asked that this location. Qin Shan manifested the map before it, knowing the eel's teleportation ability would allow for instant movement to that spot. "Boss, hold on tight," the eel cautioned. Qin Shan was curious about the differences between the eel's teleportation and the stingray's ability to navigate unseen. He had opted not to bring the stingrays along this time, fearing they might encounter danger. This sudden incident was undoubtedly not a mere coincidence, but rather a punitive measure by the rules. Their strength was too low to be of any assistance and could potentially entangle them in peril. Resulting in a net loss. It was sufficient to have them guard the seabed. As Qin Shan felt the scenery around him rapidly transform, he found himself in an unfamiliar sea, the map indicating the precise location where Arc 1 had vanished. Yet, the surroundings were desolate, devoid of any sight. Furthermore, this area lay nearly 200 nautical miles from Miracle Island. The extreme weather had surely swept them far beyond the mapped realms. "Boss, I sense the remnants of Ark One's presence. They must have passed through here, the eel remarked. Indeed, our people have vanished here. Can you locate them? Qin Shan inquired, refraining from revealing the reason for their arrival, yet impressed that the eel could sense Ark's aura. This will be challenging. They have already left our waters, the eel replied. Even beyond the map, your abilities will be significantly diminished, making it difficult to find those who are missing. Do your best, Qin Shan urged. Recognizing he had no better alternatives, they could only search aimlessly alongside the eel, though it was not entirely aimless, as there were some traces to follow. Before long, they arrived at a sea thick with the scent of blood. Boss, there are numerous sea beasts ahead, and the remnants of Ark One's presence linger. Should we proceed? The eel asked. They have indeed been here. Let us investigate. Qin Shan replied. As they drew near, the predators scattered in fear. Regardless of their location, apex predators always remained at the top of the food chain, especially creatures as formidable as the eel. Even in the depths of the ocean, it was a terrifying boss-level entity. Not something the smaller creatures could dare challenge. Shouldn't you run faster? Do you intend to wait here for death? Observing the scattered shark carcasses and their wounds, Qin Shan could ascertain that these had been inflicted by and his group. Island Spirit, how far are we from Miracle Island? Qin Shan inquired. Master, we are currently 500 nautical miles in a straight line from Miracle Island. How can it be so far? Qin Shan was somewhat taken aback. What force could possibly drag the Ark to a location 300 nautical miles away in an instant? No wonder there had been no communication. In such a place, they were devoid of sacred artifacts and totems, which had diminished their strength. Boss, I can smell it. What do you smell? The direction from which the Ark departed. Exclaimed joyfully. All right, let us hasten. I hope nothing goes awry, Qin Shan replied. The distance to Miracle Island was a daunting 500 nautical miles. They were nearing the deep sea zone, a realm teeming with colossal creatures that a moment's carelessness could lead to total annihilation. 20 individuals. He could scarcely fathom how long it would take to gather such a number, especially with 5 formidable warriors among them. In the vast ocean, without a clear direction, returning would be exceedingly difficult. Boss, I'm going to accelerate. Hold on tight. Declared in the blink of an eye. Transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards a particular direction. Why are we heading towards the deep sea zone? Observing M's trajectory, Qin Shan could not suppress his growing concern. It seemed that what one fears often materializes. It would have been preferable to veer in another direction. Why, of all places, did they head towards this perilous area? The last time Qin Shan encountered a lanternfish in the deep sea, it had left him utterly repulsed. However, the distance this time was significantly different. This world was peculiar. Any distance exceeding 500 nautical miles from their cloud island was deemed deep sea. Should another cloud island appear, it would be an entirely different matter. This bizarre state of affairs had rendered maritime navigation fraught with danger. Even a slight misstep could plunge one into the treacherous deep sea, a realm where demise could come without warning. He remained wary of the deep sea zone, fully aware that with his current strength, he could not contend with the sea beasts that resided there. Their power and numbers were unknown. A single lanternfish had been enough to unnerve him. And who could say what other monstrosities they might encounter? Fortunately, he had already fused with the heart of the clouds, allowing him to discern their attributes, a task that posed no challenge as long as he could perceive their properties. There remained a chance to vanquish them, preventing his efforts from going to waste. This moment, aboard Ark Number 1, a voice suddenly rang out. My lord, a colossal sea beast has appeared ahead. A man's alarmed shout roused those who were resting. Where? The crew promptly sprang to their feet, adopting a battle-ready stance. Such matters permitted no negligence, for lives were at stake, especially in this perilous environment where disaster lurked at every turn. A thunderous roar erupted, negating the need for further response. The faces of and his companions paled. The sheer volume of the roar caused their ears to ache, revealing that this sea beast was anything but ordinary. They rushed to the bow of the ship, where the sound had originated. 500 meters away, a massive head was emerging from the water, the surrounding sea frothing and bubbling. Only the head had surfaced thus far. Yet its visible portion was already as tall as the ship, towering at least 5 meters high. What manner of monster is this? Are we destined to perish here? We shall not perish. Trust in our Lord. Trust in the island master. Indeed, we will return safely. Faced with such a creature, they could only seek solace in one another's words. Perhaps, when pushed to such extremes, this mindset would afford them some comfort. Suddenly, the sea beast charged towards Ark number 1, intent on capsizing it and preventing its approach. Azure Star, the ocean is boundless. Arrow of interception. God-slaying spear, a torrent of might. Part the rivers and separate the seas. Each warrior unleashed their formidable martial arts, hoping that the beast's strength would not be so terrifying as to sink their vessel, for they were already stretched to their limits. The collective pressure they exerted momentarily kept the sea beast at bay, preventing it from closing in within 100 meters, allowing them to exhale in relief. It was fortunate that they were not facing an insurmountable foe, otherwise they would have met their demise here. However, this reprieve could only last so long. If the standoff persisted, the Ark would inevitably succumb. Absent external assistance, their chances for survival would dwindle. The beast's strength far surpassed theirs, placing it on an entirely different level. Their efforts to defeat it would be futile. Even now, they had yet to discern the creature's true form. Merely a portion of its head had emerged, and it had already battered them into retreat. Who could fathom the extent of its power? This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to shake it off, he asserted. Dragging this out is exceedingly disadvantageous. We may very well perish in the process. There is no option left but to await the island master's rescue, Luo replied, shaking his head. In the boundless ocean, they were utterly lost, and at most, they could only hope to escape this enigmatic sea region while abandoning the ordinary folk. The distance to Miracle Island was unknown, and bringing others along would only hinder their escape. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not forsake these people. It would be difficult to explain to Qin Shan later. Thus, they remained locked in this stalemate, doing their utmost to withstand the beast's assaults. Minutes passed, and the sea beast seemed to grow impatient, suddenly leaping from the water and diving fiercely towards Ark No. 1. That moment, they finally glimpsed the true nature of their adversary. A massive orb. In other words, it possessed only a head, explaining its prodigious size. There was no body to speak of. Oddly, this creature lacked the vital essence typical of animal life. Just as they were taken aback, the orb swiftly extended numerous tentacles, seemingly intent on ensnaring the Arkansas. This is not a biological entity. The crew gasped in shock. Non-biological life forms of such formidable strength were rare, likely unique to the deep sea. However, there was no time to study this phenomenon. They had to remain vigilant as soon as the tentacles approached the vessel, they hacked them away, resulting in a temporary stalemate. This peculiar creature relied on brute strength, while they were merely struggling for survival, hence the current impasse. Meanwhile, Qin Shan, far off, also heard the eerie roar, distinctly different from any sound typically associated with living creatures. His heart sank. Could it be Luo and the others? Accelerate. Qin Shan commanded that in the deep-sea zone. Any disturbance signified lethal danger, and he did not wish to witness the people of Miracle Island perish in this treacherous realm. Once he attained formidable strength, he would return to eradicate these strange beings, particularly the lanternfish, which must be exterminated. Without further ado, accelerated towards the source of the sound. Minutes later, they arrived at the scene, witnessing a massive orb suspended in midair, attacking Ark number 1 with its tentacles, already delivering several blows aimed at dragging the Ark away. The direction was towards the deep-sea zone. Once there, it would be the paradise of sea beasts, a forbidden zone for survivors. Whoever ventured would meet their doom. Unable to pass through, the area was rife with unknowns and powerful creatures, some possessing bizarre attributes that were utterly repulsive. Attack it immediately. Qin Shan commanded that he soared into the air, brandishing his long sword to strike at the orb. The sword chi of the stunning swan, a long beam of sword energy, hurtled towards the orb. Sensing impending danger, the creature abandoned its assault on the Ark and redirected its attention towards Qin Shan, and became entangled with it. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. N's thick skin rendered the creature's attacks ineffective, yet the plant-like tentacles posed numerous difficulties, plunging the battlefield into a deadlock. The Island Master. The Island Master has come to rescue us. Upon witnessing the emergence of a person and a beast upon the sea's surface, the individuals aboard the Ark could not help but smile. That had not been an easy journey, but they had finally reached this moment. Qin Shan chose not to continue engaging in battle. instead making his way to the Ark. With Mommy holding the enemy at bay, he deemed it prudent to address the concerns of the others before confronting that entity. Island Master, you five, assist Mommy and ensure that creature does not escape, Qin Shan commanded. The revelation that the creature was a sentient plant, a deep-sea flora at that, was hardly encouraging for Qin Shan. The capabilities of a plant that could attain sentience in the depths of the ocean were undoubtedly formidable. Yes, the five individuals hurried toward the battlefield. Mommy had drawn the enemy's fire, providing a brief respite. But now was not the time to rest. They needed to eliminate the threat to secure their safe departure. Today's unexpected deviation from their course had cast a shadow of astonishment over them. This world was fraught with perilous disasters that they must face with caution, lest they fall victim to them. With their assistance, Mommy found the task considerably less daunting. Island Master, is everyone all right? Qin Shan inquired. The individuals bore various bruises from the earlier tumultuous waves, having endured significant hardship. We're fine, Island Master, but the Ark has sustained damage. Qin Shan was taken aback. No wonder they had remained here instead of fleeing. No matter, as long as you are safe, he replied. The damage was minor and could be repaired. After reassuring them, Qin Shan approached the helm. Gazing at the severely damaged ship's wheel, he was astonished by the extent of the destruction. The calamity was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Yet, it was understandable. His island was vast and developed rapidly, while others were still at a stage of 500 to 1,000. With some even in the tens, with his numbers in the hundreds of thousands, it was inevitable that disaster would seek him out. Commence repairs on Ark 1, Qin Shan instructed. He possessed a superior version of the Heart of the Clouds, allowing for repairs without the need to return to Miracle Island. If the necessary resources were available, repairs could be completed instantaneously, enabling Ark 1 to set sail again. A small sailing vessel was simply too unstable in the face of fierce storms. Should I deploy a large warship? Qin Shan pondered. He indeed had blueprints for a large warship, but constructing it would be of little use. He lacked the manpower to operate it, and feared it would attract even more terrifying disasters. If a small sailing vessel could encounter such troubles, what would a larger vessel face? Fortunately, the figurehead of the Qinglong ship remained intact, firmly embedded at the bow. Yet, the fact that the figurehead was ineffective raised two possibilities. Either the forces of this realm had interfered, or the sea beast's level matched, or even surpassed that of the figurehead. You all navigate the ship away. This place is too perilous, Qin Shan commanded. He called upon someone to take the helm, as he needed to deal with that terrifying creature. Should a confrontation arise, the area would erupt in chaos, and he feared he would be unable to protect these individuals. Yes, Island Master, the person replied. Observing the newly restored ship's wheel, they regarded it with astonishment, marveling at how quickly it had been repaired. Truly worthy of the title of Island Master. Once operational, Ark 1 swiftly departed the battlefield. It was clear that this was not a conflict they could engage in. They lacked the requisite level. No matter how many joined the fray, it would only lead to their demise upon the ocean. Only those capable of flight or possessing water-based martial arts could hope to protect themselves. Qin Shan's gaze settled upon the plant life form. It was time to address this predicament. Island Spirit, initiate a scan. Qin Shan commanded that he needed to gather information on the adversary to effectively confront it. This was his first encounter with such a creature. Knowledge of both oneself and the enemy was essential for victory. However, the scanning process was notably slow, taking a full minute before he finally received the complete information. Name: Golden Ghost Vine Talent, Life Realm, Body Refinement Stage 6 Bloodline, 5th Stage Ancient Vine Bloodline Physical Body, 5th Stage Length, 5 to 5,000 meters Skills, Life Drain, Brutal Growth, Evil Evolution, Thorny Counterattack, Celestial Vine, Tree Realm Descendants Life Drain. When subjected to a powerful attack, it absorbs the life force of nearby living beings to replenish itself. Brutal Growth, given a little time, it can grow into a towering tree. Evil Evolution, killing enables it to evolve its bloodline, enhancing its realm and fortifying its physical body. Thorny Counterattack, thorny projections can sprout from any part of its body. Caution is advised, as it possesses potent toxins. Celestial Vine fully unleashes life energy to grow into celestial vines, conducting indiscriminate attacks on its surroundings. Tree Realm Descendants, its body expands entirely, ensnaring all enemies within a designated area into a tree realm, significantly diminishing their power. How can such a terrifying entity exist? Qin Shan's expression reflected sheer shock. It was even more confounding than mommy, although it was neither a sea king nor a boss. Its title of golden signified formidable strength. The skills it possessed were utterly abhorrent, particularly evil evolution, which bore a striking resemblance to leveling up through monster slaying. It was no wonder it had grown into such a fearsome being. Currently, it had contracted into a sphere measuring only a few meters, but when fully expanded, it could reach a staggering 5,000 meters, an alarming figure. Even if it ultimately retracted into a tree realm, they would undoubtedly be ensnared within. Presently, only mommy could barely contend with it. Achieving victory seemed impossible, as it was too ferocious. If allowed to grow unchecked, it could become the sovereign of this deep-sea region. A forbidden zone for survivors. The capacity for evil evolution was terrifying. Qin Shan questioned himself. Despite his rapid advancement, he doubted he could surpass the ghost vine. Island spirit. What does the golden signify? He inquired. Master, it represents the classification of different power levels within the same tier. Divided into 10 levels: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, lord, disaster, nightmare, purgatory, annihilation, and eternity. What? Such a classification exists. What tier am I in? And mommy? Qin Shan asked urgently, astounded by the revelation of 10 distinct levels within the same rank. Master, you may find this hard to accept, but you must recognize reality. You are merely the most ordinary among the connected fourth stage, effectively labeled as ordinary Qin Shan, having not yet reached bronze. Mommy is in the same situation. A look of horror spread across Qin Shan's face. He had believed himself to be formidable, yet he was less than bronze. The same held true for mommy. Despite her seemingly insurmountable traits, against an entity like the ghost vine, she found herself utterly powerless. Had its abilities been even slightly more potent, they would have been rendered completely helpless. It was 3 tiers above mommy. Was there any viable strategy? With the current strength of Miracle Island deployed in full, their odds of victory were 0. Perhaps the master could negotiate with it. Qin Shan's lips twitched at the thought of negotiation. Could they truly engage in dialogue? The creature's power was overwhelmingly oppressive, posing an existential threat to them. It needed only to desire their demise to annihilate them. This was, without a doubt, the most terrifying entity he had encountered since arriving in this place. He had prided himself on developing the most formidable island. Yet in the face of this creature, their chances of success were null. The ocean was rife with dangers, and a mere monster could obliterate them at will. This world is far too perilous. Wait, shall we discuss terms? Qin Shan spoke up. His target was naturally Gui Teng. Faced with this terrifying creature, he could not help but feel fear. However, he had no choice but to confront it. Oh, you can speak with me? How would you like to negotiate? Gui Teng's movements suddenly halted for a moment, but then it resumed its assault, ruthlessly crushing the others. That moment, 3 individuals had already been ensnared by its attack, unable to escape. Only Tai, Luo, and Man continued to struggle. Their eyes were filled with horror and trepidation. The power of this ghastly being was astonishingly formidable, rendering their own proud cultivation utterly useless in its presence. Man, Luo, Tai, cease your resistance, Qin Shan instructed. Should we not pause the battle before negotiations? Otherwise, how can we converse? His actions were intended to convey sincerity. Indeed, upon their cessation, Gui Teng also halted its aggression. It regarded Qin Shan with intrigue. This human was fascinating, capable of dialogue, a notion it had never anticipated. It watched Qin Shan with keen interest, hoping for an explanation. The island master. They stood behind Qin Shan, eyeing Gui Teng with lingering trepidation. Qin Shan gestured for them to remain silent and to stay behind him. The crisis was not yet averted. As long as their adversary wished, they would not be able to leave. This was its territory. I can facilitate your evolution to a higher tier, Qin Shan proposed. Why should I trust you? Gui Teng retorted. Oh, you have any idea how long it took me to reach this realm? Qin Shan replied. This is the advantage of survivors. We can grow stronger at a rapid pace. Do not speak in riddles, Gui Teng said, lashing a vine against causing him to grimace in pain. The agony was excruciating. I took 9 days to attain this level. Given sufficient time, I could surpass you, or even reach an even higher state, all thanks to our identity as survivors, which allows us to enhance our cultivation swiftly. What does that have to do with me? Gui Teng still did not comprehend. However, it was indeed curious. The prospect of rapid power enhancement was appealing. If it could obtain that, it would be splendid. At least it would not have to remain in this dreadful place indefinitely. What I mean is, you could also shift your allegiance to my faction, and in due time, you too could ascend swiftly. I can level up here just as quickly. Your offer seems devoid of allure to me. Gui Teng countered, clearly indifferent to these matters. Qin Shan's expression darkened. This creature, though not exceptionally wise, was obstinate. It would disregard anything it deemed irrelevant to itself, if not for his ability to communicate with it. Several lives might have already been lost. I can advance your bloodline further, Qin Shan asserted through gritted teeth. That's a meager offer. I shall grant you 10 seconds. If you cannot present something of value to me, I will promptly kill you all, Gui Teng declared, evidently having lost patience. Bloodline enhancement could be achieved through gradual evolution. It felt no urgency. Currently, the ones in a hurry were Qin Shan and his companions. Not in an instant. Qin Shan felt as though he were facing a formidable enemy. Gui Teng's sudden shift in demeanor sent a jolt of alarm through him. This creature was not as easily dealt with as he had presumed. It was indeed a formidable opponent. He truly wished to avoid encounters with such beings, as they posed a lethal threat to their survival. He had never anticipated that this time on Miracle Island, they would confront such a perilous situation. Wait, I know the whereabouts of the Dragon Corpse, Qin Shan stated. Dragon Corpse? Gui Teng's interest was piqued, and even the tentacles ensnaring and the others slackened somewhat. However, they still dared not move, for they were still in negotiations. Should they attempt to flee, the negotiations would surely fail, and against this terrifying monster, they had no chance of victory. This was undoubtedly the most distressing predicament they had encountered since their emergence into the world. Indeed, it is the Dragon Corpse. Qin Shan felt a surge of confidence. As long as he could capture Gui Teng's attention, he was not concerned about the specific location of the Dragon Corpse. If Gui Teng had the capability, it could descend to verify for itself. After all, he would not dare to go down there. Take me to find the Dragon Corpse, or I shall kill you all, Gui Teng commanded, its voice tinged with urgency. Clearly tempted by the allure of the Dragon Corpse, it longed to obtain it, for it could significantly enhance its power. Otherwise, it would not harbor such thoughts. I must inform you, you cannot go there, Qin Shan replied. That place is far too dangerous. I do not even dare to tread there myself. Merely receiving information from Emperor Xianyuan had been sufficiently shocking. After descending, he had been suddenly drawn to the vicinity of the Dragon Corpse. How deep it lay, he did not know, but beneath the ocean, there were undoubtedly secrets unknown to them. Speak, Gui Teng commanded coldly. It lies beneath the seabed, Qin Shan said. What harm was there in divulging this information? It would not cost him anything if Gui Teng sought its own demise. He held no objections. Are you deceiving me? Gui Teng seethed. I am not deceiving you. The Dragon Corpse is indeed beneath the seabed, Qin Shan insisted. I once descended to a depth of 100,000 meters and found no trace of any living beings. I suspect you wish for death. Gui Teng was furious. It. Qin Shan was merely toying with it, which incensed it greatly. If it truly existed, how could it possibly be elusive? This human must be deceiving it. As it spoke, its tentacles began to thrash wildly. Luo and the others quickly assumed defensive postures, ready to strike at any moment. This creature was far too terrifying. They could not afford to be careless, as they could not withstand its wrath. Are you overthinking this? The location for descending is incorrect. No matter how you search, you will find nothing. Moreover, is 100,000 meters truly the limit of the deep sea? Qin Shan remarked. What do you mean? Gui Teng asked, taken aback that it had calmed slightly. There was a semblance of reason in Qin Shan's words. Perhaps it was merely a matter of misalignment that had led to its failure to locate the Dragon Corpse. Besides, how could 100,000 meters possibly be the ultimate depth of the ocean? There must be even greater depths yet unexplored in this region. It was invincible, but elsewhere, there were many like it. One should never underestimate the vastness of the ocean. It harbored too many powerful beings, and no one dared claim invincibility. Arrogance carried a price. You must ascend from beneath our survivor island to reach the location of the Dragon Corpse. I do not know how deep it is, but it will certainly lie at the seabed, Qin Shan explained. Gui Teng's interest was piqued. There was validity to Qin Shan's words. In recent days, numerous strange islands had emerged on the surface of this sea. But those creatures were too weak to capture its attention. If it had not fortuitously discovered a few remnants from centuries past nearby, it would have been disinclined to act. as there was no prospect of enhancing its power. How can you prove this? Gui Tong inquired. That I cannot provide proof. If you require verification, you may accompany me back. You can dive down yourself. With my strength, I cannot enter that place, and my island is right there. I cannot leave if you fail to find it. You are welcome to seek vengeance upon me. Qin Shan spoke at this moment. He saw no other way but to extricate himself first, as long as he was alive. There remained hope. He was not particularly concerned about the destruction of Cloud Island, for the heart of the clouds was bound to him. Even if it were lost, he could begin anew, at worst. By seizing what belonged to others, it was merely a pity for Miracle Island. Had he not reached the brink of desperation, he would not have resorted to such measures. Luring this formidable creature to Miracle Island placed immense pressure on him. Yet he had no choice. If he did not convey to the others that none of them would leave this place alive today, and that after his demise, Miracle Island would cease to exist, he could not afford to remain silent in the face of such a terrifying monster. He was driven solely by a slender thread of survival. Gui Ting seemed to be pondering something, and for a moment fell silent. Luo and the others were also gripped by trepidation. Indeed, today had been an inauspicious start, encountering such a horrifying entity right from the outset. Anyone who dared to claim that the explored waters were safe would find themselves at odds with him. It could only be said that they were relatively safe. Should unforeseen calamity arise, it would be as if heaven refused to respond and the earth offered no solace. Fortunately, Qin Shan had arrived in time. Otherwise, they would have met their end at the hands of this creature Tio this day. They still did not know the limits of Gui Tong, only perceiving the massive sphere of over 10 meters in size and those extraordinarily long tentacles, each of which filled them with dread. They could sense that Gui Tong had not exerted its full strength. Otherwise, they would have perished in an instant. How ironic it was that they found themselves threatened by a mere plant, one that not even a single soul could alter. Very well. I shall trust you this once. If you dare to play tricks, I will surely kill you, Gui Tong said in a deep voice. It genuinely required the dragon's corpse to enhance its power. That it was already at the pinnacle of its realm and needed a stroke of fortune to transcend its current limits. The dragon's corpse presented a splendid opportunity. The energy it could derive from killing these individuals was negligible and hardly worth mentioning. Only that sea eel could provide a bit more energy. Whether it killed them or not was inconsequential. Otherwise, it could have simply slaughtered everyone else and kept Qin Shan alive, allowing him to take it to that place. Once the dragon's corpse was found, everything would be settled. Rest assured, what I tell you is true. However, obtaining the dragon's corpse may not be as simple as you think, Qin Shan replied. The dragon's corpse is not so easily acquired. One misstep could provoke a terrifying creature and lead to one's own demise, which would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. You need not worry about that. I only require confirmation of the dragon's corpse's existence. Gui Tong stated. It understood that had it been so easily attainable, this person before it would have long since taken it away, and there was no way he would divulge such knowledge to it. If anyone claimed it could be obtained effortlessly, they were surely deceiving it. All right, then you shall accompany us back to Miracle Island. You can dive from that spot to find it, Qin Shan instructed. Very well, I shall leave these individuals with you. I hope you do not deceive me. Gui Tong replied. That it released Qua and Wang Shu. Fortunately, Gui Tong had not used its reflective thorn armor. The three merely sustained minor injuries and were not poisoned. However, even such minor injuries had caused them considerable suffering. Island Master, the three said weakly as they approached Qin Shan. During their confinement, they felt as if they had endured an eternity of torment, which was unbearable for any human. Thankfully, their physiques were sufficiently robust. Otherwise, they would have been torn to shreds by such an onslaught. Let us return for now, Qin Shan said. This could not be blamed on them. They had been ensnared by the world's rules, nearly leading to their total annihilation. Moving forward, they must exercise even greater caution. If they had narrowly escaped this time, who could say what dreadful entities might emerge next? This time, they had leverage. But next time might not be so fortunate. If Gui Tong were to take the dragon's corpse, he had no way of knowing what impact it would have on the island, nor could he do anything about it. His priority was to escape with his life, or else he would lose everything. Upon returning to the ship, Qin Shan commanded them to set sail. That as long as he was present, there would be a route back. Even if he was unaware of the sea creatures lurking beneath the waves, there was no need for concern. He simply needed to head straight back, with the eel paving the way and Gui Tong curled up on board. Its overwhelming presence deterred anyone from approaching, unless they wished for their own demise. However, once the ship had set sail, Guei-tung appeared exceedingly dissatisfied. Your speed is far too slow. How long will it take to reach your island? Guei-tung inquired. At this pace, it will take approximately 6 hours, Qin Shan replied. The Ark No. 1 had a cruising speed of only 80 nautical miles. Even 6 hours seemed rather optimistic. So long? Can't you go faster? Guei-tung pressed. The Ark has already reached its maximum speed. Qin Shan retorted. No, this is unacceptable. Have them brace themselves. You point the way, and I shall take you there. Dai Ti was evidently anxious to confirm the existence of that entity as soon as possible. Everyone, hold on to something stable. We are preparing to accelerate. Eel, you jump back on your own, Qin Shan commanded. Everyone grasped nearby handrails, having gained experience from their previous ordeal beneath the waves. No need. I can take it with me. Guei-tung interjected. Qin Shan nodded slightly. Returning together was certainly the best course of action. He indicated the direction to Guei-tung, which was approximately 500 nautical miles away. Are you certain? Guei-tung asked. Certain, Qin Shan replied, somewhat exasperated. How could he possibly be mistaken about his own island? He was not like Luo and the others, who would flounder aimlessly upon entering the sea. Tree realm descends, vines of heaven. In an instant, Ark No. 1 and the eel were enveloped by numerous vines, as if they were mere vessels cradled beneath a tapestry of vegetation. Then, propelled by a tremendous force, they surged forward, covering several dozen nautical miles in the blink of an eye. Too fast. What kind of speed is this? Qin Shan exclaimed in astonishment. Master, the current speed is 100 nautical miles per second. The island spirit kindly informed Qin Shan. This revelation made him draw in a sharp breath. 100 nautical miles per second. What divine speed was this? Did it mean that Guei-tung's velocity had reached 6,000 nautical miles per hour? Could such terrifying speed truly exist? Although he was skeptical, he now experienced this velocity firsthand. Everything around seemed to stand still, were it not for the fact that those aboard the vessel were gripping handrails, all flying level with the ocean's surface. He might have thought the sea itself had become stagnant. The more he pondered, the more daunting it felt. Before a powerful being, he realized just how weak he truly was. No wonder it had been rated at the golden level. With such speed, it could effortlessly overwhelm them in every aspect. The eel's leap, when compared to Guei-tung, seemed no different from a slow crawl. 500 nautical miles would take merely 5 seconds. If I could tame it. An insidious thought began to rise within Qin Shan, growing ever stronger. Only by witnessing Guei-tung's power could he grasp just how minuscule he was. In stark contrast, and the others wore expressions of terror. They had only now recognized their sheer insignificance before Guei-tung, an entity capable of annihilating them in an instant. The fully unfurled Guei-tung was unimaginably vast. Could it not encircle Miracle Island? Mere seconds later, they found themselves near Miracle Island, already in sight of its shores. Guei-tung came to a halt, releasing its grip on the tree realm and returning to its smallest form. It gazed at the island before it, feeling a sense of novelty. It was surprising that this island was so different from the newborn one it had seen before, having grown so large. It could not help but glance at Qin Shan a few more times, but to it remained an easily destroyable target. You are quite remarkable, larger than the island I had previously seen. Guei-tung remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Qin Shan replied. But to me, it is merely this. A wave of conflict surged within Qin Shan. If it were possible, he would like to strangle Guei-tung right then and there. Was such a rate of expansion not sufficient? However, recalling Guei-tung's terrifying nature, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. Lacking strength, it was best to survive quietly. There was no need to quarrel with it, as it would yield no benefit to himself. From here, I simply need to descend, correct? Guei-tung remarked. Indeed, if you descend straight down from beneath my island, you will surely discover the dragon's remains. Qin Shan responded affirmatively. Without delay, Guei-tung plunged into the water, vanishing from sight, seemingly eager to ascertain the veracity of Qin Shan's claims. This development brought a collective sigh of relief among the others. Finally relieved to have dispatched the formidable entity. Their presence here had lasted barely a minute. Others had sensed an ominous presence, but had not had the opportunity to investigate before it disappeared, leaving only Qin Shan and his companions in sight. What transpired here? Island Master. Has a sea beast attacked the island? inquired the newcomers, voices rife with concern. And his companions exchanged wry smiles. Those who had not ventured out to sea that day had indeed struck a fortune. Who could fathom the harrowing experiences they had endured, teetering on the brink of life and death? It is all over now. Take them back and begin collecting the resources. By the way, this time we will swap personnel. Those who previously explored the island should now vanquish the pirates at sea and retrieve the scattered treasure chests, Qin Shan instructed. With their arrival, arrangements could now be made. And his companions were still in a state of shock. So a personnel change was indeed warranted. Moreover, matters at sea needed addressing. However, this time, Qin Shan decided against sending mortals along, allowing everyone to focus on their cultivation. The unexplored territories of the island had dwindled to a mere fraction, justifying and his team's deployment. Though uncertain about the events that had transpired, Yun, Shang, and Zhun Yuan still set out to sea, confident that clarity would soon follow their return. Once they embarked, the waters remained tranquil, devoid of any significant disturbances, as if the world's consciousness refrained from indiscriminately unleashing its wrath. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. Yet, those who returned alive transformed into eager narrators, recounting their extraordinary tales. To escape such dire circumstances was, indeed, miraculous. How could the ocean be so perilous? It is a blessing to be alive that I must devote myself to rigorous training. Otherwise, I may perish at sea one day. The news brought back by the group invigorated the others, instilling a profound understanding that survival necessitated formidable strength. Thus, they could not afford to be complacent, lest they fall victim to the ocean's dangers. Their reverence for the sea had burgeoned immensely. It turns out they faced such grave threats. No wonder they were reluctant to speak. You murmured. He was one of the few who had not been dispatched. While Gan Jiang and Mo Xia were engrossed in forging swords, oblivious to the unfolding events, he found himself at leisure, having imparted some instruction to the children and now seizing the opportunity to guide the newcomers, gleaning insights from their conversations. Earlier, he had specifically inquired about Tai, who, without divulging any information, had set off to explore the island and retrieve the scattered resources. Through the accounts of these individuals, he began to grasp the harrowing ordeal Tai and the others had endured, leaving them too shaken to speak. From merely their descriptions, he could visualize the terror of that peculiar creature, which had thwarted everyone's defenses and forced the island master to yield repeatedly for their survival. Though fantastical, the reality was undeniable. He dismissed further contemplation. His lack of participation was, in fact, fortunate. The burdens of crisis had been borne by others, while his duty was to nurture this group, ensuring they reached at least the third tier of body refinement before they could be considered graduates. The subsequent path of cultivation would be theirs to traverse. He could not perpetually guide them. They could inquire, but he could not accompany them indefinitely, for they were not his disciples. The mere ability to offer guidance was already a considerable boon. As time elapsed, the island had been thoroughly explored, yielding a plethora of resources and additional inhabitants. Qin Shan remained engrossed in his cultivation, undisturbed. Even Yun Tao returned, and everyone congregated by the totem, awaiting Qin Shan's emergence to tally their findings. Before long, noon arrived, marking the passage of half a day since they had concluded their collection. The expansion of both the island and the surrounding seas necessitated immense effort to explore these territories. However, the rewards were promising. With the island's growth, their potential for advancement increased correspondingly. It was somewhat regrettable that they had lost a portion of pirate treasures and scattered chests amidst the tumultuous waves. Otherwise, their gains could have been even greater. Nonetheless, they felt a profound sense of contentment with their current situation. Upon returning, Yun and his companions were taken aback after hearing of their maritime encounters. No wonder those individuals seemed so peculiar. They must have encountered formidable adversaries. Qin Shan stepped out of his quarters, arriving at the village center, where he surveyed the gathered items with a smile. Pleased with the morning's harvest at that moment, the sea suddenly trembled, and a colossal spherical object surfaced. The sight of this entity left everyone utterly stunned, as the echoes of their earlier fears had not yet faded. Its sudden appearance startled them greatly. After all, they had witnessed the might of Gui Tung firsthand. Yet, in Qin Shan's eyes, the situation was different. Gui Tung appeared injured and in a dire state, as if it had encountered something terrifying beneath the waves. "Help me!" Gui Tung gasped. lying limply on the water's surface, its body no longer coiled but sprawled out, devoid of strength. Qin Shan's expression turned grave. Gui Teng's return in such a manner raised ominous questions about the secrets lurking beneath the sea. Despite the multitude of them, they had scarcely managed to wear down Gui Teng's defenses. Remarkably, it had only been submerged for less than an hour, yet it emerged battered and bruised, given Gui Teng's condition. Qin Shan knew he must proceed with caution. Entering the depths without adequate strength would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, after receiving intelligence from Emperor Xianyuan, he had refrained from diving into the depths. Otherwise, he might not have lived to tell the tale. What a terrifying prospect. Bring it ashore, Qin Shan commanded. Although Gui Teng had once sought to eliminate them, its inherent attributes piqued his interest if he could convert it into an ally. It would be an unparalleled advantage. Even if that proved impossible, the day's events should dissuade it from attacking him further. Healing it would pose no detriment to Miracle Island. Why not proceed? Moreover, a frail camel is larger than a horse, despite its weakened state. Its explosive potential could yield catastrophic consequences that Qin Shan was ill-prepared to confront, that a moment's carelessness could plunge him into a dire predicament. However, Qin Shan's words instilled a sense of trepidation among those nearby. They had not comprehended Gui Teng's entreaty, fearing they might be attacked if they approached. The massive shadow of Gui Teng loomed ominously above them. That it will not harm you. Simply bring it to the shore. Qin Shan reassured them. With that, the group exhaled in relief and cautiously drew closer to Gui Teng. Once sprawled out, Gui Teng's size increased considerably, and they expended tremendous effort to haul it ashore. Nearly filling the shoreline. Island Spirit, assess its injuries and determine the method of treatment, Qin Shan instructed. Moments later, the Island Spirit finally responded. Master, it has been injured by a unique force that is consuming its body. If this continues, it will perish within 10 days. A unique force? Qin Shan queried, perplexed. Did that imply the existence of some unknown entity lurking below? It certainly seemed so. He dared not venture to depths 4,000 meters down, let alone further. Even if something existed, it bore no relevance to him. It is an unknown power, challenging to explicate. Its strength vastly exceeds that of Miracle Island, rendering thorough investigation impossible. This revelation plunged Qin Shan into deep contemplation. He faced a daunting predicament, for it was only a matter of time before he would encounter that entity. What remedies exist for its healing? Qin Shan inquired further. Given the inability to confront the mysteries of the depths, the priority was to restore Gui Teng to health. The power of belief can allow it to undergo the cleansing ritual beneath the totem, purging this peculiar energy. Will the power of belief be depleted? The power of belief is finite and cannot withstand excessive strain. I desire to gain even more potent attributes that it will not deplete. The power of belief only increases until a deity appears. Thus, I find solace. Qin Shan remarked, as long as it does not consume resources, allowing it to gradually recover on its own is preferable. Otherwise, seeking a remedy for this colossal creature would undoubtedly squander an immense amount of resources. Lift it beside the totem, he instructed the gathered crowd. Numerous cultivators joined forces to hoist it aloft, though the distance from the seaside to the totem was merely a few hundred meters. It took them a staggering half an hour to transport it, as it was exceedingly heavy. Upon reaching the vicinity of the totem, Gui Teng sensed a wondrous energy purifying the unique essence within its being. Thank you, Gui Teng uttered, its voice faint and frail. This moment, even the slightest movement felt laborious. Although Qin Shan could have assembled a team to confront it, he chose not to, evoking feelings of gratitude within the creature. You may rest here. This is the only place on the island that can save you, Qin Shan declared. All right, Gui Teng responded. Qin Shan refrained from further comments, instead directing his gaze towards the items the group had salvaged today. After a series of twists and turns, the bounty from the sea amounted to a meager collection. In total, there were 10 forsaken treasure chests, 3 pirate treasures, 10 red jade chests, 10 ochre chests, and 12 individuals. It was, to say the least, a pitiful haul. Consequently, they had invested a considerable amount of their own resources. It remained uncertain whether such an endeavor was worthwhile. The lucky hand, lacking any extraordinary treasure chests. Qin Shan could only apply it to one of the red jade chests, transforming it into a lucky one, significantly increasing the likelihood of uncovering more valuable items. Open them all. Upon opening the forsaken treasure chests, He acquired 10 mysterious altars, 5 bloodline evolution stones, the martial arts technique mountain crushing palm, wind god kick, falling leaf sword technique, phantom fist, 1,000 cloud stones, and a substantial quantity of basic resources. Opening the pirate treasures yielded 3 fragments of divine artifacts. 3 treasure maps, 3 bloodline evolution stones, the martial arts techniques thunderstrike, suturing technique, wind and cloud technique, 300 cloud stones, and a small amount of basic resources from the ochre chests. He obtained the martial arts technique scale slash speed, heavenly thunder formula, 1,000 cloud stones, and a moderate amount of basic resources. The red jade chests revealed the martial arts techniques weak point break, eagle eye, river waves, 1,800 cloud stones, and a moderate amount of basic resources. Finally, opening the lucky red jade chest granted him 1 manufacturing blueprint for the elemental temple, 1 elementalist scroll, the martial arts techniques block, double shot break, wooden arrow technique, 1,000 cloud stones, and a significant amount of basic resources.